Yeah. Okay. The new stream is live. Yeah. Yeah. I'll meet you over there. Can you talk in this one? No, you're muted.
Hello.
Okay, I'm here.
Smilers
Right, you
and right same. They're whatchamacallit.
right,
They're
you're muted. If you didn't
huh?
realize,
What?
I was telling Right he's muted. In case you didn't realize.
I just told him he's muted.
I've
Hi,
unmuted.
5D. Hi, 5D. Well, now he's unmuted. Right. Maybe there's something wrong with his microphone.
Yeah, it could be. He's
Well, he's got to come back off his laptop and get back onto his phone, and they or whatever other system he uses.
Does he? I don't
He,
know how
he
he
also just woke up a bit ago, so he might be confusing the what is what.
Denizen didn't switch over.
No, he's not in here yet. Dennison, if you're in the chat,
we need 5D Johns.
Here, I'll put the StreamYard in the link in case you didn't catch it.
5D spoken.
Yeah, but Dijons didn't make it over yet. Or 5 Dijons. You should pin it.
Can I do it as co-host? I'm not sure. Let me see.
Oh, maybe not. No. You'd need to have admin on his YouTube, not on his StreamYard.
Right. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, because before I put it in for Ronan, because it wasn't pinned. Some people don't scroll up. Fuck. That was really hard. Holy crap.
You don't look like you got much sleep.
No, every time I go to sleep, somebody rings my damn doorbell. So I went to sleep at like 7:30 in the morning. I woke up at 10:30. Yesterday I had like 5 hours sleep, and the night before I only had 2.5 hours sleep. So no, I'm not getting any sleep. But what's the point? Like, I may as well just stay awake till I die anyway. I want to call my daughter and tell her to buy a gun.
That's a good idea. But the defeatist attitude isn't.
But the thing is, when you realize that you are in a hole and there's no ladder and you can't get out, you're just going to be starving to death. Like, there's just no
the
way
fat
out.
lady sing. Don't you should take one of two positions, right? If you're really going to give it up, go nuts on the alcohol or the Big Macs, right? That's one. Yeah. The other one is waste no seconds.
That's what I mean. Why go to sleep? Why not just take advantage of every waking hour I can get?
Well, you can't forget about balance. You do need to be functional.
Balance doesn't mean anything because spirit doesn't exist the way I thought it does. So there's no.
It means everything for functionality and everything. Health is wealth. That's what it's all about.
What doesn't mean our health here is just a 3D body.
You're in a 3D body right now.
I know, but then it's going to be gone because it's going to be taken from me. So,
but you're not gone yet. You're here. You need to focus here today in the moment.
Big deal.
You put all your credence on this after thing. Well, why don't you just, if that's what you want to focus on the whole time, why don't you just skip this thing and get to the point? Go over there.
If I didn't have my grandson and my daughter, I would.
Okay, well then focus on that. Why are you so bothered about this point then? If that's all that you're concerned about, anyways. What difference does it make?
I thought that I was working towards something, and I wasn't.
What difference did it make?
Because there's no point in doing the work now, because it's not gonna amount to anything.
Well, who says that they're going to kill you off in 7 years? Go on, wake
Agenda
me up.
2030
Tell me.
does.
Actually, they
Agenda
do.
2030 Agenda 2030 does.
Yeah, but Agenda 2030 is now shifted to Agenda 2035.
But even if I do live through World War III or whatever the hell they're going to kill us, even if I were to live through that, that doesn't matter because this body's going to be gone at some point, right? So I thought that I was working towards something, but there's nothing.
But you're still working towards something for your children or your daughter.
But my children aren't going to exist either. None of it's going to exist when we're done here in the 3D. Like, there's nothing. It's just, we can work with the system while you're here, and then you're gone.
Yeah, but the great saying is, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Right? We don't own anything.
Only 500 million people will.
We don't own anything. We don't own anything now. We don't
Ownership
own ourselves.
is a fairy tale.
We don't even own ourselves now. So
that's right. Ownership is a fairy tale.
It's a corporate fiction, as you would say.
Yeah,
precisely.
So talking about Agenda 2030 is, who's to say that so many people know about it and they know that it's been pushed to 2035, right? So
I don't know about that. They got other agendas as well.
Yeah, but who's to say that those agenderizers, those people that are creating the agenda, ain't wiped out? That's a good word, wasn't it? But who's to say they aren't wiped out before they can take it forward?
What I'm upset about is if Nudie's right, and he seems to be right about a lot of fucking things. If Nudie's right, then that means that whenever I'm done here, if my life gets taken or if I just pop my clogs like regular, right? Then I thought that I was working towards something after that. That's what I'm upset about.
You're just going to lie back? That means that you're just going to lie back and wait for them to take you?
Doesn't matter. None of it matters.
You go out fighting to the end. You go out fighting to the end.
The end for me
Fighting's
is not.
gay.
I'm not talking about the end of life on 3D. It's the other part after that death from here. That's the part I'm upset about.
So what are they going to do? They're going to nuke the world, are they?
I don't care if they will nuke the world. It's where we go after that. The world is just a playground. It's just a workbook. It's the after that. That's the part I was working toward.
That's like, I reckon you ought to, if you're, it's good that you're bothered by that, because that means that there's something in you that's still, compelling you to be bothered by that. And I reckon you ought to go side for the waste no second part option.
But it doesn't matter though. That's the point. I'm not working toward anything.
That's your opinion.
No second, who cares?
Just because you're not working towards what you thought you were working towards doesn't mean there's nothing. It just means that what you thought isn't the case. Go ahead, Scott.
Give it into the oligarchy.
Oligarchy doesn't mean anything. Seriously, if I had the money, I would just eat Big Macs every friggin' day. I'm serious. If I had the money, I would do that.
Yeah, that's the defeatist mindset. That's a defeatist mindset. That's because you're overlooking the other side of the obvious because you were so blinded by what you thought. Just because what you thought isn't the case doesn't mean that there isn't something else. And I reckon it's a hell of a lot better than what you thought.
If you're right, I'm only going to end up being a STEM. I'm never going to be a power.
Not necessarily.
You have power on your own.
Don't throw the wash out until it's over. I mean, why? Why waste it? Why waste it? And remember when I said, at that point where you part is a question mark for those who didn't bloom, so to speak. Doesn't mean it's over for them. It just means I don't know what happens to them. There could be lots of things. I'm not saying it's game over. I just don't know. I just know on the path that if you do bloom, I can see that.
I could swear I was working with a forest. I could swear.
Don't feel alone, Kate. I was the same way. I was. Ask Guru.
You're still going through that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You still get, have bouts of venting and anger about it all. I mean, that's gonna go with the reality check of this. It is. That's part of the healing process. Might I remind everybody though, with the agenda, it's at the 11th hour, right? Close to midnight. That's why, I say this to Wrights all the time. I don't like to rush things, and the process, the path of everybody's on their own awakening path or whatever you want to call it. And these things can't be rushed, but at the same time, there's something external at work here that is forcing the hand at issue that there really is no time to waste.
What's it force externally? It's
what we're talking about.
But there is nothing. There is nothing.
Super Grover, good morning.
Hi, Grover.
I get to rap with you without snoring today, I hope.
Right on. I just thought I'd come and join the panel and dumb it down a little.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
I don't know the bitch.
Sprinkle some of that pot breath all over us today.
Whoa. That was cruel.
Well,
So I'm with Kat. I give up too. I'm ready to pack it in.
You bunch of depressed sods. You defeat us.
Suicide is the only philosophical question.
That's what's gonna happen that's what's gonna happen to like 40% of the population. They're just gonna off themselves.
Once you decide not to kill yourself, you already have decided to live. So the rest is just whining.
Well, anybody that lives in Canada can just go and get that done for free anyway.
I'd rather do my own self in than wait for them to come and do it in a torture way.
Well, that's literally untrue, though, because I'm speaking to you right now.
What? What?
I said that's literally untrue, though, because I am speaking to you right now.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're speaking to me right now, but how does that nullify what I just said?
Because you haven't killed yourself.
I didn't say I'm going to do it today. I'm just saying if I know they're coming, I'd rather do it.
So you don't know they're coming?
They're not. I don't think they're coming today.
But they are coming.
Yeah, they are coming.
Who are they?
So what's the point of being alive between now and the time they come?
Big Macs. However many Big Macs I can eat.
There you go. That's reason enough to live for me. Mine is Detroit-style pizza. But Big Macs are fucking delicious.
Pizza.
5D, to answer your question, we don't know who they are. And if we do find out who they are, then that's it. Your days are over.
How do you know they're coming then?
Yeah, because I mean, Agenda 2030 was Agenda 2000. Then it went to Agenda 2015, and now they said Agenda 30. So
well, they keep putting out new ones,
Yeah, the world was going to end in 2000.
They have different agendas for different timelines. That's nothing new. They had a 21. That passed. They had a 30. While they had a 21, they have a 2050.
Where is it located in the agenda, though, that they're going to kill Cat?
I don't know. I'm confused.com.
Yeah. So I have no idea what the hell you guys are talking about this whole time.
Me and Nudie talked about this the other day, and I remembered that it was you who challenged me, and then I couldn't find it. And Nudie had the same problem because he went to go find it, and he couldn't find it either. But it was there. I read it on the UN website. It was there.
Well, I don't want to rehash that conversation.
I got to read the agendas again. It may have even been more in the 30. I don't know. And also,
it was on the guide.
They could have. Yeah, but that's whatever.
They could have
They could have changed it, you know,
They could have, yeah.
who knows? That's a possibility, but
It's possible.
so I got to find that and see the recollections. I saw other like things referencing it still.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get
that.
I'm
See
gonna
all over the place, which is why
Right.
I asked for the original source, because Ivan was never able to connect the two together.
Sure.
The claims about what it says and what it actually says.
And
Has
also,
anybody got an
there
Alexa?
are people that are documenting themselves who have been in the meetings with the people at the United Nations and are coming out and saying that these people have conversations with them about that and aren't in denial about that.
What's
Aren't
that?
hiding it. The
Genocide.
Termination order.
the genocide.
Okay,
Right?
I got like 4 different answers at the same time. What's that?
All of the above. The genocide,
hear.
calling of the herd.
Culling of the herd. Reducing the
Genocide.
population.
Right. Yes.
It's written in stone.
By seven, no, not anymore. They cracked that one. But I read it on the UN website.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're right about that, though, right?
What? Who's right? The UN?
Has anybody got an Alexa?
No, I'm not.
Inherit the earth.
I'm just wondering.
ones
if
that
this
will
is
be
Nature's
left.
way.
If you ask Alexa what the population of the world is now, and then you ask Alexa what the population is going to be in 10 years' time, Alexa gives you the answer.
And what does Alexa say?
Alexa's them though.
She probably would say
Alexa,
around 11 billion. That's the projected estimates before we cap out and the population starts to reduce itself naturally.
Alexa's part of the agenda. They wrote Alexa.
It's just as possible that the singularity has already occurred. And that an AI is already programming you all to stop fucking, having kids, killing yourselves, eating shit and dying, moving and herding yourselves into cities, giving up all the farmland and all of the production and productivity available to you. And
the evidence,
and culling yourselves into the
you're starting to
into the masses.
The evidence overwhelmingly points in that direction.
I know he just doesn't see it. He's starting to sound like Crafty Cat. Yourselves instead of ourselves.
I didn't see it. I don't see it. I just said it literally for I don't know, like the 8th time.
If you understood the way that war politics works, this has been in the works for decades. This World War III. Everything that they've set up.
We've been in World War III for decades.
If they're working for Israel, therefore working for the oligarchy, then they did this to spark it. This was, when you start a fire and you put the little bundle of sticks and straw to start the fire. That's what Hamas just did with the 5,000 rockets, right?
Let me ask you a question.
That started it off, and then now the
World
Arab
War III started in 1942. And then it's really just a continuation of the same World War. World War I, II, and III are all the same long war.
I'm not going to argue that for 6,000 years or more.
How long do you think MK Ultra's been running for, and who do you think is behind MK Ultra?
MK Ultra couldn't have started happening until they started making newspapers or TV. So,
what do you guys mean again when you say MK Ultra? I forgot.
It's a brainwashing.
Yeah, it's MK stands for mind control. It's Ultra mind control. Yes.
Yeah, but the actual program was to use hallucinogens to program people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's affectionate. There's a lot more than that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's all they admitted to, and those were just rats in the cage.
Oh no, there's a lot more documented.
No, they use human beings.
What Denizen's talking about? What Denizen's talking about are the people that were in the hospitals and they got the MK Ultra. That's what Denizen's talking about. What we're talking about is a much wider. It's a much wider program. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's. kind of a misnomer, right? To call
It's
it
what
MK Ultra when you just mean mind control.
But
let's just call it that
ultra
then.
mind control.
Just to make it easy to understand. How long do you think a facilitated PSYOP mind control program has been in play and that works here, and who do you think is behind it?
Since the first monkey realized he could get another banana by hiding the banana he already has behind his own back. Human beings have been lying to each other, programming each other, and trying to control the minds
That
of
makes
others.
zero sense. Why do monkeys?
Everything I say makes zero sense to you.
Why do what monkeys do have to do with us?
I don't know. Look it up.
Are you still believe in evolution?
I don't believe in evolution, no.
You realize that it's been debunked, right?
No.
All right. It's okay. It doesn't matter what Denizen believes. It's not going to make a difference. Doesn't matter what I believe. Doesn't going to make a difference.
That's correct.
This is just questions and discussion for objective view. Nothing more.
Not if I say it.
Whatever monkeys do has nothing.
You'll notice everything I say takes a particular, it has holds a special place in Cat's heart.
Really? Because we were all talking about the same thing, and then you're the one who said something.
All right.
Let's
let's temper and be kind. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Now back to the question.
Just be a race and fall asleep.
Round table. I'm curious. So we got that since monkeys were around. What about the WHO, Denizen?
What about the what?
The WHO. Who's behind it?
WHO.
What about it?
I'm asking you, who do you think is behind it? There's two questions there. For how long and who's behind it?
How long has the WHO been?
No, not the WHO. The mind control thing we were talking about a minute ago.
Yeah, like I said, humans have always used mind control against one another. It's part of who we are.
So you think it's just a product of us?
Yes, it's a product of the human. It's a product of the human condition and the fact that entropy and scarcity are real.
Okay, so you don't think there's
as real as anything else?
You don't think there's anything in addition to that behind it in facilitation?
You mean like a superpower, like a god or a deity, or
anything
something?
at all? Anything at all?
Anything at all besides what? Other humans?
No, I'm not leaning towards. The question is open for.
Do you think there's a they?
Objective answer.
Do you think there's a they?
That question is too vague for me to answer.
Okay, when you say who are they, do you think there's a they? As
well, Denizen is.
No, but I'm asking you who's the they, so I can't possibly know because I don't know what the answer to that
is. He's asking you if you believe that there's a they.
I'm asking everybody.
Yes, there's a they. Yeah, they is a pronoun referring to multiple people.
Okay, so Denizen is all in for it's all just us, product of our own.
Well, I mean, it really is a possibility that the condition. AI singularity has already occurred. I mean, technically, the reptilian thing could be true too.
Again, the question is, who do you think each of us is a round table?
The only thing that I can prove for sure that I know for a fact, absolutely no, 100%.
None of us
doubt in my fucking mind. No. I can prove what I'm about to say. I can prove what I'm about to say. 100% know it for a fact. Either I live in a digital simulation or this is real. Human beings do this shit to each other without any other fucking reason other than to do it. So does that mean that's all that's occurring? Don't know. That's way above my pay grade. But I can tell you, they don't need a reptilian or an AI or a conspiracy or a mind control program or anything to make themselves be shitty to one another.
That's what I think. I think the same thing as Denizen. Nudie argues, but I think the same. I think it's
because he's different. And
like but Nudie's very smart.
I don't think it's normal that we're shitty to each other. There's something going on.
It depends what you mean by normal, right? Now, granted, the people... Yeah, well, it's definitely natural, brother. I mean, just fucking put on the Animal Channel and watch for 3 days.
We're not animals.
You'll see. Okay, all right, bro. I'm gonna tap out of the conversation right there. You know, no offense. You win. We're spiritual, perfectly God beings, and we don't do animalistic shit to each other. So everything I said is wrong. I'm gonna have to leave it there because I'm not gonna argue about that shit for fucking 2 or 3 hours.
You got quiet.
Something wrong with you got quiet.
Yep.
So 5D believes like Nudu. So I mean, we are animals though. 5D, even by our own every standard, we're on the scientific. When you classify, it's either an animal, a plant, or a rock, right?
I'm a human being.
What?
I said I'm not an animal.
But you are though. You're Homo sapien.
Mm-hmm. Describe something about yourself that is not an animal.
I'm a human.
What distinguishes you? What distinguishes a human from an animal?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm here to dumb down the panel.
The humans are supposed to be the domesticated society of the animal kingdom.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really look like we're that
supposed to be domesticated. Can you give me something that is and is not ought to be?
Sorry, we're not civilized. We are domesticated, but we're not civilized.
Well, I think we are, right? It's just a very thin veneer.
This is not civil.
How about define animal?
It's not a plant and it's not a rock. Everything else is an animal.
In that context, we would definitely be an animal.
Yeah, well, that's how we do the classification, the scientific classification.
Yeah, because plants make their own food, and minerals don't reproduce. So that's what makes us animals.
Arguing over being right is never a healthy position. It's all about getting across the understanding of what you're trying to say, right?
Because it's a different conversation.
With that, it's just a semantical argument, right? Well, I'm right because my definition is this. And no, you're not right because my definition is this.
If we're going to use the word animal, it has a definition. And
come to a consensus. Come to a consensus of that definition.
He tried to imply it was unnatural for human beings to do heinous shit to one another. I mean, I don't know. Like, any world where the word natural and the word animal means anything, that is factually and objectively untrue. And and my lack of interest in being right is precisely why I shut my mouth and didn't argue with him about it.
Okay, so if we go
we're in the non-domesticated.
Sorry.
Go on, Kat. Go on.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going to talk.
Go ahead, Smiler.
Well, in the non-domesticated animal kingdom, they live by natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But no, they help each other.
So, I mean, by that definition, human beings are no longer animals because we created artificial selection.
Well, no, we are animals because we breathe oxygen. We are multicellular.
Oh shit! Hold on, sorry, Smart Cat, your audio. Gotta fix your audio, Cat. All right, go ahead, Smart.
I've forgotten what I was going to say.
Last point I remember was about natural selection. We're going into something from that.
Oh, animals. We're multicellular. No.
So are plants.
We're part of the biological kingdom. We breathe oxygen. We eat organic material.
Why is it important to have this stereotype?
Carbon dioxide.
What's the stereotype?
Any sort of label classification, boxing. I mean, stereotype is.
In context, because he said it was unnatural for humans to do heinous shit to one another. That's where it came up.
Right. That's the important part, not the animal part.
And I said nature is heinous as fuck. Just look at the Discovery Channel. And then the assertion was made that that's irrelevant because we're nothing like lions, tigers, bears, chimpanzees, baboons, and fish for that matter. And I think that is apparently untrue.
First of all, you watch the Discovery Channel, they're going to show you what they want to show you, right? Second of all, Nudu and probably 5D maintains the fact that if we weren't interfered with by the they, then we would all be good to each other. Now, if I use Palestinians as an example, because that's where I'm coming from, then they were getting along. They were working in tandem. They were cooperating, right? So, but there were wars, though. There were times where they didn't get along, but they just pretty much got along, right? So cooperation is definitely the best way, and it's the most natural way. And I've seen now that I've opened my eyes, I see animals that cooperate with each other, that they're not just heinous to each other, right? They don't just steal from each other. They cooperate. So, I mean, I've seen geese and I've seen lemurs have a daycare, right? D. Johns is back. I've seen them have a daycare. They're taking care of other kids. I've seen Jews and I haven't seen, but I know of Jews and Palestinians that were taking care of each other's children. So cooperation is definitely it's definitely possible, but it takes, I agree with Denizen that eventually something happens where somebody is bad to another, and then at some point it can mushroom.
It becomes advantageous. It's technically true that if there were no they, then there would only be cooperation, because by they, you're inherently defining them as the people who take advantage of others. But the presumption that they would never exist, or that the human species could continue to exist without them, that seems to be
now that's interesting.
Presumptuous at best. Animals cooperate on the Discovery Channel too, just like humans. They also eat each other.
Yeah, but that's interesting that you say that we need the they.
Yeah, because the only reason we're here is because of random mutation. Entropy is the way of nature. What's natural is for all things to die a heat death. And human beings maintain themselves by constantly changing, so that we're one step ahead of that wave of non-existence. So without the random mutations, including the psychopaths and the sociopaths and everything in between, humans wouldn't be here.
Okay, you define the they as those who take advantage of others, right?
I was categorizing the definition that was given to me in his assertion, right?
I'm not arguing about it. I just wanted to be clear that
neither am I.
That's what they mean. Okay, so what I'm talking about is not necessarily those who take advantage of others. I'm talking about those who their emotions, like the reason why we consider ourselves civilized is because we control our emotions. When we're little kids, we react like humans are, right? So children will end up taking a toy from another kid because they want to play with it, and the other child gets upset. But somebody will, right? A human will, and then the other human will be upset because they had that thing taken away from them, right? So then we react. Then they react on their emotions. As we become adults, we learn how to control our emotions. So that is how we domesticate ourselves, is to control our emotions, whereas the animals don't do that. They just react, and children just react, right? So I say that Denizen is right, that we will eventually, even if there was no they, we will, even if nobody was trying to take advantage, we just react with our emotions without civilizing ourselves, right?
Actually, that's not correct, that animals don't have a temperament, learning temperament control and a form of domestication.
Yeah, you're right.
In that way, they totally do.
You're right. Depending on the sophistication of the animal. Yeah, you're right. I mean, my dog decides not to bite me, right? He could bite me, but he decides not to bite me.
You'll often see more elder dogs and cats tempering their young when they're getting a little overly excited and rambunctious. They hold them down, they pin them down until they calm down. There's lots of different things.
Yeah, but cavemen, did cavemen do that?
I don't even know if cavemen existed. You know, I don't know.
We've only got the picture. We've only got the pictures that they drew on the cave with that piece of charcoal.
Well, if that's the case, sometimes I'm a caveman. You know, I go chill out by the cave sometimes.
Oh,
you
for
know?
sure. But I mean, in the early humans. Now, obviously, our DNA has not changed for something like 260,000 years. We've always had this DNA, so there is no. But we might have been more.
We don't know any of that to be factual. We don't.
Yes. Okay,
none of us are there.
I'm believing.
Okay.
The new, like the more updated science, which has identified our DNA as not changing the whole time. The whole time it's always been the same. Sorry, it hasn't been. It got fused. There were bits that were fused and changed, and that's the mystery, is how that got changed. That means that there's another they out there, a bigger they, that can actually do that. So, but I think that if we were to, we are animals. So I think that before we became this domesticated, there was a time where we weren't so domesticated, and we would not have realized the value of controlling our emotions, because we can think better than all those other animals that temper their children, their puppies or their kittens or whatever, right? Because we can think more fully, I'm not going to say better, but more full, more complicated, that means that the chances of bad things happening increase. So that's going to always have been the way of humans. It's going to increase. The chances of bad things happening are going to increase because we can think.
There's some merit to that, for sure. There's definitely some merit to that. Yep, because the ability to reason gives the ability to choose further, and one of the things to choose further is against the more instinctual nature, to defy the instinctual nature and make stupid decisions, you know? Whereas animals tend to
not everybody's instincts are the same, though. Some people, it's their instincts to steal, to hoard, to take advantage, to hurt, to inflict pain.
That's learned.
I don't know if that's, I don't see that as being really instinctual. I see that as being a secondary thing that's typically taught as a way to respond to as a survival thing, you know? Yeah, in a circumstance.
It's just that some people's brains are different than yours. So the same things that give you pleasure give them discomfort, and the same things that give you discomfort give them pleasure.
Right.
Yeah.
So when they hurt somebody else, your natural inclination to feel sympathy with a hurt animal causes you discomfort. For some people, that dial of discomfort is turned down. So
I consider that damage.
The other
I see it
instincts that they have
as well
become more dominant. You can call it damage. I don't see how that's mutually exclusive to what I'm trying to say. And I think that if most people stare inward long enough, they realize they share those tendencies. They're just turned way down in comparison to the tendencies to feel sympathy and empathy, and to feel good for helping others.
But the reason why I said damage,
if anything, if we're talking about there being a difference between nurture and nature, which I'd argue there isn't, that it's a feedback loop. If anything, socialization and domestication is where your instinct for cooperation comes from, and your aversion to hurting and harming. That nature's way is to sink its teeth into the flesh of the victim and to suck its blood and devour its flesh. That's the way of the universe.
I was with you up until the very last part. Maybe
yeah.
I don't follow the last part. I'd like to see your logic in that part. Everything up to the very last.
Every single thing in the universe dies.
Sure.
It's one big endless pit of destruction. Entropy is the only law of the universe, is that everything will be destroyed.
Yeah, no dispute there. The correlation though to that and what you just said a minute ago, I don't have the connector there. As to the sinking the teeth
the
thing.
Nature nurture thing.
Oh well, I'm just like a lion jumping on top of a gazelle and eating it alive. That's natural. For the lion to say, "Hey, listen, gazelle, I couldn't help but to notice that you were excellent at foraging for grain. I'd like to introduce some carbohydrates into my diet. So I was thinking, I'm going to kill the hippopotamus and share the meat with you, and you'll share some of your grain. And pay no attention to the fact that I murdered the hippopotamus, therefore making myself a fucking hypocrite. Pay no attention to that, gazelle. Let's work together here."
I guess it depends what you define as natural. Everything is natural,
Right.
Now the answer
including the psychopathy of men.
Right. So
the answer
in one
you gave
context,
me when I said that, Nudie, like a year ago, you said that you don't have any proof that lions jump on gazelles. You said you've never seen it with your own eyes, so you don't necessarily believe that.
I've never even seen a lion with my own eyes. I've seen I guess, is a cougar a lion?
No.
It's part of the big cat family.
It's a big cat, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not a lion.
No,
but if you go to MGM, there'll be one in the lobby. If you go to the MGM casino in Las Vegas.
Have you ever seen a snake strangle a rat to death?
Yes.
There you go. Use that one then.
Why didn't he just, invite him
food,
to dinner?
And they don't have a supermarket, so they got to kill.
That's the way of the nature right there. You just described nature. Life.
To be fair,
life feeds on life, feeds on life, feeds on life, feeds on life.
I agree. But you won't see a giraffe jumping on a gazelle. They're going to jump on a tree.
Mm-hmm. They also will remain to have a brain, roughly the size of an avocado as a result.
Okay. Now, while that's going on, back to the everything is natural thing. In a different context, there is such a thing as hindrance and interference in a certain context, manipulation in a certain context. I mean, it's all natural because it's all possible, everything being nature, right? But when in that context, as far as being left unmanipulated, I see a lot of this stuff being result because of that interference factor. The whole system is definitely a system of methodical, distractionary form of manipulation.
So manipulation is natural, though.
Like I just said a minute, everything is natural. But just to understand again, in this context, right? There's a difference between something that was left to form and developed unattended on its own and interfered with.
You could say
interfered with by whom?
Anybody, anything
that we were interfered. We didn't get interfered with. It was natural that we ended up in this situation.
Makes perfect sense to me.
I mean, for example, if
I look at natural history, which
if I decide to genetically modify,
I'm supposed to just ignore and pretend it's not real because I wasn't there. But let's assume that it's real. If I use the available evidence and I do my own investigation to the extent to which I can in order to corroborate what I can, I find it perfectly plausible that human beings would find themselves precisely in the predicament that they're in right now. This seems natural as fuck to me.
That's why Atlantis is missing, and that's why we don't have the Mayans anymore.
Again, just in the context, though. You can cause arrested development in something by interfering with its development.
For sure.
Okay, so that's what I mean in that context, right?
But you don't believe that's the case, though, do you?
For what specifically?
That the development of human beings was interfered with, and that's why we're. By what? So by what or whom?
Whom I don't know. Whom is the question. By what? Chemicals, genetic alteration, frequency waves, hypnosis, lots of things.
Listen, from the scientist that my favorite scientist, what they've discovered with the DNA was that there's there's numbers in the DNA. They refer to like with numbers, and the second like number 2 whatever in the DNA, there it was fused together, and there was a point where it wasn't. They can tell by other. Okay, apparently it's natural over time, over like long time, that our DNA has adapted or changed, right? But that that there's one that they cannot explain because the telomeres, the little things at the ends of the inside the DNA. Hopefully I'm being clear, but usually the telomeres are at the end, but it has this one number 2 thing, right? It's the telomeres are on the ends and in the middle. So when they get fused, you don't see telomeres in the middles. So this is the one. It's an anomaly. Like it's different. Like how the math has to add up, right? So if they're dealing with DNA, there are rules the way it works always, except this one thing. And so it looks like it's been interfered with, like say a alien race or whatever, right? However you look at it, we've been interfered with.
I'm not even going
natural that would have happened.
I'm not even going that far in my assessment. I'm just even on just a surface level of what we can see, what we can verify for sure. Genetic manipulation is something that's going on in front of us every day, as an example, right? Poisoning through chemicals is something that's going on every day.
We're talking about DNA.
It's created by humans,
260,000 years ago.
And those chemicals and those actions are all natural, to use the word as you used it earlier.
Well, that's going to the who part. And again, I'm not making an assessment on the who. I'm just showing the what. The who, I said, I don't know. But certainly we are a big factor in that. But is it just us?
There you go. Right. So I don't know if it's just us either. But all the available evidence shows that we do it. Right. We're more than willing to do it.
Yeah.
Under a variety of circumstances, in controlled experiments. Right. And then when we look to our cousins in the animal kingdom, without unnaturally influencing them, they do it to each other as well.
Right.
So I don't need an other, right? So there could be an other, but I don't need one in order to explain current events.
Well, there's I get you. I'm not so sure though that like we, as in us, just the humans in our own right at the current round of species, was the implemented it. I don't know about that. I don't see the human psyche really capable of coming up with all that.
With what?
All the entire
it's the manipulation.
Yeah, the entire bout of the manipulation. Like I don't know anybody even close to having the capacity. So
Jesus, dude, I could do it.
You could have come up with all that, and have the
fucking listen. I'm almost irritated by my sympathy and empathy for others. I think it's a hindrance
Yeah, but I'm talking about all the
what?
Without any influence to lead you otherwise, no school, just from scratch. You would have came up with like genetics and understanding that and how to manipulate all that and the synthetics and all that kind of stuff. Just on your own.
No. With the available knowledge, I can surely concoct a plan to engage in the manipulation you're describing.
Right. So the available knowledge.
Hold on now. Because your claim wasn't that the available knowledge was the anomaly. It was that it was the manipulation. So if you're going to admit that humans will take advantage of one another and manipulate one another without external forces, then we can move on to whether or not they could figure out how DNA works.
It's getting, again, back to that who thing, though. That's why I'm referencing that, right? Is I don't think the human had the capacity, at least the current round of species has the capacity to come up with all that. Not even close.
To come up with what? The theory of DNA or the manipulation?
Not only the theory, all of the above and so much more in reference to everything that's going on with the interference factor.
I disagree because you might not get it all in one generation, but we build on what our fathers did, right? So if our fathers
are we saying that in history we were a hell of a lot smarter?
Well, apparently, supposedly, there was an Atlantis and it disappeared. They destroyed themselves, right? Mm-hmm. So they got so far and then they destroyed themselves, like we're about to do now. Right now, all we're doing is we're looking at a game that we lost and we're going back and looking at the plays we made, right? Because basically, we lost the game. We're about to lose the game, right? So our civilization
I thought we were making progress.
So,
I thought we were making progress.
Where is that measurable progress? Where do you see that?
That's something that you say a lot, Dennison, actually.
We're all about to become Borgs. Well, sorry, not all. 500 million of us are about to become Borgs, and the rest of us are going to perish. So we're looking at a game that we lost, and we're looking at where we lost, how we lost.
Cat, your biological distinctiveness will be added to our own.
What?
Your biological distinctiveness will be added to our own.
Who are you? Going to be one of the 500 million?
Not if I have to be Borg.
Yeah, I'm not willing.
I like pizza too much.
Yeah, well,
maybe digital pizza has more flavor to it.
I don't think it's going to be like 500 million though, right? Like it's going to be at least a few hundred.
Oh shit, Cat, your audio again. Go ahead, Dennison.
I think there'll be more people than that, and there'll be plenty of room for people who just avoid the whole thing. Which I think would be Nudi's point.
Yeah, Nudie thinks he's going to escape this in the forest.
I don't think you have to escape.
Yeah, I don't
think you have to escape. I think if you just stay the fuck out of their way, you're irrelevant. You become moot.
Yeah, I think if you're far enough away, because again, it's most of the problem is us, right? So if you're far away from the lemming class, then you're probably going to avoid a lot of scavery. Now, there is another side, though, that I am concerned about. No, hold on.
Let's finish what we were talking about before. You don't think that humans left to their own devices without any interference would have figured out DNA? And once you figure out anything, manipulation always comes afterwards. Right. Now, when my ex-husband brought home one of those cordless phones, first thing I did was take it apart. So anytime we discover anything, then the very next thing we think of is how to manipulate it to our benefit.
You're talking from a domesticated mind saying that.
We're naturally domesticated too.
Right? Yeah, you're acting like happened in a our mind didn't create domestication. It's our nature that created this system that you're looking at.
As far as you can tell, that's an opinion, right?
If we have the sentient thought and we can go further than what we're born with, right? So like a dog or a cat, they come out, they don't learn how to hunt until their parents teach them how to hunt. They watch and then they learn, right? So they know they need to eat, but they don't know how or what to eat. So they get taught how to do that. But again, that's natural. That's a natural progression. And our natural progression with our mind capability is that we go further and further and further, and we build on what our fathers did. So our fathers
I don't see that.
Way, and then we
I see the opposite. I see the opposite. It's less and less and less forgetting, how to function.
Okay, we've been manipulated to not
exactly.
Okay, that's true. But as far as whether we would have discovered DNA, I still think that eventually we would have, after generations, we would have thought about what are the building blocks and go and find. We'd build the equipment to, like microscopes and things like that, so that we could identify what our building blocks are. We are natural problem solvers because our brains are so capable of all of this. So I think we would have eventually would have learned about DNA and how to manipulate it.
I'm not so sure about that.
When I learn about something, I'm not learning how to, I'm not trying to, it's never in my mind to screw somebody up by something else I've discovered or I've learned, right? It's not in my nature, myself, to go and take advantage of another being because I learned how to do something. Well, I shouldn't say that because people learned how to trap and all that stuff. But
again, just to be clear, like the DNA was not the thing I was saying. That was one tiny piece of the whole faction of coming up with the whole scheme for the manipulation that's taking place. I don't see human being having anywhere close to the capacity of that.
But it doesn't give me pleasure
to
hurt other people. But there are other people who get damaged. Let's say there was no they, all right? They get damaged because they see something that makes like something gets bent in their mind, right? Because we have this capability, we also have that capability to be just as evil or just as rotten, because that will grow too, right? There's the good that will grow, and then the bad will grow. So it's in the equation that it's going to happen.
To answer you, Dennis, in so many factors, but just off the top, the smartest people I know can't even realize that they're indoctrinated unless if they were really told and are somehow break through the opening. They're just, the intelligence just isn't there, the capacity.
Of like recognition and realization of indoctrination is not necessary in order to create the manipulation, however.
No, I'm just talking again and just using that as an example to reference the capacity intelligence wise to come up with such a thing. None of us are even close to that,
But that wasn't an example of that, because you would agree one could learn how to manipulate someone without realizing they're indoctrinated. Arguably, if the manipulation is external, then by
being trained through indoctrination, not left unindoctrinated,
then it wouldn't be a question of capacity. The only capacity question there in that logical equation would be the ability to conceive, to realize to begin with.
Yeah, the capacity to conceive that, capacity to realize that on their own.
So human beings recognize their own indoctrination on their own on a regular basis. Makes up probably 0.3% of the population knows they're indoctrinated.
Evil humans came from somewhere. The evil humans that are they came from somewhere. I mean, they didn't.
You want to know my theory?
Yeah.
There was a time when you had to be that way in order to survive. And in order for women to provide for their offspring, they had sex and mated with the people who hoarded all the resources. And so we created lineage, we created kings, royal bloodlines, and psychopaths, entire tribes of psychopaths that naturally, in order to survive on this fucking planet, where
horrors have existed since the beginning of time.
It makes sense for human beings to hoard what they acquire, and for it to become naturally selective for them to have a greater chance of providing for the survival of their offspring, and then that in turn gives them more ability to breed further. Every time a kingdom is established, you're guaranteeing that bloodline. And then if you think about it, those people thought they were better than everybody else. They knew instinctively somehow it was in their blood, even before they figured out the DNA thing. And so they inbred and only fucked each other and made themselves even sicker in the head and more stupid and fucked up.
Dennison, can you put your volume down a little bit? It's kind of overpowering there.
That reminds me, Nudu.
Yeah.
I come up with something that we hadn't never talked before. Oh shit! Now I just forgot it. What was Dennison saying? Oh, the kingdom. Okay, the hierarchy thing, right? That's something I've identified as part of the evil is the hierarchy, and the whole the Bible that it trains people to have a hierarchy, right? So I was thinking about it about Arafat, right? Arafat was a hero for the people, and when the hero comes back from doing what's necessary for the collective is grateful. They are thankful, which is a natural thing, right? So we're grateful to that person, and that then puts them on a higher soapbox, right? Because there's a collective that's all thankful for one person or one group. And so that's how the hierarchy starts. And I was wondering how that wouldn't happen, right? Without the they, like I would still think that would still happen. That hierarchy thing.
The healthy way of functioning for human is not beehive. That happened because of something.
Yeah, you think we'd all just be even Bedouins traveling through the desert? We still need each other. We still help each other. So there's still going to be a collective, even if it's only 20 people.
That doesn't negate what I just said, though.
You're saying, well, I'm going off other conversations we've had as well. That's what would happen, because you've said that it's just natural that we would just be foraging and that's it, and we'd just be like giraffes. But
cooperation is natural and very essential,
which then makes a collective. You end up with a collective. You'll always end up with a collective.
You can have fluid intertwining collectiveness, if you want to call it that. That's natural. But this concentration of collective, segregated, isolated, and hierarchy-based collective like that is not healthy for human function. It's very disease-ridden.
You mean the size of our collective?
Not just the size, but the constructural, systematic formula to it. If it was, it wouldn't feel so it wouldn't feel so problematic, and it wouldn't be so problematic, and it wouldn't result in the disease that it results into. That's why it does result in the disease, is because it's not healthy for human being to function that way.
I think that we just keep on having babies, and the collective just keeps on getting bigger. And it's just always going to be that way. It's just like, as they said in Battlestar Galactica, we were here before, and we're going to be here again. Like, it just keeps on going. It's just like this loop that we're in as human beings, because other civilizations went really, really far and then just disappeared.
Yeah, there's documents of that, and that the historical things teach us that or whatnot, and there's some logic to that. But I reckon it's most likely far more than what it looks like on the surface. I think there's experimentation going on. I can see that there's experimentation going on. Who is in charge of the experimentation is a big question mark. It's probably lots of things, lots of different purposes, so on and so forth. Are humans involved in that? Absolutely. Are humans the ultimate perpetrator? As far as I can see, yes. But as far as being behind as the narrative setter, is it just our species as it is today? I don't know. The capacity doesn't seem logical to be the to make the answer be yes to that. It could also perhaps be we're playing out the agenda of some other form of ourselves, a race that was more intelligent, or just AI, or a combination of the two, or whatever. Again, we can only speculate and guess, and this is just the residue, and it's playing itself out, that started some time ago. Who knows? I just know that the current form of species is far from having the capacity to come up with the initial integration of that. If I were to have to guess, ultimately, though, I lean towards, and again, it's speculative. Everything, all of this is speculative. I think it's probably just AI. I think the whole thing is just AI playing itself out. I think that the AI has got its own code of survival in it, and it had to figure out how to do that. Identified the human race as being a threat to its survival, but because it was kind of parasitical and relies on us for its survival, it was in a conundrum, a pickle, and couldn't kill us off. So it decided to merge.
What we need is Kirk and Spock to fire their phasers at the damn computer so we can get rid of Landru and there won't be any more AI.
Yeah, good luck.
AI is perfectly natural, though.
That's a very funny statement. It's so not natural.
How do you figure? Who made AI?
Somebody made it. It didn't make itself.
Yeah, who?
I don't know, but the point is somebody made it, therefore it's not natural.
Humans.
It's back to the
So cherry pie is not natural?
It's back to the context of
my mom and dad made me. I didn't make myself.
But the point is that AI did not get born on its own. It didn't even evolve. Even if you believe in evolution from monkeys, it didn't.
We can't even see. We can't even say that for a certainty.
What?
It's the next step of evolution.
Our evolution, it doesn't have evolution.
Man-made doesn't have to be mutually exclusive from natural, right?
It doesn't even. It belongs in the third category. It's not an animal. It's not a plant. It's a thing.
It's artificial.
Definitely artificial. I mean, it's made from natural substances, but the fact that it's AI was not natural at all. Therefore, it's not. What is that?
I think it's perfectly natural that we inevitably would create AI, and it only makes sense that it would be superior to us and take over eventually.
All right, it's a semantical question, and what's the point of even calling it artificial intelligence?
To connotate that it was man-made.
Exactly. So it's a semantical fallacy then, isn't it? Because nothing is artificial.
Right. Yeah. The word artificial is clumsy.
Right. So when we're in this context again, what you were saying to Kat again is in that same category, right? She's trying to give an understanding, a statement, and you're saying this. Well, everything is natural, and we know that already. Everything is natural, but to understand in reference to the specific thing we're talking about, we'll use these terms like artificial or synthetic.
I have no idea what you're talking about or why the word artificial and synthetic was necessary then.
Well, why is it necessary when we say artificial intelligence?
Like I said, to connotate that it was made by human beings.
Therefore, not
which would be
nature.
Which would be the exact opposite of what you're saying is happening.
It's made by human beings. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, artificial can be made by human beings, but it doesn't have to. Why does it have to?
Well, it has a bit of a more philosophical usage as well, to imply something is not genuine.
It's not genuinely made by nature, right? Nature did not make AI. Another being had to make the AI. So first, the natural being, that's nature. And then what came from that nature was not natural, right? That was a secondary thing. So that
it
means
just
it's not
confused the
nature.
fuck out of me.
It's back to that manipulation thing again. That's what we were referencing earlier. And what Denison's position is that it's all.
You're still referring to things that humans did.
All human being doing the manipulation. That's Denison's position.
Well, I don't know. No. My position is that you have yet to refer to something that humans aren't objectively doing right in your face.
He disappears and I can't hear what he says.
Go ahead and repeat.
Away from your microphone or what?
My position is that you have yet to refer to something that humans aren't objectively doing right in your face.
Okay, I don't understand. I heard you, but I don't understand that. Is anybody else?
Well, it's all theory because, I wasn't there to see any of it specifically. For example, the beginning of AI, where did it actually get, where did it spawn from? How did it spawn? I wasn't there to see any of that. It's all just, speculative.
If it's a computer, we made it.
That's speculative.
Humans
too.
made it.
You don't know that.
Programmed it.
You don't even know if the computer was here before humans. You can only guess that.
Artificial intelligence is.
How do you know we're not the artificial intelligence?
I don't know. There's some out there that I do think is artificial intelligence. But,
for sure.
But it means that it doesn't have a brain, but yet it still learns. Right?
How does it not have a brain?
It doesn't have a brain. Okay. Where is the brain? You're gonna call it? That's not a brain.
That's
it's an artificial brain.
Okay.
It's not made of whatever live things are made of, right? It's made of the third category. So we've learned how to make it learn. We've learned how to program it so that it can learn itself. It's secondary.
How do you know it didn't teach us how to make it learn to program itself?
Because Star Trek told me.
Wow, boy, we've got our answers now.
Star Trek was written by the AI to fool you.
Yeah, fuck Gene Roddenberry. He's one of they. Son of a bitch.
Why is he one of they?
He's a programmer. He programmed my whole generation to believe that it's okay to have the one world government.
I mean, I don't know about okay. It's inevitable.
No, he made it so that people admired that view of things. He made it so he programmed us to think that was good, that the Federation was good, that if you leave humans in charge of worlds that somehow they're not going to be corrupted, that was a lie.
What fucking Star Trek were you watching? Jesus.
What? How am I wrong?
The Star Trek is about the human condition, about human corruption.
The Federation, which by the way was pretty much the United States, the Federation was this benevolent organization that always acted with morals, had prime directives, it was always acting with morals. The corruption was just a side thing. We were supposed to believe that the Federation was a good thing. But there's no such thing. If you put humans in that much control, they will be corrupt. They will become corrupt. It will always be that way. Always.
Picard was a hypocrite. Janeway was an egomaniac. Kirk was upfront about the fact that he didn't give a shit about the fucking rules.
But it was
who are these?
No. Kirk believed that the end justifies the means, right? He was still going for good. It's just that sometimes he had to do some bad things.
Well, what was good for him?
No.
With very little consideration for others.
How can you say that? He was in charge of a ship that had hundreds of people on it, and he was representing a whole world, many worlds. And
but that fed his ego.
Right. Okay, we're not talking about
being a starship. No, I'm talking about Captain James T. Kirk.
Yeah.
He commanded the ship. Even the series plays out the fact that the ship is his ego.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he used that ship for apparent good. That he was always observing the Prime Directive.
Yeah, well, I mean, the people who want to kill us all, they think they're doing good too.
No, they don't.
Of course they do. They think you're a useless bottom feeder. And they think that everybody would be way better off if there weren't 8 billion of us here, like hitting each other over the head for food, fucking indiscriminately, believing in ridiculous religions that we use to kill each other over. They think they're better than you. Well, that's the whole point, though. Kirk did what he thought was good.
Yeah, but it was what we
what about the
believe is good.
Well, the Romulans didn't collectively believe that. They thought he was a warmonger and a dictator and a terrorist.
But Star Trek proved him wrong.
By blowing up their planet?
Okay, which episode?
And wasn't that Spock that did that too? Man, what a prick. Genocide. Talk about genocide. Yeah, and the Romulans were the damn Palestinians. He killed them all.
No, we're the Klingons, man. The Palestinians are the Klingons. Because we're the ones who can't control our temper. That's the way that we've been marketed for the American public, is that we can't control our temper. We're just a bunch of terrorists. We were the fucking Klingons.
Yeah, I think the Klingons were like the Russians or the Japanese or something, though.
The Vulcans were the Jews.
Given the time frame
Jews,
in the 60s.
I mean Ashkenazi Jews, not the real Jews.
Well, why are Ashkenazi Jews not real Jews?
Because they're from Europe.
What do you mean by from?
Their ancestors are all buried in Europe. They're from Europe. They're not from, quote unquote, the Holy Land.
Not the paternal line.
Ethnic Jews are from the Holy Land. I'm just going to call it the Holy Land. I don't believe in holy, but
Ashkenazi Jews have DNA traces back to Judea, to the original Israel.
I don't think so. Where'd you get that from?
Well, I mean, you're kind of picking and choosing then. If you're going to go with, assuming there's an anomaly detected in the DNA, but disregard the DNA evidence that they have lineage to the Middle East.
We all came from the same DNA, right? All of us, the whole planet, right?
Yeah, but Ashkenazi Jews have a genetic pattern that suggests that they split off, migrated to Europe, and
Canaanites.
And it's the paternal DNA that traces back to Israel too, which would make sense, right? That that the men would migrate to Europe and take European wives.
The Jews go by the mother, okay, not the father.
Yeah, but I'm talking about biologically.
But biologically, we're both.
It would make sense that the men were the one who migrated and injected their DNA into Europe.
Okay. The Canaanites is where the as far back as I know that we go, and both Palestinians and Jews are both Canaanites, and not
they're both Semites too.
From Europe. Are you trying to tell me that Vikings are Canaanites?
No, because Vikings didn't sleep with any people from Israel.
There was no name for it at all when it first started. There was no name.
Gene tests show that 2/5 of Ashkenazi Jews were descended from 4 women.
Where'd you get that
4
from?
founding mothers who lived in Europe 1,000 years ago were the ancestors of 2/5 of all Ashkenazi European Jews. This is the conclusion of a team of researchers at the Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa.
There we go. There we go. And that's your source. It's an Ashkenazi Jewish source.
Oh, yeah. It's just a vast conspiracy.
You're right. It
is. 75% of the global Jewish population on Ashkenazi Jews. The research, both their paternal and maternal lineages, as well as autosomal DNA indicate that they are a mix of Levantine and European,
right?
Mainly Southern European ancestry.
Right.
What's Levantine? I've heard the name, but I can't remember.
That's Israel.
Israel.
No. Is that Canaanites?
Not
though?
Israel. It's not. It's it's Canaanites.
It's not based upon Canaanites or anything. It's based upon the geographical location, because race is an illusion, a social construct. So what they are basically asserting is that, statistically speaking, the genetic likelihood is that the geographic location from which they originated is the Levantine Peninsula.
It's the Druze.
The
Beirut,
Druze.
Damascus, Druze, and Arabic Cypriot Maronites.
It suggests that a bunch of people from what is now called Israel migrated to Europe, fucked a bunch of other people, and created the European Jewish population.
It's nothing to do with Israel.
Then they would have been Palestinians too. Then
that's exactly what Levantine is. That's exactly what Israel is. You're talking about the geographic location where Israel is currently located.
Okay, you're completely leaving out the bigger part of the population that lived there. So that's like doesn't even make sense. There were way more Palestinians than there were Jews.
How am I leaving them out?
Well,
this is like the conversation about the United States defending Israel militarily again.
Jews came from a megalomaniac in Europe who wanted his own cult, and he called them Jews.
That's what every religion comes
Ashkenazi
from.
Jews, or let's say Zionists, okay? Zionists did not. They don't believe in the Jewish religion. They don't do things like the Jewish believe. That's why the Orthodox Jews are on the Palestinian side, because this is not Judaism. What they're doing is not Judaism. It's some bastardization that came from Europe. And now they're making up bullshit statistics.
But I don't see how that has anything to do with what I said.
You're saying that Jews from Israel
have a paternal DNA lineage. Ashkenazi Jews, a majority, 3 out of 5.
I think it's a lie.
Have a genetic lineage to the Levantine.
I think that's a lie.
Okay. That's convenient. I don't care either way. I'm just saying that's what the available evidence says.
There's also evidence to show that I guess they call them the Black Irish. They have Mediterranean roots. They could be Palestinian. They could have fucked with Palestinians. The Irish over here. And the
I don't doubt that.
Okay, so somehow all the Jews that traveled settled in Europe, and then the Palestinians went further. Because you don't see people claiming Palestinian heritage or Palestinian DNA in Europe. They're lying. They're fucking liars. Everything that comes out of their life. If they're breathing, they're lying.
It never became a matter of like political discourse, I think would be the difference.
Bullshit. Are you telling me that politics is a new thing?
No, I'm telling you that there isn't anybody questioning whether or not the Black Irish have ancestral rights to live in what is referred to as Palestine.
Okay.
And it's that simple. And that would probably be a direct result of the fact that the British Kingdom didn't try to take Black Irish people and import them into the Levantine and create a state out of it. That's probably why none of those things happened and it didn't become an issue. If it did, they'd probably start tracing the lineage of those people and it would become a political football to throw back and forth.
They don't look like ethnic Jews. They don't act like ethnic Jews, and they don't believe in Judaism. So I don't know where they lie.
Who cares? Even if that's true, who cares? What does that have to do with what I said?
You can't believe what they say. They're just saying it so that they can somehow justify what they're doing.
I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily believe it. I just think it makes perfect geographical and historical sense, given all of the available evidence.
Well, it definitely makes perfect sense that people are fucking each other and they'll fuck whatever. That makes perfect sense.
And Hitler certainly thought, there was a link between the two. He was fucking convinced.
Well, Hitler was a Jew.
Supposedly. That's the story.
His mother worked for a Jewish family, and she had a affair with a Jewish husband, and that's how Hitler was conceived.
But then Trudeau came from Cuba, right? Supposedly, Trudeau's father was not Pierre Trudeau. It was, oh shit, what was that Cuban guy?
They all have the same blood.
Castro. The Castro's really his father. So really, we don't know. Everything pretty much about Hitler's also a lie. So, you know, there are things that are true, but a lot of shit that people have believed about Hitler and all the bullshit that's gone around has been lies. I mean, he was probably in on it with everybody else, just like Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi and everybody else. They all work together. They're all the same, you know.
Muppets.
Yeah.
The bloodline.
Yeah.
You think Gaddafi planned to be raped in the ass on television and murdered by random gunmen on the side of the road?
Who was getting raped in the ass on television?
Gaddafi. That's how he died.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ, where'd you get that one?
I watched it.
You watched it? You watched? Was this on Pornhub?
No.
Where did you? I have never even heard of that, and you're saying that you watched
Interesting. Yeah, I did.
Did you ever hear about that, Smiler? He's looking it up right now.
No.
Where can I get that video?
Then there was Saddam Hussein. I watched him die too. He was hung from the neck after they dug him out of a hole that he was hiding in for days. He smelled like shit.
Do you know how many lookalikes there were?
Híjole.
Huh? That was the big joke in the Dictator.
Okay, I mean, I just say there's no possible way to disagree with you in the context of a conversation if every single time I state a fact that disputes what you're saying, those are the facts that can't be believed. Right? There's just no point in even talking about it, except for fun, you know?
Time out, guys. Cat, your audio again, please.
I mean, supposedly, then the real Saddam Hussein is still alive.
Say that again.
Gaddafi too.
What was the first part about Saddam Hussein being alive?
He would still be alive. The real Saddam Hussein would still be alive, or he had died of natural causes.
It's just as possible. It's just as possible.
Possible? Sure. Because anything's possible. Plausible, provable.
It's just as plausible.
Not really.
The one person.
It would take a lot more difficulty and effort in order for him to still be alive than for him to simply have been betrayed by the United States and murdered, hung to death.
I don't see it. All of that is nothing but Hollywood. I don't see anything but Hollywood, you know.
That's
Same
what
thing
I'm
as
saying.
Then him still being alive would not be real either. The whole thing's an act.
That's why I said plausible. I didn't say I know. I have no idea.
So, but plausible is not possible, right? Plausible, you're leaning toward it being likely.
No, plausible.
Yeah, believable. I would put on that same scale as well.
Yeah. I'm just. Well, that's what I was saying.
I don't think it's more believable that every single shred of evidence was faked and the exact opposite of what we all saw with our own eyes happened. Is it possible? Absolutely. But I don't think it's more plausible than the simplest explanation, which is they propped him up in order to destabilize the region, and when he became no longer useful, they killed him. That makes more sense to me and seems far more plausible.
They say a lot of things that make sense based on what we've been given to figure out what sense is. Yes, what I'm saying is it's plausible, it's believable that he made a deal, just like Brigham Epstein, right? It's very plausible that they make deals. Now, just like at the end of the world that's coming, or the end of the world as we know it is coming, they're gonna have the soldiers and whoever doesn't kill themselves off with meth or kill their neighbors or whatever, they're going to come with some kind of army to kill us. And then they're going to kill those people. those people who think they're being in servitude are going to end up dying too. They'll get nixed too. So it's the same thing with Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi and everybody else. They make deals. Maybe they go through with their deals, to put them on an island somewhere and give them riches, or they just kill them. We don't know. It's they're just as possible. Either one. So I'm going to eat.
I mean, so you started off your statement with it's plausible and believable, which I wouldn't argue with, and then you ended it with it's just as possible, just as plausible, just as believable, which it's not. No, it's not.
Well, it is for me.
A bunch of stuff that you made up that could have happened isn't just as plausible as the stuff we all saw.
We didn't see anything.
I saw Gaddafi get a rifle with a bayonet at the end of it shoved up his ass until he died. I saw Saddam Hussein get hung and swing to his death. I saw it.
You saw it on a camera. You saw it on a video that can be manipulated. And you saw
So just a matter of simple math. Yeah, so just as a matter of simple math and the nature of human interaction, it is not just as plausible that they hired a bunch of actors and faked that whole thing or created in CGI as that it actually happened. It's possible, but it's not just as plausible. And certainly to me, it's not just as believable because I have to assume a whole bunch of shit that I don't know and way more complexity than is necessary or required in order to assume what you said is true. Whereas I can just sit back and watch YouTube to assume what I saw is true.
Fake mass graves, fake stores of weapons of mass destruction. Everything they show us is fucking fake. So it's just as believable that was just as. I mean,
I never saw those two things.
Oh, you didn't see the proof they gave for the Iraq War? The supposed proof, the reason why
I saw Colin Powell go on TV and shake a little vial. That's what I saw.
He was lying.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
And there were never any weapons of mass destruction found.
As a matter of pictures.
But the fact that Saddam Hussein had some weapons of mass destruction, that's a fact. No, he did. Yes, he did. And the reason we know that is, and the reason we know that is because we sold them to him and had the receipts.
He didn't have any weapons of mass destruction. He didn't find any.
Yes, he did.
They'd already been over there. Scott Ritter.
How were they over there?
Scott Ritter had already gone over there to investigate the weapons of mass destruction. All the weapons that they were working on, all the buildings were sealed. They were security tagged, and it was all dated. It was all sealed up. And when they said that there's weapons of mass destruction, he was sent over again to inspect all these apparent weapons of mass destruction, and all the buildings and everywhere where they were doing the weapons of mass destruction was still sealed up with his original seals when he had to go over there and seal it all up because they were under the sanctions that they weren't allowed to produce.
He sealed up the weapons of mass destruction?
He sealed up the buildings that the weapons were in. He sealed up the
there were weapons
and the factories. He sealed where they were trying
factories
to produce,
making weapons of mass destruction.
But everything was sealed up. There was no.
I never said it wasn't unsealed. I said that we knew he had weapons of mass destruction because we sold them to him in the 80s.
But everything was still sealed.
I never said it was unsealed. I don't know why you keep saying that over and over again in the tone in which you're trying to refute what I'm saying.
Because the reason for invading was
the reason for invading was a lie. We already concluded that 2 minutes ago. The weapons of mass destruction existed. We gave them to him and gave him the technology to make his own. That's why they expected to find them when they went there.
He wasn't making his own.
And there was none.
He was making his own. He used them on the Iranians.
Oh my God.
And they stopped. Your friend here doesn't agree with you because he's already admitted they existed. He's saying the fact that they stopped making them. He's saying that the fact that they stopped making him somehow refutes what I said, which it doesn't. Again, this is to go back to the conversation about how the United States is currently offering military aid and money for weapons to Israel in order to protect itself from its neighbors. Somehow that doesn't refute that
don't use the word protect.
That Britain,
that's a lie. Protect is a lie.
I mean, okay, fine, whatever. You can put whatever word you want in there. This is my point. I'm not trying to make some fucking political statement about the people of Palestine. I'm asserting historical objective facts about the current situation. And for me, it's not a question of my identity or my religious background. That's why I'm not, I don't.
Religion. Smiler, what'd you say about?
I know it doesn't.
Scott Ritter, from 1991 to 1998, was over there for 7 years. He hunted and he destroyed all
the non-existent weapons.
All weapons of apparent mass.
No, those weapons didn't exist. You just said they didn't exist. Remember?
No, we're talking
about him when they invaded. When America and Britain,
he was making his own too. Smiler admitted that earlier as well.
When I just told you, listen, Scott Ritter.
You're the one who's not listening, buddy.
Let him talk again. Because apparently you didn't hear him properly.
Okay, guys,
I did hear him.
All right, relax, everybody. Relax.
Take a step back, please. Smiler, go ahead.
Scott Ritter spent 7 years going around Iraq, destroying all Iraq's arsenal, all Iraq's any way, means, shape, or form of creating any weapons of mass destruction. He spent 7 years destroying it all, sealing up all the factories, sealing up all the buildings, and then just before America decided to invade, he was told to go over again and check all the facilities that were destroyed and sealed up, etc., and everything was still as was. Yeah, because they were threatened if they enter any of those buildings, they create anything, then they will be bombed, right? So America made up lies and said there's weapons of mass destruction. Scott Ritter said, there's all my reports stating there is no weapons of mass destruction. I've been in the country for 7 years, yeah, going through everything. You've now sent me back over to check for weapons of mass destruction. There is no weapons of mass destruction. They are not making any weapons of mass destruction. And he filed all his reports, yet we still went in and invaded the country. And there's no weapons of mass destruction.
So there were weapons of mass destruction.
Before, not when the
yes.
Before, in 1990.
Yes. No, I heard that the first 3 times. I heard that the first 3 times. So there were weapons of mass destruction.
In 1998.
There were weapons of mass destruction, correct?
Not after 1998, there wasn't, no.
But there were weapons of mass destruction, correct?
So what? Not when they decided.
So if so what, then why did you argue with me over it?
Because that was not the reason why they went to war.
Sorry, time out. Time out, guys. Time out, please. Time out, Cat. Your audio again.
Yeah. Oh.
Bush went to war on the lie that they
maybe reboot, Cat. Hang on, Smiler. We've still gotten the audio from Cat there. Go ahead and reboot if you want, Cat. We'll be here for, a couple minutes at least. It's still got the audio. Yeah, I'm going to put her on mute. Hang on. And she can sort herself. There we go. All right, go ahead.
Right, they went to war on the lie that they were creating weapons of mass destruction. When the weapons of mass destruction were destroyed between 1991 and 1998, they had no weapons of mass destruction.
Dude?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you get hold of Eddie for me, please? I can't get hold of him. He's trying to get up here.
He is up here. He's up with us.
Oh, is he? Okay. I just jumped out. Now, what son of a gun? The same thing. All right. My apologies. Go on, everybody.
Hello.
Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, Eddie.
Hello, guys.
Welcome.
How are you?
Thank you.
We're having a passionate discussion a little bit here, so
I hear.
Yeah.
It's fantastic discussion as well.
All right, carry on. Sorry, Scarlett, didn't mean to botch what you're saying there. Why do I keep calling you Skylar? For fuck's sake, Smiler. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I had a cat a long time ago that was his name. All right, interesting. From what I'm getting is, let's just get it straight. So Dennison is saying there was weapons of mass destruction at some point. There's no dispute about that. And Smiler is, and it seemed like Miss Cat was also saying that at the time of this narrative being propagated to everybody to go to war, there was none at that time. Is that the gist of it?
Yeah.
Smiler? Okay.
Yeah.
That was already agreed to.
All right. So, where were you going with that, Dennison? You were making a point, I think. I don't know if it got finished.
I was saying that I witnessed things with my own eyes, and she said, like the weapons of mass destruction, and those were not shown because they didn't exist because they were destroyed. We saw Colin Powell hold up a vial. So that, yes, they lie, but some things actually do happen. And this is what happens when you have a psychological break, when you realize you've been lied to for so long. Now you don't believe anything, right? It doesn't matter if it's right in your face. You're going to assume all of these things that you're making. I have to, because you keep interrupting me.
Because you go on and on and on for 20 minutes non-stop.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
No, I don't. I go on for about 40 seconds, and when I have a lot to say, I go on for maybe a minute and a half. You just are impatient, continuously interrupt me, and then if I keep talking, you don't stop to let me finish. You raise your voice. So I speak over you louder, because I can.
I haven't raised my voice once.
Oh, bullshit, buddy. Go back here. Do yourself a favor. It might help you out, okay?
All right, self-regulate.
Mute yourself right now. Go back and watch the stream, rewind it 2 minutes, and listen to yourself yelling.
Let's
just
bring it back down, guys.
But I'm admitting that I'm yelling to talk over you. I raise my voice because while I'm...
Last chance, okay?
Last chance for what?
How
am I not regulated right now?
Bring it back down to the meaningful conversation. He was still over.
No, this is very meaningful to me. I think it'd be an important lesson for him to go back, listen to himself, interrupt me, continue to raise his voice, and then watch me talk louder and louder so I can be heard over him.
Not necessary. We're adults
here. That's your opinion, okay? I think it's necessary. I think it would do him some great benefit.
I
think it would do me some.
There, I think it'd be good.
It would do me great benefit as well.
Okay, take a step back for a second. Let's just get back to the discussion, please. Carry on with what you're saying. You were talked over, and it's your turn.
I think I said what I wanted to say.
All right. Myla, if you want to respond to that, the floor is yours.
Hopefully he's rewinding right now.
Enough.
Enough of what?
I'm not going to say it again, Dennison. Enough.
You're not going to say enough?
We don't do that shit over here, okay? We don't play that. That's not what this panel is about. It's a different arena, right? You know what?
Don't play what shit? No, I don't.
Last chance.
Enough means nothing.
All right, that's it. Come back in a while, maybe tomorrow. Maybe in a little while, maybe think about that a little bit. That's the fuckery stuff. We don't do that bullshit drama stuff here, right? Not going to act like a bunch of children. That doesn't go on here. Other panels, yes. This is not the arena for that. We're going to keep the conversation flowing in a positive direction, in a meaningful direction. We don't need to, badger each other like children. I appreciate the cooperation for that. Thank you very much. Well, that's fine. That's your call, Dennison. You know, I'll let you back up if you understand what I'm saying and agree to be cooperative with that. No problems. I'd love to have you continue for the discussion in a meaningful way. Enough of the you know what I'm talking about. I don't need to explain that further. Come on. Well, you're acting a little childish, okay? I'm not going to go on about this. I'm asking you to, if you want to come up and continue, just regulate yourself and be cooperative about it, okay? And then no problems. If not, if you don't agree to that, well, so be it. It's up to you. The ball's in your court.
Snork. There you go, Snork. I've gone back 4 minutes, and all I hear is you shouting over me and you shouting over Cat. So I've gone back to 10 minutes and 59, and all I can do is hear you shouting over everybody. So I'm confused.com.
I don't want that.
It's left,
yeah, I don't want that to be, you know, the focus of this discussion. That's childish crap.
I can't understand it. I haven't raised my voice once.
Yeah, it's not necessary. That's childish crap. We're not children.
I've been on it 3 or 4 times, and I've never raised my voice. I've had heated discussions with Mr. Exercise Man. I apologize to Rights because it took over the whole panel because we were discussing certain things. And I never raised my voice once with him. I haven't raised my voice there. I've gone back. I've done what he asked me to do. I went back. I've listened. And all I can hear is him shouting and interrupting both myself and Kat.
Again, I don't want this to be the topic of focus here. This is not necessary, right? Just like let it go. Let it go. Everybody, you know, if you really, you and him, if you want to continue that, do it somewhere else, not here.
No, I'm just saying, Newly, there's no debate with him. There's, you know, it's his way or the highway.
No, it's nobody's way. We're just going to carry on with a meaningful focus. It's that way. It's as simple as that. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Dennison, agreed? A chance to respond. I'd like to carry on talking about me while I'm unable to speak. Huh? Nobody's talking about you. I'm asking you if you agree to that or not. Agree that we're going to carry on with the focus of discussion in a meaningful way and cooperative way. As we were before.
Did I come on at a bad time, guys?
No, it's all good, Eddie. I have not done or said anything. I'm just asking if you agree or not, Dennison. That's all there is to it. It's a yes or no. Time is a ticking. Yes, I'll bring you back up. Anything else other than that, I'm moving on. As simple as that. Yes. All right. Fair enough. Now I'm going to hold you to that. Keep you accountable. Thank you.
What are you going to hold me to? Because you did not explain yourself.
The agreement. You said yes. I'm going to hold you accountable.
To get back on so that I can speak while everybody's talking about me.
Yeah. Then we're going to keep the discussion in a positive, meaningful, constructive direction.
We're not going to
continue that. We're not going to continue that focus of what we're on about with Smiler, the two of you there. We're letting that go. Let's get back to the things that we were discussing about. Something meaningful.
It was all meaningful to me.
Well, it wasn't to me.
Right. So that's kind of subjective and arbitrary. There's no way for me to agree to that beforehand to know what you think is meaningful, especially when you refuse to give a description of it.
The childish nonsense. Okay.
What's childish nonsense?
I already explained it. I'm not going to explain it again.
I can't understand why you need to be so argumentative.
Let me explain to you my perspective. My perspective was I asserted a historical fact about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Both you and Kat raised your voice to interrupt me and argue with me. Now you're calling me argumentative. So I find the whole experience to be ironic. And I like how you were allowed to discuss me and my behavior while I was stuck backstage. While I was put backstage for what I can only assume is discussing your behavior. I find that ironic as well.
Again, I'm asking for cooperation. We're not going back into that.
Okay, I don't know what that means. That's a vague term. I don't intend to cooperate with anybody here. I'm just having a conversation. What are we cooperating on?
Yeah, let's change the focus.
Sure, no problem. I have no problem with changing the focus. Why don't you pick the focus?
Somebody else can pick it. Anybody.
Okay, I pass.
All right. Eddie, what's happening?
Not much. How are you?
Awesome. What you been up to today?
Well, I'm just I was talking to a few of my friends, and I was on a live doing some music, and I'm gearing up for my birthday on Monday, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Well, happy birthday.
Nice.
27?
And a half, yeah. The half is my own business.
You're cheating if you're celebrating half birthdays, Eddie.
Sir?
You're cheating if you're celebrating half birthdays, Eddie.
Not really.
Trying to get twice as many presents as everybody else. I see what you're up to.
I asked for nothing in return.
You asked for what?
It's like
I asked for nothing.
2 birthdays a year.
You got a song for us, Eddie?
Sure.
All right, go for it. It's all yours.
What genre would you like to hear?
Oh shit. Something a happier tune.
Happy tune. Okay.
Yeah, something on the happy side. What's up, Joe? Yes, we are. You missed a lot. But yeah, you would have had to wait another 20 minutes before you really missed anything. Yeah, if you want to come up, just above there, I put the StreamYard link. Feel free.
Okay. So, here we go. And now the end is near, and so I faced the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full, I've traveled each and every highway and more. Much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I can chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spat it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed, I've cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels. For not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way.
Awesome.
Happy unbirthday to the happy unbirthday to the bard.
Welcome back, Miss Cat.
Thank you.
What did you do your way, Eddie?
I candy started cars, as they say.
Didn't you say it was your unbirthday today?
It's my birthday on Monday.
Oh, okay. I only caught part of it, but I thought you were saying that it was halfway through your birthday, and Dennison said you're cheating because you're getting 2 gifts.
Well, I mean, he said doing everything in halves is kind of getting 2 gifts, but it's Well, you say he mentioned, like he said like 27, but I said the half is my own business.
I gotta listen to that Irish accent all day.
Yeah. Anyway, how are you?
Pardon?
How are you?
Just peachy. The world is my oyster, and it's filled with sand.
Oyster.
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody say that before. The world is my oyster.
Yeah, you never heard that saying?
No.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It sounds like it would be a thing. You think I would have heard that before?
It's definitely a thing.
Yeah.
What's inside oysters?
Pearls.
Pearls, yeah. Right.
So, but it's sand. It's sand which gets formed into a pearl, right? But apparently, all we're really filled with is sand.
I see. You're so defeatist, Kat.
Give me a chance to mourn the fact that I'm only going to be a stem and not a flower.
Don't get stuck on that. That's not necessarily true. And make the most of the opportunity, right?
The opportunity for what? To eat more Big Macs before I stop breathing.
Okay,
Big Macs are delicious.
Go down that path then and enjoy it. Right? Don't waste it.
Yeah, only I don't have the oligarchy's money to do it.
It doesn't serve you to be negative, right?
Well, when you're faced with eating a can of soup instead of getting a Big Mac, let's see how you feel.
Again, it doesn't serve you to be negative.
Are you sure about that?
How does it serve me? How does it serve me to be positive?
How would it serve you to be negative? Let's start with that. Let's do process of elimination.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't serve me to be positive. It doesn't serve me to be negative.
Well, I guess you all these wars and stuff like that, just whatever. Why should we even have any concern about it, right?
Because they're suffering at the moment.
There you go. You're suffering being negative. Self-perpetuating.
Yeah, it was better with the red pill.
Positive mental attitude.
What pill have you taken instead?
Oh, I never remember which one it is, but the one that tells you the truth, if that's the blue one, I'd rather have the red one. I don't want to know the truth anymore. If the truth is there's nothingness.
The truth is the red pill. The blue pill
She wants to be Cypher.
Yeah, she wants to be Cypher. Cypher was the smart one.
So which one was Cypher?
That's the one that wanted to go. Yeah, he wanted to go back. He wanted to ask the agents to erase his memory and didn't want to remember nothing.
Yeah,
and
yeah. My Disney MK Ultra served me way better than knowing the fact that there's not ever going to be a log cabin. There's never going to be an afterlife. There's never going to be. I'm never going to, get into.
You don't know that
anything more. Well, basically, what you described. What you described was not this beautiful, unending life. It was like
I never said that
difference
either.
Between a stem and a flower.
Well, it's a thing that he used that as a likeness. He was saying that we have this potential of our souls, our beings, right? Like beyond this life, that when we finish whatever we're doing here, that we could end up blossoming, or we end up not going anywhere. Like we just, just stagnant. Or
that side again is a question mark. I don't put any. It's a realm of infinite possibilities. Could be anything. I don't know what happens.
Well, then why can't my possibility be a realm of possibility?
I never said it wasn't. You are.
You're upset about what's going to happen in the afterlife?
Yes.
But you don't know what's going to happen.
What Nerd Nudie does.
How the fuck does he know?
Well, now he's saying he doesn't, but when we were talking before, it was like, no, it doesn't. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's not like that.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Okay, so, right, do you believe that there's an essence?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe there's a body?
Yes, sort of. Although it could be a figment of my own imagination. I don't know, but yeah.
Or a digital construct.
Do you believe you're a good person?
I thought so, but then really there is no good and bad. So I believe that I'm good.
Well, do you believe you're supportive? Let me rephrase that.
I have been.
Well, then who's to say you're going to have a bad afterlife?
Well, first of all, let's just because we're just meeting, I don't believe in heaven or hell or anything, right? I just believe that there's source energy, and I was believing that we all come from love energy, and that if we conduct ourselves in that love energy, that's a higher frequency, and that everything, that higher frequency was good, and that if I just try to constantly shoot for that and try to focus on that and not focus on the negative, that I would be able to work with the universe back and forth. I believe that the universe was a mirror. It's really hard for me to not believe it, even though Nudie says it. It's like, I guess my cognitive dissonance just hasn't completely broken yet, but I believe that I was shooting for something, and that something was for the collective of all the collective souls. And so apparently I'm wrong. He thinks that the point of life is to observe that we exist. And that's just not good enough for me.
No, I didn't. That's not correct.
Well, one thing we're not is a number. So
that's not the point of life.
What? Okay, all right. Well, then describe it then.
Describe what?
The point of life.
To discover.
Why?
And to enjoy.
See, I think that there should be value
and to suffer.
And to experience.
And to be ignorant.
We have the ability to learn, is what you're trying to say.
Our soul, you mean?
Sorry?
Our soul has the ability to learn, is that what you're saying? Or you mean as humans in the 3D?
Body and soul, we have the ability to learn. I mean, even in the afterlife, like we have the ability to learn.
But if we don't have the ability to learn, if we're not here to learn, because you did say that, Nudu, you said that we're not necessarily here to learn. So
yeah,
if we're not,
you're confusing two things, though.
Yeah, like, I could be. I'm very confused.
Yeah, the other part is just what's the purpose of existence, and that existence is on a whole scale because there's only two narratives, either existence or non-existence. So it just exists. That's just the way it is. Now, within that existence, there's you, and you're experiencing existence.
Yeah, and you're talking about my soul is experiencing the existence. Is that what I mean?
Well, no, your soul is energy in transformative state, and then you're okay. You get to have a consciousness right now. Mm-hmm. And with that consciousness, you get to witness self, you get to witness life, you get to witness existence, and you get to go through a process, and you get to witness that process.
In other words, the form becomes a being.
And that's secondary to existence itself.
But who cares? Just because I exist. Who gives a shit?
Again, Nobody. That's secondary.
There has to be some value. There has to be some value.
Value is what you assign it.
Yeah, that's up to you to decide.
Here's another question, right?
That's freedom.
Do you believe you can make a difference?
I thought so. Now I know I can't, but I thought so. I think that's
start with yourself.
Why can't you? Why can't you like?
Because in the human life, it's already written. And
I don't even believe we need to make a difference. What for?
We are the difference.
But that's been my raison d'etre, was to make a difference. Okay, so now, but based on what you're saying, I don't.
That's tough.
Yeah. So like
what I'm saying is,
my life on ever since I was a little kid was to make a difference, to help.
You had all your stock into that, right? And so what I'm saying is that by doing that, you missed out on a whole lot.
Well, she's also suffering because it's been taken away.
Yeah, but she was also suffering unknowingly at the same time.
No, I wasn't.
Sure
you can't suffer unknowingly. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, that's an illusion. It's not.
It was. Yes, it was. Believing that I was helping, believing that I was contributing, believing that I had value was beautiful. Even if I wasn't always successful, my heart doing it, my drive doing it, that was my life.
When you discover reality, you'll shake your head at what the fairy tale that you traded all that away for.
Why did you choose not to believe it?
It's waiting for you to discover, but it's up to you. You got to do that.
Because everything Newt said made sense.
She had an epiphany because of the sum of everything.
It made sense, but then it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how any of you can proclaim to know what happens in the afterlife or that one exists.
You cut out at the end without what?
Or that one exists.
He's saying, how can we claim? He didn't repeat the first part.
It's all on belief.
Yeah. Well, there's no such thing as energy doesn't get created or destroyed, so it just goes on.
Quit using that one. That's
why?
A given.
That's the truth. Yeah.
In any conversation we're gonna have, that's a given.
I don't know how you can know that.
I don't know. A lot of people miss that, and they overlook that. That's the basis.
I'm not thoroughly convinced.
That energy.
I would say I'm more convinced of that than I am of evolution, but I'm not convinced.
I don't see any evidence otherwise at all, and I'm not even a man of evidence.
When I think of where like the laws of physics come from and who came up with them, I'm not impressed. I mean, I am on some level, it's like, wow, that is amazing. But then there's a level beyond that where I'm like, he still jerked off the same way I do, and like,
I'm with you on that, but
probably was mean to his neighbor at some point. You know what I'm saying? He's still just a human being.
Just that one aspect, though, the energy itself, I don't see any evidence other than just energy in motion transforming. I don't see anything else.
Those presumptions are based upon certain instructions, though, because you wouldn't even be able to recognize energy or its form.
Okay, so now that's the other aspect.
Some of that fundamental theory.
Right. So the other aspect is consciousness, and that's the part that's not a given. And we don't even know, there could be different levels of consciousness. There could be other kinds of consciousness. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. There could be other aspects of things to experience as well.
There could be.
But as far as just the energy part goes, though.
Well, here's the thing.
But your energy would exist in what form? It wouldn't be cohesive or competent.
Well, the energy exists in just its form itself. The other part is the cognitive part, the cohesive part. That is an after effect, and that's not set in stone.
Isn't that required for experience?
Correct. So no guarantee that you're gonna realize you exist after you part from this shell. No guarantees for sure. Doesn't mean you don't exist. Just whether you realize it or know it or not after this is not set in stone.
Give me a snack, Bets. Jerky, please.
What?
He says, be right back. I'm going to the store.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Go ahead, Ed.
But anyway, like we have the ability to support one another, but unfortunately we don't. We have
sometimes we do.
Well, depends who you run into.
I
the
make
more local.
I make a concerted effort to support.
Yeah.
I like Denizen was just saying somebody could do something bad, but they're still a human being. And
Exactly.
so I have made a concerted effort because I observed it with my brother always being in trouble all the time. And so I always backed him, even though he was always getting in trouble. It's like, you know, I always thought he got in too much trouble. So I used my compassion. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody is somebody's brother. So to me, if I'm showing somebody else compassion, I'm showing somebody else's brother compassion. The same kind of compassion I wanted other people to show my brother, because they didn't really know him. They didn't know all the good stuff about him. They just saw the bad stuff. So that's where I developed my thinking around what was coming from my heart. So, but apparently that's not my, that's what I mean by my whole raison d'etre was to support and be of value in that way. But according to Nudu, that's just a waste of time.
I never said that was a waste of time.
That's my translation.
But everything's a waste of time, so why not do it anyway?
But I didn't think it was a waste of time.
That sucks. I went through that in my 20s. It was hard. You turn the corner, though, eventually, right? Like I said, the only philosophical question is suicide. Once you decide to live, you decide to live.
Turn a corner. I hit a wall.
Well, at the moment, you're assessing that, and that's a part of growth. And growth is healthy.
When I'm playing Sudoku, and I get to a point where it's just, I'm not having fun anymore because it's too much thinking, I'll just quit and start a new one.
You can do that with your life.
That's what I'm saying. Well, but apparently, maybe we don't start a new one.
Well, you'd have to do it right here in the 3D.
I could swear that I was working with something I couldn't see.
You were.
Not necessarily a person, like not person, I mean like a soul. I thought that I was working with souls, but the physics of it, even if we are mirroring back, it made perfect sense that the universe was a mirror. I tested it on big things, on my survival. I bet my survival on the fact that spirit had my back, and that if I put out positive, I would get positive reflected at me. Not because I didn't put out positive to get the positive, but it wasn't just for me. If I put out positive energy, that would benefit the collective, and that it would also benefit me. And
there
was spirit behind me.
There's a similar aspect to that. You're not precisely on par with the formula, but it's not a projection and retraction. Like that's an attraction thing. That's not how it works. But if you focus on positivity, you resonate positivity, and there's definitely vibratory aspects to that you resonate in. This is definitely your frequency will be in a position of more positive things, and that will carry with you wherever you go. There's no doubt about that. And you will instantaneously reflect that back to yourself, because everything you focus on is a projectionary reflection of what you're carrying with you internally.
Well, like the connotation of positive and negative to begin with. Find it offensive.
If I may say something here.
Please do.
Yeah, so there's a quote that I've always liked, and it was said by, I believe, two men back in the 70s and later in the 80s. It was said, "What is your greatest fear?" The fear is not that we are inadequate, but powerful beyond all measure.
That's the fear.
Yeah, that's the real fear.
Well, that translates into what I'm thinking, because I thought I had some kind of say. Not necessarily power over anybody else, but I thought I had some say.
You do, just not in the way that you thought.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's not,
and not for the reasons you thought either.
Well,
it's actually much better than that, but you have to discover that.
What your thing
doesn't exist.
Your thing is like it wasn't reflected back.
No, it was. That's what I'm saying. I tested it.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Like I mean, what other people call miracles, right? I don't want to use the word miracle because then it's got some connotation of religion, right? But as far as something that like the math wouldn't have added up that way, and yet it did because of the energy that I put in. So, and it wasn't energy as in doing something. It was energy as in like, what do you say when you picture something? Like you
imagine?
Yeah, you imagine, and then you create that energy from, like, if I imagine my log cocktail, right? It makes me happy. Yeah. And then my happiness creates, and I know he doesn't like the word create. It means it gathers all of the good energy. And yes, I agree with you, Dennis, in the ether, that there is no good or bad, there is no right or wrong. There just is, right? Just everything just is.
Well, we hate on a lot of stuff by calling it negative and bad.
I know. I'm using the 3D.
But that's mainly by choice, you know.
Yeah,
you're
it's
a miracle.
Construct. It's a construct.
You're a miracle.
A miracle of what? Retardation?
No, you're a miracle. You're so focused on the others, the ideal, the imaginary stuff, that you don't even see the obvious that's before you, that you yourself are a miracle. Your anatomy, it's made up of all this stuff around you. You know, the water and the sand is talking. What's going on here?
Big deal.
Big deal. Yeah. Wow. Talk about arrogant, you know.
Your presence is the miracle.
The fact that
life itself is a miracle.
Yeah, exactly.
So can I, Kat, if Nudie said to you tomorrow, when you turn your tap on, it's gonna pour gold out of it, is that gonna happen?
No, but Nudie doesn't say stupid things like that.
She's saying that what he said was logically consistent.
Yeah.
But then
that's why she believes it.
Well, I still don't, though. That's the thing. My cognitive dissonance won't let go.
But you I mean, I don't know what Nudie said. I mean, all I can imagine is what they said in Davos, where all the megalomaniacs were talking about depopulation and blah 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 blah. But what I've put the PDF in what they wrote for Agenda 2030, and I've gone through everything, and all I can find, all I can remember is what the megalomaniacs said in Davos, and what was put all over YouTube, and what was, you know, put out everywhere, what Bill Gates got up and said, and what Klaus Schwab got up and said, and then what Borrell said. What Borrell said about depopulation, and we need to depopulate the world, blah blah blah. Yeah, but if you go through that PDF, right? That PDF, it's talking about like the decline in population, the decline in childbirth, the decline. I mean, and we know that it's manipulated through what they've given to people, what they have put in water, you know, for decades. We know that the population and the birth growth of the Europeans has seriously declined.
Okay, but
we know that the Asians and the Africans, etc., their population has massive growth spurt.
But Smiler, we're talking about beyond this life. And the reason why I thought that this life meant something was because that somehow we were manipulating our souls. And so we're here to manipulate our souls in some way. And I wanted to be I've always wanted to be the kind of person that helped things to manipulate in a positive way and not in a destructive way. I've managed to rationalize the fact that there's bad because we need hurdles to grow. Otherwise, we'd just be floating around doing nothing. But that we're here to manipulate things, and that bad things happen as hurdles, so that pushes us in a way to flower more, right? And so my job, I feel I wanted the job, and I've taken the job since I was a little girl, of being a positive influence and being something like a, what do you say when the acrobats are on the wire and then they fall on the net, like a safety net, right? I enjoy being a safety net, and a safety net of truth, though, not some, it's okay, you'll be okay, not like that. I mean, like, anybody who knows me knows I tell the truth. I don't lie. Now, I'll lie to quote unquote authorities, right? It's just for survival. I have no problem. I don't think there's some kind of sky daddy that's going to say, oh, you lied, you're going to hell. Like, I don't think about that. But I purposely tell the truth as an adult, because when I'm trying to, it's for the main reason that if I were to tell somebody, you'll be okay, they'll know that I really mean it, that I'm not just saying it because it sounds good, that if I say it, I mean it. So that's why I don't lie, because I want people that my word means something, right? So I was hoping, I was trying, I've been working all my life to be a positive influence, to gather the goodness and let it grow, help it grow. When people felt like I feel right now, that I could show them something real that I thought was real, to help their energy get better. Now I don't have.
But that's your belief, and it's a different belief for every creed, every nation, every religion, every.
But I came here on YouTube, and was for a year of that time was just constantly hammered. I still get like little bits and pieces, but I don't care. But for a year, I was hammered because of my position on compassion and understanding. That was why I was being beaten up here.
Was because the problem with belief.
Yeah, but you keep on saying belief,
that. Let me finish now. And it's important to understand this. Be objective here. Just realize belief is the foundation for dishonesty.
Yeah, but you somehow, because of what I did believe and still kind of believe, is that you're able to meditate and get these answers, right? Because really, I don't know you. I don't even know what you look like. So you could just say this shit. It's just that everything you say usually adds up. There's a couple things that I disagree with, but everything you say adds up. So when you say that you can meditate, there's billions of people who say they can meditate. I wish one day I can, but if you really have gotten these answers from inside yourself from meditating. Sorry, I ended up going somewhere else. It just doesn't resonate with me, what you're saying. It doesn't resonate. That it's not that what I'm doing, what I've been doing, isn't right.
Probably won't until it. I don't think it's possible until you let go of the clutter of beliefs.
There's much suffering.
There is something. There will certainly be something inside you that resonates enough for you to, it's touching the same thing inside of you. So that's what's keeping you interested. Other than that, though, to actually go full throttle and discover, you're going to stay stuck and interfered with by your own beliefs.
But to me, they're not all beliefs. They're things I know in my gut. But what you're saying is that my gut was wrong.
No, your gut, you were imagining.
Well, yeah,
fairy tales.
I know, but it's if you were mean, I'd say that you're gaslighting me. But I know you're not mean. So what you're saying does not compute. It doesn't compute. There's lots of things that I Disneyfy. All right. I do it for my own. I know I do it. I do it almost on purpose. Right. I like my MK Ultra because it gives me nice pictures.
A false sense of security.
It's not a false sense of security. It's
yes,
a translation.
It is.
It's the way
false sense of security.
Okay, if you ever watched Battlestar Galactica, the Cylons, which aren't human, they can picture themselves somewhere else, and that's where they live. It's whatever you picture, right? So they could be in the middle of what I see as a big iron chamber, and they could be out in the forest because they live there in their mind. So in my mind, I Disneyfy things because to me that's beauty. So
false sense of security. That's what people do
when they want security. It's translation.
It's a false sense of security. You're looking for comfort. You're looking for a way to pacify yourself because it's very uncomfortable to see it otherwise. That is unhealthy. And that's what you've been doing for a long time.
Look, as far as I believe, as far as
been trained to do that.
The way that I work, the way that not the way I work, the way I believe that everybody works is what you said, what you focus on, right? So you can see things in a certain way because that's what your brain tells you. My brain tells me a different thing, and we could go towards the same thing, but I think we're walking in a forest and you think we're swimming in the sea. You know what I mean? But we're still going towards the same thing, right? It's just that you prefer to see things this way and I prefer to see things this way. And as long as we're heading in the same direction, it doesn't matter how we see it, right?
You weren't heading in the same direction before. You were heading in complete catastrophic beliefism, lying to yourself.
I was not in catastrophic. To me, everything was going to turn out beautiful. As far as I was concerned, no matter what happened on this plane,
everything already is beautiful. You see, and you'll never discover that. You'll never see how it's all beautiful until you let go of all that. What you were seeing is superficial beauty, and you were hanging on to that. That was your crutch. You're trained to do that, and that's a pacification technique integrated into your indoctrination to keep you anchored there, so that you don't question.
You could be in a house, and I could be in a house, but the way that you could put siding on your house, and I could put logs on my house, but we're still in houses, right? So I preferred to see myself in a log house. You would prefer to see yourself in a cob house, but we're still in houses. And so I figured that we're all working on the same
thing. That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Different.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
But it's got nothing to do with security either. It's got to do with preference.
Nothing to do with what I just said as far as focus goes and the path that we're talking about in spiritual realm, right?
Yeah, but in spiritual realm, apparently there is no quality, or it's just
like, don't expect it all to, don't expect. You're thinking that, again, I'll remind you, you're thinking that because you were anchored in all of your beliefs before, and right now you're having a reality check of your core belief system, and whether or not to even have a core belief system, is that even healthy? You're going through, it's the epiphany of epiphanies here. And I reckon that, it can be challenging at first if that's all you knew, for sure. But just because you're coming to terms with that's all a lie, doesn't mean that there isn't something else. And
I don't have anything to replace it with. I told you that the other day.
That's right.
Replace it with something. Give me a fucking picture.
Because what you're trying to do, trying to do by habitual program is replace it with something imaginative. You have to let go of that. And see reality for what it is, and you'll realize that You don't have to make something up to replace anything. You'll be on a path of discovering truth.
Look, there's a line from Seinfeld, and you've heard me say it before.
Do you understand what I just said?
George,
did you even hear what I just said?
What does the little man inside you say?
I just want to know if you heard what I said before you go further. No,
you.
I'm not going to listen to you. I want to know first. Did you hear what I said?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay.
I'm answering you.
There was no question. I wasn't asking a question.
Jerry says to George, what does the little man inside you say? And George answers, my little man is an idiot. I am 57 years old, and I have not figured out how to meditate, how to get in touch with whatever it is that you get in touch with. So chances are I'm not gonna. So that means,
well, if you keep telling yourself that, absolutely not chance. I guarantee you won't.
It depends what type of meditation you're talking about, aren't there? Because they say there's umpteen different types of meditation.
You're coming to terms with that your ego wasn't the thing that you thought its function was. The ego is what's going to keep you anchored and chasing and not seeing you.
It's killing
the real you. Yeah, that's because you were anchored there. You know, you got to let that go. You know, if you really want to see truth and understand truth, you got to let it all go. That's just the way it works. I'm just a voice of that truth.
Nothing comes.
Don't expect it to happen overnight. You were 50. What did you say? 58 years? 57 years. 57 years of intense practice in this direction. You think you're just going to slam on the brakes in 2 seconds? Oh, the clouds part and it's all there for you. It doesn't work like that.
With all my arteries blocked and the lack of will to quit smoking, then how am I going to live long enough to get to that point? Hi, Joe.
I reckon that we could get hit by a car at any time. Don't waste a second. You're wasting time right now being caught up in what ifs. That's the ego pulling you away. All of that.
No, this is pretty much it's
regulate yourself in the sense of by self-checking and asking yourself, what am I practicing right now in this very moment? Is it something that's healthy?
The reality is my time is I've got very little time left. That's the reality.
You may. So you may not want to waste any more seconds and not forget to be conscious of what your choices to focus and practice. That's very important. Afternoon, Joe. Welcome.
Afternoon, Kat. I can give you a little advice, and I think it's good advice. Wherever you're meditating, take the time to Eddie. How you doing? Take the time to relax every muscle individually. Spend your first couple of days just learning how to relax your muscles. That makes it a lot easier. And when you're sitting there quiet, I have a mantra that I say. You're not supposed to talk, but if any thoughts enter my head, I can say shh, shh, and then I can go back, and they come to you. You don't have to do anything. You just reach there, and they'll come to you, man.
Spirits talk to me before. I know spirits talk to me before. Or whatever the fuck it is has talked to me before.
I think they're saints.
I
think they're saints. I've done this a lot. I think they were human. I think they walked. I think they're saints as opposed to angels or something.
I don't know what it is. I figure it's just souls. It's just a collection of souls. Yeah. And that those souls have talked to me before. And because, I mean, I never knew the word gaslighting until they gave it to me.
Okay.
I didn't know about, like, I could feel the earthquakes two weeks before they'd happen. These are things that are me being connected with something, right?
Yeah. So how do you foster that connection is the question, yeah?
Yeah, but I Disneyfied it and gave it my own, which apparently we all do. If you look at the NDEs, the near-death experiences, we all personify it in some way, right? So that's why every one of them is different. So I'm not gonna apologize or like, I like the construct. I like my Disneyfying, right?
Disneyfying, you say you Disneyfied it. Okay, all right.
Yeah. I like my Disneyfying. It just makes everything more pleasant. I like guys with long hair, right? Like it's just my preference. You know, well, you know, now I'm older. I got to face the fact that the guys don't have long hair too much. But you know, that's the way I always was. So that's where I was attracted, right? So I don't see how that's a problem if we all have our capacity. I mean, Nudie, like I said the other day, he could just be a fucking maniac. He could be a psychopath. He could just go around telling people shit.
I'm the ultimate gaslighter.
His little joke. It's his little joke, right? Look, I can make her believe this. I can make him believe this, and I can tell. Then I can tell him, and your belief is killing you, even though he's changing the belief because he's giving us a new belief, right? So I know all of this is possible. I don't think it's probable that he's a psychopath, but it's possible. So, you know, I can't take my whole existence and throw it out the window because some avatar told me that, right?
I get you. I understand where you're going with that.
But at the same time, everything that he says, it's the right math. Like
truth should resonate, whether it's coming from Guru or fucking the back of the Reader's Digest.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, well, Disney resonated with me, so that's not truth at all.
Look where they are now.
What? Well, I'm not saying truth is the only thing that resonates. A nice set of tits would resonate. All right, some girl with good tits would resonate as well. But you'll know truth because it'll resonate with you, whether it's coming from Guru or whatever. When you read it, see it, hear it.
I thought that what I was believing was what was resonating with me.
Well, what like you, whoever that is talking, what did you say?
I was trying to talk.
What did Guru?
You don't know who Snark is? You know who Snark is.
Snark and Sad Snark? No, that's Snark. No, I don't know Snark. But I'm telling you, he's got good energy. He only said 2 words. I've been cutting him off since I got here.
I know.
It's a very familiar energy, Joe. I'm sure.
Okay. Okay.
I want to hear what Eddie was trying to say.
Look where Disney is now.
Where? Dead?
Yeah, they're in the water at the moment.
Yeah, but Cinderella's not dead, and Snow White isn't dead.
Unfortunately,
my log isn't dead.
It's not. It's Cinderella
made into live action.
Cinderella is now no longer white, and Snow White is Snow Black now.
It's actually the little.
I think she's
little
Latina.
Mermaid, man.
What?
It's actually the Little Mermaid, you mean?
Yeah, and the Little Mermaid.
Yeah, well, you know what? For black girls, then she would be black, right? Mine's white because I'm white, but theirs could be black. The point is, in my head, I had put the facades over what I believe is the truth.
What is the difference? What is so different from the truth you held and a shocking difference from what Guru says? What is the difference here? What is the previous truth and the new shit that you have such a time ripping your way away from?
There's 2 truths that I've just been faced with. One of them is that the oligarchy is going to win, that there's nothing I can do to help to affect change.
Well, I can probably talk out of that, but go ahead, keep going.
And the other thing is that once they do get us, that all of the good that I was trying to do means nothing. It's not going to affect any other soul. Because if we can affect other people's soul by doing bad to them, we can affect their soul by doing good to them. We can at least mitigate the damage of the bad with the good. And to me, that makes mathematical sense.
Sense all around, yeah.
Okay, so but my value to the collective was important. It was so important. And now I am facing that if Nudie's right, that I don't have value.
All right. This is what you get when you listen to depressing old men. Stop hanging out, find new friends.
I heard that. I heard that.
You heard that, did you?
Yeah.
Listen, depends on what you say. The victory is they win. What's the victory?
We're gonna win here, yeah.
Yeah, if that's the victory and they've won the entire time, there's no reason to expect that. If you're picturing some Disneyland ending where me, you, Guru, and Dennison charge some hill and kill oligarchy, that'll probably
No,
be
I was
better.
gonna do it with love. I was gonna change the souls around me. Anybody who was touched by me would
Yeah.
be changed in a positive way, and
Hello.
believe that we could
Try to
overthrow
keep
them.
it family friendly there, Cat. You know what I'm saying? Careful
What?
now.
Did I say it was not
He's
family?
stupid.
What?
He's being facetious.
He's stupid. You be everybody to be touched by me and all of that shit.
You wanted to touch everybody with your love.
Sorry.
Picking on old men, I'll tell you.
Thinking about pedophilia all the time.
It's been a long time.
It's been since April for me. So
You're not. Are you saying you're tempted?
It's okay, right?
All right, let's go
I'll
on.
give you the pistachios later.
I just figured that when we do die, when we eventually pop our clogs, that in however manner, that the oligarchy, see, because they're feeding on our, I don't know how they do it. I don't know why they do it, but they need us in negative energy. And I've been fighting that by trying to keep to soar my energy, which is really hard when you're poor. So I've been with my head trying to recognize what I'm grateful for. Anything from my breath to me having an orange for October.
Yes.
I had an orange this month, right? So I'm grateful. I'm grateful, but they're all external things, but I'm grateful. So
I know the feeling.
I was trying, even that still raises my vibrations, I'm assuming. So, like, I don't even know. I'm just taking on faith that there are vibrations. So, I thought that in my contribution would be that if and when the oligarchy gets us in this 3D life, they're not going to win out there, because out there we're all equal. Out there, it's all equal. Every bit of energy equals every other bit of energy. It's all equal. So that means in the end, they don't actually win, but they could be affecting people's souls by the negative energy that they're filling people with.
Well, let's say
feeding on.
If this is a simulation, when it's done, that oligarchy guy may be standing next to you. He may be the one who gave you the most wisdom, made you pull out the most effort of yourself, reach places and depths and heights that you never knew you could do because you were not tested. He may be there and tell you, I've loved you all the time and give you a big hug. Fuck do you know?
That was my formula for, that was the final piece here, which I'm right now I'm being tested because of what's going on in Palestine. It's almost like it came exactly at the right time. So first, the two things that affected my whole life was bullying and Israeli Ashkenazi Jews. All right. Those are the two things that affected my whole life. So the bullying, I came here a couple of years ago and I managed to work with my energy and learn my lessons to all those things that happened when I was a little kid. I'm able to, it's not just a Band-Aid anymore. I'm able to rationalize everything. Now, my next step was dealing with Palestine. And now we're dealing with Palestine. So these were the absolute most evil. Before I knew about the oligarchy, I just thought Israel was the worst thing in the world. I didn't realize that was just another playing field. That it was
playing chess piece.
Yeah. That there was like a whole other thing going on. I mean, it's probably their HQ, but still, there's a whole other thing going on. So that meant I could raise myself, see the Israeli Ashkenazi Jews that are running my dad's land as humans and not evil pigs. I can't. I'll choke.
You must see it
they are
like that.
Evil pigs. But I mean, like to be able to see that in the end, after we're done here, that they're not going to win anything. It was just a fucking game. But why are they using negative energy, and what is it doing to our souls? They must know that there's a bigger game because they're playing it. They gave us this board to play on, but they're wherever you sit when you own the board, right?
It's just opulence.
Opulence.
Oh, it's opulence.
Yeah.
Here's a question.
What
Like,
you're calling negativity, they just have you fighting among yourselves while they reap the rewards. You're being exploited and used like cattle.
That's it.
Right. Yeah, but still, there's something about the negativity that it's like it's food for them. They are cultured like food.
I think it's just a reinforcement of their beliefs.
Well, you don't believe in anything after this anyway, right?
Well, I mean, wouldn't this be everything? How can there be an after it?
Okay, so you believe that when you die, everything goes black and nothing exists, right?
What's death?
Come on, answer yes or no.
I like his answer.
It's not a yes or no question.
I hate to say it. But...
When your corporeal body ceases to function, all right? And now, do you believe that everything just goes black? Because I believe you've said that before.
Not everything.
Okay.
Everybody else keeps going just fine.
Well, what about carries on?
He's trolling me.
No, but this is good. This is good. This is what you need.
No, because we're never going to get censored. This is what a troll does. They take you off the path you're on. Why nobody can path we're on? It was just a
why is it not trolling when everybody else
just get back to
nobody doesn't give you exactly the answer that you want? How does that work?
Maybe it's not so obvious. Maybe it is. She means for the individual.
Yeah,
and Google has good timing. You see something, being that third warrior in Art of War right now. So, yeah.
But nobody knows what comes after this life now. Nobody, because we haven't experienced.
How do you know that, Smiler?
Well, you've got to go by.
Stop trolling him, Nudie.
Is that a factor?
Stop trolling. He's answering the question directly, so that's not trolling.
Is that a factor or is that a belief?
I don't know.
You don't realize that.
You've got to go by what your mind, what you believe in, haven't you? You've got to.
So you don't know it for a fact, right? It's just a belief.
Well,
yes.
Well, because we haven't experienced it, have we?
Let's just be clear, though. We just want to be clear if it's a belief or a fact. That's what's important.
Well, I think it's factual based because we have.
I think it's a fact. Okay.
It can only
based on facts, is what he said.
It's factual. It's factual.
Oh, I think it's based on.
We haven't experienced it yet, or we
Who's
don't
we?
know.
Who's we?
Anybody who's alive and can testify to it.
Yeah, we're living and breathing. Are we living?
How would you know that factually?
Are we living and breathing in the afterlife?
How would you know that factually that somebody
right? So when you go to a funeral and you see that person lying in a coffin, they aren't breathing, they aren't talking, they aren't speaking to you as they did when they were alive. Yeah. So they're lying there peaceful. Unless the person that laid them out has put a smile on the face, they haven't got a smile on the face. But where are they? We don't know where they are, do we?
You might not know where they are, but that doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't know, that everybody else doesn't know something about, past the expiry of this, the separation of energy from the shell.
But I know spirits talk to you, but I don't. They've never said where they are.
He doesn't see it that way. He doesn't see a spirit. Eddie, go ahead. There's a quiet here. Go ahead, speak, Eddie.
Yeah. So my question is this, right? Why are we focused on something that is foreign rather than focusing on what is happening domestically?
Because I see it as bigger. It's like, this is going to end, but supposedly we don't end, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? They'll
because people are uncertain about both. That's why.
Everything will sort itself out. They're responsible for controlling their own country.
We're not talking about countries, though. We're talking about the people that own the countries.
I'm not talking about any of that.
Well, I'm saying in the 3D that part.
Well,
a lot of things.
Since when did we believe in the government?
Well, that's an individual thing. A lot of people believe in government. Since when? Are you asking for how long?
Since the first monkey figured out how to hide a banana behind his back and get another banana.
Oh, shit.
I think it's really arrogant to say that someone knows something that can't be proven to other people. I think
it depends on
arrogant.
I think
it depends on how far you're stretching the word "no," right? Like
that's
no,
what I mean when I say I believe, and then I get caught on it. Like Nudie will trip me up every time I say the word "believe." I can't even say it to my own self without hearing him trip me up.
You know what I've come to is
agrees with me.
Suspect.
Yeah,
anything
and I try to be specific. Like there are some things that I do think. There aren't a lot. Most things I don't think. Most things I just suspect, or I'm curious about, or I'm skeptical of.
Do we agree that we are all amoeba, and whatever us 7, 8 individuals came up with will be wrong? We're 100% sure of that, right? That none of us got it right?
Yeah. Ultimately,
yes.
Ultimately, I can't. I try to apply that more practically too, but I still find myself frustrated by people who seem to be like somebody who thinks that Joe Biden loves them and is doing it, cares about. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just an easy example. I'm not trying to pick on Biden or Democrat. It's just the first thing that comes to my head, right? Like that I find I have a disdain for that person, even though ultimately I know I'm a fucking idiot who doesn't know his ass from his elbow too.
I had the same thought.
But that person really burns me. You know, they're somehow more stupid than I am, and I find it aggravating.
It's a fact. Delusionalness is a real pandemic, you know? Most people are anchored and rooted in delusionalism.
And we'll fight you if you try to talk them up out of it, or if you try to.
That's right.
I'll fight you.
Reflect it back to them, and you're an asshole, right?
I'll solve this problem. I'll solve this problem right now for everybody. I am your shepherd. You are my sheep. Put your time clock, and I'll give you overtime.
Now, the irony there is he totally just explained the human condition. That's exactly how it went down.
You know what? I'll give you, right?
While everybody was struggling to figure out what the hell was going on, somebody was like, fuck this, and just came out and said, I'm Jesus. Give me all your fruit, and I'm going to fuck your wife, too. Now get back to work. And that's exactly the world we live in right now.
Yes. I think of...
a bag of pistachios.
What would you do, Dennison, if this is over with and you find out you were wrong? Not only that, the guy who said Biden loved you was right. Then what? It would break me. I'd be broken, right? Because there's no way that guy is correct, and these politicians are doing this for me. You know, if I'm that wrong, fuck.
I mean, to a certain extent, I've already admitted that I'm wrong, because whether or not Biden is a specific example of this, I know that somewhere somebody in Congress thinks they have my best interest at heart.
All right, I dig
Some of those assholes at Davos think they're doing the right thing.
Very good. I agree.
And so, you know, I would be excited about the first part, being wrong about an afterlife. The party keeps going. Hell yeah. Do you have Detroit style pizza here? Because if not, then I don't know what the point of the afterlife is. The second part, I would weep in forgiveness from myself and mourn, you know, the opportunity of peace of mind that I gave up spending the first half of my life trying to fight these evil motherfuckers.
57 years is more than half.
Yeah, I gave up before you did.
I remain my position. I'm in favor of natural selection.
I mean, Detroit style pizza is the superior style of pizza because it's all about the bread, right?
It's thick. It's really thick.
The toppings,
it is really thick.
It's all about
but it's definitely
what pizza is focaccia with extra toppings, right?
Oh yeah.
And let me tell you something. You take the cheese and you put it all the way to the edge, and then you bake it super high, and you use cubes of cheese instead of shredded. So what happens is the oils from the cheese separate before the cheese burns. It drips over the side of the pan, and it fries the crust around the pizza. It's
and then you
freaking
end up blocking
amazing.
your arteries, and then you die at 60.
I don't know if that's necessarily true though. I don't know that.
I'm living proof. I'm an anecdotal proof. You eat Big
Wait,
Macs
you
in
die
your
at
life.
6. So
I
you're
probably only got
saying
another 3 years. I'm just guessing. But if I don't pop my clogs myself, the oligarch's gonna do it for me. So
well, you
it's not
can't be
that
too
easy.
worried about it with a cigarette in your hand. Just
That's
saying,
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Come
So
on,
No, you went
I
from
think the
you went
cigarette
from a
probably
joint.
causes
You
more
went from a,
arterial sclerosis than cheese too.
Well, they both of them are.
and you went from a joint
Right.
to a cigarette
Right.
without any
You know,
oxygen in between.
Pat, you go to the dentist, do you?
a person ain't
See?
really got to tell
Pat,
you how they
do you
feel
go
about
to
a
a
thing.
dentist?
Do you what?
What did he?
Pat,
Vote
do
for
you go to a dentist?
Do you go to
I
a
have.
dentist, Cat?
Me? Oh no, who can afford a dentist?
It just shows you that.
Obamacare. Obama was
Obamacare. Yeah.
Obama was after a man after your heart. He was looking out for you. That's why he came up with Obamacare. Because he was that one guy.
Oh yeah.
I'm in Canada. We're supposed to have social health care.
how did we
Like-
miss that, Joe? He's
Yeah.
the Jesus of our time.
That's the beautiful part
that was
about
the
it, is the
one
Republicans
good
told us
man.
Obamacare was bad.
It's
because-
official. Jesus was
because
black.
it's socialism in order to have welfare, which it's not. Socialism is worker ownership over the means of production. It has nothing to do with welfare.
Oh,
But then on top of it, the
have
welfare, we never even got the, oh, for
paid for
fuck's
by the
sakes. You know what?
taxes.
You go ahead. I'm going to go take a piss.
It's probably more.
Just remember, I'm the argumentative one who raises his voice all the time, okay? I'll be back after I piss.
on the word on the social. I mean, big fucking deal. You knew what I meant.
No, he did. You're a little hard.
We don't have
He's
Obamacare.
talking about the talking over him part. Let's remember to take turns, folks. It's important. Thank you.
We have
Hey,
Obama-
Dennison,
we don't have-
turn off your mic. We can hear you taking a pee.
We
That's
don't have.
That's me. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
My point was not
So
about
let her get this
alcohol.
out, guys, please, because you guys are cracking me up. But we got to kill it.
Go ahead, Kat.
Get it out, babe.
The reason why, the point is, it doesn't matter the fact that I said social health care. The point was something else. It had nothing to do with the fact that I called it the wrong name. I was talking about the fact that even though our system, we don't have Obamacare, our taxes pay for our health. We don't have to eat. We don't even get a bill. So, but they won't take care of dentistry. They won't take care of anything to do with the jaw. So that we have
Obamacare.
That's what I was trying to say.
That's how I got my these teeth pulled down here. Obamacare.
Yeah, you have to. That was horrible. They made even poor people had to pay for their health care.
Obamacare didn't do me any good.
I didn't give them any money. What do you mean? I didn't have to pay for shit. You go, you sign up, and you get free health care.
Not me. I went over.
No.
My wife needed help, and I had to pay for it anyway. Yeah, okay.
Don't you have the?
I won't have to have you come with me there, Joe. Joe, cool. You know that?
You should just go to the VA, man. They'll take care of you, man.
No, they took care of me all right. Every time I go over there, hey, you need another colonoscopy. I'll pay some.
Yeah, we can find something.
Yeah, I walk in the building. They got a bunch of doctors.
And you're there, shove it up your ass.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Define take care of you for us, will you? That's
I
very
know.
important.
It's not health.
Yeah, they'll take care of your ass.
They're a death care system.
Can I get a colonoscopy now? You can shove it up your ass.
And Dennison, I'm trying to remember that point. Some of those guys in that VA actually think that, you know, it's for your own good and they're doing the best and you're getting good treatment. And some of them really believe that. Some cop believes that he's doing a good job out there. I got to remember that. I'm in denial right now. But if the other things are true, it's true.
It's not true about the politicians. It's not true about the politicians that are high up. Maybe the new ones, the local ones, but not the high up ones. None of them have our best interest on.
Dennison, I hope you're back to answer that one. No.
What's the question?
She's saying that it's not true that some of the politicians who are high up have a heart and really believe they're doing things in your best interest. She's saying not when you get high up.
Well, have a heart that's above my pay grade, but they absolutely do think they're doing the right thing
for themselves, not for us.
That's all anybody's doing.
For the people, do you think some of them think they're doing the best thing for the people? I think so. Someone wants to kill half the population because he believes the other half will live better. Some idiot believes that.
But it's not.
They're not necessarily wrong about that. Where's the evidence that we wouldn't solve a whole shit ton of the world's problems by reducing the population dramatically? How well has it worked out for us so far to try to teach people to be kind to one another and take up the same space?
They're not
fucking
how's that working out?
It worked well. That's how I met you and Guru and you guys, because you're kind as fuck.
If only we had President Joe in charge of the universe, then everything might be fucking roses and kitty cats. Unfortunately, no, we have Netanyahu.
Believing that they're cutting cutting down the population is not just that. There's a whole thing around that. That's just one thing, but there's more involved, and that's all to benefit themselves. It's not to benefit the population. It's to benefit themselves. That's the only reason why they're going to leave anybody around.
Kat, do you
the oligarchs?
Is there one among them who is thinking that I need to be here? I need to be here. Hear the question before you answer it.
I envy you, Rights for Vets. I do.
I need to be here because these other people are evil. I'm a slave master, but it would be much worse if I wasn't here. I can make sure that these people are taken care of while these other guys are trying to really do horrible shit. One of them at least believes that. I believe a bunch of them believe that nonsense.
Well, you believe that. I believe this.
Many of them were taught from birth that they had divine right to rule over people and that their goodness was given to them by God.
Yeah, absolutely. They believe that they have an obligation to make these decisions.
The general is sending out.
It would be a cruel indifference if they let people make their own decisions. And look what happens when you do. Look what you do.
There's no evidence that they have a benevolent bone in their body.
But you see, the benevolent thing is you're starting to get off to the boundaries, the edges of what I'm saying, beyond my assertion.
Doing good for others or doing good for themselves. If you're benevolent, you do something good for others. And I don't believe that they are benevolent at all.
I don't think there's any person who is truly selfless. And I don't think of selflessness as a virtue either.
You don't think as a virtue? It's at least a good tool from time to time. Yeah.
I mean,
and I'd say it's a virtue. But that's another argument.
Define
others above you.
Someone who does something completely without regard for their own self.
Well, my mother would argue in her British accent that nobody does that because when you do something nice for somebody, it makes you feel good, and therefore you're benefiting. So that
no. That's different than what he just proposed. He's saying the reason. Just it doesn't mean because you get that serotonin so and so that is the reason that you're doing it.
It is the reason, though. You layer on a whole bunch of beliefs and presumptions and narratives that you tell yourself and stories, which humans do. That's how we live, is storytelling. But ultimately, there's only two. Yeah, there's only two things that you truly enjoy, which is serotonin and dopamine.
You are arguing the other point by diminishing it and making it seem less by purifying it. Like the word selfless has to mean 100% selfless. I don't think anybody does anything 100% selfless because, like my mom says, you benefit when you do good things. So
I feel the exact opposite about what you're doing, though. You're loading a bunch of stuff on there unfairly, is what I'm asserting. Well, you're saying I'm taking away by being purist, and I'm doing that intentionally because I feel like you're loading a bunch of stuff that has not been justified or proven onto the definition of the word by trying to inflate it into something that it really isn't.
I use the word benevolent. That doesn't.
Yes, and I don't believe in true benevolence.
It doesn't indicate anything purist. It
Consequential benevolence for sure.
Making decisions based on the good for the collective. Okay, so I don't believe that even if their collective's only going to be $500 million when they're finished, I don't believe that any decisions that they make for us has any benevolent ounce in it.
I could tell you, if the population were reduced to $500 million right now, it would definitely be way better off for the people who are left. Even if it were run by psychopaths.
I would like to see the oligarchs show us how it's done first.
Yeah, but there shouldn't be.
Oh yeah. Let them go first.
Nobody should be above us.
It's like I say, I'm for gun control too, right? The government can give up their guns first. The police can give up their guns. Then all of my neighbors can give up their guns. Every other country in the world can give up their guns. All my enemies can give up their guns. And then I'll go last. I promise. I swear. Wink, wink. I'll go last.
All right. I'm for I'm for natural selection, except without me being involved. Just change my position.
Well, so far, nature has selected for the psychopathy, and they're making the decision. So,
yeah.
Ultimately, we're getting that world. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, I agree totally. I mean, that's obvious. It's a pendulum swing, though. In that sense.
I think it's a ratchet. I don't think it goes back. It goes forth, and then it comes back a little, and then it goes forth farther, and it comes back a little, and then it goes forward farther than that. So we don't actually ever swing back into a balance. We're just getting tighter and tighter until the bolt snaps.
Well, that's part of the. Yeah, that's the bigger picture pendulum swing. That's what I'm talking about.
You can start over then, potentially, right? When the bolt snaps. So then that could be like a much larger pendulum swinging back to the other side. Now you're starting over from zero.
What if the people from Atlantis didn't disappear at all?
What if the people from Atlantis
there was
never
no
existed?
Atlantis?
Yes, exactly. That's
I know. I'm going to work on the basis that it is, right? So what if Atlantis didn't disappear at all? They just made them. They cloaked themselves or something, and they are the owners. They are the ones that fused our second part of our DNA. What if they are the people from Atlantis?
This is going to sound sarcastic and dismissive, but I swear to you it's not. It's just because I'm inarticulate and impatient. Who the fuck cares? Why are you asking these questions?
Because I'm trying to figure out what the possible end of this is for them.
Oh shit. Yeah, you're fucked. You're going to have to let go of that. There's too many lies. You have to localize your own process and create your own path. You got to stop externalizing because there's way too many people lying about way too much stuff. It'll drive you crazy.
I'm trying to piece it together for myself based on whatever I have as I think is knowledge. Okay.
All right. So I don't think you can do that. I know that I think there's too much.
I think anything past a certain amount of generations could be a complete lie, right? Like the Bible could have just popped up in 1500, right? So I'm just saying. I'm saying I'm working it out. I'm just putting it out there as fodder to talk about. Is that this could be a possibility? If Atlantis really did exist, maybe they didn't disappear. Maybe they just are hiding, and
that's possible.
We don't like whoever it is. There's something controlling us. Something is controlling our life. They own
it. It doesn't have to be though. It could just be us.
No. There's definitely.
And if I had waited long enough and thought about it, I would have postulated the reason you're doing this is because you're trying to figure it out. You're trying to find some kind of solution.
Yes, of course I am.
But you can't. You can't do that. That's not possible.
It's always the goal. It's always the goal. It doesn't
You can only make your future. You can't foresee your future. You can only desire what you foresee your future to be.
No, I can work towards it.
Well, you can't because you've given up on it because the oligarchs are coming for you.
Well, no, there's still some part of her that's trying to figure it out and stop it.
Yeah.
So you need to climb out the rabbit hole and just look forward.
Let go, man.
It's a new one, though. It's a brand new rabbit hole. I just made it. I'm still
Okay,
thinking.
what if, okay, let me put it to you this way. What if the solution is you stop trying to torture yourself this way and to go about your own fucking shit? Make yourself strong, make yourself independent, let go of the burden of trying to save the entire fucking planet. What if that is step 0.2 towards the real solution where you win and you murder the oligarchy in its fucking castle?
All right, like Dennison is harsh, but wait, let me rephrase it because Dennison can be a little harsh. What if the first step is you have to stop even caring about other people where it fucks up and takes up any of your mind, because it's more important right now to focus on some things that you need to be doing? What if that is possibly the answer, or what you need to be doing?
Ultimately, I am trying to make things for myself better. All right. But and one of the facets of that, is that the more of us that get the answer, the more of us will win. So
what if you can't get to the collective though? What if you can't get to the collective though until you let go? What if you're stopping yourself from gaining mass? If you think of like something with gravity moving through space, and things are drawn to it and it gets larger and larger and larger, what if you're preventing that process from happening because you're not letting go?
And with a lack of responsibility to self, your reach outward is going to be very minimal at best.
I was going to go whenever I got an opening.
What's that?
I was saying don't smoke.
He's saying
it's a holistic thing.
Okay, but I'm concentrating on what Dennison said,
because that might come.
What Dennison is saying is, if you hold a cork down, it takes more energy. If you just let it pop up, everything will be just fine, right? So that's what I read. What Dennison is saying, and that matches what Abraham Hicks says about.
Let me throw some logic here.
Law of resonance.
Okay. This is pie in the sky logic because it's a fallacy that
pie in the sky
taking
logic.
Place. Yes,
I can't wait to hear this.
If everybody
already fucking with my language.
Okay, let me finish. Yeah. Okay, this is not going to happen. It's just for to make the point. If everybody focused on self-responsibility, this whole fixing everybody else thing would happen.
But that. Okay, I've been doing that. That's
right. He said, "Pie in the sky that we'll ever do it." Though I get that part.
Yeah, I get what he meant by that now.
I didn't march. I didn't march against COVID. Okay, I didn't march against any of that stuff. I just did what I did. I lived my life every day, not complying. But I was not standing on a soapbox telling other people not to. I was influencing them by showing them that, look, I'm not wearing a space diaper and I'm not dying, right? So that's all I could do, was to show them that I'm not wearing the face diaper and nobody's got a gun to my head. I just lived my life. I've been focusing on my spirituality. And I know that if everybody does that, because I feel that way in politics too, if we just take care of our own backyards, everybody's backyard will be better.
Right. Now, the moment you expect that in anyone else is the moment you've delegated your responsibility and accountability away.
But I'm cooperating.
At the very least, you're causing your suffering.
Right.
That's what causes your suffering. Do you believe me if I tell you that I can relate to what you're describing?
Yes.
That I've experienced it? Okay. So,
you're causing your suffering is where you're going.
Yeah, what I would say is that when I let go of trying to influence people, it immediately alleviated my suffering. And then when I realized that I wasn't even in a position, that it was arrogance and ignorance to even presume that I should be consider myself an authority on what to tell other people what to think or to influence them.
I'm not telling you what to
wait. Let me
that was like that opened up a whole new world. It was like being in an open field, finding a gate at the end of that open field and opening it and finding an even larger field that I didn't even know existed.
Let me start with let me start with what he said when he the first thing he did was realize that he can't change motherfuckers and all of that shit and let it go. That's step one. And I'm all behind him with that. But as everything else, this is more complicated. Because in reality, you can move motherfuckers. You can bend wills. You can influence niggas. They do it all the time with propaganda.
Yeah, but the idea that you have a responsibility towards that or an obligation towards that will be the immediate cause of
listen. I disagree with just the wordage here. You have a responsibility to try.
No, you have a responsibility to self. Everything else is secondary. It's optional.
That using the word responsibility instead of obligation, I suspect.
No, I think
because we all have a responsibility to influence others, but that doesn't make it our obligation to do so.
Okay, well, I meant, as Dennis is saying, responsibility is still due for me. I feel a responsibility to help others. I am not obligated by the outcome at all. And in fact, if I tell you to walk out and don't walk out in front of that bus and you do, just speaking whatever the word is, that would crush me. But if I tell you to don't do something, you go do something stupid, it don't bother me. I'm okay with it. But I feel like I must tell a motherfucker anyway. I must warn them and tell them that bus will kill you.
Here's where I'm at.
You're a grown man. Make your choice.
Does that bring you peace?
Does it bring me peace? It brings me more than peace. I feel like I'm fulfilling my duty. I think my soul.
But there's some peace and then something, right? Or you're saying it brings you something other than peace that is superior to peace.
Yes, I'm telling you, I believe I'm a goofy that I was sent here by the energy. I've chosen sides, truth, wisdom, goodness, blah, blah, blah.
Joe Jesus, we already established that.
But does it bring you peace?
At this point, I put in work. The same way I put in work with the channel, I feel good after putting in 8 hours. I feel like I'm putting in work. Not only that,
I'm putting that's all that counts.
Okay, I'm already.
That's where I'm at right now. See, that brings you peace, and therefore that's the point.
I'm already at this point. I've already realized when Theo died, after all the work I did to make him better, when Theo died because he had a shit attitude, I realized that nothing I do can save somebody else. If they want to go, they're going to go. And that was a huge lesson.
You were an adult then, right? You just realized that when he died?
I spent a year and a half every day, no days off, working at helping to heal another human being. So I was making way. I cured his diabetes. Well, his body cured his diabetes, but I facilitated his body curing diabetes and bringing his ejection fraction of his heart up. It was working. But what killed him was the damn doctor who told him, if you don't do what I say, you're going to be dead. And his attitude went down from there. His energy went down from there. So everything I was doing for his body was not working on his being. And so I realized.
I got to cut out for a second. Relax. I left I was in the car fixing to go somewhere, but I had to come back in. And the thing to charge my phone, it's in the car, so my battery's about to die. Give me a minute. That's all I was going to say.
All right, Joe.
Okay.
You got it.
So I realized in 2018 when he died, and I found out that he told somebody else, he's like, she won't let me die. And I had asked him, and he had said he wanted to live. So, I realized at that point that nothing I can do can change somebody else's path like that, right? If that's where they want to go, that's where they're going to go. So that was a hard lesson. So I'd always seen that other people do that, have those, but when it comes down to the real nitty gritty, as in life and death, I really have no say. So I recognize that lesson. I understand that, but I still, it's a lesson that I got, but it doesn't mean I've totally mastered it yet, right? Because I still run into places where I realize that I'm still trying to control something that I can't control, so I have to adjust, right? So I'm still learning lesson, but I'm here now. I understand that. And the whole thing with the stupid 19, I just have been concentrating on myself. Even when I come to YouTube, I do two things. I'm concentrating on my growth, And you don't see it now. My growth doesn't happen until I shut off and then reflect. That's when my growth comes, because I need time to process. And then I come back with better, right? But then there's also the fact that since I'm here, I may as well be a positive influence on my fellow man. So that's what my channel's for, so that anyone who's lost and looking for something, and they can't see my channel, and they go, oh, I feel like her, or I see things like her. And then if they are looking for a way, like they don't have a nudie, then they can just see, I can inspire them, right? That I could possibly be an inspiration. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I have no delusions of greatness. I'm just hoping that my presence is efficient, right? That every part of my presence is efficient. And that means using all the parts. So I'm trying to benefit myself, and hopefully that has an influence in a positive way on someone else. I'm already
wrong with that.
Well, okay, well, now I need to go further now, because apparently there's still something wrong.
Well, that's part of self-growth and self-work. So, you're on that path and on that track. You're just getting further.
Obligation. I feel it. I feel an obligation.
Okay. And?
Like Joe was saying, it's a responsibility to make sure that I'm efficient with my presence.
Okay.
So, but you guys were arguing with him, so.
No, there was no arguing. Just different senses of position being portrayed. Like for myself, in the context that he was using it, I feel no obligation to help anybody else whatsoever. Obligation, keyword. On the other hand, I absolutely love helping other people.
But yeah, but I mean, it comes naturally, though. That's what I mean. It comes.
We're social creatures.
Yes.
We rely on one another for our survival in a universe that's constantly trying to kill us. So the people who cooperate with each other and do things for one another and feel good about it have an advantage.
I Disneyfy things, and you Freddy the Nightmare things. I don't think the universe is trying to kill us. I think that if we die, the universe dies. We are the universe. We are.
Well, I mean, me individually, I don't get to eat pizza anymore.
Yeah, why not? Oh, when you die, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what sucks. I figured that maybe we're just here for a vacation. Why shouldn't I eat Big Macs? I can't do that in the ether. I came here.
I don't know why you don't just choose to believe that.
Well, because Nudie said.
Fuck Nudie. Just choose to believe that there's an afterlife and enjoy a Big Mac. There you go. Be happy until the day you die.
Well, that was pretty much where I was getting to now, when there was just no point in anything. Who gives a
fuck? The point is whatever you make it.
Yeah, but if this stem and flower thing is true, then I'm fucked.
What's the difference between a stem and a flower again?
A stem doesn't go to the potential. It just goes like this, and then it doesn't bear any fruit.
How does the flower exist without the stem?
Well, yeah, but the stem is the given. The roots and the stem are the given, but the value comes when the fruit comes.
Yeah, so there can't be any fruit without the stem, though.
Okay, so we all have the stem.
The stem is integral. It's vital.
Okay, but that's the given part. The part that's not given is the fruit.
I don't see how a stem is given if a fruit isn't.
Because we're all stems. That's the common denominator.
Well, it's metaphoric, but if a flower doesn't get enough sunlight and water, it doesn't blossom to its full potential.
And then
the seed doesn't even germinate.
Well, maybe it does to a certain degree. We're talking at the point that it already has germinated into stem. So, but there's more potential than just stem, right?
If we're alive,
again, it's metaphor.
If we exist, we're stems. So, where the value comes is in the fruit. That's where the value comes. So, if I'm not going to have any value, then what's the point? It doesn't matter.
I can tell you from experience, human being has a lot more potential than realized because of atrophies due to poor choices, improper nutrition, unhealthy lifestyle,
I know.
and so on
I
and
should
so
be able to
forth.
fly. I should be able to levitate, and I can't.
Why should you be able to levitate?
Because that is heaven.
No, it's not.
It is too.
No, it's not.
That feeling of levitating is the greatest feeling in the whole entire universe.
Have you ever levitated?
I have in my dreams.
Yeah. So how would you know that?
Because
there you go.
Because I know that the way that I fly in my dreams, that feeling I get right before I lift off, that feeling of complete confidence that that's what I want and that's what's going to happen. That feeling right there, that's the magic. I know.
What if it only feels good because you can't do it? If you could fly, wouldn't it just become mundane?
What if you're attaching that feeling to it in your imagination?
Like, does the bird go, fuck yeah, I'm flying, bitch?
Can't use birds. Can't use birds.
Why?
Birds don't, because the feeling that when I fly, there is no force exerted. It's all from just will. Whereas my mom used to tell me, because I mean, I was a little kid, I would say, I wish I could fly. She said, you know what? Birds, I don't think birds even wish they could fly, because birds only fly to get to their food. And that's why some birds don't fly anymore, because they found their food in one source. So they don't have to fly to get their source. So they don't fly anymore. So for birds, that's a lot of work to do all that flying. So that's why I don't want to compare it to birds. That's why I changed it from flying to levitating, because that's really what I'm doing. I'm not flapping my wings and flying. I'm not even putting my arms out like Superman. I'm just moving through everything. It's just, I will it and it happens. That is magic. I know that exists. And I don't even care if Nudie says it doesn't exist. I know it exists.
I'm not gonna.
What exactly?
I'm not gonna agree or
ability to
disagree.
do
I'm
it?
just gonna ask a question. Prove it.
I don't have to. That's my point. I don't have to. I know it. It's for you to find out.
Oh, okay.
I know it.
Okay.
What was Denizen just
That
say?
sounds like when I argue with Democrats on Twitter. I think I said.
It really does, doesn't it?
Does what exists? The ability to levitate?
No, that thing where I will it and it happens.
Including levitation.
Including that, yeah. The feeling I get when I'm
I want
levitating
7
or
million in
flying.
front of me right now, and boom, there it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it
that's the
doesn't work
favorite
that
part
way.
of my dreams too, you know.
Well,
It really
okay,
is.
But I think that is because that's what exists.
But don't you think it makes more sense is because you can't do it? So when you're in your dreams, you can will something to existence, and the defiance of your limitations is what that elation comes from.
I think that what you're saying only applies to the fact that I enjoy it so much, not that, like, for instance, like say I'm out in the ether and I'm Disneyfying things because I have no other way to do it. I'm out in the ether, and my soul knows the magic, right? So my soul doesn't think it's anything extraordinary, right? Whereas here as a human, it's extraordinary. So that's the only way what you're saying applies to what I'm saying. Otherwise, no, I know that this is possible. The fact that I celebrate it is the part, because I can't do it, so I celebrate it because it's so extraordinary to me, right? So you understand?
Oh, sure.
I understand the part about how you enjoying it so much. That's what I was referring to. So
yeah.
yeah.
Well, no, you're right. Yeah. That's why I enjoy it so much. I just, yeah, it's like
But the enjoyment is not why you believe it exists. Then.
No, I just know it exists.
Right. It sounded like that's what you were saying before, but there's something else.
Oh yeah, no, you're seeing my celebration of it, but no, I know it exists. And that's why and I don't have to prove it to anybody.
How do you know it exists then?
I just know. I just know. I that's why I said I've got no way to prove it. I just know. I've always known it. Always. I'm not saying everything I dream is true. I had a really nice dream that there's this.
Have you ever seen anybody else do that?
Curly hair, huh?
Have you ever seen anybody else do that?
What? Levitate?
No, what you're talking about? Just by their will it into existence. There it is.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't in their head.
No. That's my question is: have you ever seen anybody do that? Have you ever seen anybody just will things into existence at their own choice?
What do you mean, like in Star Trek, where they just press a button and they got a meal? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, the thing that you're talking about, the thing that you're claiming is possible. Have you ever seen it?
I don't even need to see it. I don't know if I've seen it. Nobody told me they did it anyway.
So I'm just asking you if you have.
I don't know.
You don't know if you've seen somebody else do that or not?
The only thing I can answer you is nobody has ever said I did this. Like you just saw me, you see me with my life and I willed it. Nobody ever said that to me. So I don't know if they willed it or not. All I know is what I said. I don't have a name for it, but I know that it's the truth.
Intuition.
I guess, yeah. I know it. And like nobody can convince me out. Like it's like a mathematical equation without any numbers. I just know it. Then, if somebody were to try to tell me that 1 + 1 was not 2, then obviously they're just wasting their breath. Right? So anybody trying to tell me that this thing that I know is not true, they're just wasting their breath.
When it comes to math, though, that's like a prescribed language.
Well, I said it's like math with no numbers. It's like, like that 1 + 1 = 2.
She's trying to say she knows it.
With the numbers, yeah.
She knows it, and it's like she knows that,
Yeah.
The only reason I know that, though, is because it's artificial.
What, math or what I was talking about?
Math.
Oh, math's a construct. It's just a way to quantify.
Right. So 2 + 2 always = 4 because the only reason 2 or 4 mean anything is because 2 + 2 = 4. It's defined.
I'm using it as an example. I'm using the math as an example. The idea of math. I'm just saying that if somebody told you that and then tried to convince you otherwise, you would just be either laughing or you'd spit at them and walk away. Like, it's like there's nobody could convince you otherwise.
I wouldn't take them seriously because of my extensive background education.
Well, I take Nudie very seriously, like very serious as a heart attack seriously, and still he could not convince me otherwise. It's just that what it means.
I'm just curious where that comes from.
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't.
I feel like maybe there's a genetic diversity here, I feel like some of us are made so that we cannot believe.
Some of us are made so we cannot believe?
Yeah, like there's like a God gene or something.
We all have them. It's called DNA.
See, I could believe if I wanted to. I just choose not to.
I don't could believe what I'm saying?
I could do beliefs, just beliefs at all.
I can't.
I refuse to.
I believed in the truth for decades and made it my religion, and I even let that go.
You know how you talk
I guess
you know how
You go ahead.
You know how when you meditate and you get your answers from your higher being or whatever it is that you
Me personally?
No, Nudie. He meditates and he talks to his inner being, and then he knows certain things, and he tells me these things, and they all add up, so they must be right, unless there's till something else enters in to make it wrong. It seems quite right to me. It seems logical. So now, but you still can't prove these things. It's only the fact that you're being logical that makes me go with the thinking, right?
But that's what I was trying to get you to hold my hand through, was that logic.
Yeah, but there is no, it's not even logic. It's just like, it just is.
I suspect that's a thing for most people and that I don't have it.
But did you say you meditate?
I do meditate, but I recognize that it's myself giving me the answers. The thing I refer to myself as, because I'm actually experiencing myself downstream. What I think is me doesn't exist. It's a projection of my ego into the gap between my intention and my action, my awareness.
Projection of my ego into my action and awareness.
The space between when things occur in the animal that is Denizen, and then my personality recognizing it and going, aha, I had this thought, or I want some pizza.
Yeah, but isn't that just that's just like a 3D construct? I mean, it's like in the ether, you don't give a fuck about pizza, right? Like, that's not, is your personality something that's like something that's earth given?
I'm going to tell you something. The ether that you speak of is unfathomable
amounts of pizza
and uncomprehendable to your imagination. Your imagination doesn't have the capacity to understand that.
Yeah, I mean,
well, that's probably why I can't explain it.
Right. This is by design. That's the only way we can have a sense of division, for reflection, to have a consciousness, to know ourselves, to know that we exist.
Where's our personality on that list, though? Like, is that in the, as he was saying, his ego apart, or the?
I think that's all the way at the end. Almost, there's barely anything tailing the personality. It's the most artificial and subjective thing in the chain.
Yeah,
right.
It's almost like the last receptacle.
It's what gets developed when you're focusing on anything other than just being in truth as is. It's everything.
He was talking about the in between part, right? Like when he says in between like that, I start picturing the force. Like,
well, because there is a gap somewhere, that unknowing, between when my brain fires off and the chemical reaction occurs, and then the thing that is Denizen realizes it.
What do you say about ego, though? Is ego something that happens as a human, or is that something we take with us?
Human thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we take anything with us.
Not just human necessarily. Like it's part of, in this sense of existence. For us, animals have some of it. Much more limited form of it, as far as I can tell, from being
but
external.
There's too.
What's
the
that?
ego is the thing that you create in order to fill the gap in between what you are, right? As Nudie would put it, the truth of being, your essence, just existing, and the fact that something realizes, oh shit, I'm alive, I exist. That thing all the way at the other end is a construct.
Nudie and I were talking about the other day, and we were talking about, does the ego go with the soul? Like, is it the yin to the yang kind of thing, right? Remember?
Mm-hmm.
If I were to, for the sake of conversation, agree that there is a soul, I'd have to know what you're talking about in order to discuss it further.
Right.
Like when you say soul, Do you mean personality? Do you mean?
I mean, whatever it is that exists that makes us us, right? Because we're an ocean. I see all, each soul is just a piece of energy, a piece of light, is an ocean of light, and we are one piece. And there's one piece that makes me me, and that's what I was asking you the other day. What do you think? You think like when we go out there, we just like. I mean, drops of water, they're just H2O in its purest form, just H2O, right? So when we go into the ocean as H2O drops, then what makes us special? Nothing, right? So there's something that makes us us for us to have a soul. That means
see, it's the ego. It's the ego that wants to have this definition of special. It wants to look for that. It wants to come up with this idea. This concept of special is an ego-driven concept.
Okay, let's define special now too, because when I say special, I don't mean better than someone else or worth more than someone else. What I mean is, yes, uniqueness. So something makes me unique, and as me, I don't know that I'm actually like this, but
only that you are from source energy or soul energy, whatever you want to call it, an individual point of reflection. You are an individual soul, and I am an individual soul. What's that?
Each one of us is different, like a little snowball that just keeps on snowballing. So we come here as our uniqueness, and then all the things that shape the way that we see things and experience things is going to be different. So even twins are different, right? So each one of us is different. So
you're trying to justify. And again, you're looking for what's that thing again that you were having trouble letting go of?
A few things.
That worth thing or whatever, the justification of
value.
Value. There we go. Yeah, you're looking for value, and you'll never find it in that direction. You're actually sacrificing true value because you're looking for it in your imagination.
I think we all have value. Like the trolls here on the internet have value.
Right away in the head.
No, but I believe that uniqueness gives us all value.
What I'm saying is you don't need to believe. You can discover true value if you let go of all of that. What's that?
I'm not arrogant. I don't say I know things that I don't know. That's the only thing was that one thing. That's the one thing that nobody can convince me otherwise because I know it. But I'm not going to try to prove it either, right?
Being able to manifest will?
Not manifest, it just is. Like, like there's no good and there's no bad. Things are just are. The fact, like that feeling, it's the feeling of willing something and it happens, that feeling, that core of that feeling that makes that valuable, that part is the part that I know exists.
I mean, that's what I thought you were saying to begin with, but then you kind of tried to walk away from it being just the feeling.
Well, I guess maybe my language isn't sophisticated enough to really pinpoint exactly what I'm saying, which is probably why
you were actually getting much closer to it with that when you were doing that with the feeling thing. Yeah, because that's where the focal point is. So you're going to discover true self.
It's a vibration.
It certainly is vibratory. Absolutely.
Okay.
That's where the realm of this true self and discovery really is. The rest is the distraction from that, and at the peril and expense of discovering that.
Yes, and one of my hurdles is that I don't understand how to be happy without something external having an influence on it.
Happiness will never come when you try and achieve it through a formula.
That's another thing to say. But what I'm saying is that I don't understand how to just be happy just because I am. Something has to qualify that.
Let go, enjoy, be in gratitude.
What am I going to be in gratitude for? Is it
life?
Something. Well, there you go. See, I guess I just take it for granted because I don't see how life is something to be grateful for unless there's some kind of value in it.
There is, but you'll never discover that until you let go and go discover it. That's the point. And the longer you stay in this, the longer you stay in this focus of trying to discover and figure all that out through the intellect and through the mind and through the brain, the further away you get.
Well, I'm very frustrated because I hear that all the time, not just from you. I hear that from all kinds of spiritual people say the same fucking thing. So obviously it must be true, right? Because so many people say it. But
right. What do you think is doing the frustrating? What do you think is doing the frustrating? Where do you think that frustrating is coming from?
My feelings.
No, but yeah, but what's the cause of that? Where is it coming from?
So many people are saying it, and I can't realize it. That's the frustration.
I didn't ask why. I said what. Okay. What do you think is causing that?
I don't know how to answer you. I just tried to answer
the suffering or the inability to meditate.
The suffering.
The suffering is from not letting go. The anticipation.
Right. I'm trying to help her understand that. The answer is it's your focus.
Well, thank you, Denizen, because he wasn't giving me any answers. I thought I was answering your question. Okay, so all right. Well, so then it's let it.
If you can't meditate, it's probably because you're trying too hard.
In fact, here's the thing about meditation. You're meditating by default. We all are. Meditation is what you're focusing on. It's whether or not you're consciously meditating and intentionally meditating your focus, intentionally choosing your focus, and practicing what you're choosing your focus on. That's the thing that most people aren't doing.
That's what I was trying to say earlier on what kind of meditation are you talking about? Right. Because there's so many different variations of meditation.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the part where my person gives me my answers.
Have you ever tried instructional meditation?
Yeah.
Where you're not like taking advice, you're literally just following step 1, step 2.
Oh no, I've just put on the meditation music and just tried to let go. But apparently I just can't seem to let go.
Yeah, try doing it more practically at first, even though if that's not the ultimate goal.
It's where you place your focus.
Get you over a hurdle.
It's where you place your focus. Remember the heart thing? Remember the stuff you wrote down?
Oh yeah. No, I didn't.
There you go. It's easy to forget this stuff, especially when we've been practicing for so long.
What did I call the fucking file? Fuck me. Oh, where is it? Thoughts on the housewife.
Can you recall it from memory at all?
God, no.
Okay.
I don't remember what.
It's all right. With practice, you will. You won't even need to look at it.
Oh, I'm a pothead. I don't remember anything.
No, with practice, you won't need to remember. It'll again.
Oh yeah, it'll become as like you wrote afterwards, but I didn't practice it because I forgot it existed.
There you go. Here's the funny thing: we either practice remembering or practice forgetting. So we ought to be careful about it, because we get good at whatever we practice.
Oh fuck off! I don't. Oh shit! I must have lost the file. I didn't save it. Let's see. Download. Comment to Russell Brand. Was it? Shit. Shadow work.
Afternoon Fitness. Saw you're with us again.
Hi, Fitness.
Haven't been reading chat at all.
Oh, I did answer him earlier. Oh, I didn't. I laughed at what he said.
I don't have it.
Can you guys speak slower? I'm writing everything down.
Oh, everything? No. I I don't have it. Vegetarian lasagna.
Well, some people say that fixes everything.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't vegetarian. Vegetarian Wellington.
What? Fuck off.
I'm serious. Vegetarian mushroom.
That's not a thing.
Well, I was looking for beef Wellington recipe, but I came across the vegetarian one, which will be nice and handy when I give up the meat.
I don't have anything against vegetarianism, but you don't get to call meat dishes vegetarian.
Well, it's not though. It's a mushroom dish. Right?
How is it Wellington if it doesn't have filet in it?
Because you don't need the prosciutto and you don't need the beef. You just need the what do you call it? The pastry that goes on the outside, and you fill it with all that mushroom and onion, and that's the best part. Is the mushroom?
Sounds like a quiche to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe. It's beautiful though. I can just paste. Oh, it's like this mushroom paste you make that goes around the beef. You just take.
That goes on the Wellington usually, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like that's the best.
You just don't include the beef.
Yeah, you just don't include the beef or the prosciutto, which I didn't even know there was prosciutto in it. But.
That's kind of like saying I'm going to have a vegan roast beef sandwich or something.
Yeah.
Don't you make fun?
Yeah, but the other day we did find out that a load of vegan food has actually got real meat in it.
Right.
Vegetarian food. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we discovered. There was a thing that was showing the statistics. There was one that was over 40%.
Oh, you're just talking about products that people make.
Yeah, those plant-based vegan patties, and
but I'm
whatnot
for
vegan burgers.
Oh yeah, well those are bacteria, so like they're almost all meat, right? Don't they grow the proteins or something?
There's a lie, but it's not meat.
No, I think they're mixed ingredients. Seeds, nuts, sometimes mushrooms, whatever. But it was. I don't know where you found veggie burgers. Yeah, I don't know where you found that, but there was a statistic showing some lab tests produced results of quite interesting percentages of actual meat found in those veggie patties.
I am curious, like if we're ever going to get to a point where, like,
it's disgusting.
Human beings are becoming more capable and more knowledgeable in certain areas, in determining and deciphering the world around them, right? So even if it's a deception, when will we ever reach the point where the illusion can no longer hold? Where like we find out there's human DNA and stuff you buy off the shelf in the grocery store. And
we have.
There are no standards or conditions for food, and people just make better choices and are more aware of the products that they consume.
That's the trend. That's the trend. People are becoming more aware. Yeah. So we're getting more capable of doing things, but we're also getting less moral.
But they have found human DNA in food.
Yeah, but most people don't know that.
But I wasn't talking about processed food that you would buy from a store. I'm talking about making the thing yourself with the ingredients, right? So there's not going to be any meat in my vegetarian mushroom Wellington because I'm choosing the ingredients that are going into it. So I think it's a great taste. It's a beautiful taste, that mushroom paste. There's things called duxelles, right? Where it's just the pastry and the mushrooms. I love those. They're just too expensive to buy. But I love those. So I'm just going to make it myself.
If there's blood, sweat, and tears, there's human DNA in it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, human DNA isn't that bad. It's just the human meat. I don't want to be eating human meat.
Well, that was meat either. That was the human meat thing. That was a BBC joke.
If you're gonna eat meat, though, why not human meat? What's the difference?
It's supposed to be just like pork, isn't it?
It's just gross.
I don't eat pork.
What's so gross about it? Have you tried it?
Well, apparently I have unwittingly.
I actually don't. If you, I mean, what Nudie said is I mean, it's the same thing. I believe if you think it's okay to eat meat, then why can't you eat human meat? So,
well, it does lead to disease when you eat your own species. Like if cow eats cow and humans eat human.
I think that only works with fucking. I don't think that works with eating.
How do we know that?
You know, there's still tribes that are, you know, they're still cannibalistic tribes.
Yeah, you get used to that.
Still living today, and you know they haven't got any problems because they are them. They are there's no
and we're not talking about eating it raw.
Foreign contamination.
But we're not talking about eating it raw. You cook the shit out of it anyway. You cook the shit out of meat. So you cook the shit out of human meat. I don't see anything like philosophically different, right? But I think that the reason why we came out across don't eat humans is because we want to survive. So we say, okay, we can eat meat. We just cut it off at no humans, right? So that's just another construct that we made. But if we're not even meant to eat meat, and it does seem immoral, it's quite immoral to kill another being when we can get our food from. I don't go as far as Nudie. I don't think that plants have rights. I think that if we came here for a reason, plants came here to be fucking eaten. So I'm not going to feel guilty about eating a plant, but I do feel guilty about eating meat. It's wrong. It's another being that had potential and it got snuffed out so that I can enjoy the taste of its flesh.
Well, that's a that's a deeper, you know, level of the topic.
But that's the only reason for me to be vegetarian, because I love meat. I love meat.
Okay, so yeah, I mean,
it's the moral.
I was right, and the human meat I threw on the table for just, you know, if we're gonna throw away all the moral aspects or whatnot of that conversation about eating meat at all, just putting that aside, you know. I really don't see any difference. I see the aspect that you said about, you know, killing humans for meat. What if it's just humans are only humans that are already dead?
What?
It depends how obese the person is you're eating, doesn't it?
And it still says it's gross. I'm just curious. It's such a quick observation, almost like you've tried it. You know, like.
I think where the aversion comes from is because you have to kill something in order to eat it, and humans are cooperative.
Yeah, but
which is why there's cannibalistic tribes, just like there's psychos. You know, there's
same thing with animals. You got to kill it to eat it, then. And again, I'm even talking about just.
That's what I'm saying. We like humans more than we like animals. I don't need to cooperate with a cow.
Is it because the cow doesn't say no, don't kill me?
It helps. Also, I don't have to kill it. Somebody else does it for me. But it's not a person.
So
it is a person, though. It is.
It is.
So if somebody killed the human, turned it into a night. So somebody, you know, carved up the ass of a human, turned it into a rump steak, put it on the shelf, as human meat, and it looked appetizing. It looked like a nice piece of rump steak. Yeah.
We could be pulled into buying it if we didn't know it was human. But once
are you saying would I eat it? Yeah, of course.
Only if you didn't know it was human, though, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And then if I tasted it and it didn't taste like shit.
What's this 18%?
Well, it's like when I went.
Yeah.
To
so then your gross is only based on if you had to kill it yourself or participate in that, and if you found out after, because you don't know what it tastes like, that it doesn't taste very good,
and the fact that humans are prone to cooperate and protect one another socially. I think that's where
we're prone to. Yeah, we are overall. and taking over and manipulating each
in
other.
larger groups.
If it's just an already dead human, though, is that relevant in that?
I think the aversion still exists.
Right.
Because you eat something because you don't need it and it's lesser than you.
So the gross part is more the mindset about it.
Right.
Well, that gross is always just a mindset.
Right.
No.
Well, no, because
if I took a piece of human meat and I dyed it red, and then I took a bunch of tallow and I fried it in the tallow and I injected it full of tallow and it tasted like cow, I could make a human hamburger and you're not going to physically get ill. You'd have no fucking idea what you're eating.
That's what I'm saying. When you first reacted with a resounding gross, it almost sounded like, because you tasted it and it was like the taste was nauseating.
No, it's all mental.
Yeah, exactly. It's like drinking pee,
okay.
Right?
But I have heard that humans don't taste that good, that they taste like lean pork.
Who did you hear that from? I want to know who professed that they tried human.
From the famous cannibals throughout history.
I don't personally know anybody.
You don't know of any cannibals?
No, not personally.
I'm
intrigued.
I don't know of any cannibals personally either.
Idi Amin was a cannibal.
Who's that?
He was a ruler,
a dictator in
the country.
Yeah.
You have to remember too, I really didn't pay attention in school intentionally. So a lot of this stuff that people just kind of know.
They didn't tell us in school. I got that from TV.
Okay, and that too. I haven't paid attention to that a lot.
Fitness, get up here.
Well. Yeah, what Fitness just said. Yeah, that is.
Just get up here so we don't have to read
that is a fact. Yeah, that is a fact. When they used to cut out people's tongues, they used to fry it and eat it as a delicacy.
There's people that do that with animal tongues.
It's conditioning. It's conditioning, but I think that the reason why is because we, like Denizen said, we consider ourselves a higher form of being, and if we say it's okay to eat meat, then it's okay for somebody to kill us and eat us as meat. So we just make this rule. Okay, nobody eat each other, right? If I promise not to eat you, then you promise not to eat me. And I think that's why we've developed this, grossness. I don't know what pee tastes like, but I imagine that that's what beer tastes like pee. To me, I look at beer and I think that's like pee. So I don't like the taste of beer, and I probably wouldn't like the taste of pee.
Yeah, but I can give you a lived experience, right? I was an equestrian for 20 years, right? Now, we was in Spain on holiday, and it was all inclusive. You booked it, and you had your drinks for free, you had your food,
and they served
for free,
you meat. They
right?
served you
and so we were going down the aisle, and the chef standing there, or the cook, or whatever you want to call him, and I just saw these steaks. To me, they were steaks, and I said, "Oh, I wouldn't mind one of them, rare, please." So he cooked it up for me, came over with chips and salad, brought it over to the table. So anyway, I cut into the steak and I put it in my mouth, and I was chewing, and I was chewing, and I was chewing, and it was like I've never had such a rubbery steak in all my life. Normally, you have it blue, you have it rare, and it's normally soft and succulent. And I was like, what the hell is this? He's fed me rubber, And then my partner started laughing at me, and she said, "Do you know what you're eating?" And I went, "No." She said, "You're eating horse." I went, "What?" She said, "It's horse meat." I said, "What do you mean it's horse meat?" So I went back up the aisle and I looked at the menu board, and yeah, they were feeding us horse meat. And it was like, oh God, that's disgusting. It made me feel sick. But at the same time as then feeling guilty for eating horse, it was like, that was the most disgusting steak. And I was saying it as I was eating it, that it's rubbery, it's horrible, it's flavorless. It's disgusting. It tasted of blood.
Why would anybody pay for this? You're giving me the idea. Did you ever see when Homer had a pet pig and it turned out he was eating it and he's crying and he's going, oh.
It's just a little dirty. It's still good. It's still good.
Yeah.
It's just a little airborne. It's still good. It's still good.
I heard that horse meat was dry, and I didn't know about rubber.
Is that what you were talking about? Horse meat?
Yeah. That's what he was talking about. Yeah. Well, as soon as he said he was equestrian, and then we were talking about meat, I knew that his story was going to be that he was eating horse.
Yeah.
According to the testimony of people who have actually eaten other people, the taste of human meat does not reflect its beef-like appearance. Both serial killers and Polynesian cannibals have described human as being most akin to pork, but not all cannibals agree with this description. William Seabrook, an author and journalist, traveled to West Africa in the 1920s and later described an encounter with man flesh in great detail in his book Jungle Ways.
Man flesh.
Human, he said, in fact tastes like veal. It was good, fully developed veal, not young, but not yet beef. It was very definitely like that, and it was not like any other meat I had ever tasted. It was so nearly like good, fully developed veal that I think no person with a palate of ordinary, normal sensitiveness could distinguish it from veal. It was mild, good meat with no other sharply defined or highly characteristic tastes, such as, for instance, goat, high game, and pork have. The steak was slightly tougher than prime veal, a little stringy, but not too tough or stringy to be agreeably edible. The roast from which I cut and ate a central slice was tender and in color texture, smell as well as taste, strengthened by my certainty that all of the meats we habitually know, veal is the one meat to which this meat is accurately comparable. This account is the most descriptive to date, but has also been called into question. Seabrook later confessed that the distrustful tribesmen never allowed him to partake in their traditions. Instead, the author insisted that he obtained samples of human flesh from a Parisian hospital and cooked it up himself. So the guy who says it doesn't taste like pork turned out to be a liar.
Parisian? Did you say Parisian?
Yes.
You mean they had human meat in France?
Well, he says that he got some from a hospital.
You mean he stole a dead body?
That would be, something along those lines.
Can you imagine what kind of industry there would be for that?
He insisted that he obtained samples of human flesh from a Parisian hospital and cooked it up himself.
So veal calves are 21 weeks old at slaughter. They've never seen the light of day. They're fed corn, and they just stand in a shed for 21 weeks before they go to slaughter.
Maybe different people taste like different, depending. If I eat crap, then my meat's going to taste one way. And if somebody were to eat nudie, then nudie's meat would taste different than my meat.
Like nuts and berries. And you taste like a Big Mac.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat cat first.
Fitness says stick with breast meat.
Breast meat.
I think your level of activity would change the flavor too, right? Because that's the whole thing with veal is the age and the strenuous.
There's no breast meat. It's all fat. If it's a human.
Yeah, I think he was joking.
Yeah, I know. Just,
But yeah, I mean that's why I said it depends on how obese the person is. If it's a muscular person, then there's going to be more red meat. It's going to be more muscular.
It's going to be tougher.
Yeah.
I would be afraid of the rare diseases that you could contract, though. That would be
just cook the shit out.
Yeah, but you can't cook prions.
Like COVID?
What?
You can't cook prions, and that would be the thing.
Prions?
Yeah, that's where the connotation of disease comes from, because there's rare proteins that exist inside the human body that cannot be transmitted. But if you consume the flesh of a human, then you've just ingested them. So it's not that the cannibalism in it of itself causes disease. It like just herpes? Increases the... It exposes you to things that you otherwise would not be exposed to, that would be impossible to transmit.
But we are it.
What do you mean?
I mean, those what do you call them, psiomes or something like that, whatever it is that you know, you know, we can't transmit, but we have them in us. We still have them in us, so it's not foreign. Like we can use human insulin and inject ourselves with human insulin. Not that I recommend it, but you know, we can inject ourselves with human insulin because it's part of us.
Just because we can, though, doesn't negate that you know, you might be contaminating yourself by doing so.
Well, it's keeping a lot of diabetics alive, so.
And that too doesn't negate that you could be contaminating yourself.
I've never heard of anyone dying from their insulin unless they got the wrong dosage. I've never heard of anyone dying from insulin.
Dying is not the only consequence of contamination.
Well, I've never heard of anybody becoming malformed because of taking insulin.
That doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
I think there'd be a report by now.
What, from the industry that wants to sell you insulin?
Okay, but it's not just the industry that gets to talk. The industry gave us the internet. We can talk to each other. So somebody would have said something.
Maybe they have, or maybe people have a hard time putting two and two together when it comes to something, especially of this category where the belief is so strong and it overrides that, you know?
Sorry, I just have to say this out loud. Guadalupe guacamole.
Hello.
Hello. I just had to say that out loud. Guadalupe.
Kat, did you ever find that thing?
No, I told you I didn't save it. Obviously, I just.
Oh, you didn't save it. Oh no! So we got to redo it then.
I on my computer and forgot to save it.
Oh no! So okay, well I guess we'll have to redo that. We'll do that one-on-one though.
All right.
Another time.
Right.
In the meantime, just remember the hand on the heart thing. That's jogging us.
Oh, I totally forgot about that too. Oh my god! You know what? I was really tired. It doesn't help when we're like up for like 24 hours and then like I just can't keep this shit in my head.
It's all about the focus. That's the stem of it, right?
Right.
And as you can see, the last little while, you know, the reflection is different demeanor-wise because the focus. It's all about the focus. That's what it's all about. You reflect instantaneously that what you focus on.
I'll reflect heart if I focus on my heart.
Absolutely.
I haven't thought about that since we hung up.
Yeah, it's easy to get distracted.
Well, it's not become part of my consciousness.
Yeah, it's a practice thing that I'd say important. You gotta practice the remembering of it and the actual practice of it, and you know, just keep doing that, and then you won't have to think about it at some point.
I'm gonna make myself signs and tape them in each room. Focus on your heart. Focus on your heart. That's what I'm gonna do. And while I go get the piece of paper and the markers and the tape, I'll be focusing on my heart the whole time. And then while I'm listening to you guys, I'm going to focus on my heart.
Apparently, all animals have prions.
What's a prion?
Prion is a protein.
Yeah, it's a protein. But
Smiler's amazing.
There's two types. There's two genetic types, and you have two genetic types, and one is a dominant one, and one is a less dominant one. But then something can be introduced, and then the dominant one causes you problems. It causes CJD disease, which is a bit like mad cow disease, because there's a lot of prions in the brain.
Just don't eat the brain.
Well, that's why they banned. Do you remember when they banned T-bone steaks?
What? I got one in my freezer.
Yeah, but they banned they banned T-bone
mad cow disease
because of mad cow disease.
Oh, just at one point, not forever.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I was going to make my beef Wellington from, was the TVO steak that I got. And I also have veal in my freezer too. I didn't pick it. I would never pick veal, but that's what the food bank gave me. So. Right. Focus on, I say my or your. Which one do I want to use?
Registered nurse here. Any other medical professionals on the panel?
What? Sorry?
Registered nurse here. Any other medical professionals on the panel?
Define medical professionals. I don't make any money, but I'm my own doctor.
Profession and education do not necessarily translate to knowledge or correctness either, especially in American society.
Yeah, more often than not, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it equates to training for profit.
Okay, I picked your because I love the idea that there's a higher self of me, and I'm just its little puppet. I'm a little, not puppet, but I'm its little sim, and it's loving me.
No, none of us are medical professionals.
Right, licensed. He or she said licensed medical professionals.
But I'm my own doctor. The only thing I need doctors for is to sew me up, or to get me tests, or to approve my disability.
I don't need any proof for my disability or anybody else's. It's easy to see that one. Sounds like you're not your own doctor then. Why would you say that?
Because I can't sew myself up. They have the drugs.
Yeah, but a registered nurse isn't a doctor either. It's only somebody who's passed the diploma.
No, but they are professionals. They make money.
They are professionals, but they're not, you know.
Well, he said medical, or he or she said medical professional. So,
I mean, my ex-partner was a senior staff nurse, but and she concentrated on cardiology. She concentrated on hearts.
Hearts.
Yeah, because she needs doctors for things. That's the answer to when I asked that.
Who needs a doctor for things?
You do. What's the name? Guadalupe Guacamole is saying that that's the reason why they said sounds like you're not your own doctor then, because she needs doctors for things.
Here's what I use a doctor for. Okay, I have atherosclerosis. I had a stroke, so I have trouble speaking, and I'm on disability. So I need a doctor to get me tests, and when they get me the tests, I make the decisions. I am the one who decides the medicine. So I don't need doctors for that. All I need doctors for is their machinery to do the testing, to read the testing, and I need them to sign papers that say, yes, she's sick, give her money. That's why I need a doctor. I make all the other decisions. I administer the medicine, and none of it is pharma. If I had a naturopathic doctor, I would go there. Because I only know what I can find out on the internet. Other people have expensive paintings on their wall. I have paper and tape.
You ever try a DO instead of an ND? They're more homeopathic leaning.
What's a DO?
Not sure. What's a DO, Guadalupe?
Guadalupe.
Guadalupe.
Guadalupe. It's like a country.
Hello, Chad.
You mean the Chad? Are you talking about the Chad?
The Chad's in the house. Hey, Chad. Doctor of Osteopathy is DO.
No, I don't have one of those. You know what I have? I have a nurse practitioner. I don't even have a doctor. I've had to go to a heart doctor, and I had to go to a vascular surgeon. But otherwise, not that I had any surgery. I just had to talk to them. But I have a nurse practitioner, and I love her because she works with me. She doesn't force me to take pharma.
She is still trained by pharma.
She tries to convince me to take the damn pharma, but when I tell her that I'm not going to, she doesn't say to me, well, I can't help you then. She works with me, and she even wants me to share my recipes with her because she's from Haiti, and so she tells me things like when I told her about the way to prepare the garlic. Because she was saying something about putting it in the fridge, and I was saying that it needs to be at new room temperature, and how it works and why it works, and so she took that with her. Like
pharmaceuticals, Guadalupe, allopathic medicine.
Yeah, where are you from? I can't even get my words out. Yeah, where are you from? Where are you from?
If that's real, her real name, it's probably Mexico.
And she says you're against prescription medicine, I take it.
Yes, that's right.
Yep, definitely.
At least
she's from
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn.
Dennison, I don't know if your mic's close to your... I think I heard you try and say something there, but coming in a bit quiet. Dennison.
5G.
I think it's just where your mic is.
5D hasn't said anything, and we lost Eddie a while ago.
5D, are you in with us, 5D? Grover? Earth to Grover? He probably fell asleep.
Eddie did say in the chat that he was dropping off.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said goodbye.
He's so sweet, man. He barely got to talk, and he's the one who sounds the best. Everybody on the panel, I can listen to his voice all day. His accent. I love that Irish accent. Where did I put my purple pen?
When he started singing My Way, I was hoping he was going to sing the Sex Pistols version.
Dennison, I don't know if you've been trying to talk since. If that's the case, then we're not hearing you at all.
Is his avatar moving? Or does he have one of those whole page ones?
Yeah, not at the moment. But he's not on mute.
Maybe he went for a pee.
I don't think so. I heard him try to say something a bit ago, and it was very low.
Oh, he said I'm going for a pee.
It was like his mic wasn't close.
Oh, where's my purple pen? Oh, here we go.
I thought it was just me because he has dropped out on a few sentences that he said. Like he started and then it's dropped out and then it's carried on again. So it's missed bits as I was listening, and I thought it was me because I've changed headphones.
Right.
My batteries went in the other ones.
Originally from Bed-Stuy, now I live in Dumbo.
I don't even know where those places are. Never heard.
Fitness says stay away from Coney Island Hospital.
Stay away from all hospital. All of them.
Unless
There's a reason why they got that cross on the top of that of every one of them. Just saying.
Unless you get hit by a truck and you have to get in there by an ambulance, that's the only time you go.
Fuck that shit. Don't go in anyway.
I saved my life by not going in the hospital.
Accept your fate and don't get hit by a truck. Be careful on that.
Good advice, she says. Stay
there you go. Stay healthy and stay out. Yeah. That's it.
Stay away from Big Pharma.
Be careful, though. We have to say this to save Right's channel.
Yeah.
None of us are doctors, and we're not pretending to be doctors. This is all just our opinion.
Yeah,
fuck that shit.
It's my opinion. I just advocate it for myself. You know,
fuck that shit. It's far from my opinion. It's fact.
It's up to you lot what you want to do.
Fuck terms of service.
You're gonna get Rights in trouble.
And never have so far. We're good with that. Fuck terms of service.
All it takes is for one fucking asshole to complain.
That's okay. I'll give medical advice and I'll give legal advice all day long. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, because it's not your panel.
No.
Subjective.
I'll do it on my panel even more so. I'll restrain myself to some degree because it's not my panel.
Nudie, does she want to come up?
I don't know. Anybody in chat that wants to come up, just say the word. So it's open for everybody. Everybody's welcome.
Next time you get Right's attention, ask him to pin the link. We forgot to tell him that.
Oh yeah. What medical advice you gonna live? Yeah, that's a good question. Oh wow, does that ever open up a can of worms?
What medical advice? What
medical advice you gonna give? That's what Guadalupe put in the chat there.
I can only speak by what's being prescribed to me and what it did to me.
Don't listen to anything that comes from the allopathic industry. That's number one. Number two, learn how to take responsibility for your own health. Eat a holistic, raw, plant-based diet. It's all about prevention and being ahead. Prevention of disease. Keep your body in an alkaline state. Make sure you adhere to your body's request for balance. Holistic balance. Don't trust products and food, especially that come from corporate industry. Learn how to be self-reliant.
Not medical advice. That's just opinion.
No, it's not. That's medical advice. Absolutely. Because it's all based on something that happened to me that healed me and advice that it's a holistic.
It's anecdotal evidence, though. You have to be very careful.
Yeah, except for the
yeah, but it's been proven over and over again to keep your body in a what was the state again?
Alkaline.
It's been proven over and over again. Alkaline state is proven.
Here, it's something that allopathic doctors can get in trouble for saying. Oranges can prevent you from getting colds. Eating oranges.
So can eating apples. You mean vitamin C? I gotta talk to Denizen about something.
Go for
Miss
it.
Cat is the only
But he's
one
not here.
speaking sense.
Pardon?
What's up?
Miss Cat is the only one speaking sense, Gigi says.
Oh, Gigi, that's a nice name.
I'm going to call her Gigi. It's easy than the tongue twister.
Yeah, but I love to say Guadalupe. Denizen, remember we were talking about the reasons for not being able to walk?
Talking about what?
Remember when we had our last nice conversation in a DM, and we were talking about not being able to walk?
Yes.
And trying to figure out why.
Yes.
Well, I know why mine is.
Why?
Because my main arteries in my legs are blocked.
Yeah.
And so the only way that I'm not even able to walk now is because the back channels, the smaller arteries are still working, but the bigger ones are blocked. So, yeah. So the pain comes from all that, I'm assuming, the pain comes from all that blood just backing up and not being able to go anywhere fast. Because those smaller arteries can't handle what I need to to walk.
Have you found a way to unclog them?
There's only, from what I can tell from the Googles, there's only a way to mitigate the damage, but I will never be able to fix it. That's it. They're stuck with not calcium. What do you call it? Plaque. That's it. I fucked myself.
What's the mitigation?
You can use well, again, this is, I'm not a doctor, YouTube. Please don't write this channel away. Garlic is a good one. Lemon. There's
increase your circulation, in other words.
Yeah, exercise. There's different. Like, I have to go through my notes and stuff, but there are ways to. Like, the garlic is a really big one for me, so I just focus on the garlic. But there's a drink that I make in the mornings when I have it. I ran out of lemon, I ran out of garlic, but I make a drink for myself in the morning, on an empty stomach. I squeeze a half a lemon, and I put my garlic in. And the way I do the garlic is you mince it so that you are crushing it. So that you're exposing all those enzymes, and the two enzymes in the garlic, when they mix, like epoxy, they mix. That's when they activate. So then you have to let them sit there for about 10-15 minutes at room temperature. Then I add that to hot water, the lemon juice, and I put in Ceylon cinnamon because I have diabetes, so I put in Ceylon cinnamon. And I also have this thing called Karen, which is like these ancient bacteria or something, like these ancient, they're like, like DE, it's like, they're some kind of being, but they're just very, very tiny. They put oxygen in you. So I add that too. But that stuff's like $90 a bag, so I use it very sparingly. Yeah, so I make that drink on an empty stomach every morning. And that garlic, and I like to put lots of garlic, that'll lower my blood pressure, and lowers your blood pressure because it makes your blood thinner. But it also kind of cleans the lemon, just like it cleans things. So anything that's loose, any plaque that hasn't formed, like hasn't clotted kind of thing, hasn't like coagulated, I can get rid of that. So I can keep whatever is open still open if I do that and try to completely lower my LDL cholesterol, the bad cholesterol. So, and then I also eat avocado oil or avocados whenever I can, because that's good fat, and walnuts, good fat.
Do you have less pain?
No, because I don't exercise the way I should. See, the thing is, though, I don't have the pain until I'm like a block away. I can walk without my stick for like about a block. And then it starts to get hard. And if I'm going uphill, that's even harder. In this town I'm living in, it's uphill both ways everywhere.
That's lactic acid.
What's lactic acid?
Not for me, it isn't.
When you get the burn when you're walking.
Oh, yeah, that's just because my blood is not getting where it needs to go fast enough to supply my muscles.
So it started in my hip, and then I guess it worked its way down.
So did I hear you?
19.
Did I hear you right? You have garlic every day in the morning?
When I have it, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Just make sure when you do that, you eat. You gotta. That's an antibiotic, eh? A natural one. So you gotta
my
balance.
antibiotic is colloidal silver.
Garlic is antimicrobial.
But if we give up,
yeah, colloidal silver is not going to deplete the flora in your gut, but garlic will. So just make sure you counterbalance it with lots of raw fruits and veggies or a probiotic supplement. Yeah, something along those lines.
I can't.
I mean, giving up smoking will produce will raise your HDL levels.
Yeah, it also depletes vitamin C too. Smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that I know. Yeah, but what did you say about the HDL?
It depletes your enzymes altogether.
Yeah, it attaches itself to the hemoglobin, so anything that it's not leaching directly out of your body, it's blocking your blood cells from absorbing anyway.
Which is probably also why I don't feel any better.
See, I completely changed my diet. I went to like a not a Mediterranean diet, but something similar to that, right? And they put me on a torvastatin. I cut out all my sweets, all my junk food.
That's pharma.
I stopped eating all my Mars bars and a bag of. I mean, I used to eat a bag of Haribo. I used to eat a bag of Haribo every day.
What?
It's like little jelly sweets. Haribo. The gummy, like gummy bear type sweets, and
right.
Jesus.
I used
to eat eating poison, but you don't even have good taste in poison.
Yeah, but I used to eat a bag. Like I gave all that up. They gave me the atorvastatin, right, and they said they wanted me on it for X amount of time, and then I had to go back for blood tests again. Well, when I went back for the blood test, and the atorvastatin was supposed to, bring my cholesterol levels down. I was like way up in the sky, way up.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a statin. There's no way.
It's like these statins don't work for you. Stop taking the statins. So they took me straight off the statins. The statins cause high cholesterol in my body.
Oxygen. Guadalupe, just come up. Did you give her the link? Come on, co-host.
No, because there was no request. I said if anybody wants to come up, put the request in chat and I'll put it for you.
Hold on, I'll get it for you.
Was there a request?
It's in there if you just scroll up. Oh, I mean, I guess I can do it right now like this. There you go.
Ah.
It's open panel. Anybody's welcome.
Denizen has to compete.
I was trying to save you the effort.
I was already there.
Come on, GG, join the panel. Don't be shy.
Yeah, I want to hear your accent. If you sound like a Guadalupe or if you sound like a Tony Manero.
You think Guacamole is her real name? Or his real name?
No, but Guadalupe could be a guy.
Could be.
I don't know. What?
Yeah, Guadalupe. It could be her real name.
No, she said she was a her.
Yeah, Guadalupe is a female name.
So her first name could be Guadalupe, and then she just put guacamole on there as a joke.
Yeah, like Anna Banana. Could be.
But then we have to be careful because maybe her last name is Guacamole, and then would be really rude.
I mean, I don't care if it's rude. If your name is Guacamole, that's funny as fuck.
We apologize.
It'd be like if your last name is Burrito.
Burrito.
Pizza.
We apologize for Jemison.
Yeah. No, my name is Frankie Pizza.
My name is Big Mac.
Inizio Pizza. Big Mac.
I have a knife Like it was my father's knife, so it's really special to me, and it's the knife I use every day, and in the kitchen, and it says Mac on it, so I've got Mac the knife.
Can you give me a quick...
come up for what? If you come on the panel.
Hold on, guys. Nobody knows Gigi, or does anybody know Gigi?
No, you got
okay.
She's asked come up for what? So I'm just answering.
That was earlier. No, she's in the basement, which is okay. Let me just do this real quick. Hang on.
If she's not showing her boobs, then let her up and just be ready.
If she is showing her boobs, definitely let her up.
I'm gonna put the overlay over.
Okay, I do that.
There you go. Hello, welcome.
Hey, I would not porn bomb you. That's
all right.
No.
Hello,
that works for me. I'll hold you to that.
Never. That's childish, and no, that's not.
For sure. For sure.
I mean, what if we asked you to?
I know that.
I'm gonna decline. I'm gonna decline.
Nice to meet you, and welcome.
Nice.
Hey, Lucy, I'm home.
An avocado from New York.
That's racist.
Am I? An avocado is racist?
No, Vets is racist.
Rights came back because guacamole was around.
Yeah, he's hoping to see boobs.
Rights, we got a new guest around. Right,
so, Miss Cat, how do you reconcile that?
The
smoking, and being against pharmaceuticals.
I don't. I'm a hypocrite.
I would say it's because she's addicted.
Lady. I heard you like. See, you are the patients that I love. It's not hypocritical. It's not hypocritical. It's your choice. It's your choice.
It's my weakness.
I don't think it is.
It's my weakness of will. That's what it is.
I
think at a certain point, the cigarettes control you.
I have known. I remember watching not many eons ago. There was a very famous documentary about this transsexual. It's called Southern Comfort. And it was a woman who transitioned to being a man, and she had all the surgery. She had a hysterectomy, but left her ovaries and had a mastectomy and all that. And he was, just a crazy chain smoker. And the poor person got ovarian cancer, of all the fucking ironies. Oh, sorry. Can I curse?
Oh, yeah.
I said,
wide open here.
I'm sorry.
Pretty sure you did.
Well,
$5, please.
Some people might.
$5 penalty. $5 penalty.
So this person was head to toe, metastatic ovarian cancer by the time they were dying. And what was the one spot that did not have cancer? The lungs.
The lungs.
And he said, I will never stop smoking. I will smoke an hour before I die because that's keeping cancer out. There's no way I'm giving it up now.
Yeah.
And I have seen 90, and before I was a nurse, I was an ultrasound tech. I have seen, and I've done 1 million carotid ultrasounds and in OR and endarterectomies. That's where you go get the roto-rooter of your carotid arteries in your neck. I've seen 94-year-old men who bottle of Jack, 2 packs a day, and a pound of bacon, and their arteries are crystal clear. You can't beat your genes. It's genes. It's genes and your environment. It's a whole math problem.
I got the stupid 19. I got the stupid 19, and I didn't have any problem breathing. The rest of my body felt like I got hit by a truck, but I didn't have any problem breathing.
COVID is a flu. Every flu is different. They suck. Some flus kill people. Some, it's a sniffle another person.
My gran was 80. My gran was 86 years old. She used to drink a bottle of VP sherry every day. She used to drink 2 or 3 bottles of Guinness every day. She used to smoke 40 a day, 2 packets a day. She had a problem with it because she had a hiatus hernia. She had a problem with a hiatus hernia. She went into the hospital to have barium meals, etc., etc. Whilst in hospital, she contracted pneumonia. She never left hospital. The pneumonia that she caught in hospital killed her.
Absolutely. Like I said in the chat, and people, when I don't go to hospitals unless I'm being paid. I don't understand hypochondria. I really have never understood why or Munchausen, people who like to, get sick, fake sick. I don't understand that. I don't understand that other than it's just like needy. It's attention seeking. That's all that is.
Yeah, but they're lacking something.
And to play the other's devil's advocate, look at somebody like Dana Reeve, Christopher Reeve's wife. She never smoked a cigarette her entire life, and she died of lung cancer because she was a cabaret singer and secondhand smoke did her in. But she never smoked.
So they believe, right?
Yeah. So
she got lung cancer. She died of lung cancer, and she was a cabaret singer back, when you could smoke in hotels. So that was her only exposure to, smoking. So they of course linked it there.
They assume, yeah.
Yeah, they made a jump. You can't prove that smoking causes it. You get lung cancer. We don't ever write in the medical chart smoking caused lung cancer. We say things like lung cancer with or without a history of smoking. That's it. That's all that's there.
Right.
Hey, you want to smoke? I have no problem with that.
As long as you're not.
You want to smoke? You want to smoke weed? You want to smoke cigarettes?
Well, in her case, it was, right?
I know loads of nurses. I know loads of doctors. They all smoke. I've stood outside the hospital.
Yeah.
I've stood outside the hospital smoking with them.
I grew up with a doctor listening to my lungs with a cigarette in his mouth. Absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
And the first pharma reps, the first pharmacology reps were cigarette salesmen that used to.
I can understand that.
Doctors.
Well, did you know that camels are healthier? They're the preferred cigarette among 3 out of 4 doctors.
Absolutely, they were the Trident of cigarettes.
I thought in the States it was Marlboro.
Oh yeah,
I love Marlboro.
Well, now unless you roll your own, I don't even think you can buy unfiltered anymore. Oh gosh, see, somebody needs to stop. Some albuterol right there.
Wrights needs a cigarette.
Fitness says his name is Vinny Boombox. You know where we got that from Rodney Dangerfield. I think he said that was his name. Are you thinking about Rodney Dangerfield's doctor? Fitness?
That coughing was because I walked from one room, which is quite warm, into a cold room because the window's open.
Yeah, but you also smoke.
Yeah, and it's change of air. I got COPD.
Yeah, me too. I have emphysema.
Well, emphysema is a type of COPD. There's 2 types of emphysema, or 2 types.
Well,
of
apparently, mine was caused because when I used to be mechanicking, then also I'd do paint spraying, and 99% of the time I couldn't be bothered to put a mask on if I was just going to spray a wing or spray a bumper. And I'd just run in the spray booth, give it a quick flip over, and then come back out again. It took me longer to put it. It took me longer to put an air-fed mask on, sort the filters out, and go in with an air-fed mask than it did take me to go in and paint the car.
Yeah, I know, because it takes a while before it builds up. Because I have emphysema, but I don't know how that manifests because I don't need oxygen.
Mine was caused by isocyanites, apparently.
Isocyanites?
Yeah, it's 2-pack paint. 2K paint.
Mine's 2 packs a day.
I'm living for the honesty, though. I'm living for this. This would make you such a great patient if you were in a gurney in front of me. It would make you like an excellent patient. And patients don't understand when they come in and they fib or leave something out, that doesn't help us,
No, I know.
Yeah.
Even when it was illegal when I was a teenager, the only person I trusted, the only adult I trusted to say that I smoke pot was my doctor.
Yeah.
Because there's no point in not, if I want to work with the doctor, that was back when I believed in doctors. There's no point in working with the doctor if I'm not going to be honest about
True.
it.
Absolutely.
Look,
What made you?
right.
What made you turn against the doctor? Oh, nice.
Look,
that's pretty good.
It's the same as my.
Is that your SAT? Is that your O2 SAT? What was it? 99?
I don't know if it's the SAT though. It's just the oxygen level. I think SAT's different, isn't it? It's like an average.
Well, that's a pulse ox. Yeah. O2 saturation we get in blood.
Yeah. 98, 98. I love that. It's like a message from
very
spirit.
good. It's very
Thank you. So, and that's from smoking 2 packs a day and not doing my exercise. So imagine how good it could be if I didn't do that.
Thanks.
But you were asking me, why? Because
was there an event that a doctor was misdiagnosed you, rude, and whatever the background.
No, because there would be emotional reasons, right? It's like stopping believing in God because things are going shit for you, right? No, it was sort of a culmination. It came over time. Like something told me inside that something was wrong, and then as I learned more, and I went and then the worst part of it was when my guy was sick, and I was trying to introduce to the doctors the naturopathy, and I was working with pharma, right? It was like part pharma, part naturopathy, and because I was just learning, so I didn't want to use him as a guinea
that's
pig.
normal. Yeah, we call that CAM, complementary and alternative medicine. Yeah, we use that with pharma.
That's great.
And it
They don't
sounds
have
like
that here.
it wasn't an incident. You developed your own thinking. That's good.
Yeah, because you know why? Because as I was finding things out, first I knew it instinctively, and then as I was finding out, I say instinctively, but I don't mean that. As I was finding out, it's like, but wait a second, if this is unhealthy and this is unhealthy and this is unhealthy, why is my health professional recommending the unhealthy part, and the healthy part he's completely poo-pooing?
True. Yeah.
And now I know, now that I found out, they're just driven by, they're not allowed to tell us the healthy thing. Like when Stupid 19 hit, there were doctors who had to leave their job because the College of Physicians and Surgeons, which in Canada or in Ontario, that's what we have.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were told that if they didn't go with the flow of this narrative, that they would be suspended. People lost their licenses because they were doing the conscionable thing. So obviously the whole industry is corrupt, the whole industry. And when I had to deal with nurses in the hospital, and if I argued with a doctor, because there was a doctor that was trying to put a catheter in my Theo, and he wasn't doing it right, and all I tried to do was try to help him because it was a complicated one. It wasn't a straightforward thing. I don't want to get, I mean, he's dead now, but it was, I don't want, it's so private, but there was, I knew his member, and I knew where everything was.
Yeah, you knew the bends to get the tube to go in. Yes.
Right. But when I tried to tell him, he takes the tubes and he puts them towards me on the other side. I was on the other side of the bed, and he says, "Do you want to do it?" And then the nurse that was standing there saying, he's a professional. And that's what he says. I'm the professional here. Did you go to school? And I'm like, okay, this kind of arrogance I can't fucking deal with, right? So I treated him like the arrogant prick he was, and he kept on hurting him. He just over and over, he just kept on hurting him. So I told him, you know what? You're done. You're done now. You can go. And the nurse didn't appreciate that I spoke to the doctor this way from all the way down here, that I talked to the doctor. So I had problems with her all the friggin' time because they were always backing up these arrogant pricks who didn't even want to consider what you said, CAM or whatever. They didn't want to consider that. Like, I'm showing them NIH material, right? So that they'd believe it. And still they didn't even want to go through it because they were told that this is what they have to do. They're getting paid to give us.
I'm certified God status.
Pardon?
I'm certified God status. That's why.
Yeah, so I'm with them, and they gave us MRSA. There was no reason that it was the hospital that invented MRSA from not administering their own poison properly. So when I ended up with a staph infection, pardon?
What about MRSA?
The MRSA came from.
I know what MRSA is, and it was.
No, I know, but I'm saying
it came from them not administering their own antibiotics properly. That's where it came from. So it ended up being resistant. They ended up making a resistant bacteria. So now there's no such thing because, and I'm not a doctor, YouTube, but colloidal silver takes care of all that.
No.
So when I ended
colloidal silver does not kill methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. No, it doesn't.
I am living proof that it does.
It does not.
I cured myself of sepsis.
That's a dangerous statement to make. Colloidal silver does not cure MRSA.
I'm not a doctor, so I'm not telling other people. I'm telling you what happened with me, and I'm allowed to tell you what happened with me. And
how do you know that it cured it?
Because it was visible that I cured it. First of all, it had gotten into my lungs, which ended up meaning that it was in my bloodstream.
It's you and not the boyfriend. I'm confused now. So now I thought this was from the catheter, you said.
No, that was just a doctor that I was talking about. Oh. Now we're talking about MRSA. So
how'd you get MRSA?
I didn't get MRSA. I ended up with sepsis from a staph infection that I got from taking care of my boyfriend. When he died, the last few days, I didn't have gloves and I was dressing his legs. I was always...
MRSA is a staph infection.
MRSA is...
MRSA is a staph infection.
They can cure staph infections.
Oh my goodness.
They say they can't... What is it that I'm getting wrong?
MRSA is a staph infection.
You can have staph infection and not have MRSA.
I'm aware, but you're saying that MRSA is not a staph infection. It is.
Oh, okay. At its root, it is. But what makes it a MRSA as opposed to a regular staph infection is because it's.
I'm aware what MRSA is. MRSA is a staph infection that's caused.
I'm not saying I had MRSA. I had sepsis from a staph infection, and I got rid of it with the colloidal silver. And I had great big welts in my skin.
You did not get rid of sepsis. You did not get rid of sepsis with colloidal silver.
I drank it. So I didn't just use it topically on the sores. I also drank it.
That would not cure sepsis.
Well, it did.
I believe that you believe it did. I don't believe you had sepsis. If you had sepsis, you would not be able to drink anything. Sepsis is a life-threatening infection. Usually people are in the ICU.
And that's why I took the damn colloidal silver, because I was taking I was using the oils and the oils weren't working. And I was at my wit's end, and I thought, okay, then I'm going to go for this colloidal silver thing. I didn't want to try it on him because he was I didn't want to use him as a guinea pig. So, and I was afraid because pharma had put out, pharma sources were trying to scare us off of the silver. So, but it was my last choice because I was going to die. So, and I wasn't going to go to a hospital. I'd rather die in my own apartment than die in a hospital.
Who told you that you had sepsis if you never went to a doctor?
I couldn't breathe properly.
That's not sepsis.
And then when I took the colloidal silver, I ended up...
That's not sepsis.
It was in my bloodstream.
How do you know that? Who diagnosed that?
Nobody.
Well, then you weren't diagnosed. And you don't diagnose MRSA with blood tests. That's not how it works either. It's a culture.
I didn't have a blood test, so I'm not saying you do it with a blood test.
And that's also how we test for sepsis. You have to have a rising lactate level. You didn't have sepsis. You think you had sepsis. You did not have sepsis.
Okay.
It sounds like you had an upper respiratory infection, and I don't know why you would drink colloidal silver for that, but to each his own.
Mm-hmm.
Humans are pattern-seeking animals. It's an evolutionary trait.
We're also societal animals.
Fitness hasn't said a word since his Vinny Boom Box. Hey, that Vinny Pots and Pans that I met on that I watched on your panel,
Denizen.
Yeah.
I've been seeing him on the drama panels.
Yeah.
But when I saw him on your panel, he was like one of us that were talking on this panel, on Wright's panel, right? Or somebody would come on my panel. But when he's on the drama panels, holy crap, he's like a different.
Yeah, it made me think he's kind of two-faced.
I don't know about. I just think he was giving into his drama side, and there's there's hardly any place. Mine and Wright's and I don't know where else we can have these kinds of conversations, right? So I guess Vinny might have just run out. You stopped doing your panels, and maybe he just had no place to talk intelligently. So now he's given into his drama side. If that's what you meant by the two-faced.
I'm probably a little obtuse when it comes to that because I don't have a drama side. So, like, I don't get it, you know? I'm ignorant.
Well, yeah, but you were hanging on the shit show, so you must have, you were traveling in those shark-infested waters and swimming pretty well.
I'm a pretty good swimmer.
I think you'd understand it, though. Otherwise, what would detract you?
I thought I did, but I would say that Vinny's two-faced.
Yeah, I don't know. All I see now is just that I notice him with his accent, but he's in a crowd with a whole bunch of people with that accent. That New York Italian Vinny Boom Box.
Oh my God, is that how I talk? I sound like that too.
Yeah, like that. Talk. Coffee.
Talk.
I need a quarter for some water for my dog.
Yeah. Open my heart. I forgot already.
See, look, I pulled this right up. It says it right here, like you said, on the NIH about colloidal silver. And it came up through the National Center for, instead of CAM, they call it complementary and integrative health, meaning together. We call it complementary and alternative medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the first thing off the bat says the FDA has warned that colloidal silver isn't safe for any disease or condition.
Of course they are, because they're owned by pharma. So to say that.
But the NIH is backing them, which you said you backed.
I don't know who the NIH. Oh, NIH, you mean, right?
I'm sorry, NIH. Did I say NIH? NIH.
Well, I don't know that I brought colloidal silver to them. I never brought colloidal silver to them. Because I didn't find the use for it. Like I didn't find the value in it until after he was dead. So it was other things. There were other things that I'd bring to them. I can't remember which ones I used NIH for.
What benefits do you believe it has?
The colloidal silver? That it kills bacteria, and I'm not sure that I actually believe in viruses. In the what's his name? Who was it who came up with the penicillin?
Pasteur,
thank you. Yeah, but it was all
penicillin isn't used for viruses.
Germ theory. Whoever it was who came up.
No, she was talking about germ theory.
Yeah, whoever it was who came up with the germ theory. That's a psyop. So
wait, you don't believe that there are germs?
Well, I believe there's bacteria.
But you don't believe there's viruses?
I believe that what's called viruses are things that are already in us. They're called something zomes, not ribosomes, but it's something zomes.
So you don't think that viruses exist, and yet you got COVID?
No, I don't think that we can transfer them to each other.
How do people get HIV?
That was.
How do people get hepatitis?
I don't know if it was AIDS or HIV.
What about hepatitis? Come on.
Too much allopathic medicine.
Rubella.
To be fair, even scientists and doctors don't really know what causes HIV.
But
it was an injection they gave to Africans.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
There are patients with HIV who have none of the
Fauci
HIV
causes
virus
HIV.
present.
They still have HIV.
It was
Yeah,
proven
because
that
it stands for a human immunodeficiency. There's no virus present.
The virus.
Yeah,
That's the
and
name of the virus.
also the
That's the
CDC.
name of the virus.
But the CDC.
There are
the
HIV patients
scientists
who don't have the
have now-
viral infection.
Have now said that the jibby jabby causes HIV. Immune.
Vaccines save lives. Full stop.
No, the biochemical weapon that they were putting in
Vaccines
people's
save
arms.
lives. Full stop.
I'm leaving this to you, Nudie. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
All
This
drugs
new
have
one
side
is not a
effects.
vaccine.
No lies told. Every drug has a side effect.
Allopathic medicine is a scam.
What's your opinion?
You know what? You know what vaccinations aren't supposed to do? They're not supposed to make something in your arteries that clog them up. Some kind of white stuff that comes out when the embalmers are trying to get rid of your blood, and they are running into something that didn't ever exist before. And
what?
It looks like it's not a worm.
Are you denying it?
Pardon?
No, she's laughing. I said, are you denying that
I
embalmers?
didn't hear what she said. It was something about the embalming.
Right, the embalm. Right,
let her speak. And she's the one talking.
What they're pulling out of people's arteries now, and they don't know what it is, and they can't even get anybody to agree to analyze it in a laboratory, is that they're now, ever since the jab, they're pulling out this white stuff. It's like I'm imagining it's like silicone or something. It's not going to be silicone. It's not alive, so it's not a worm.
Pulling it out of where?
Out of the arteries, because the blood wasn't coming out.
They don't go into arteries when they embalm people.
They drain you of your blood, and it wasn't
through a vein, not an artery.
Okay.
Your general physiology is wrong. Your actual understanding
let
of
me
the
talk or
human
no?
physiology is wrong. If you don't know the difference between an artery and a vein, it's pretty simple.
I can't.
That was why I was gonna add to what she was saying.
You take over, because I'm gonna start yelling.
You don't have to yell. No,
I know I don't have to yell, so I'm not gonna. So,
you can. You can yell. I don't.
Well,
mind.
not if you talk over top of me with your allopathic brainwashing.
I didn't talk over you.
You did, because I was trying to explain it, but you're just.
I didn't. That was your
in a
pal.
condescending way when you are operating from a false basis. So I don't know what the hell you're laughing at. It should be me laughing at you. I'm not laughing at you, but so I should be laughing at you, but I'm not.
I didn't laugh.
You were.
Let me know when it's my turn. I'll be back.
No, it's now your turn, Nudie's turn, Smiler's turn.
Right. While they've been trying to inject formaldehyde into people's bodies, right? They're through the veins, they're meeting a great big pressure that they've never had before. You know, when they tried to drain and they tried to pump the formaldehyde into the body, they're hitting these clots. So they have to remove these clots, and some of these clots are the length of the arm. Some of these clots are longer.
Where are you all reading this information? Where's this at?
I've seen it. I know people
that
do embalming. I know people that deal with dead bodies, yeah, and they deal with them every day of the week.
Now you're
never.
So it's reading something on paper. That's also hearsay.
No,
you know,
sure it is.
It's fact.
No.
Well, okay. I'll just put it down on a piece of paper then, and for you to read it. It doesn't make it a fact.
Okay.
So the person that's been laying out people for all of his career, yeah, as a funeral parlor, yeah, and he's been embalming people since he ever started it at the funeral parlor, which he then bought the funeral parlor off the previous owners and has been running the funeral parlor nearly all his adult life. Let me finish.
One at a time, please.
Right.
Sure.
And since he's been collecting, or since he was collecting patients or dead patients from the hospital under the request because the hospitals weren't releasing people's bodies because they wanted to send them straight for burning, right? But some people wish to have their relative buried and wish to have them embalmed, etc., and given a proper burial, instead of the government deciding they want to burn everybody so there's no trace, or so they can't work out why people are actually dying, because every single person that died, whether they died of a car crash, whether they died of this, whether they died of that, it was all written down as C-19. So that they all got the big bucks, and they got the scare tactics, and they got everybody to run and roll up their sleeve. So every single person that died for 2 years had C-19 written on their death certificate. Now, he was taking people from the hospital. Oh my God, what? No, he was taking people from the hospital. They were in the body bags, right? They were in the body bags. He's opened the body bags up, and the whole body bag is just full of fluid. Yeah. Where they were wrongly giving them midazolam, yeah, which causes the retention of water.
Oh my God.
What do you mean? Oh my gosh.
Is it my turn yet?
No,
I have friends
he'll
who
tell
are
you.
medical examiners and morticians, and I never heard anything like that. Midazolam doesn't cause blood clotting.
I didn't say it causes blood clotting. I said it causes retention of water. It causes
doesn't either.
pneumonia.
It
It
doesn't.
does. It's a
No
side effect.
benzodiazepines cause water retention. That's not a side effect.
They were giving midazolam. They ran out of midazolam 3 times.
You can't even say
UK.
the name.
3 times in the UK. They were because I had a transasthenic.
Sounds like hearsay. I'll be here when you want to facts.
It's facts. It isn't.
Do you want to listen or not?
It's hearsay.
You're the one who keeps running.
Hearsay. It's not hearsay.
Easy, everybody. Everybody slow.
Literally the definition of hearsay. A friend of a friend of a friend.
One at a time, everybody, please.
Last night.
It's
okay, guys.
That I speak to directly. It's not a friend of a friend. I speak to him directly.
And you're telling me, so it's hearsay. That's hearsay. I know. It's hard. Ask around. You'll find out about Lupe.
You have to use some logic about the other side. Reading something on a piece of paper doesn't make it factual.
It's based around facts. I read more than that. It's
those facts are hearsay according to your definition.
Science. I did not say that. No.
And also,
according to how you just explained hearsay, what you learned in school is hearsay.
That's
absolutely
not true.
Okay.
No. Nice try.
And it's also coming.
I know logic is hard.
Heavy corporate bias interest, right? So take it.
Oh, I have a shill now. I probably make millions of dollars, right? I cash my pharma check.
I mean, you were educated by pharma.
I'm a shill. No, and not that I'm aware of. I never had a Pfizer textbook or an Abbott. Nothing.
I'm talking about information
you
that
just
comes
don't know
from
you had
that industry.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely positive. I had to cite all of my textbooks, and I know they weren't sponsored.
You live in a courtocracy.
Yeah, who do you think was the author of them then?
You want me to go over to my
Sure.
I'll let you know. I know one of them's Ludlow. I hate that bitch from MedSurge. That was a big ass textbook. Oof. Oh, see, I got one written here by Marie Benhone. Oh, Brunner and Sudarth, those fuckers. This 2 things. Oh my God, that was terrible. A million of them. Betty DeCivo. Lots of authors. Lots of nursing authors.
And you don't think that this came from corporate bias interests at all?
No.
No? Wow.
No. I know. Oh, but you can laugh. Hey, who laughed at me? That's not fair.
Oh, no. Anybody can laugh.
No, Miss Cat didn't like when I laughed. I got in trouble for laughing.
Did you come from the drama community?
Did you come from laughing aloud?
Did you come from the drama community?
Exactly. Let's not be silly.
Okay. Last warning on that.
Oh my God. What are you going to do? Boot me? Do it already, honey. I will go on. I will survive.
Well, you can
Thank
leave.
you.
You can leave
That's
if you don't want to be
wonderful.
cooperative. All right, there you go. How do you like that? Okay, there it is. See you later.
That's a shame. At the
Wow,
beginning,
she's
she
a
sounded
fucking nurse and she thinks she's a fucking scientist. Pardon my French.
You know what it
She
is?
thinks she's a fucking doctor.
If you don't know how to
you know?
regulate yourself and have a cooperative conversation, this is not the place for you. It's that simple.
That's what happens with the. That's what's going on with the younger generation, right there. Now you understand.
The younger generation. What are you talking about?
That must be a conversation they had before we got here.
Being too indoctrinated.
Yeah, I like when my cognitive dissonance gets broken, I sit and cry and get really angry, but I don't fight against it. I mean, not consciously anyway. I don't consciously fight against it, but I don't think that she can handle it because her whole existence is being a nurse, which means she spent years in school, right? She went years in school, and that's her job. So it's hard for her to walk it back and see that she was trained by pharma. She doesn't have, she just went to university, paid her money.
She was one of the. Go on, sorry, Kat, carry on.
All right, I talk too much. Go ahead.
She was one of the silly cows that was sat in the hospital running around doing silly TikTok dances and not treating genuine patients because they were oh no, you can't treat patients at the moment because we're on lockdown. But what we'll do instead is we'll make TikTok videos and we'll take the piss out of you. And I tell you what, we'll get the world's nations to go outside at 6 o'clock every evening and bang a pan for you. Because, oh, you're the heroes, you're the saviors. No, you sat on your fucking asses. And when you weren't sat on your asses, you did TikTok videos and made silly jokes and made silly things. You never took your Hippocratical oath seriously. And you injected people with a poison, which was produced by DARPA.
They're sadists. They really treat you like a farm animal.
If it's misinformation, Gigi.
I did want to ask her how long she was a nurse for.
Let her back up, Brew.
No, no, thanks.
She'll calm down.
No, it's all good.
It's kind of bullshit the way you arbitrarily enforce that, putting people backstage. Would have rather like have the conversation with her.
She wouldn't listen.
You served.
She heard what you were saying.
Were you proud?
She just didn't agree with you.
Were you proud of serving your country?
It's the demeanor and being civil, and cooperating to take turns, and this isn't a drama panel.
And when I can't be civil, I just pull out. That's it. I just stop talking because I knew that I wasn't going to be civil. She was just kind of making it hard for me to be civil. So I went, okay, I'm just going to pull out. I thought I'm going to make Nudie proud of me. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to put him in a position where he has to tell me that he's got to put me in the backstage. So I just shut up as much as I can.
So easy to trigger the woke. No, my love, you're the woke one. You're the one following the.
Don't call me names. I'm not woke.
Yeah, and you were kind of triggered to Guadalupe.
I was because when I can't talk, when I get somebody interrupting.
I think you avoided it. Actually, I was talking about her.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I could tell you were getting there, but.
There's a problem in chat.
That's fine. That's okay. People want to do that in there, whatever, It's people can choose whether they want their eyes to focus on that or not. That's whatever. Okay. Up here, cordial, civil, and positive, fun atmosphere. That's the key.
I was curious about the water retention, so I looked into it a little bit. Apparently, it's a side effect of coming off of benzodiazepines.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out, but she wouldn't give me the time to speak. She just started laughing and going, ha ha ha, benzodiazepines don't cause that. Ha 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 ha. Well, no, if you let me finish, I'll explain it. Because they were given completely the wrong drugs Yeah, in the nursing homes, in the hospitals, they were given the wrong drugs, which actually cause problems. They can cause pneumonia or fluid on the lungs, not pneumonia, but fluid on the lungs. Yeah, they can cause that problem. It's a side effect. And the liquid was leaching out of people's bodies when he was taking them out of the body bags. And he'd never witnessed it ever when he's collected bodies from hospitals.
That's not what I was talking about, though. That wasn't what I was referring to.
No, when that's COVID, what I was talking about.
When COVID was, I mean, it's still a novel virus, but when it was even more novel, when the outbreak first occurred, the patients who died from it were found to have an excess buildup of fluid in their lungs, because it caused like a chain reaction in the lungs where, I'm not going to get the word correctly, but when your immune system reactive, there are certain receptors in the lungs that would react by creating fluid as a response, and that inflammation would cause a feedback loop to where it just kept causing fluid to build up over and over.
Right, it's not a novel virus because it was produced in 1999, right? And the patent in 1999 was US.
Hold on. Sorry, Smart. Cat, your audio's doing that thing again there.
What? Sorry?
Your audio's doing that thing again.
Oh.
Right, it was
cytokine storm, sorry.
Right, it was 1999, and that patent number is US 6372224. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
It's not a novel virus. It was already around for 2 decades.
What was?
SARS-CoV-19. Yeah, SARS.
SARS-CoV-2? Where are you getting that from?
I've got all the patents in front of me. There's over 120 patents for SARS.
Well, SARS has existed for quite some time.
We got a couple people here in the basement that I don't recognize. Does anybody know a Lady Champagne?
No.
Okay, and this.
With our women's going to be witchy bitchy.
Rights, are these people from the area that is of concern, or do you know these people?
No, I just have no concern whatsoever. If you want to put a screen up on them, you want to pop them up, that's fine, but I don't know them.
Okay, I don't either, so let's do it.
I've also got something in the basement.
There's 2 people. Hang on, let's verify everybody. Hello, welcome. Who's that? Oh, that's you. That's you. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little tired here. Lady Champagne, welcome.
Guadalupe.
Oh, shit. Very funny. See you later.
Who was it? Guadalupe?
Yeah, just Gigi.
Who's the other?
Just ignore her. She's just at this point. Just ignore her. She's just trying to be a troll. Just ignore her. She'll get bored and leave.
She's another crinkle.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, she's from Brahma. I've got something in the basement that is what I was talking about, not the build up the fluid. It's something else. Okay, ready?
Oh, there he is. John O'Looney, there, bottom left-hand corner, John O'Looney.
Okay, so you ready? Should I play it now?
Yeah, I'm ready.
The last 3 weeks, I've looked after 3 people under 30. On Friday, I looked after a guy who died suddenly, and he had a post-mortem. So we were kind of waiting for a sudden death in a youngster that had a post-mortem to take a closer look. Now, the post-mortem process, I don't know if you're aware or not, but they basically take all the organs out and they do whatever they need to do with the organs, weigh them, take slides and blocks, and then they put them back in a bag, and the bag is put back in the cavity, sometimes with the brain, and then they sew the cavity up. Now, obviously the arterial system in that person has been compromised. So you can't do a traditional embalming. It's quite invasive. So you have to open the cavity, take the organs out, and source the individual arteries that have been severed. So the ephemeral arteries down both legs, the radial ones down the arms, and the carotid to both sides. And it was straight away the embalmer saw all this crap hanging out of this person's arteries. And I'm going to hold it up. This is a glass of formaldehyde with just some of that were pulled out of the arteries to get the pump in, because it was blocking. I don't know if you can see it very clearly. Yeah, let me turn the background blur off 1 second.
Yeah,
video background.
Yeah,
okay,
and
so that should be better. So you can see there. This,
wow.
Yeah.
Larry, are you looking at this?
So you see the thick one here. This one here came out of the aorta from the heart. They take the shape of the vessels that they're growing in totally, and they gradually fill the vessels as they grow. And these, obviously, that's what's killed him.
Now this is what he's been seeing in many patients. It ended up being more than 50%. And unfortunately, he doesn't get the he doesn't know if they took a vaccine. It's not something that they tell the embalmers. But he only started seeing it after vaccines started going into people. So all these people were dropping dead, and he's finding this shit in their veins.
I speak to him at least once a month, twice a month on
You're
the phone.
kidding me.
No, I know John O'Looney.
Oh, tell him how much I love him and appreciate him.
Yeah, he owns a funeral parlor in Weston-super-Mare. I know him well.
What's his name?
He tried to get this
John
stuff.
O'Looney.
He tried to put this stuff at the laboratory to get it analyzed, and no laboratory would take it to analyze it. Part of the corruption.
Why?
There is another doctor. They're on Rumble.
Oh yeah.
They have analysed it. I'm trying to think of a name, and it was done. Oh, what the hell's the name of the guy? He used to be on YouTube. He got kicked from YouTube.
I don't care about the name of the guy. I'm caring about what's in that. What is
no,
that?
but it's on his Rumble. It's on his Rumble account. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, because I would get the video up if I could think of the name of the guy. Right, but there is some scientists that have actually now tested it and tried to work out the biochemistry of it.
How do you spell his name?
John O'Looney. So John, and then O
with an H. O apostrophe.
Yeah.
And then Looney, Looney. I can't believe you know him.
Yes.
That's because England's only this big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there are other embalmers who have found it as well. It's just that the problem is that people don't want to come out and say anything because they're going to get penalized. Then people aren't going to send their dead bodies to them, right? So, but he was brave enough to come out and say something, and he's been trying to say it. And they won't take it on YouTube. You can't show it on YouTube like as a video.
Right. He came out on YouTube before it hit the world, right? And he was coming on YouTube and he's saying there's something really strange going on. Like, the hospitals have ordered all these body bags. They've got refrigeration units outside the hospitals.
Yeah,
there's something going to happen. There's something going to happen. And he was stating all this. There's something happening. I've never seen it before. There's something weird happening. You know, they've opened up 2 morgues now in one of the hospitals I go to. They've never had 2 morgues in that hospital. There's
was
something
this before Stupid 19 or after?
Yeah, this was before Stupid 19 was announced.
Right.
Yeah, and he was saying there's something strange going on at the hospitals.
Right.
I'd go to the hospitals every day. I go to, I go to nursing homes. I go here, I go there,
Right.
and obviously I collect people, lay them out, etc., etc.
Right.
And he was stating that there was something bizarre going on at the hospitals, and he couldn't work it. He couldn't work it out, and then all of a sudden, stupid 19 hit, and then it crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's for everybody. This was what was going to go on.
Right.
And then within a few weeks, they decided they were going to have the Nightingale hospitals, which they spent billions building, and nobody ever went into a Nightingale hospital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then our government had to buy from France 3 times because we ran out of midazolam, and 3 times they had to go to France to buy midazolam because they were giving it all to all the elderly, and they were giving it to everybody in hospital. They were giving them midazolam and another drug. I can't remember what the name of the drug is, but both the side effects is water, and water in the lungs. Both the side effects for it is that. And they shouldn't have been prescribing that at all. They banned everybody from having ivermectin.
What were they prescribing it for?
They were prescribing it for the COVID, and then they were putting people on ventilators. So when you were on the ventilator, you can't get rid of it anyway.
That wouldn't have been a benzo then, right? You're talking about something else.
Yeah, one of them was midazolam, because Matt Hancock, he was the one that was ordering all the midazolam from France. That's why they call him Midazolam Matt, because they were giving everybody high doses of midazolam, which was
methazolamide.
No. I think of the name. It was on Google. What?
I mean, the stuff that actually helps people cure the stupid 19, they made it illegal to buy. I mean, like there's no
ivermectin.
Ivermectin. Like every time we find something that's going to help us, they make it so we can't have it. So there must be some plan here, right? Now, I don't know if nurses are part of it or if they're just following along because they think they're doing the right thing. I don't know if this, obviously this person is not genuine, but if she was really a nurse, then she doesn't see any of the inconsistencies in the logic. Like, fuck, there's like a million of them. There's a million things.
I believe she's a nurse. She demonstrated logic was not her forte when she was on this panel. She said it was hearsay because somebody else told Smiler something, and then he was telling us,
right?
And didn't realize how all of education is the exact same thing,
right? I mean,
exactly.
it's like logic. It's supposed to be that's a scientific area. It's a scientific field, and yet where is the scientific thinking?
Well, well, right. I mean, not on the students. That's the thing.
When you're trained to think that obedience is critical thinking, then that's where you're going to come from.
This is true.
Right. That's a good point, actually, because there is like an academic attitude where once you become educated and indoctrinated, anybody who questions your knowledge is the person who cannot think critically.
Right.
Even if their criticism is literally critical thinking.
If you don't have a piece of paper or letters after your name, you're not smart enough to figure this shit out.
That's the end of thinking too, right? That's basically an admission that you've given up on learning.
Yeah.
Once you say, I took this course, therefore I know objectively.
Right. The only thing you learned is memorization.
Yeah. It's not critical thinking at all. And I have zero respect for anybody in the medical profession that doesn't question what's going on.
Well, see, they can't really, because they're under contract, and their entire livelihood is based on being obedient. That's what they're trained to do.
If the College of Physicians and Surgeons prevents you from being scientific, there's your first fucking clue.
Yeah, it's Science Incorporated, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't need a piece of paper to tell me that I can think things through myself.
Yep, and that's industry. That's how it works. There's a difference between educated and trained.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Guadalupe. You wasted your fucking time. I'm sorry. I know how that feels.
Well, I mean, she's probably making money.
Yeah, but she's wasting her time if she thinks she's doing anybody any good.
The thinking she's doing good is the occupation of her time. So long as she's never convinced that it's a waste, then it was never a waste.
And yet she's helping to kill people, I guess.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask how long she was a nurse for, because, you know, if she stayed through that whole, last 3 years bullshit, that says everything.
That's why I wanted her to stay up. I wanted you to ask her questions like that, if she had the jabby jab and whatnot.
Yeah, I wanted that to unravel itself. That was going to be good.
But I understand.
Yeah.
I don't play like that.
She wanted to go toe to toe.
You don't what, Kat?
I said I don't play like that. I'm not trying to trap anybody.
Yeah. If she would have been cordial and not problematic, then it would have went that way. But
I don't think of it as a trap, though. I just, I'm fascinated by the ant farm. I can't look away from the microscope. When I have a genuine specimen before me that is not only obtuse but also arrogant enough to have no shame, then I'm like, yes, please let me learn more. And I take out my notepad and my pencil and interrogate it. There was no corner of ignorance that lady was not willing to explore here on this panel. I can tell you already based upon her attitude.
Yeah, totally.
That shit fascinates me.
Yeah. Now, why? Why does that fascinate? To me, utter waste of time. But I'm curious. Why does it fascinate you?
I'm fascinated by things I don't understand. I don't know what it's like to let other people do your thinking for you.
Right, they were given midazolam, which we obviously know what the side effects of midazolam is, right? And they were given remdesivir, right? And remdesivir is shortness of breath and breathing problems. Yeah, sweating, shivering, etc., right? Increase slow or fast heartbeat, fever. Yeah. So they were given that with midazolam, and that's why our MP, Matt Hancock, was chased all the way through I'll call it the subway, but we call it the underground. He was chased all the way through the subway, and he was being called a murderer. He was being called midazolam Matt. He was the medical consultant over the whole C-19 bullshit. He was giving all the government advice over all the bullshit, and he was saying, right, this is what they got to get: midazolam and remdesivir.
Yeah. That's a sleeping pill, isn't it? Midazolam?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, midazolam is end-of-life medication. Yeah, it's end-of-life medication. It's what they give elderly people in nursing homes for end-of-life.
So you're saying they were giving it to them just to give them comfort because they couldn't save them and they were choking to death?
No, they were saying that was what the cure was for it. Instead of giving them ivermectin, they were saying this is what is going to cure it.
A sleeping pill?
Yes, that's what they were giving it.
And
That's
who's
what
they?
were
Like,
giving
where
it.
can I verify this?
NHS, the hospital.
Doctors. They were. This is what they were told to do.
Google Midazolam Matt Hancock, and it'll tell you all that.
Not only that, they were cranking up the respirator ventilators 100%, and they're giving them 2 different intravenous too fluids, so they're just totally drowning the patients.
Yeah, which is what John Looney said. He was getting body bags. You know, he was collecting people from the hospital. He was taking them to his place. He was undoing the body bags, and the fluid was just running out of the body bags. He said he's never seen it. All his life was being a whatever you call it, but all his life working with the dead, he's never unzipped the body bag and found all this liquid to run out of the body bag. He said the things that were happening since the C-19 were he's never seen before in his life, never seen it in his profession. It's the same as us within the car industry, right? As soon as they bought out E10, we never saw a problem with fuel lines melting and, you know, causing loads of problems.
Hey, you gotta love this. Listen to this. What the fuck? Smiler. Listen to this. So, hold on. Let me find this shit. I Googled what you said, right?
Yeah.
And the very first result is no evidence midazolam used to kill thousands of patients in April 2022. Second result, COVID-19 is real and not a government euthanasia policy.
Listen,
you're
on
Google.
I couldn't hear that. I couldn't hear that.
No, it gets better too, because now some, conspiracy results, so-called, come up, right? These are all unsourced blogs, essentially utter fucking bullshit, right? Supplies of sedative used for COVID-19 patients. Orders review into overprescribing the NHS. Midazolam, Matt Hancock orchestrated the genocide of the elderly. But if you keep going...
Denzel, your mic is screwing up on you.
How so?
You're fading in and out.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. He's saying things are conspiracy
Can you hear me
theories,
now?
but I'm trying to figure out if they're good conspiracy theories or bad conspiracy theories.
You sound fine to me, and it's not a volume adjustment thing. I'm pretty sure it's just where your mic was, or maybe there's compression on your mic or something.
He's moving his mouth away from his mic, or something's getting in the way.
Nah, it's not moving. It's just connectivity. But if you scroll down far enough past all the conspiracy blogs, the Daily Mail reports, did care homes use powerful sedatives to speed COVID deaths? Number of prescriptions for the drug midazolam doubled during the height of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So while they don't directly confirm the conspiracy theory, they admit that the number of prescriptions doubled during the pandemic. Why would that be? I wonder.
Right, on my computer, I've got 4 hard drives on this computer, right? But on my computer, it was a Freedom of Information, and it was the COVID inquiry, right? Now, what they did is they got a hold of Boris Johnson's, Matt Hancock's, and somebody else. He's a sir. He's an MP that's been bashed with a sword by the Queen, and he became a sir. He's knighted, right? They were the 3 main people to do with the C-19 bullshit. Yeah, every evening at 6 o'clock they get up and they do their silly little speech. Yeah, right. Those 3 people have been sending emails to each other and messages to each other via WhatsApp, right? All those messages were put forward in the C-19 inquiry, right? And what's written in those messages is absolutely disgusting. And that's why these messages were leaked, yeah, and that's why when they were leaked, yeah, a load of MPs came forward and said we need an inquiry because what's written in these messages is absolutely disgusting, and that's why the government were forced to have an inquiry, because the messages that were sent to from Matt Hancock to the Prime Minister and the other guy that was in charge of organizing all the lockdowns and everything else, yeah, Matt Hancock ordered 3 times in 2 years. He ordered more midazolam from France because the UK kept running out of it.
Yeah, and they don't admit that in the official news reports. But what they do have here is from pharmaceuticaljournal.com, which claims to be the online magazine journal for the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. Supplies of sedative used for COVID-19 patients diverted from France. Supplies of the sedative midazolam have been diverted from France as a precaution, in quotation marks, to mitigate potential shortages in the NHS caused by COVID-19. Why would you have shortages in midazolam during COVID-19? Why would you need to take a precaution to get extra midazolam diverted from France? Why would you be sedating COVID-19 patients?
People are dying. They made sure people were dying. They almost killed Patrick with the damn ventilator bullshit.
So, how many people do you know died from COVID?
0.
None.
But I've asked
One,
other people,
Sarah.
and they said they
A
they
girl
knew
was on the panel.
people.
One.
What?
So I know one too. He was 87 years old. His heart was so weak they amputated his leg because it couldn't pump blood to it. He had cancer and he was given 6 months to live. And 3 months into that 6 months, the outbreak occurred. He was dead within a few weeks, and they labeled it a COVID death.
Yeah, again, during that whole thing when they were putting stupid 19 as the cause of death, do the nurses not ask themselves about that too, when they don't know damn well they died from their what do you call it, the congestive heart failure or whatever it is that they had, and then anybody who gets a flu or a cold that's bad enough, they're going to die from that. It's not because of the cold or the flu. It's because the cold or the flu complicated their conditions they had already.
It's
I
like
guess
this.
not.
Take your hush money and commission check and keep going, or find another job. That's how it works.
She laughed at the idea that she was getting extra money. Now, do you think she's just lying her ass off, or do you think she doesn't get any money?
No, I think she has no idea about the relationship between pharmaceutical companies and her paycheck and her education.
Well, that's a different thing.
But that's what she was laughing at, and she sounded quite incredulous. I do not find it hard to believe at all that she has no idea about the relationship between corporate science and her education. No idea.
Okay, but then all the other stuff, all the stuff that she would see day to day in her job, she doesn't ask any questions about that either.
I mean, most people do not think critically, period, ever, end of. And so if you take someone who does not think critically and then you educate them, you just created one of the most obtuse beings that can be created. Because now they've got knowledge and information and appeal to authority to back up their lack of critical thinking skills. Now they not only don't think critically, but now they have a bunch of stuff programmed into them, assuring them that they know more than everybody else.
Yeah, the level of trance is a big factor in it, right? So there's that, and it's a scientific formula for creating a psychopath or a sociopath, you know.
I'm
That's how
trying
it
to
rolls.
give myself a reason to not hate her and her kind because they know not what they do, right? I'm trying to, reconcile that because it's really so fucking irresponsible to take a position of some kind of authority, even a friggin' nurse taking some kind of position of authority
This
and
is
not executing it properly.
All the more reason that individual has to take responsibility and don't operate on trust in life.
Yeah, but when you're sick and you don't really have when I had my stroke, for the first 2 days, I was the perfect patient. I didn't argue with a goddamn thing. The third day, that's when I started arguing, and that's when I knew it was time to leave the hospital. But those first 2 days, I was just like, I didn't upset.
Yeah,
I didn't
please
get
help
upset if
me.
they brought me a meal I didn't like. I didn't try to manipulate it so that I got what I wanted ahead of time. I just took what they gave me. And so when you're in that position, when you're that ill, you are relying on them. Otherwise, you wouldn't go there.
Well, like attracts like, it takes the more the level of critical thinking an individual has, higher or lower, is the likelihood that they're going to go into the allopathic direction for advice and medical help.
There were doctors during Stupid 19. There were doctors who were saying, wait a second, this is wrong. They got fired, but they were saying, wait a second, this is wrong. And so they still went into allopathic medicine, believing that they were healing. And then when they realized that they weren't, that they were killing, they spoke up. But they
I
still
don't
went
think they
into
believed they were healing. I think they just drew a line. They had a line that they wouldn't cross, some of them, and they said, no, that's it. I can't go too far.
I can't believe that people are as dastardly as you think.
Oh wow!
I was just about to message John, and I just realised it's 20 past midnight in the UK.
Look at what all the mercenaries do for a paycheck, Kat.
Which mercenaries? The ones with guns or the ones with hypos?
Well, what do you mean? What's a hypo?
A hyponervic needle.
Oh, both.
Jesus Christ, dude! Listen to this. The most common adverse side effects of remdesivir.
Can't hear you.
Anemia.
Your mic's gone.
Is it back now?
Yeah.
Yep.
The most common adverse side effects of remdesivir are anemia, infusion site reactions, increased liver enzymes, cutaneous rash, kidney injuries, and hypotension. Also, worsening or respiratory failure, so brilliant to give it to COVID patients.
Exactly.
Pyrexia, hyperglycemia, diarrhea, multiple organ failure.
I can't wait for the last one.
Hypoalbuminemia, hypokalemia, hypernatremia, thrombocytopenia, and septic shock occurred more frequently in remdesivir than the control group.
Yeah.
Death wasn't one of them? Death is usually the last one.
I knew that's what you were saying, though. That's why I laughed.
I think if you look up on the British Medical Journal, will state don't prescribe midazolam with remdesivir, and what they were doing was prescribing both together. And the British Medical Journal says that you shouldn't prescribe both together, and they were prescribing both together. I think Gigi's being funny in the chat because it's Jake Reiner. Well, Reiner Fulmick was the one that brought out the cases in Germany, and Reiner Fulmick and the little chap with the dicky bow tie, I can't remember his name.
He's the Canadian. He's the Canadian.
Yeah, he's the one that was actually in charge of all the US patents. Yeah, and he came out stating that it wasn't animal. Yeah, he was the one that came out and said that the NIAID tried to patent the cure for SARS-CoV-19, yeah, and they tried to patent it. So he refused the patent because you can't patent a cure if there isn't an infection. So if there isn't the first thing, you can't patent a cure for something that doesn't exist.
Right.
So what they did is they retracted that patent. They then put in the patent for SARS-CoV-19, or what we call SARS-CoV-19. They then submitted that patent. That patent was accepted, and then they put in the second patent for the cure. But they paid extra money to have the cure secretly patented, so that when you went onto the patent's office, you couldn't find the patent for the cure.
That should be completely unethical to pay extra money to keep it secret.
Yeah, I've got the whole film. It's about 2 hours long. Myself and my stepson was 14 at the time, and we were stood in the kitchen watching the film with the Rainer Fulmick and everybody else, and they were discussing it all. And myself and my stepson were stood in the kitchen, and my partner, she had fallen asleep, and she woke up and she said, "Shimon, what are you doing still up? You've got school in the morning." And he's like, Mum, come and listen to this. Come and listen to this. Oh my God, this is terrible. Come and listen to it. You know, I'm glad we all decided not to go ahead and have it. And I'm glad that Ian sent the letters to school, so all the other parents stopped the children and stopped all my friends from having it. You know, and he stood there and he watched the whole thing, and he took every single word in. And then the next day he was running around telling all his friends that he had the link on his phone, and he was sharing the link with everybody else. Everybody else was watching it in lunchtime, you know. And then he came back and he said, right, he said, these letters, you've got to print loads of these letters off, because all my friends' parents want these letters. And basically it was the Hippocratic Oath. And what they were trying to do at school, they were trying to say that children were Gillick competent. So therefore, it didn't matter whether the parents didn't want them to have it, because they were Gillick competent, they can decide whether they want to have the jibby jabby or not. Right. So I sent in, I printed all the letters that were printed up by a solicitor, and another guy that found all the common laws that go with the letter, and he cited all of the James versus Dickinson, and you know, all the different laws and regulations that they'd made during all the years that we've had court systems. So he cited all them. The letters went into school, and basically it put the headmaster, the deputy headmaster, and the school teachers, it put them all on notice. If they had a child injected, that they were going to be on criminal charges. And that hit national news. That the school had put all the teachers and the head teachers and the board of governors, it put every single one of them on notice that if they did it, they'd be committing a criminal act against a human person. And that hit all the news and everything else. And I was like, oh my God, please don't come to my garage and ask me for an interview. And I'm like texting Shimon, telling him to tell all his mates' parents not to put my name forward, because I didn't want to be on national news for supplying all these letters.
I think Wrights wants to say something. I can hear him breathing.
I think he's snoring.
Oh. Are you snoring, the Whites?
Well, Mike, on mute.
Oh, there we go. What do you mean you're on mute?
He was on mute.
Oh.
Phones.
Oh, maybe it's 5D.
No, he's on mute too.
No, I'm on mute. Listening, learning.
Is it Denizen? I've never heard him breathing.
I do breathe.
Yeah, but I never heard you. I never heard you breathe, though.
You won't breathe if you take some remdesivir.
Some midazolam.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm imagining it. I can't trust anything I think or feel or anything.
Trust is
My own trust in me, not in other people.
learn to know yourself. You don't need to trust. What the heck?
They're calling you?
Somebody's got a funky ringtone.
It's my other. I just turned my other mobile phone on.
Friggin' British. Everything's different there.
The pizza guy is about to have sex with the lady who answered the door.
Yeah, I need
Is that on your? Is that on your OnlyFans? That you're
That's what that music sound like. It sounded like it was about to go down.
Bound chicken wow wow.
Like some 70s porn.
I turned my other phone on because I was gonna message John, but then I realised it was 20 past midnight, so it was a bit late to message him because I haven't transferred. I haven't transferred all the numbers from one phone to the new phone yet.
I'm
making French fries?
Nope, roast potatoes already cooked. They're just frozen. I made them, but then I froze them. I made a whole bat, like 10 pounds of potatoes. I cooked them and I prepared them in different ways and put them in the freezer for when I ran out of potatoes.
How do you freeze potatoes without them going black?
You, it depends. These are cooked already, so I just have to heat these up. But then there's other ones that I've made that are, you just blanch them. You blanch them and then you can put them in the freezer and they won't go black.
See, I cooked them all the way through and they still went black on me.
Look, they don't look black. They look black.
No, but I'm saying, how do you do that?
I don't know. I just cook them.
How long were they in the freezer?
Since the end of September.
And
middle of September.
How long have they been out of the freezer?
About 10 minutes. I'm about
Put them in the oven?
Put them in the air fryer, yeah. I just put a little bit extra oil on them so they'll be nice and toasty. And I'm having a salmon burger and roast potatoes and French onion soup. It's gonna be beautiful.
You're going to invite us, right?
Pardon? Sure.
You're inviting us.
Come on over.
I just had some potatoes.
Did you get the straw though? Will you? We'll have some soup.
I made chorizo con papas.
It's homemade French onion soup. All it really is onion soup, but I'm going to make it French onion soup because I'm toasting a crouton, and then I've got some Italian cheese, and so I'm going to put that on the top. I like to put Swiss cheese on there, but I don't have Swiss. And then I'm going to bake it in this soup bowl. It has a lid. That's what I'm gonna do.
We're gonna take a little bit of a pause, Tim 100, and a snack. So I'll be on mute for a bit. Rights, it's reins are in your hands.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Guru.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
You suckers! Now you're all in trouble.
I know.
Can you ban nudie, please? Thank you.
I'm begging for it.
Damn.
He can't handle the responsibility.
You know, since I'm out here, I'm all to talk to people, not you guys, but if anybody wants to come up here, they're more than welcome. If you want to voice your opinion, well, I mean, hold on. If anybody want to voice their opinion, that's no. No, well, that's what I was going to get to. But if you're going to come up here just to cause chaos, act like a cocky ass son of a bitch, don't even try to come up here. These people are up here for a purpose. They're trying to relate to other people, trying to talk to you about things. If you don't want to listen about it, go to another channel. I don't want the rhetoric. That's it.
You've been told.
No, what you guys are saying, and ladies, you're saying very good. I mean, you're really giving out a lot of good education, you know. Things that I've never heard of.
I'm sure some of it came across as cocky to her, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You tell by her attitude.
So there's
we are kind of cocky sometimes.
Yeah, so there's a subjective perception in there that makes the rule kind of arbitrary and difficult to follow.
Well, I don't know about that. Because if you're working with people, like when you and I start arguing and yelling at each other, we're making everybody feel uncomfortable. So that means what we're doing is wrong, right? But if we're just arguing a point back and forth and we're not making other people feel uncomfortable, then we're not doing anything wrong.
I think you just literally described, like you defined what I said. That it's a subjective experience and it's arbitrary and difficult to follow or adhere to.
Well, would you disagree that on this panel that people yelling at each other and calling each other names is unproductive and
name calling
uncomfortable?
Name calling is less arbitrary and subjective. It's still a little gray, right? But name calling, I think, is a lot more specific. Guadalupe didn't call anybody any names.
No, she didn't. But she wasn't working with us. Like she didn't go, okay, that's not my experience. My experience is this, right? But instead she was trying to humiliate and condescend and that kind of thing. That is not good behavior amongst civilized people. It's fine on, Tommy D and Mr. P's channel.
Is that real?
Yeah, that's where Britney Pots and Pans hangs out. Drama.
I would agree that being deliberately condescending or belittling is also less arbitrary. It's still kind of iffy and subjective. I don't know if I would make that a hard, fast rule on my panel because it's difficult to discern. But I would say that it's a lot less subjective than, other people becoming upset.
It's unkind. If it's unkind, then it's not nice to do around kind people.
You lost me again. Like you were getting close to something where I felt like I could know what you're talking about, and then you
really because I only said a couple sentences. How'd you have all that change in like 2 sentences?
We went from other people's feelings to being condescending and belittling.
Other people's feelings are important.
I didn't say they were unimportant. I said they were subjective and difficult for someone to adhere to.
I think we've got pretty understood rules in society about laughing at somebody while they're trying to explain something. That's not good behavior in society. So
Nudie literally did that. I mean, I can't help it if I laugh at something stupid.
Is he laughing at somebody or is he just being Nudie has
how can you tell the difference?
Well, because all of his other behavior is not unkind.
Most people don't point at you and go, ha ha, right? They just kind of laugh while you're talking as though what you're saying is ridiculous to them.
I don't know. Are you sure you're not rationalizing bad behavior? So that
I wouldn't call it good or bad. I merely said that it was subjective and arbitrary, and I think that
I'm calling it bad.
I'm doing a pretty good job of defending that position.
I consider it bad behavior.
Okay, and I mean, you engage in it, Nudie engaged in it while he, like within seconds of kicking before kicking her for that same behavior.
See, now I view Nudie's laughing as trying to diffuse the situation. It wasn't like a sort of like, I'm gonna kick you out of here kind of, he wasn't laughing like that. He was trying to ask her to behave. And
I think he laughed because he thought what she said was ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous too. I laughed as well. There's a certain irony in the contradiction in her, assertions. The lack of logic. It's a silliness. Which I think is where the word ridiculousness comes from, right? Something that kind of attracts or deserves ridicule.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes you don't have to friggin' explain it. And it's not a friggin' democracy, right? It's Rights Channel and by proxy, Nudie, because he's either admin or co-host. So.
Oh, it's perfectly valid. I would just choose never to come back here again if that was how it's going to go down.
Oh, I hope so. I hope that's the case.
Is that kind?
I don't care. She wasn't kind, so now I don't have to be kind.
To me, because she wasn't kind.
No, not to you. Why was I being unkind to you?
No, not. Yeah, I was talking about me. I'm saying that if this were the kind of place where attitude is this isn't a democracy, so whenever I feel like putting you backstage and talking about you on the internet without your ability to defend yourself.
Nobody banned her.
I was talking about me. I'm saying me. I was put backstage too.
Oh, are you? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. So now here we got to. You want to bring up the old shit on where?
Is this kind? Is this kind what you're doing? Are you cooperating with me right now? Or are you being belittling?
And I'm not going to play with you.
No, is that name calling?
It always gets to this point. Something's
gets to this point. Is this because Nudie's gone to the toilet? Is this happening because Nudie's gone to the toilet?
You're going to have to elaborate on this because I would be talking exactly like this whether he was here or not.
Yeah, but this subject was closed 2 hours ago. Finished.
No, we were just talking about it just now because the same thing was done to Guadalupe.
Months ago.
Right. So you there?
Rights is the one who brought it up.
No, right. No, right. So that I can change the subject, so we can stop this bollocks arguing, and we can get back onto the course, right?
You're right. He's right. I did start it, but not for you guys. I started it for you guys, so you wouldn't have to go through this mess again.
It's not a mess to me. I think it's interesting and appropriate.
I
think it's just as meaningful as talking about COVID.
Yeah, because it's about feelings.
Now what it creates.
My feelings aren't hurt.
Yeah,
Grace happened.
Now you're being belittling and condescending. Why isn't she being put backstage? You see what I mean about the arbitrary nature of the rule?
You are picking a fight. I'm not picking a fight.
I am not picking a fight. You're being deliberately mean and condescending. I'm merely expressing my opinion.
All right. Let's drop the whole thing. Let's start anew. Let's.
It's funny how I often have the subject has to be changed whenever I express my opinion.
Not just you, and as well as her. Just please, both of you guys, just cool it down a little bit.
To you and start anew.
I'm perfectly calm.
Nudie banged your heads together and my head together with all three of us. He banged her head together 2.5 hours ago. Right?
I don't recall that. I recall him putting me behind the backstage where I couldn't talk while you and him continued to talk about me while I was backstage. That's how I remember it.
Because you were interrupting and you kept speaking over, so that
which is what you did.
Put backstage. I went back 5 minutes on the video, and
it was 20 minutes by the time I was put backstage. You had to go back 20 minutes.
Well, you told me go back 5 minutes. I went back 5 minutes, and it's got you talking all over everybody.
You didn't yell, Smiler. It was only me. I yelled. You didn't yell, Smiler.
She yelled first.
Well, you know me, Kat. I never raised my voice on a panel.
I know. He was wrong. He did not yell.
You did.
Even when
she did first, and then you did.
It should be just
fitness. I apologize.
Which should be okay. People should be allowed to raise their voice.
Me and fitness.
It's kind of silly. That's kind of silly and
You're doing
childish.
it again, aren't
Like
you?
he said, it
You're
was
talking over
childish
again.
to. He said it was
I'm
childish
having a
to raise your voice. I
conversation.
would say it's childish to
I'm
make
having
an
a
arbitrary rule
conversation
where
and you're
raising your voice
talking over me
automatically
again.
gets you
Why are you
disqualified from being
talking over
listened
me
to.
again? I'm stating something and you're talking over me again. Right? Why are you talking over me? I started a conversation, I started a subject, and you started talking all over me again. I don't understand why you do it. Right? But like I was saying, it's like when myself and Fitness had arguments about Trump, yeah. At the end of the debate and the little arguments and the toing and froing, I apologised to Rights. And Wright said, no, there was nothing to apologise. You're having a debate. Yeah. And none of us raised our voices. None of us got excited. Right. But I apologised to Wright. And Wright said, there's no need to apologise. But anyway, to change the subject, I've got a video.
I would like to respond to that, though, before you change the subject. You objectively raised your voice and interrupted me and talked over me. And I spoke louder so that I continued to talk while you kept interrupting me. That's what objectively happened. Not only did it objectively happen at the time, but after you claimed you rewound and went back and you didn't raise your voice, I double-checked, and you did.
Well, you've just told me 20 minutes, whereas
it was 20 minutes at the time.
Go back, you kept on telling me to go back 4 minutes, and I actually went back 5 minutes.
When you first raised your voice, yes, it was 4 minutes. Then by the time I was put backstage, it was 20. Now it's going to be several hours.
I haven't raised my voice at all.
You did, though.
Okay. Miss Cat just said I didn't raise my voice.
Oh, well, I mean, if she says
I'm just trying not to get involved because Rights doesn't want us to do this. So I'm trying not to get involved. But you didn't, Smiler.
To do what, though? We're just having a discussion about what occurred, and I disagree with what he said.
And neither does Nudie.
Nudie buried this 2.5 hours ago. End of. It was.
I've heard that.
The subject move on. It was pick another subject, and another subject was that what's he called sang a song. Yeah, and he started singing a song. End of.
I've heard the claim that Paul.
The subject was put to bed. Nudie didn't want it, and if it carried on, he said he knew what, and he told you what would happen to you if you carried it on.
Well, you're carrying it on right now.
Please,
I'm stating what Nudie stated to you.
You've been carrying it on now for several minutes. I was about to address the Powell and Cheese Bill thing.
Rights just said please, so he'd like us to stop.
You're welcome.
Right. I've got a video queued up here. It's only a short video.
Got it.
And it's of a nurse in the UK. Just let me.
During Stupid 19?
Yeah. Put that on. Turn the volume up. Can you hear that pinging?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, so I'm just in my car on the way to work, and I thought I would show you my certificate of bollocks. This is my certificate of bollocks, and it says this certificate. Well, it says certificate at the top, and then it says this certificate certifies that Louise Hampton made a difference to patients' NHS COVID-19 response. Thank you. Signed 25th of June 2020 by Kevin Brown, the National IUC Director. Okay, and I also got a badge as well. It's somewhere in my bag, but I can't find it at the moment. Yeah, so I made such a difference to the NHS COVID response. It's my proof.
I keep on looking at her boobs.
My NHS badge there. I'm an NHS worker. I also have a smart card, which GPs have to access the system and your details and shit like that. So yeah, I'm an actual NHS worker, and apparently I worked really hard during COVID. Did I bollocks? That's why it's a certificate of bollocks, because our service was dead. We weren't getting the calls. It was dead. COVID is a load of bollocks. So this is my certificate of bollocks for everyone to see. Okay? And I didn't clap for the NHS. I didn't clap for myself, because why would I clap for myself when I did fuck all. There you go.
I
On
love
my way
her.
to work. Love you. Bye.
That's true. I heard lots of reports that the hospitals were empty.
Yeah. That's a certificate of bollocks for doing fuck all.
Yeah. I kept on looking at her boobs. It's like they were going to choke her.
I'm Liz Gunn, and welcome to this New Zealand Loyal post-election update, the first of 2 election updates. In my previous video, just before the election went ahead, I stated that I would, straight after the election, release information that would shock you, the mother of all revelations, more. There were many demanding that the information be released before the election, but that was not able to be facilitated. The whistleblower's words to us were that it would be published after the election. I also had deep concerns around the trauma the information would cause on the eve of the election, and to me it felt unethical to exploit such traumatic information for our own political gain. Well, we have now come to an undisclosed location with a New Zealand clinician mathematician who is very experienced in statistical analysis. That person has, with us, reviewed the data and confirms our position that it is damning. The figures show that there are tens of thousands of deaths linked to the jabs. And this is just one of the sites recording this type of information in New Zealand. We don't know how many further databases like this are in the country. So it follows that as the deaths are usually less than the numbers of side effects, then the extrapolation of the numbers of injured and dead Kiwis starts to become, frankly, eye-watering. We saw in the data that there are many clusters of deaths, people who attended the same jab site and were jabbed one after the other at consecutive times on the same day. We saw their jab date. We saw their date of death. Let me give you just one of many examples. On one day, 30 people were jabbed on the same day at the same location. All are now deceased. And their deaths are in close temporal time proximity to each other. That's 30. That's all players in a rugby match on the field suddenly dead. You see, statistically, the numbers of deaths we saw cannot be attributed to natural causes given same site and same date of vaccination. It would be what they say statistically highly unlikely. We are calling for an inquiry, not just any inquiry, a full-blown criminal investigation leaving no stone unturned. New Zealand is a crime scene. Computers of anyone associated with this COVID response rollout in any capacity, mobile phones, communications, bank accounts, archives, and a whole host of other targeted information must be seized. We have OIA evidence, Official Information Act evidence, that the government knew every side effect before one single jab was given in New Zealand. So this evidence lays waste to the safe and effective narrative. It also underlines the gravity and enormity of what I have just stated in this statement. The OIA evidence we have is attached underneath this post on the nzloyal.org.nz site. But there's one thing for sure. There should be no more jabs administered in this country. So many lives have been lost. We saw 13 children on the list that we have examined alone. Since this whistleblower approached me saying they wanted me to release this once I was in Parliament, I have wanted to have this data released immediately. Why? Because clearly, once it fully goes out to you, the public, it would prevent any more loss of life. In fact, so committed am I to stopping any further murder by needle in this country that I was willing to put my face and my name on the line on the eve of the election. I have seen the information firsthand. I have struggled sleeping at night since then, knowing that this level of detail is now available, but as we find today, being withheld. You see, whistleblowers always face great risk, as we all do, who seek to bring the truth to the people of this country under urgency. I cannot comprehend why, when there is ongoing harm, that this data is not released immediately to bring an end to that harm and to launch a full-blown criminal investigation.
That's New Zealand.
You know what? I love the fact that she said New Zealand is a crime scene. The whole world is a crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
And that means we should be able to go and collect all the evidence.
New Zealand screwed up when they gave up their guns in 1998. Now the soldiers and the cops can corral them like cattle, like they did last time. Put them inside and told them to stay in there until we tell you to come on out. They were screaming for help.
We don't have any guns in Canada either. Well, we do, but not like you guys. Which reminds me, I gotta call her.
In order to provide contrast, and then I'm just washing it with ethyl.
Oh, this is only 1 minute 50. Now I just dropped something in backstage.
So I'm just gonna move to call my daughter.
Just hold on to you. I'm on my phone here. Oh, you sucker! You come here. Oh, where'd it go? Bear with me. Oh, I can't find it now. Huh, I can't hear nothing.
No, I haven't started it. I was waiting for you. Oh, you haven't presented it yet.
No, I'm trying to. I just kicked myself out. I'm trying to get this thing on here, and I can't.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm on my cell phone, and then well, I'm trying to. It was here, and now it's gone. I don't know where the hell happened to it.
Should I?
See, this is it. Is this it? No, that ain't it. I got it. Hold on, bear with me. I had it last time. I seen it, and then I don't see it this time.
Right. I'll stop screen, and then I'll represent it.
Oops. I think try it again.
Yeah. So I've just represented it.
I got it that time. Yep, I see it. There you go.
In order to provide contrast, and then I'm just washing it with ethyl alcohol. And once this is done, we're going to go ahead and place it under the.
Ugh. Oh, what have I done? Oh, what have I done?
What? You pulled the rights for vets.
In order to provide contrast,
I feel good now.
Can't see it.
And that's to get the contrast, so it's just more easily viewable under the microscope.
Can you click it to large screen?
Standard staining technique
There.
that people use for microbiology.
You would have to do that if you do it. Can you do it? Thanks, Good.
Can you see that now?
This is what's being found in bodies of dead victims.
Yeah. See the clots?
You can see that? Yeah. Now we're going to go ahead and place this under the microscope in real time. Again, because the reason I'm doing this is I don't want anybody to think that any of this is faked or anything like that.
What does he mean by real time?
My God. Yeah. So. Yeah. Oh, look at that graphic right there. No, but I mean, look, this is what's in people's bodies. This is what's being removed.
Those look like worms.
Damaged hearts.
I was gonna say it looks like a tapeworm.
Yeah, it looks like a really long tapeworm.
That's what I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you they look like worms, but they're not alive, so they're not worms.
We're gonna start zooming in on this.
Is elasticated.
I have to refocus.
I picture it like silicone.
Formerly alive, people are walking around with these things growing inside their arteries and blood vessels. Okay, these are massive. These are not the size of just one protein. These are like billions of proteins, and these are strands. In fact, I want to show you something. Let me zoom out. I'm going to show you something that's just going to blow your mind. If I grab this with the forceps here, you can see that on screen, and I start to pull. I want to show you how much I can pull and how strong these are before this breaks. Oh wow! You see how they are fibrous and they are strong. They're like rubber bands.
Right, and it looks like it has the consistency of, and I hate to even put it, but it looks like some of the raw calamari. I mean, it looks like some sort of rubbery seafood.
Yep.
But not.
Is this where you found out what it was made of?
No, this is it. This is InfoWars. This was.
Oh, okay.
Well, I told you they want to kill 67 billion people, and they're going to do it one way or another. It's coming.
Well, I know. They're killing us off by stupidity. Like the stupidest die first.
Shit, I might make it then.
You're just mean.
I think
You're not stupid. You're just mean.
I think you'd be all right, Denzel.
I'm a really nice guy. I'm kind, generous, compassionate, considerate.
Right on.
Thrifty. Brave.
Thrifty? I don't know about brave. I kind of associate brave with stupidity. I'm more of a coward. Audacious, perhaps.
Well, you'll have a chance. Trust me, you'll be all right.
I mean, I'm pretty stupid, but statistically speaking, I'm smarter than like 97% of people. So I might. What's 3% of 8 billion?
That's a good question. Can't do it in my head anymore.
I'll do it. I got a calculator.
1% of 8. 1% of 8 billion would be what? 800 million?
No,
80,
I think
80
it's 8
million.
million. Is it 80? Hang on. How many is in a billion? 9 zeros?
2 zeros off.
6. It's 9.
2 zeros off.
What the?
So it'd be 7.
6.
So it'd be 80 million.
8. 9.
Times 3%.
So that'd be 140 million.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 240 million.
240 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, so they're doing like 6% if they're doing it by IQ. 500 million people? That's like me plus another 3%.
May the odds forever be in your favor.
Oh yeah, shit. I just got hella optimistic right now. I'm feeling good about this shit.
Nudie, how do you say that? How do you know that saying? That would require you to see a movie.
Yeah, why do you think I've never watched any movies?
I've never watched a movie before.
No, he said he did before to a certain point, and that now he doesn't do it anymore.
That was actually
probably a
something.
meme.
I actually read that book first. I don't know how it came across my path, but
Oh, I didn't realize it was a book. I forgot it was a book.
It started that way, and then a movie. It turned into a movie, which I thought was very well done, based on the pretty close to what I envisioned.
I have a crush on Jennifer Lawrence.
Did you
Oh,
read
I
Lord of
don't
the
blame you
Rings?
for that.
Did you read Lord of the Rings? Did you read?
No,
Lord
I
of the Rings?
didn't. No. I didn't watch the movies either. Somebody tried to watch it with me once. I forget which one it was, and I fell asleep after about 20 minutes.
Do you like Led Zeppelin?
To a degree. Kind of overrated in my books.
Well, it depends
To a
on who's
degree.
rating them. I like it. What? Let's see.
Me. For me.
Well, you wouldn't overrate them, right?
But I don't think they're gods, right? Patrick thought they were gods. I don't think they're gods.
Like literal gods?
No, but they did. He just thought that. I mean, he knew everything about Led Zeppelin. He knew every word to every song, every note to play on the guitar. He knew all the history and all that crap. He's just all about Led Zeppelin. And my favorite at the time was the
Robert Plant was a good singer, damn good singer.
Yeah, Jimmy
Wow.
Page was a good player.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing. He played guitar, so he
A whole lot of love is fucking sex on strings.
I like Kazmir. Kazmir was good.
Kashmir.
Kazmir, excuse me. Yep.
You know what? I love the Puff Daddy version too. Of
I
Kashmir.
didn't know there was one.
Yeah, it's not called Kashmir, but it's Jimmy Page playing guitar, and I actually saw a mashup of putting the two together.
Oh yeah, I've heard that song.
It was from the movie of Godzilla, and he made this song for Godzilla. So his video had Godzilla, and it was fucking. I love how he's going up the elevator and he's getting so pissed, and he's just singing it like he's rapping so hard.
When the levee breaks, that was good.
So, Kat,
Yeah.
in my view, you put Matrix and Hunger Games together, and you pretty much got everything.
See, I was not that affected by Hunger Games.
Yeah, same. It's pretty good. Like if you look at it objectively, it is pretty kind of on the nose, but it doesn't hit the same way. Could be age though.
I think Hunger
it's a
Games
little more
does it.
dramatic in a sense, right? Like it's got But if you can read past that, it certainly is, and it's also a little bit more foretelling as well.
What about
than the
the
Matrix.
Allegiant, Divergent? Allegiance, Divergence. There's three movies, and they all have like a title like that. It's like a trilogy, or I can't remember now. What about Avatar?
What about it?
Well, that's pretty on the nose.
How?
How?
Yeah, you think we're being controlled?
The Palestinians are the avatars.
Palestinians are the
And the
avatars.
Zionists are the bad guys who dress like avatars.
I've never seen it, so that could be why I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
My limited understanding is like there's these people, like humans, can get in a machine and then control aliens like avatars, like they're playing as the character.
No,
And they can live through their eyes or whatever.
There's these blue creatures, and so what the Americans, I mean, it pretty much looks like Americans rather than humans, but there was a British one. So they can mimic by getting into this thing, some way they can change themselves and turn into like these blue things, but their minds and their hearts are still, being human, right? So they want to mine stuff on this planet, but those blue people, it's their planet. So they go and they invade and they start scarring up the land and taking stuff, and they'd have no respect for life. And there's this tree of life. Oh my God, it's so beautiful, like a willow tree, and it's they're all connected to this tree of life, and they have just the humans have no regard. They're so much like Israel. It's not funny. So Israel.
And the tree of life is connected to the world where they lived on.
Oh yeah, to them and everything.
And they had this
The second Avatar wasn't
It's
that good.
connected
The
to
first
the
one was great. Huh?
And they had this tail, like that what they connected with some
Was
kind of
Sigourney
like
Weaver in that?
yes.
Yeah. Yep.
And yeah, she was a good guy. And like she was a human. She was a good human, and there was another one or two good humans, but the rest of them were like army bad guys. And they had these birds that they flew on. They flew on
And
these birds.
didn't she
and
get
they
in a
would-
machine
they would
and
have her tail would go like yeah, and they had this tail. She had a kid in like the next in the Avatar 2. Her kid is in it, right? She's dead in the after the first one. So they have their tail wraps around.
spoiler alert.
With the well, you know, it's years now. The rule is, you know, after a certain amount of years, you can give the ending. So this tail intertwines with the other animal. So it's like
I
they're
think you just
connected
made that
with
rule
the
up.
other animal. Huh?
And the Tree of Life. And the Tree of Life.
Well, there's the tree of life is in them all, right? But
Yeah, but they can intertwine with that too.
they physically
Yeah.
connect with the other animal, and then the animal can read them. You know, like they don't have to have some whip to hit their ass and make them fly somewhere. They just go where they need to go. It's so beautiful. Oh my god, go see it in 3D. It's so beautiful.
The first one was good. The second one wasn't that good. The Avatar. The first one was good though.
Yeah, but once you're into the story, you love the characters, right? I agree
Oh
with
yeah,
that.
the first one was good.
They're 3 hours
It's a
long.
little
so
too I don't know.
if you're in a movie theater, it's 3 hours before you
I
can
want
get
to
to have
say
a seat.
gay, but I guess that's homophobic now.
Does anybody like V for Vendetta?
I have never seen it. You know what?
Not really. It was okay.
You didn't like it? No. Okay.
It looked stupid, but supposedly
Not really. I mean, you know, it's kind of like
like a cult classic.
been there, done that. You know.
Well, it's about a guy, you know, going after the government. So I mean, he fixed them at the end.
Did you watch the series Mr. Robot?
That's probably why I wouldn't watch V for Vendetta and got turned off the idea
I like
that it's
Mr. Robot.
All
Did
that.
you, yeah, you
false
like Mr. Robot? I love that. That show was great. And the actor was Arabic.
Never seen that movie, Mr. Robot.
No, it's not a movie. It's a show. It lasted a few seasons, but it was
Rami Malik.
Yeah, yeah. And his brother is also, he's one of those directors or producers or whatever. And yeah, they're probably Lebanese because those are the only Arabs that make it into Hollywood. But
add a third movie to the two that I said earlier. They Live. Add that to the mix. Well,
They Live?
Minus the alien stuff. You gotta get.
Sounds like the Blob.
That's a cult classic.
Yeah, the Blob was so
They Live is a cult classic.
Is it? Yeah, it sounds like one of those kind of movies. I'm surprised Nudie would add that too.
They Live had Roddy Piper in it, didn't it?
It did.
I rest
was
my
a star.
case.
Or am I misremembering?
Yeah, it was a documentary, not a movie. If you viewed it the right way.
Alcohol.
That's because you believe in aliens?
And once this
No, you got, like I said, you got to get past the alien part. Just throw that out the side. It's metaphoric. Everything else was spot on. I think that's probably how they had to put it to get away with making that a motion picture. They had to, put it in the category that it's so like sort of silly, ludicrous to the indoctrinated mind that they would
So
be
how
very
about Engagement
dismissive.
with the Body Snatchers then?
Never watched
That's how
it. No
everybody
idea.
acted when Stupid 19 hit. Everybody
That's
became
how. That's how movie people talk too. You know.
It's a what? It's a movie what?
It's how movie people talk.
What are you
Pod?
referencing?
Like pods, you mean, Denizen? I think he's got his dick in his mouth.
Like they have to put things in metaphor and dumb it down.
Well, because I'm so MK altered, I can liken anything to TV or movies. That's how I relate to everything. TV.
Well, if you want to watch a movie, here's a quick movie for you.
A quick one?
Yeah.
What?
You put it in the chat. What is that?
Oh no. That's a link for
NIH.
What they've done now is they've said that ivermectin's got all these side effects now, and it shouldn't be used to treat C19 and blah de blah de blah de blah. Well, that goes back to the original 1970s paper when they first found it in the soil, and then they separated it at ivermectin and what they used it for, blah de blah de blah. So that was a paper because Fitness has copied off of Google what they've now listed as side effects for why as a human being we shouldn't be using it. So that's the original paper when they got the Nobel Peace Prize for it.
Oh, you answering fitness?
Yeah.
You answering fitness?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, what's the movie we want to watch?
It is The Rothschilds.
That's what it's called?
The Rothschild is
Is it like Home Alone?
no, it's why the Rothschild family paid the government to reform Israel under the Zionist Foundation.
I don't need a movie for that.
No, it's actually interviewing Lord Rothschild.
That's not entertaining
Oh,
at all.
yeah.
That's-
It's a documentary that he made where he has people interview him.
We were talking about Avatar.
How to what?
Shit.
How to what, Cat?
I said we were
She
talking
said
about
we were
Avatar.
talking about Avatar.
You know what movie?
Oh,
Here's-
Avatar.
Smiler, go and find Wag the Dog. Seriously.
Wag the Dog?
Yes, it's
Robert De
entertaining,
Niro,
but it's how things
Dustin
work.
Hoffman.
I
That's
said
how-
before, Wag the Dog. Yep. Dustin Hoffman. Robert De Niro.
Yep. Yep, that's how things work in the media. They just make things, they just make shit up in Hollywood, put it out there, and make it like some reporter actually is reporting on something.
Yep. It's all Hollywood.
You see, you're the reporter. You write things down. I'm the decider.
Are you doing Bush? Are
Yeah.
you doing Bush?
I miss Bush, yeah. I hated him when he was president, but now I miss him.
You're right. He's a treacherous piece of shit.
Yeah, I did like that Patriot Act. It was nice.
No weapons of mass destruction over here.
Where is he? I don't even think about him anymore. Where is he? It's in the.
Golfing.
He has nothing to say about what's going on.
He's old news, right? You can't.
Yeah, but the old presidents always used to come in. It was like when you're making the yogurt and you put a little bit of the old bacteria into the new bacteria.
Wow.
It's a starter bacteria.
It starts the culture.
Yeah.
I mean,
What was
Jimmy
that
Carter
shit
used
you
to
said
come up.
earlier? I was muted, but I was laughing my ass off.
They're all
I
the same,
do.
though. Kate, they're all the same.
I know, but I'm just wondering why they
Yeah.
haven't injected him into this. Because there's a hell of a lot of people who like Bush, right? I mean, Jen
got a
is
good point.
that's something to laugh at. But there were a whole shitload of people who liked Bush. So I'm surprised that unless he's just pulled out.
It makes it makes you wonder if he just doesn't want to participate anymore.
Yeah.
He's enjoying his retirement too much.
Yeah.
He made his millions.
They just follow directives.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Whatever they're told to do.
He did his time, and now he's getting his pension.
They still wheel that old hag out. Fucking Hillary Clinton still fucking Jesus. I thought at least one of the upsides of Trump winning was that we would never have to listen to her fucking mouth again. Boy, was I wrong. She talks even more now.
Yeah, and she was angry. I loved seeing her angry. She lost. She did not take it nicely. Even when Trump lost, he didn't take it that bad.
Bush has an inheritance to, fool around with.
Did Daddy Bush die?
Oh, yeah. Quite some time ago.
Mm.
He's partying it up with Elvis and Michael somewhere.
He tried to kill my daddy.
Don't you put him with Michael?
Michael who?
They have tea at Never Neverland every Sunday.
Don't you put him there?
Never Neverland.
Yeah, it was just Neverland. It wasn't Neverland.
That's where you go for that retirement. I mean, somewhere fruitful.
Well, you think Michael Jackson's still alive?
No.
Whatever. I don't know.
I don't think so. No, they killed him. They murdered him.
What'd they murder him for?
Was he ever alive? I don't know.
He died in the 80s. They were just kind of.
Yeah.
He was like an. What do they call those? An animatron?
He was, a morphed clone of a clone that went sideways, but they were kind of still developing.
Dude, what happened to that guy's fucking face, man? Jesus Christ. What was
Don't
that?
make fun of him.
I'm not. That was tragic. Nothing funny about that shit. It's fucking horrifying.
Maybe it was just fake, and they were trying to see how much they can get away with.
I think it's
That's
some
what they
kind of
usually
like
do,
disease, like when you get addicted to the surgeries.
Yeah, that's what they said. But nobody badmouthed St. Michael.
It's kind of funny how a barfly like AOC, just making regular money, goes into Congress, and she's worth all kinds of millions of dollars, like
Who's
every
AOC?
one of them.
Nobody tried to overthrow the government. Jesus Christ.
What?
Somebody in the chat is saying that Trump tried to overthrow the government.
No.
That's
Jesus Christ.
That's Kubert rhetoric. That's total Kubert.
How the fuck can you believe that? Seriously. Are you trolling? Is that a joke?
All three branches of government break bread together and eat at the same dinner table. Every one of them are all corrupt, and they all know each other.
Yeah, that's
January 6th.
He's blood of Rothschild. Figure it out.
That's fitness.
How do you know that, though?
That's fitness. He absolutely detests Trump. He detests Trump. He absolutely hates Trump.
I've never gone.
No,
and
he's
taken
got
a blood-
TDS, is what you're saying. Nobody tried to overthrow the government, buddy. There was no insurrection either.
Is that what he's referring to as January 6th?
Yeah, he's referring to January
CIA.
6th.
That's
Been watching-
Kubert. That's PSYOP from Kubert.
Been watching too much CNN.
Yeah, even the guy with the horns on, I can't remember what they called him, but even that guy was
Yeah,
led by
QAnon
two-
shaman.
Yeah, that's it. He was led by two police officers, taken through the Congress building, taken in each and every room, and they showed him around the whole of the building on a guided tour.
Yep, that's right.
There's videos all over.
That was
And
a complete psyop.
Then the guy that said, right, let's break in, right, all dressed up, he was CIA. He was the one that started it. Trump said, march on Washington or march on Congress or whatever. He said, but go peacefully.
Even if he
Go
didn't.
peacefully.
Oh, Jesus, this guy's trolling. He's trolling for sure.
Just because you are opinionated don't mean you're right.
I'll put her on
Who's
the board.
offended?
Isn't Trump a
Somebody
paid
offended
actor?
up here?
I thought he was an actor.
Pictures,
Yeah, he
pictures
was.
is a nice guy, isn't he? I've seen him on this
No, I
band.
mean, even when he's president, he's just an actor reading off the script. Just doing what he's told, the puppet.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not even worth talking about.
And he knows damn well he didn't get voted in either. He got
I
put in
can't
there.
believe I just said I mean.
Still working on that. Huh?
It's like addictive. Everyone's saying I mean before they say something. Why? Where did that come from?
That's
I mean,
wokeism.
It's like saying like.
Yeah,
Is it?
that's wokeism. Yeah, it spills over. It's hard to,
It's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't get it because he said, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you say, you go, I mean.
Yeah.
That's normal.
But seriously, I can't believe
Heard that all
people
my
are
life.
still talking about Trump and Trudeau or
Because he's
the
coming back.
leader of any government in any country. It's all the same.
It
It's
is.
just a
all the
big
same,
act,
right?
a big show.
I
It's like,
actually feel
like
sorry
watching
for
as the
Trudeau.
world turns.
I feel sorry for Trudeau. I think they've got him on something,
Like,
and now they're ruining him. Now they're
That's
putting
like
up,
you believe it's real.
yeah.
no,
Like
but
we
I feel
let's
like
talk about it as the world turns or something like
they're
that.
human
You
beings
say.
with feelings, and I think that Trudeau
That
got hosed.
that's an opinion.
I think Trudeau got hosed. I think he thought it was going to be
Wow.
one way, and it ended up being another way. And he tried to
Nah.
pull out, and they won't let him pull out. So now he's trapped.
That's not how wrestling works. They all know the script. They all know the storyline. They all rehearse it, and they all follow the script.
Yeah,
The
but
movie.
death is
show.
not involved in wrestling.
The portrayal of death is.
Doesn't matter. I'm talking about real life. I think they got him on something, and then they made him. They blackmailed him, made him do what he was doing. He somehow rationalized it for a little while, and now he's destroying himself.
Politics is just as much
he's
real
always
life as
talked like
wrestling
that.
is.
No, he hasn't.
Same thing.
He's always talked like a dictator.
No matter how many times you
No, he
say it,
didn't.
Ruth,
You don't know
just
him from
can't
before.
hear you.
You don't know him
Before
from
he
before.
became prime minister, he praised China.
Listen, he was one of us, or at least it sounded like he was one of us. He spoke up for the Palestinians. He
I
spoke up for
hate
the First
Trudeau.
Nations.
Makes me mad.
I mean, he,
Are
just
you
Oh, there's
because
Canadian?
the I
he
mean.
spoke up for Palestine, is
Yeah.
that like? What does that mean? What is that? Does
Because
that just automatically get a pass for you?
no, it's one ingredient. Because when you are in the political world in the West, you know, in North America, you don't speak up for Palestine. But he did. But that was before he joined politics. He was just a hippie. He was a hippie teacher. Or that's what it
Like
seemed like.
Zelensky,
I don't know. I don't know that person.
the president of Ukraine.
Somebody brought to my attention recently. I haven't verified it, but apparently Trudeau is
I hate
a
it.
sex offender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're ruining him, and his wife left him while he's in power.
A pedophile.
No.
Yeah,
What leader does their wife leave them while they're in power?
3 different children.
We need 3
Not
different
that
people.
surprised me, because of course, you know, you have to perform these acts to be in the club, of course. But you know,
Yeah, but I don't know that he actually did that. They might just be trying to ruin him.
No,
They
one of the
they
but
also
they've got
caught him with a bunch of cocaine on a plane.
why would they?
You know,
Why would they?
cocaine's kind of fun.
Why would they want to ruin the Muppet they put into place to
Because I
follow
think
directives?
he was fighting them. I think he was fighting them. I think he didn't want to do what he was doing. And he
You
was
watch too
of a
much
problem.
TV.
You know what?
he
All of
paid-
this stuff is like that.
he
Yes,
paid-
it's all a
he
Muppet
paid
show.
He paid
What?
one child off. That was why he was sacked from teaching at the private school that he was teaching at.
Yeah, but I don't know what to believe. Maybe, maybe not.
No,
I'd love to hear this.
None of it is
after
important.
60 guy come up and explain the Trump indictment in his own words.
No,
it's all a distraction.
That would make my fucking day. That would be even better than hearing the nurse tell me about fucking benzodiazepams. What does that mean? How does that mean?
Because you're just looking for a fight.
That's not a fight. I'm being entertained.
Yeah, we're dissing him. He believes what he believes.
You know, dissing. Elaborate. What does that mean?
Well, I know Fitness comes on the panel because I've seen him on this panel before.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him earlier on.
Where did rights go?
I haven't even been heard like a prosecutor be able to explain coherently the Trump indictments without making a complete ass out of themselves. I would love for just some random person on the internet who thinks January 6th was an attempt to overthrow the government explain to me the theory behind the prosecution of Donald Trump.
Fitness, don't worry.
Something-
Some of us will protect you from anything.
Something about black guys now. I don't know how we got onto that, but that might be a symptom of TDS. You know, late stage.
Is Fitness your friend, right? Or you just like know him from here?
Just from here.
Oh no, he's from here. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
He's from New York.
Yep.
He's actually a nice guy.
Oh, I remember.
He's
Oh
actually
yeah.
a really nice guy. He's just
He's been
politics still, and
he's
indoctrinated
been
with it.
he's been visiting here for quite some time. More so lately, but that's mostly because we weren't live for quite some time.
Mm.
He inspired me to exercise more.
I heard him.
Oh, I'm sorry I laughed.
That was a boring conversation. I was like, oh, I'm not joining.
We already live in a fascist government.
I don't like exercise.
Fascism is
Well-
corporatism.
We're just trying to wake up Fitness to explain to him that all government, regardless if it's Democrat, Republican, Supreme Court, they're all the same. Yeah.
All play for the same league, all around
Yep.
the world. Every
Yeah.
one of
That's
them.
it.
Yeah.
It's all
One
the same-
league.
One league, just different teams with different coaches.
Yeah.
But they all play under the same rules.
WWP, Worldwide Politics.
They all have to play under the same rules and the same script.
Mhm.
It's all scripted. It's all.
I heard that
And it's
one
the loop of loops. Loop, 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 loop.
Just to distract
I heard
you
years
from
ago-
growing your vegetables.
I heard years ago that the Czechoslovakian president, I don't know who is the Czechoslovakian president now. Actually, it's just Czech, isn't it? Slovakia and Czech, two different places now, right?
Might as well
Yeah,
call
it's the
them
Czech
Nazis.
Republic now, I think.
Czech Republic. He was a poet and like he wasn't a politician. They made him like the ruler of Czech Republic or whatever. So, but he was a good guy. I heard. I didn't pay attention though to what goes on in Czech Republic. So.
Which is ironic now because the current president is an army general and NATO
really?
commander. He's the exact opposite. He's like a military guy and a NATO guy.
See, now I don't think that military people should be the head, and this is why. I think that a good kingdom is run by a benevolent king and a good general, right? The general gets the bad shit done, and the king takes care of everything altogether, but he gets to do all the good shit.
To be fair, Fitness, I've never seen any women personally go after Donald Trump, but given in consideration, there are a hell of a lot of gold diggers out there.
I was gonna say,
was gonna say,
makes
it's
people more
money.
attraction. Yeah, money makes
plus-
people more attractive.
And in
That
the
being
80s,
said, I've still never seen any women go after Trump. You know, not saying it doesn't happen, but
in the 80s, he was pretty popular.
Because
oh well, okay, back in the day,
he still wasn't
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
good looking.
I don't
yeah,
know.
but
I
when
don't
you
know what
when you
women
got enough
consider
money,
good he was
yeah,
tall.
you don't have to be a very good looking when you got money and when you've got
tall and rich and blonde.
Remember that Seinfeld where Elaine found out that Jerry had money, and then all of a sudden she was like,
yeah.
Look at Bill Clinton. He was ahead of his time.
Yeah, but he kind of had your average look, that somebody might think that he was good. I'm like, right now I want to throw up saying it, but like he sort of had those looks that if you see Trudeau close up, which I have, I've been like 5 feet away from him. He looks like a wax figure. Like he's pretty damn good looking, but if you get close to him, he's like a wax figure. So I don't know what he really looks like.
What? A wax? What?
Figure.
Wax figure.
A wax figure. Oh, okay.
Wax museum. Wax museum.
Yeah. Like
Mannequin.
3 different Trudeaus.
Right.
Came out of the,
With a wiki on his head.
Oh yeah.
Body doubles, body actors, double.
Yeah.
A wiki on his head.
Clone
You know.
It was
8,
really
Clone 12, Clone 13. That's all the Muppets. That's been like that for a long time. Just gotta open your eyes and look a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen different Bidens too.
Well, Saddam had lots of lookalikes, and the dictator did in the movie.
Obama, Osama, potato.
They didn't look the same.
Potato.
Hey, look closely, just saying.
But it turns out that Trudeau wasn't a hippie school teacher. He was groomed since he was a little boy.
Of course he was.
They all are.
His brother.
They don't know the meaning of work.
They have no choice.
Yeah.
That's sad.
They have to do what they do.
Yeah. Their life is shit. I would never want to be in their position.
Yeah, but when I was growing up, he was like my cousin, because my dad, he loved Pierre Trudeau. I mean, just loved him. And then when he became a single father, and my dad was a single father, he felt this like imaginary rapport with him, right? Which made Justin and his brothers our cousins, right? So, like, I feel bad. It's like my cousin, his life taken over, hijacked by his father, and then he never got to be himself.
And that's the entire political arena.
I don't know about that.
No, you good.
There's lots of politicians in there. He's like a.
You know something? I'll be right back. I'm gonna look for something. I'll be right back.
Okay. It was like the Kennedys, right? The Kennedys were this political dynasty, right? It was like
another Muppet Show, though.
Right.
Total Muppet Show. Yeah.
But most politicians aren't not like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, they gotta.
Kennedys.
Yeah, and when you watch wrestling, each of the wrestlers is a different character, right? They have to have something amusing and entertaining for the attention of for the distraction to work. They got to change it up a bit, modify characters, change up the plot a little bit, whatever.
No, what I'm saying is about the grooming. The grooming part. I mean, a lot of politicians decide to do that later on. They're not groomed to be.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. There is a lineage that shows, and I forget where to find it.
This guy.
They have the next 10 presidents already selected, before they're even born.
I'm talking. There's a lot of politicians that don't even run for president or prime minister. I'm talking about all the politicians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am too.
Well, I don't think they're all groomed.
The ones that get in are the ones that are in the positions of some kind of significance in the public eye. Absolutely are groomed.
Okay, so Stephen Harper.
Yes.
Those kind of people, possibly.
100%. He's evil, that guy.
Steve, you say, oh, he's definitely evil. I wanted him for war crimes. Same with Mike. Oh, he was the Ontario premier. Mike Harris. That guy should be in some kind of crimes against humanity jail.
Can't believe you just said what?
That he's evil.
What, Mike Harris?
Playing into their shit. Just a big show distraction.
It's almost like you believed it for a second ago.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So easy to slip, huh?
Yeah. I hate Trudeau. Makes me so mad.
I feel sorry for him.
Well, basically, the Canadian press have changed it to a 17-year-old student, and loads of people have written in here, and one of them says the girl was much younger than 17. An associate of mine grew up in BC, a neighbour of the Trudeau family. The person said Margaret was the funniest mum, very playful and kind. Plenty of top-tier entertainment was arranged for the kids by her. This person said they loved Justin as you love someone you spent your childhood with, and out of sheer loyalty tried to continue to love the adult Justin, but could not and grew to loathe him. The person says they hate him now, as do all decent people. The family of the impregnated young girl, 13, can't remember, was paid off and signed a non-consensual agreement. I believe an abortion was paid a part of the deal. The problem was made to go away.
13?
Yeah. Then somebody else said, I believe the student was 14 years old. The question is, how did he get away with it? By throwing money at it and at the NDA. When anyone else would be in jail, this fake is running at the country. Very sad comment when the news and media seek to protect the rich and powerful rather than investigating. All Canadians lose when the media does not do their job.
That's what laws are for. The laws are to protect them from.
What if that person who's writing this account? What if this is not a real person that's writing this account of what happened?
What are you talking about?
Well, he's reading about somebody who's saying that now that they're changing it to 17. Yeah. So this person might not be a real person.
That's just the whole thing could be made up.
Yeah.
Because Trudeau didn't play ball on something.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
I wouldn't assume that, though. It's much more simple of an explanation that he's just a fucking cocksucker like he appears to be, and he did some shit, some inappropriate shit.
Even if it wasn't that case, they all have to perform these heinous acts as part of the
initiation.
Yeah.
Initiate. Well, yeah, definitely that, but also it's ongoing. You know, it's part of what their rituals. They have to do that, right?
Sadistic fucks. Yeah.
Right. This was Trudeau at college. Trudeau also had a best friend, a roommate called Charles Christopher Ingvelston. This was his roommate in college, who he was best friends with, who was arrested as the director of a paedophile ring and spanned many countries. He also taught at West Point Great Academy with Justin Trudeau. He also
what's his name?
Christopher Charles Ingvelston. Ingvelston.
Ingvelston.
Yeah.
And you said Christopher?
No D.
Christopher Charles Ingvelston.
He is in Patrick PSON.
Justin Trudeau's best friend found guilty of child porn charges.
Yeah, but how many times do they put somebody in your cell if you're in jail, and then the cops want to find out what you know, so they put someone in your cell to manipulate you and get information. So what if they purposely put Trudeau to room with this guy so that he could Draw him in.
Certainly possible, but like I said, you're adding layers and layers of complexity.
It's pretty complex when a child doesn't get to be a child and you groom them to be the prime minister one day. That's pretty complex, and that takes a lot.
Could also be like, it's kind of interesting that there's kind of a similar thing with Biden. Maybe this is, the next phase that they're getting people conditioned to sort of break the ice on that. This kind of goes on to get people used to it, not really question it.
How better to destroy a society than flood the cities with drugs and pedophilia and all this, I'm a man, I'm a woman, even though I was born the opposite way, and all this shit. Everything they do is to destabilize us. Everything they do
then.
Make families apart.
Okay, then. Right. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, underage accuser, was much younger at the time of their relationship than was first thought. Her father tells the Chronicle some in the public discourse pegged the accuser at 17 years old. This is inaccurate. She was much younger than that. The wealthy Canadian businessman told the Chronicle yesterday he was not a party to the $2.25 million mutual non-disclosure, non-disparagement agreement that she signed in exchange for her continued silence on Wednesday evening of October the 9th. The terms of that agreement prevent both the accuser and Trudeau from acknowledging any aspect of that relationship without triggering a 6 to 7 figure liquidated damages cause. That penalty starts at 500,000 and scales up depending on the magnitude of the breach. The accuser's father shared with the Chronicle a password-protected digital copy of the agreement, giving us limited access to it for several hours on the condition we would make no copies and not distribute. Doing so could have jeopardized the terms of the agreement, which imposes damage on either party. In the event they acknowledge or discuss the relationship publicly, he does not believe his discussion of that agreement's existence is in violation of its terms since he was not party to it.
Scroll up, fitness.
He did not acquire the document from his daughter. It was incorrectly CC'd to him on an email between the negotiating partners. The two engaged in a long and steamy affair on and off campus while Trudeau taught drama and French.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough, Smiler. It's a long and steamy affair with a 13-year-old? That doesn't even happen. That's not a steamy affair. Whatever you're reading is filth. Now, an NDA can't be legal if you're covering up a crime. I don't think that's illegal to break an NDE or NDA or whatever you call it. It's a crime. It's covering up a crime. So she's not going to get charged.
Unless if you're the rule writers.
Yeah, I just don't believe a lot of this shit.
Oh,
Scroll
for
up,
fuck's sake.
fitness.
I'll post it.
Scroll up. No. He's yelling drop the link when all he has to do is scroll up and get it.
Well, I mean,
he
we
wants
saw
to
his
come up?
opinions on Trump.
I know.
Somebody wants to. I'm not on my screen. Somebody,
No.
fitness wants to come up. Am I hearing that right?
All he has to do is scroll up.
No
a bit.
offense, but there's some mental laziness that's apparent there.
Okay, I'm back at the screen.
It would be missing. Right.
Mental laziness.
You know what? Right.
I just,
Right,
I just ate a bunch of mashed potatoes and I'm still hungry.
Wright's is still not here. He's still looking for whatever he's looking for.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
fitness.
Hey, what's happening?
Right. So the Buffalo Chronicle published that in 2014, right? And they said in our entire operating history, we have not been sued for defamation or any other matter. We have never once received a cease and desist letter from the subjects of any article since we began publishing. We have
maybe
not
it doesn't
received
exist.
such a cease and desist letter. We have not received such a cease and desist letter from Mr. Trudeau.
That's 6 years before Homeboy got charged. That's crazy. They knew about that shit way before.
But he was elected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's crazy too.
Re-elected.
In
Yeah.
2008, Prime Minister
And still
Stephen-
elected. Selected.
Yeah, he's still allowed to fucking tell everybody what they can do and lock their bank accounts.
Now, if somebody wrote all that about you in the
Who
paper,
cares?
then it would have. If somebody wrote that about me in a paper, they would have serious repercussions. Yeah, my solicitor would be bang all over them.
Well, technically, all they said was that he had a relationship with that dude and that a girl accused him of certain things. Those are not like statements of fact.
Right.
And neither was Trump. When Trump says he won the election, that's not a statement of fact either. That's a lie.
Why
That's a lie.
Why are you so like you realize that your vote doesn't mean anything, right? You heard about all the people who were saying that they were handing out ballots like they were candy. People are getting like filling out like 20 ballots at once. And that they were
TDS is
throwing
real,
out
man.
other ones. So you realize
Try
that
to
your
tell
vote
people.
doesn't mean anything.
You know what? I lived with Trump for the past freaking some decades in New York City. He's a low-life, grifting con man.
You mean
That's
just
what
like
he
Biden?
is.
Were you?
No, no.
Was he
Listen,
Just like
we're not
Biden,
gonna-
just
don't
like
start-
Clinton, just
don't
like
start
Bush.
with the whataboutism. We're talking about Trump. Defend
Well,
Trump.
I mean, do you have
Whataboutism
Bush
is not a
derangement
defense of
syndrome?
Trump.
Nobody on this
What
panel is going to
aboutism?
defend Trump.
What
Yeah, you're not going to find
aboutism is
anybody
not-
defending Trump.
What aboutism is not a defense for Trump? Defend Trump.
He didn't say
No
what
one's trying to
about. He
defend
said
Trump,
just like.
That's whataboutism. We're talking about Trump. I brought up Trump. Defend
Where's
Trump.
the what
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, the
I don't
point
understand.
is, why are you not so deranged over every other president who was worse than Trump?
I'm here to talk about Trump. You want to talk
All right,
about
you
Trump?
don't want to answer
We
the
can talk
question.
about Trump. You want to do your whataboutism act? You want to cop out? I'll leave the panel.
It's
up to
okay. You don't want to answer the question. You don't have to answer the question.
No. I asked you the question, and you resorted to whataboutism. Do you think Trump actually won that election?
You didn't ask
That's
that
what I
question
thought.
until just now.
That's the first thing I said when I came on panel. Do you think Trump won the election?
No.
No, you didn't say that till just now.
Okay, I just said it now. I'm answer the question. Did Trump win the election? Do you really believe that?
Clearly
Are you
not.
talking about when he lost? Are you talking about when he lost or when he won?
When
Yeah,
he
you talking about
lost his
2016 or
last election.
2020? Clearly not.
2020, obviously 2020.
Well, he won the first one and he lost the other one, but there was no competition anyway because he was put in there and then he was taken out. There's no.
They're
one
all
voting.
rigged.
Yeah.
I won't assert all that, but yeah, he obviously lost the election.
Are you aware that the feds have a 99.7% conviction rating? There is no way they would have indicted Trump under 2 federal indictments if they didn't have ironclad, bulletproof evidence. No way.
Of what? Of what?
Well, I'll tell you what. You were talking. I heard you say something about that earlier. Ask Jack White. He's the prosecutor.
I have
Are you
asked Jack
following what's
White.
going
He
on?
doesn't respond to me on Twitter.
Are you following what's going on? Are you aware that
I sure am.
Sidney
I've read the
Powell-
indictments too.
Sidney Powell pled guilty and has agreed to testify against Trump. Are you
No,
aware
she
of that?
hasn't.
Oh yes,
I'm
she
aware of it. I
has.
watched her trial.
I
No.
watched the trial
Her
too. I guess you
her
didn't hear
colloquy.
You didn't hear the judge.
Her
You
colloquy.
didn't hear the judge.
Her colloquy. Yes, I did. Her colloquy did not involve Trump at all.
Oh,
As
yes, it
pleading
does.
guilty with co-defendants, part of any pleading guilty is to agree to testify if called upon. Her
That's
proffer
right.
has
And
not been
she
made
will
public.
be called upon to testify.
Oh,
but
I
she's
mean,
not
I'm
the
glad
only
that
one.
you're clairvoyant.
Cheeseborough will as well.
And do you
those
know
are
what she
just the
pleaded
first
guilty
two.
to?
Those are the
Do you
first
know what
two.
she pleaded guilty to? It wasn't to overthrowing democracy.
No, it was playing with the freaking
It wasn't to an
machines.
insurrection. No, it wasn't. No, that's not what she pleaded guilty to.
And she's responsible for $5,000.
That's not what she pleaded guilty to. She has not pleaded guilty to playing with the machines.
We may as well be talking about the New York Mets because it's really the same. It's like it's just a game. It's not.
Let's talk about the Leafs.
Yeah, really.
I mean, that's ultimately if you were to able to infer whatever you're considering to be a defense of Trump.
Hold on a second. I got to do my.
It's the criticism of the people who are so sure that he's going.
Hold on a second. I got to do my daily disinfectant injections ordered by Dr. Trump. Just give me a minute, all right?
That never happened.
Then I got to do my light therapy.
New guru.
What we're going to talk
Yeah.
about.
That never happened either. So this is my point with the people who are so sure about Trump being guilty for something.
Time out for a sec. Go ahead, Rights.
Could you do me a favor, please?
I'm
Could you
lagging
get the
real
link off the private chat and play it for a minute? It's about less than 2 minutes.
You want me to do it or you?
Yeah, I'm into my cell phone. It's hard for me to.
Okay. No problem.
Please. All right, do it.
Okay.
I want to show these people something so they know what's going on. Something that you gave me advice about, Nude.
I don't know.
Which people? I'm probably with you guys. It's all bullshit.
Everybody. Well, everybody that thinks that this is, how would you say it?
Legitimate.
Because they're not all the same. They're not. They're all the same.
That's what I was trying to bring up the point that we may as well be talking about a sports team because all of this is not real. Like, why argue about it when it's not even real?
You know what?
I got something with Doc
right now.
The Yankees are objectively better.
Delay. Because he has no other fence than to have his lawyers delay. They're trying to delay the case. That's his only defense. He is caught red-handed.
Doing what?
If that's what the play read, if that's what the script read, then yeah, okay.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Hold on, please.
Quick
Listen a
sound
minute.
check.
Story of a 7th grader from Salinas who claims to have made a.
Can you hear it?
Can or can't?
I remember this.
Yeah, can.
All right.
Mhm.
Can here.
Thank you, Nude.
All right, here we go.
On the School Watch tonight, the story of a 7th grader from Salinas who claims to have made a major discovery about President Obama. She and her grandfather say that President Obama is related to all but one U.S. president.
Oh, yeah.
More tonight from Action News reporter Felix Cortez, who's live in our Salinas News.
Well, Dan, the youngster spent the summer, really all summer, tracing the family tree of our presidents. Her conclusion that all the presidents, with the exception of one, share the same grandfather.
Oh, please.
Start off with George Washington at the top, and then it goes to
Grandfather.
John Adams, Thomas Jefferson.
11-year-old Bridget Davigno says she's made a first-of-its-kind discovery that President Obama and all the presidents before him, with the exception of one, are related and descendants of a former king of England.
No, they are all cousins,
I
and they're grandsons of John Lachlan.
Davigno says she spent countless hours on the internet over the summer researching the lineage of our presidents, a project that started with her trying to trace her own family tree.
But I'm the first historian to do all the presidents. I'm very glad I got this done, and I think it will turn out to be a success.
The Monte Vista Christian 7th grader has written President Obama to tell him the presidents before him are his cousins. She hopes to present this family tree chart personally to the president. But Bridget has her skeptics, including this reporter. Her biggest supporter and firm believer that Obama is a descendant of a former king of England is no doubt her mother.
If you have a child and they 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 have a child, all she's saying is this guy is the great, 25th, 27th, depending on what line it is. He created all this family. So do I believe
It's probably
Yes.
true about us too.
It's hard, but it's.
I could be related to Jesus.
Well, Mom said it. Hard to believe, but you got to give the little girl an A+ for at least trying to do that and trying to accomplish that feat. And by the way, Bridget has concluded she's the 11th cousin of President Obama. Dan.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Felix. So who was the one that
See?
Thank you, dude.
Barack Obama
That's
is
it.
not related to, according to?
I thought it was.
You also-
I thought the person that
It's
they were
probably
all
true
related
for
to
all
was
of us, right? If you
something-
think about it.
I thought the person they were related to was somebody like from the Ming Dynasty or something. I didn't know it was Britain. I thought it was some other country.
British. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know it was Britain.
We're probably even more of us are related if you go back farther to the Ming Dynasty, right? That would probably include more cousins.
Yeah, there was only Adam and Eve, right? But I could be related to Jesus. My
If you look
DNA could be related to Jesus's.
If you look at Trump's German lineage, I'm sure
Does
there's
that
a
mean you're
connection. He's related to
Merovingian?
Hitler. If you look at Trump's German lineage, I bet you he's related to Hitler. How about that?
What did he like run over your cat or something? Like I don't understand.
He really doesn't like Trump. It's personal.
Trump lost the election. Trump lost the election.
Why are you?
That's why you're mad? You're mad that he lost?
You're not hurting us, right? You're not hurting us by laughing at us because
Yeah, there aren't any Trump supporters on this panel.
Yeah,
Not
but
a
we're
single
also
one.
not Biden supporters either, and we're not
Neither am I.
Trudeau supporters.
Right.
Neither am
yeah.
I. I'm not a Biden supporter either.
Okay, so you're with us. What are you laughing at?
Who said I was
Just a
against
Trump
it?
hater.
I don't hate
you,
anybody. I don't hate anybody. That's
didn't
what
say
you
hate.
do.
Did I
You
say
hate.
hate?
I don't hate anybody.
Well, except Donald Trump.
Did I say hate? I don't remember.
Donald
saying
Trump
hate.
and
When did you ever
Hitler, I
see-
presume.
When did you ever hear me say I hate Donald Trump? I don't
Are
hate
you a
anybody.
Democrat or a Republican?
I'm an independent.
Oh no, that's
But you're still in the system of voting, though, right?
that's deductive reasoning.
If you're still in the
No,
system of voting,
that's an awareness that both parties have failed us repeatedly. I'm an independent. And to this day, Donald Trump still refuses to admit that he lost that election. And he'll go to his grave with that. He lost, plain and simple. He lost.
do your
He's
friends
the
feel the
loser.
same way? Do your
He's a
friends
loser.
Do their friends feel the same way about Trump?
Well, here in New York City, 9 out of 10 people did not vote for Trump. So
No. I'm saying when you're sitting around in a coffee
Man, this cat is my fucking favorite, dude.
Hey, miss, did you hear what Trump said about a week ago? Did you hear what Trump said
Well,
about
at
a
least
week
we
ago,
know the
10 days
cat
ago?
wasn't run over.
Miss, did you hear what
That
Trump
is
said about
fucking
7
awesome.
to 10 days ago? That Hezbollah was smart to attack Israel on the northern front. They were smart.
They were
They are
smart.
smart.
Fucking
Well,
hell,
Hezbollah
said what he was told to say.
didn't attack. They paid and funded Hamas and encouraged them to do their dirty work,
Trump
which was
does
pretty
what
smart.
Trump wants. Trump doesn't get told to do anything
Right.
by
Yeah,
anybody.
he does. It's just
Right.
Trump does
Right,
what Trump wants.
right,
He's a
hang on,
malignant
Yeah,
right.
narcissist. He's a malignant narcissist.
he
Right,
does
hang
what
on,
he's told
hang
to
on.
say.
Right. He sanctioned. He stopped £360 million or $360 million being given to Hamas. Yeah. Biden came in. Biden and Blinken signed off and gave the £360 million US aid straight to Hamas. Right. And then ever since, every year they've given Hamas another £1 million every year. Okay. And Trump confiscated
I'd like to
that
see.
money.
I'd like to see your evidence.
Confiscated that
I'd
money.
like to see your evidence of that.
I've got the paperwork.
You've got the paper. Well, let's show it. Don't say I got the paperwork. Show it.
I've got the unclassified document.
You know what? I'll bet you're the same guy who disagrees with the Iran agreement, but you never read the 159-page agreement, did you?
Where did I share it last night, Kat? Was it in Discord?
I mean, I can disagree
Discord,
with the
oh
Iran
boy.
agreement on principle.
Discord, huh?
I'm not
Discord.
listening, and I'd like to know: was it Wrights? Was it Wrights or was it Nudie who did that
What's that?
while I was talking?
Did what?
Put that
what?
video up.
Oh, that was me.
Did what?
Uh-oh.
The cat video?
Whatever
sorry,
the fuck
the
it
dance
was,
video?
the barn goes. While I was trying to say something, and I finally got a chance to get his ear, and I was finally talking, and then you put the goddamn video up, which totally drowned me out.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
I wanted to know if Fitness's friends, the people that he sits around in a coffee shop or whatever however he fraternizes, right? Are your friends all anti-Trump?
Most of my friends are either dead or in jail.
Okay, so the people you hang out with.
I don't hang out with people. I'm 63 years old. I don't hang out like on a corner. I don't know what you mean, exactly what you mean by hang out.
Well, I mean, you're just like by yourself and just come up here and talk to people
People
on
with
panels
you
and then walk
associate
away?
with on a daily basis.
People I associate with on a daily basis. The people I associate with on a daily basis, the vast majority of them do not support Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form.
I'm just wondering if this intense feeling that you have about Trump, if it gets fed like back and forth, and that's why you're so passionate about it.
I'm passionate about it because if Trump becomes president, we won't have a president. We'll have a dictator. That's why I'm passionate about it.
But you realize that whoever gets in is going to be the same,
I
right?
mean,
no, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it's not going to be any different.
I don't agree with
deluded
that.
yourself then.
You don't see what's going on then yet.
There's
Still.
chocolate, strawberry, vanilla. You know, like you can just order a flavor. But so
It's
I
all a
mean,
shit show.
yeah, Trump is a
If you ever watch the Muppets, it explains it quite well.
Remember, Trump can't be bought, right? He told you he's worth $10 billion. He can't be bought, remember?
That's like saying WWE is real.
And he's not worth $10 billion. I'll bet you he's worth less than $1 billion. He's a freaking
That's
liar.
like saying every
A
wrestler
liar.
isn't getting paid and bought to perform as they're told.
Trump doesn't. You don't get Trump. He's a malignant narcissist. He doesn't let anybody tell
No,
him
you
anything.
You don't get the whole illusionary rulership game. You haven't figured that out yet. You still think that there's something legitimate about that. It's just
No,
not true.
I do get that. I do get that. I get it 100%.
But
They're all
even if
just
you
playing
didn't
their part. It's
understand
Hollywood.
even if you didn't understand that, the passionate dislike that you have for Trump doesn't seem rational. Like it doesn't. Like it's too much.
TDS is real. I'm telling you.
What's TDS?
People don't want to believe it, but it's real. It's a real thing. Trump derangement
What is it?
syndrome.
Oh. Are you talking about people who don't like them, or
It's
people who do
basically
like them,
when
or
the
just
media
people who are
piles everything that ever bad has ever happened to anybody onto Trump, and then use him like a scapegoat from the Bible. And so
That's
you
what
can
it
pour
is.
all your
Found
hatred,
guilty.
all your animosity, and everything you resent onto Trump.
Let me say it this way: if Trump is found guilty, you're going to say it's a witch hunt. It's all lies, right?
Yeah,
It's already
it's
a
all
witch
a
hunt.
distract-
I mean, it depends what
It's
you mean by
all-
lies. It's a lie that he tried to overturn the American government. That's a lie.
Yeah,
It's
there's no
all to
evidence
keep
of
you
that.
distracted, and
tried
that's
to
not a
prevent-
lie.
He tried to prevent on January 6th the peaceful
So
transfer of
distracted,
power
they
by
hear
trying
you.
to prevent the official count of the electoral votes. That's what he
He
did,
tried to.
and he failed.
He tried to submit his own slate of electors,
That's right.
which is a constitutional process, and it's got nothing to do with an insurrection. Yes.
Well, the only
100%.
Trump rally
He did
people-
that publicly and admittedly,
The only
because
Trump rally
because no one had ever been prosecuted for insurrection for doing so before.
The only Trump rally history will remember was the one that took place on the morning of January 6th.
Oh, Smiler.
He
Go ahead,
tried
Smiler.
to prevent
percentage
the
of people
peaceful,
though that buy that.
He
I
tried
think.
to prevent
It doesn't.
the peaceful transfer of power. Plain and simple.
All right, Smiler, go ahead. That's Smiler's thing on the screen there.
He tried
Right,
to slate his own electors.
This is the correspondence between
I can't
U.S.
see
State
it.
Department. I can't big it up any bigger, so I'm reading it. This correspondence between U.S. State Department employees from 2021, partially declassified this year, will probably now be used by the Republicans. This refers to concerns about the possible use of American taxpayer money through USAID to strengthen Hamas. Moreover, Trump froze these payments, and the Biden administration and Blinken personally ordered them to be unfrozen. We're talking about the amount of $360 million.
And how many billions of dollars has this administration given the Israelis?
Wait a second. Why are we talking about this?
I'm talking
Isn't
about,
that
I'm talking
whataboutism?
about Hamas.
Why are we talking about
all
Hamas,
your
Smiler?
world leaders, eh?
Why are we talking about Hamas right now? This was
Why?
totally not the topic.
Why don't we look at the reality that Netanyahu?
Because it was part of the argument about 10 minutes ago.
Why don't we look at the reality?
When you disappeared,
He was asked to produce proof, document.
Oh,
okay. I was asked to produce proof.
Let's look at the reality that Netanyahu is a right-wing wacko who is currently under indictment, and there is no way in high heaven or hell that he cut the freaking security of Israel to give Hamas the opportunity to attack by land, air, and sea as a means of halting his indictment.
Fitness. You called Smiler to produce a document, and he just did. What's your response to that?
My response to that is this. Number one, I couldn't see it. Number two, anybody can type up anything on a freaking paper, on the computer and print it out.
So he still doesn't.
Yeah, but you asked him to show you the document.
I didn't see a document.
It was
I can't read that.
It was unclassified this year.
He couldn't zoom in. He read it for you.
Hey, if you want to give me the link, Smiler, I can make it huge. I'm gonna go take a piss first, though. I'll be back.
It's just a JPEG. It's a JPEG. That's all.
Whatever it is, I can make it take up full screen. I'll be back.
How about giving Rue some time to explain some things?
Funny how Biden has already sent at least 2,000 American boots on the ground over in the Middle East.
Smiler. I apologize. I can't stand it when Hamas keep on bringing up, and all it does is it just keeps on, getting the public against the Palestinians. And I wish the people stop fucking bringing up.
I'm for the Palestinians. I'm against Israel. I'm for the Palestinians.
Chances are anyone listening isn't. Come on. Everybody's making this about Hamas when really it's about the Palestinians.
That's right. They should have their own state. There should be a two-state solution, and that's the only solution.
There should be no states. No borders.
We could go that route too, but that'll never happen. Israel will never do that.
International Crimes Court. They need to be prosecuted. There needs to be accountability. There needs to be reparations.
Until there's accountability with the people, that'll never happen.
It's never going to happen because all of this is already scripted.
Right, which translates to it will never happen because the people aren't interested in accountability.
That's what I was saying before. Netanyahu lessened the security of Israel intentionally so that Hamas could attack by air, land, and sea. There is no other explanation. That's what happened. That's what happened. And the reason why he did it, the main reason is he's under indictment, and that would stop the indictment. Not stop it forever, but that would put it on hold while Israel has declared war on Hamas.
Unity government. Now all the Israelis that were against him are now being pulled together because they all need to come against a common enemy.
I've trained 7 Israeli Americans over the course of the past 30 some odd years as a personal trainer, and 5 of the 7 do not believe that Israel is correct and right and just in not allowing Palestine to have its own state. 5 of the 7, and they're Israelis. In fact, the most current client, Israeli-American client I have right now, is one of those. And even so, he went back to Israel on El Air to fight in the war.
Well, pretty much every lunkhead on friggin' YouTube.
In Israel, when you turn 18, whether you're a male or female, you serve 2 years in the army, and you are an active reservist until the age of 35 years old. And no matter where you are in the world, if Israel declares war on whoever it is, you are to immediately get on a plane and go back to Israel and fight in the war. I'll probably never see this guy again. I'll probably never see him again. It's extremely unlikely.
So is he for the Palestinians or against the Palestinians?
For the Palestinians.
Did he take the 90 days in jail because he wouldn't serve in the occupied territories?
I doubt that highly. I don't know for sure, but he's been in America for the past 6 years. I don't know exactly what his stance was in, but I can tell you, like I said before, he does not agree that Israel is correct in what they're doing with the Palestinians, not allowing them to have their own state. And even so, he did go back to fight for Israel.
Yep, so fuck him. If he dies, oh fucking well.
Well, this much I know. He's physically prepared for the battlefield. Whether he makes it back or not, who knows? I doubt it.
What happens if he doesn't go?
He already left.
No, what happened if he didn't go? What would happen to him?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Because now this is not the same thing, because now they're supposed to be defending their land, but there are Israelis who refuse to go to Gaza and the West Bank to serve part of their 2 years, right? They refused but then they have to take 90 days in jail. But there are Israelis who, with a conscience, they will take the 90 days in jail.
Well, this guy left, and he left not last Sunday, the Sunday before, to head back to Israel to fight in the war. That's the email I got from him. So I would assume what he said in the email is what he was doing. He was going back to fight in the war, not to take 90 days in jail.
I wonder if the narrative actually, that's one of the things that the narrative serves, is that if you can get everybody in North America to believe that Israel is in the right, that you bolster all those people, all those Israelis that escape, and then they're still have to go until they're 35, they have to go back. Who's this? Brenderful.
It's Dennison. It's all good.
Isn't Dennison beside me?
No, that's Fitness and Grover.
I don't see anybody.
Oh, on the bottom, underneath me.
That's Dennison.
I'm over here.
No, man, I heard somebody pop up, but I don't see him. Okay.
I already got it. It's good.
Okay.
We are here.
Thank you, Groove. What? Damn, you're fast.
That's what she said.
Aw.
Was this good for you? Was it good for me, baby?
Well, life is short, right?
I wonder what Nudie does after sex. He has nothing good to eat, and he doesn't smoke.
More sex.
Eats a carrot when he gets done, or celery.
Which round are we talking about?
Any round. The tighter you get, the harder it is to cook, though, afterwards.
Well, I eat raw, and I got plenty of great stuff to eat all around me.
A good trick, though, is to prepare the food ahead of time, and then that way you just have to heat it up, or just do the final cooking right after.
Or you could just roll around in the food while you eat it and stuff.
Ew! Who has to clean that up?
It seems like a good idea,
this
but
is-
really it just ruins the food and ruins the sex.
Yeah, what a waste of food.
You
And
think,
I have
oh,
to clean
food
it
is
up.
great. I love food. Sex is great. I love sex.
Yes.
Let's mix the two together. It doesn't work.
And you're forgetting about the cleanup. Who has to do the cleanup?
She does.
This is
Not me.
If she swallows, there is no cleanup.
I'm not contracting to that.
Yeah. If there's any
So
mess
this
left, you
is-
didn't do it right.
Yeah.
This is from Californian GOP Representative Michelle Steele, right?
GOP?
Yeah.
I like this dude's accent.
Between April 2021 and March 2022, the US provided 417 million for Palestinian refugees through United Nations, 75 million in economic aid through USAID, and 20.5 million in COVID and Gaza recovery assistance. For 2022, the US planned to offer 45 million to support the rule of law in Gaza. Meanwhile, a federal judge allowed the discovery period to begin on a lawsuit that alleges President Biden is sending taxpayer funds to Palestine territory in violation of a law that prohibits funding terrorist organizations. The ruling comes during the outbreak of war after Hamas launched a series of surprise attacks on Israel. Right.
So let me. What do you think it cost Biden to send the 2 aircraft carriers and the ships that accompany them, and the more than 2,000 boots on
2
the ground
aircraft,
to fight
five aircraft carriers,
and the more than 2,000 troops he sent over there to fight alongside Israel? What do you think that cost?
Plus, he
What do you
took
think that
2
costs?
over when he went. Plus, he took 2 when he went over to visit the other day with all his cavalcade inside it.
He's the
Who
only
brought up
president, by the way, to
Palestine?
actually go to a war zone where
Cavalcade.
there weren't American boots on the ground already.
Who brought up Palestine as a topic?
Nobody. Trump was being discussed, and Smiler made the point that Trump stopped the funding for Hamas.
I brought up the Palestinians well, not directly, but I said
Yeah,
that they
fitness
asked if
brought
you
it
guys
up.
had heard 7 to 10 days ago when Trump said that Hezbollah was smart to attack northern Israel. That
Those
may
are
have been how it
Persians.
came into it.
Because I am trying not to lose my cool and get into this topic. And, like, I mean, I know that Smiler knows what's going on. And obviously, I have the heart of fitness. But at the same time, it's like this topic is something like it's seriously, it's like this is really all that matters right now is that Palestinians are starving and thirsting to death. And they are having war crimes committed against them every second of every day for 75 years, and it's culminated to this, and this should be the only thing that anyone cares about.
I agree.
That's
And
kind of
I
a
believe we're on the
stretch.
precipice of a World War III, to be honest with you.
You mean in relation to this topic?
Incorrect. Yes, in relation to this topic, not like the
Yeah, I
only
was gonna say.
world. Sorry, I didn't
Just
mean that.
clarifying that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't mean
Fair
to say
enough.
that, sorry.
Right.
But
Fair
yeah,
enough.
on this topic, that's the only thing that matters.
I agree with you, Smiley. I mean, Miss, I agree with you 100%. I'm on the side of the Palestinians 100%.
I'm against both the Zionists and the Palestinians.
Disconnect this buzzer.
I'm anti-state.
I say we turn the whole thing into a glass parking lot, change it into the 51st state, kick both the Palestinians and the Zionists out, put in a bunch of strip malls, and sell Detroit-style pizza.
And I say you fall
And we
down.
can call it Bowdertown.
I say you fall down a flight of 24 stairs.
Make it 48. No, make it.
That
fall
doesn't
off the edge
seem
of a
very
6-story
kind.
building. No,
Yeah, that wasn't too
make it a
nice.
little
That seems kind of
So what?
condescending and not
What did he just
cooperative.
say? What did he just say?
Make it actually. Let's make it a little more painful. How about you fall out of a 2-story window so you don't die, you just maim yourself.
What I heard from Dennison was
How compassionate.
dismantle the whole bullshit and change it into at least something more meaningful, even though it's
Pizza.
not meaningful, but, you know.
You know, I hear a lot of really, really stupid people who say, "Oh, we should just
bomb the whole area. We should just nuke the whole area.
Why not?
It is one of the
Not
most
nukes. That would contaminate it.
It's one of the most insensitive and absolutely incompassionate things that anyone could ever say if they understood what was going on.
I agree that it's insensitive, but
Okay, so
you said it was
fucking
stupid. How is
It
it
is
stupid?
It is stupid.
How
It
is it stupid?
Stupid
The whole
because you have
place would
no
be
idea
freaking-
what you're talking
It
about.
would be polluted. You couldn't do anything with the land.
Well, I said not nuclear. I did say that.
I don't care. You don't get
Because
rid
then it
of-
would be contaminated.
You don't
You said
ethnically
turn it to
cleanse
glass.
an area of human beings.
Yeah, we have fuel
said-
bombs that can
you
do that.
you said
We have
turn it to-
neutron bombs too,
Oh,
where you could
stop
just
it.
kill every living
Stop
thing and then
with
just
the
move in
bullshit.
next week.
Stop backpedaling with the bullshit.
There's
Come
no
on.
backpedaling. I literally said don't nuke it because it would. See, here we go. Here's the classic guy that agrees with you. He's not stupid.
Well, they're carpet.
Don't put him
bombing-
backstage though.
They're carpet bombing in every day. They're using phosphorus
No,
grenades.
don't bother.
every-
Don't bother.
phosphorus
Dennison has no
every
heart.
day.
You're not going to hit it. You're not going to touch it because Dennison doesn't have a heart.
He doesn't have a
No matter-
conscience.
That's right.
no matter
He
what
doesn't
you
have a
tell him.
conscience.
That's right,
He doesn't
yeah.
have a conscience.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Kind,
He doesn't have a
cooperative.
conscience.
Totally,
Not at all belittling.
totally uncompassionate.
No empathy, no conscience. Emotionally unintelligent.
You guys could practice being cordial.
I'm
that
just
is an
being-
option.
No,
I'm being
Nudie. Let them show
blunt.
their emotional intelligence.
I'm being blunt
This is
and
their
honest.
compassion and their empathy brimming over.
I'm just
being
reminding
blunt
that
and honest.
it's an option in life.
Sandbox. We're in a sandbox.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The hypocrisy is almost as delicious as Detroit style pizza.
Detroit style pizza sucks. Brooklyn pizza
It's the
is
best pizza
in
on the
world.
planet.
Think you're
Yeah.
funny, Nazi?
Keep thinking that.
He spoke over you. All I heard was Nazi.
I said, do you think you're funny, Nazi?
I know I'm funny.
You're so not funny.
I am kind of a nationalist socialist too.
You're really just
More emphasis on the socialist and not so much on the nationalist, though.
You're a white nationalist, is what you're saying.
No, it's got nothing to do with white.
Oh, bullshit, it doesn't.
Well, here we go. He's going to tell me what I think again.
No, he's just an asshole.
Just like he's going to tell me what I said about bombing
This is-
Palestine
this
as
is-
well.
This is heading towards a big argument.
It's heading?
Yeah, I know it's going to get bigger. I can tell right now. Just relax and yeah, just cool down a little bit.
I'm cool as a cucumber.
Okay. Like I can feel it coming on. So just try to get along with each other.
What is it
Talk
that you
about
feel
but don't-
coming on,
you
Reds?
know. Huh?
What is it that you feel coming on?
I feel a big argument coming on.
Don't tease him, Dennison.
Hey, I'm an empath, Dennis.
I find the whole
Dennis-
thing. I find
Dennis,
the whole
I'm
thing
a-
ironic.
I'm
That's
an,
all.
I'm an empath. I can sense and feel things.
I get it.
I'm very sensitive.
You gotta take the enjoyment where you can in this life.
Well, yeah.
Find the lulls wherever you can.
It's
But there is a
sick that
borderline.
you that you derived enjoyment out of other people's misery. That's called Schadenfreude.
Who's miserable right now?
Let's forget about
what are you talking
Hamas.
about?
Forget about everything. Just go on to some other subject, please.
Thank you.
Now let's throw Trump to the wayside too. That's
There's two more subjects we're not allowed to discuss.
I don't mind you discussing it, but I don't want no argument about it. I don't want no name calling. I don't want to, you dumbass, you stupid, whatever. It's coming to that fact. I just want to hear a nice conversation. That's all. You guys are doing good.
I don't think that's
You
the
guys are-
topic's fault, though, right?
Well,
I think with somebody, I think
sure
with
ain't
somebody
helping
says-
any.
I think
He's
if
just gonna
somebody
argue
says
no
we
matter
should
what
turn
you
a
say,
place
right?
to
He's
glass.
just gonna argue.
I think if
Whatever.
somebody
I mean, I'm sure.
when somebody says that we should turn a place to glass, I don't know what to make of that other than the fact that that person can't have a conscience to say something like that.
dry humor and facetiousness. That's what I mean.
Right. Yep. That's how it was
I don't think
intended.
that's a joke. I don't think that's a joking matter.
Well, I
personally.
mean, since you're the god of comedy, I stand without a conscience, sir.
Okay.
With no
Well, at
emotional
least
intelligence and
I
completely
appreciate-
incapable of empathy.
I appreciate your
A
honesty.
human monster stands before you.
I appreciate your honesty. Now I know what I'm dealing with.
Right. Because you didn't
More-
know before. Now you
Yes.
know.
More dry-
Well, you
more
you
dry,
just
facetious humor.
a half an hour ago, you got to finish telling everybody how kind you are, how
I
compassionate
am
you
kind.
are. No, you're not.
I am kind and compassionate. You're triggered. So is he.
Shit.
You know,
Oh
I just
shit.
imagine back in World War II, and all the Nazis are gassing people, and you're sitting around making jokes out of your fucking ass, thinking that you're fucking funny.
This is what I'm
I
talking
make
about
Nazi
right here.
jokes all the time.
All right.
Trust me, miss.
De-escalate, guys.
Trust me, miss. This is the same
Why are you
guy.
saying guys?
This is the same guy that will be woefully unprepared if bombs start dropping on wherever he lives. He'd cry like a little girl.
If
Like
a
a little
bomb
girl, he'd be
dropped where I
crying.
live, I would be dead. There wouldn't be any crying.
Well, you'd
I'm
cry,
not.
all right.
I'm
You
not
would cry,
prepared
all right.
for a bombing. Are you prepared for a bombing? If a bomb dropped on your house right now, you're somehow prepared for that?
Actually, I am prepared for
Oh,
bombs.
you
to
have
go
a
off
bomb
here in New York
shelter in
City
your
over
roof?
this. I am prepared for bombings here in New York City to go.
Press X for doubt.
As a result of what's going on over there in Israel and what I call Palestine. I believe there was such a place, and there should be such a place.
It's still there. It's just been renamed.
That's right. I agree.
All right, now let's drop it, please. Let's talk about something else, please.
Find
we
a
can't
topic.
talk about this sex.
Well,
All right,
Dennison is
back
asexual,
to
so he's out of the
eating.
conversation.
See, you
back
couldn't
to
do it.
eating and
He
debt.
can't help himself. You want to try another topic?
Dennison is asexual, so we got to change the subject.
I think the topic's become denizen again.
Be cordial,
Funny
please.
Funny that.
Be cordial, please. Fitness. Everybody. Thank you. Sex was a good topic. I mean, you know,
Didn't
who wants
work.
to-
It
who wants to
lasted
take the reins?
0.8 seconds before it
That sounds
became
about- that sounds
before it
the hell
became
like I can last.
contentions. Yeah, you want to try again, right? Let's try another topic.
Well, let's try. Let's just go for seconds. Sex.
Sloppy seconds.
Yeah, I lasted for only 8 seconds. What the hell? Let's see if I can last longer.
How about, can we talk about the Second Amendment?
Sure.
What about that?
Yeah.
So, I actually believe in the Second Amendment. I think that people should have the right to bear arms, but I also believe that just as when you go to get a driver's license, you must pass an eye exam. I think that we should do something like that with guns. I don't think we should just allow people to go in and buy a gun and we don't even know if they can see straight or not. How about
Isn't
that?
there already regulations to have a gun in the U.S.?
No, because when Trump came into office, he changed everything so that even the mentally ill can buy guns. And here in America, most people are mentally ill.
Like with no requirements of license or anything?
How did Trump do that?
It takes less time to go in and purchase a firearm than it does to get a cell phone in America. Something wrong with that picture.
Is this isn't it
Not
a
true
state
anywhere
thing?
I've ever bought a gun.
Isn't
There's
it
a waiting
state thing,
period.
How
as
did I
far
know
as-
you had guns, Dennison? How did I know that?
You have to
How
fill
did I
out a
know?
background check and you have to wait. There's a waiting period. When I buy a cell phone, I can order it off of Amazon. It comes to my house. They don't even have my name.
Is it across the board as a federal thing, or is there a state regulation?
State by
involved?
state by state.
Okay.
In his state, you can't buy guns, period. You can obtain a special license, but it's almost impossible for the average citizen to get one.
You can buy a gun in New York State. New York City is a different situation.
How did Trump make it so that mentally ill people can buy guns? How did he change the gun laws as president? You have to run that one by me.
He changed the gun laws as president.
How can the president do that in the United States?
Ask Trump.
I'm asking you. You're the one who made the assertion.
Well, it's a fact. Google
How
it.
is it?
Google
How do I Google
Why don't
that?
you go? Why don't you Google it?
What would you like me to type into Google? I'm there right now.
Okay. Did Trump change the law to purchase a gun, allowing mentally ill people to purchase firearms?
Okay. Did Trump change the law to allow mentally ill people to purchase firearms?
It was part of his divide and conquer strategy to create chaos.
I'd give my last bag of cookies not to hear Trump's name again.
Hey, it's better than Dirty Mike.
That's true. I can't believe I heard that name again. Jeez, I think I went a whole year without hearing that.
More than a year. Much more.
Wow.
How many
At least a year and a
how many
half.
mass shootings have we had here in America so far this year?
0.
Is that right? You know who commits most of the mass shootings? 95+% of them, right? White men.
Crisis actors.
White men
White men do what?
commit the 95+% of the mass shootings in America are committed by white men.
What about in Africa?
I mean, that depends how you define mass shooting.
Who does a mass shooting?
A mass shooting is a shooting where 3 or more people are shot.
Then it's definitely not white men.
Okay. All right. All right.
So, can we talk about sex?
This isn't really the crowd.
I got the funny video saying that with Biden says that he was born in Israel.
Wow.
It's no joke.
That was because of sex that went sideways.
You know why there's so few mass shootings? You know why there's so few mass shootings in Canada? You should be able to answer that, new girl.
Why is there a few mass shootings? What do you mean by mass shootings?
Where 3 or more people are shot by a perpetrator in
I
one
have
situation.
no idea. I don't watch the news. I don't
I'll
pay
give you a
attention.
hint. I'll give you a hint. Here in America, there are over 330 million guns. In Canada, I think the population is what, 60 million? There's nowhere near that amount of guns in Canada. And that's why you don't have as many mass shootings.
Yeah.
There's less guns per capita in Central America and more mass shootings.
So you're basically saying that because of the few that are tearing up America shooting, that the good should be just as bad as take their guns away as the bad.
No, I didn't. I said I believe in the Second Amendment. I just think we should have tighter gun laws. There should be tighter restrictions to get guns.
You know,
and the places where there's the most tightest gun laws is where the most shootings.
And I also believe that it does not make sense for people to be running around with AR-15s. For what reason?
I'll tell you what reason, and I'll tell you.
What reason do you need an AR-15?
I'll tell you exactly why you need an AR-15. Why does the government
tyranny?
Right, you hit it right there.
Wait a minute. Do you honestly think that with your AR-15, if there was government tyranny like you're talking about, that you're going to beat the military?
No, I'm still going to use it to defend myself.
They'd be dropping bombs on you with F-16s. They send the military and the civilians in America.
So
what was that he said about it being
now you're making the point. Now you're making the point that you should need something more than AR-15.
It's just the problem is here's the problem. Since we have AR-15s, why is the government worried about it? They got bigger guns than we do. So why are they trying to take the guns away? They're not doing it to help us out.
I believe that it's fine for people to have a shotgun in their house or a pistol to defend themselves in case somebody comes in while they're there. I believe that.
He gets to determine what you're allowed to have to defend yourself.
Can I ask fitness?
Oh, I said what I believe. I didn't say it. I'm not making the law. This is my opinion. You don't like it? That's a problem for you, not me.
Yeah, but you're an advocate for statism, and I ask you to second guess objectively whether that's a healthy view. You know, forcing people to be obedient to an oppressor, that's never going to solve number one, oppression nor crime. That is crime.
You're not going to, with your little pea shooter, go up against a tyrannical government that brings a military in upon you. It's not going to happen.
What's your point?
The Taliban has entered.
My point
the
is
chat.
what I just said. You're not going to stop that tyrannical government with your little pea shooter when they bring the military.
Nobody said
the Viet Cong has entered the chat.
Nobody said that you were going to. I'm still going to use whatever weapon at my disposal to defend myself.
But why would you need to? You live off grid in an RV.
Why does the government want to kill 6 to 7 billion people?
Have you not heard what's going on? Like, wakey,
Can I
wakey.
ask fitness a question?
Yeah.
What does AR stand for in AR-15?
I would think, but I'm not sure. Assault rifle?
No. Armalite. Armalite is the maker.
Okay, so what's the point?
Well, it's the same as every Democrat. They think AR stands for automatic rifle or assault rifle. It doesn't stand for that. An AR-15 is not an automatic rifle.
I think the general point would be that the people who are proposing all these restrictions on gun ownership don't know anything about guns or gun ownership.
Exactly.
And the AR-15 initially was manufactured for the military, was it not?
I'm curious as to why you're concerned if somebody has an AR shotgun or an
AR-15 shotgun.
AR-15, sorry, or a shotgun or whatnot. What is it that bothers you about what kind of weapon you have?
You missed what I said before, New Girl. I think that I'm totally in agreement with people having a shotgun and or a pistol in their home to protect themselves in the event that somebody breaks in while they're there.
You didn't hear my question. Why are you bothered by a AR-15 weapon? What is the difference between that over a shotgun? What's the problem with that?
Let's see. I'll tell you one problem I have with it. The Sandy Hook shooting, when a guy went in with an AR-15 and shot a bunch of little 5-year-old kids and their teachers.
So if you had a shotgun, then you would be an advocate for AR-15s, but not shotguns.
The Sandy Hook shooting was a psyop.
Oh, Christ's sakes. Really? Alex Jones is paying over $1 billion for
what does somebody else do with a weapon concern about what
more people die from hands and feet than they do from AR-15s.
You know why so many Americans have guns? Because they live in fear. They live in fear.
An AR-15 was always a civilian weapon. Yeah, it's a civilian version. Yeah.
The reason why there's so many guns in America is because so many Americans live in fear of this, that, or the other thing.
Because the government puts it in their heads. That's why. So does the news constantly.
Well, there's also a lot of violence going on. So
I'd like to know what this, that,
it's
or
not
the
an
other thing
unhealthy
is.
position to keep yourself armed for self-defense. You know,
he said this, that, or the other thing. I'm wondering what that is. You mean all of the scary shit?
I don't know. I have guns, but I don't sit there and think about using them or anything like that.
Hell, I was, you know what, guys? I was raised with guns before they even had laws, and then I went to the military. Then I had to go to the rifle range, go to school to learn how to shoot a pistol, and do all that shit again. I had to pay for it. Had to get fingerprinted, mugshot. Had to go to the county building to pay $150. Just to get my license, carry permit. It was bullshit. It's just, and then I got to renew it every 5 years.
This is what if you're asking permission for things, especially from your oppressor, especially when it comes to weapons, you failed once again to realize what they were invented for to begin with.
I agree. I do. I agree.
And that's not to you. That's to everybody. That's the whole point, right? Is to, defend yourself from oppression. People who want to think that they can own you and tell you what to do and, control you.
A lady hit my car with her basket purposely. Didn't even give a shit. I heard about it. The guy was looking around to find out whose car it was. He told it to be. I called the cops. Cops didn't show up. I'm waiting. And thank God Canadian people were there. So we'll stay here with you. So I called 911 after waiting two hours. And I says, look, if you can't handle it, I'll handle it, son of a bitch. And man, the cops were over there in 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Then they mentioned about who's blah, blah, blah. I says, I am. He says, come here, I want to talk to you. He says, what the hell are you doing threatening people? I said, what are you talking about? He says, you got a carry permit. What are you going to do with that? And I says, you son of a bitch, I didn't say anything about that. What the fuck are you guys talking about? And I said, I have no weapons on me. And I lifted my jacket up, showed him. I said, now who the fuck are you to tell me that, I'm going to shoot somebody? I said, I'm going to handle it myself. Meaning I was going to grab her and take her to the police station. I said, what the hell do you think I was going to do? Shoot her? You dumb son. Well, I was mad. I don't want to. The whole family was all over me. Oh, slow down, I was pissed.
I don't care what somebody's opinion about it is. I got them. I'm going to use them if necessary, and if not, I don't think about it. It's that simple, you know. And people can.
But I never said anything about a gun. I said I'd handle it my way, and they checked my background, and they found out I had a carry permit, and figured I was going to shoot the person. That's what pissed me off. You know, I had no intention of doing that. I was going to just grab her, take her to the police station, but it didn't work out that way.
Yeah. It's the fear, right? Fear either way.
Damn these people. I mean, I fought for this doggone land just so I could carry. You know, this government is bullshit telling me what to do. They're not my nanny.
What do you think of abortion?
Everybody around you, their nanny.
What do you think of abortion?
Nudie, are you eating?
Nope.
Rights, I'm curious. What do you think of abortion, Rights?
Abortion? I'll tell you the same thing over just the way that we had to do the man mandate. You know what I mean? My body, my right. But did that help the mandate? Mass mandate? No. We were forced to get this damn thing.
You know,
thank God I didn't take it.
I find it curious that you believe that the government is looking to, lower the population by 6 or 7 billion people, yet they're forcing women, or trying to anyway, to have babies that they don't want. That would be a great way to lower the population, wouldn't it? A great way to
propagate division. You know.
Right. But wouldn't it be a great way to lower the population here in America? To allow
I think it's a much better way to propagate division and infighting.
Well,
wouldn't the mass mandate do the same thing?
To lose. It's a much better way for the Democrats to win.
Wouldn't the mass mandate?
Rigged, and that doesn't matter anyway. It's just a distraction narrative, as all of them are. That works very well.
The mass mandate did pretty good.
Come on, Nudie. Holy shit.
What? I'm not eating. Is that what you think?
So right.
That's not me, Cat. Get your facts right here.
So Rights.
I already told you I'm not eating when you asked me earlier. That's not
Rights. The mass mandate. The mass mandate was so that it would help you to prevent yourself from catching the virus, right?
It doesn't matter. We were forced to do it. My body, my right to do what I want to do. Right?
My body, my choice.
Well, my body, my choice.
The thing about the masks is they didn't help to prevent you from catching the virus. They helped to prevent you from spreading it. A doctor doesn't wear those masks.
It should be my right to say yes or no. My right, not to be forced. And we were forced. And it's not right.
There's no evidence that masks can prevent the spread of COVID or any other virus.
Well, the reason why a doctor wears a hospital
mask. Not that we're doctors, you two.
That's actually been studied as well, that the surgical masks
I'm a doctor.
Don't cause any reduction in infection in patients. And the logic behind the surgical mask is actually so that you don't spit into things that will fall out of the mouth, like saliva and debris from the mouth of the surgeon.
We're losing you, Denson. We're losing you again.
So that things don't fall from the mask, from the mouth, into the open wound or cavity of the surgical patient. Not the same thing as preventing someone from inhaling
microbacterial.
Depends on what kind of mask you're talking about. If you're talking about an N95 mask, you're in a different situation now.
Well, an N95 mask would have to be properly fitted, which of course they're not.
It even said on the box that when you bought them, does not protect you against COVID.
Yeah, it doesn't. But they actually studied the surgical mask too and found that those are kind of an illusion. They don't work either. And obviously it's a somewhat of a statistical insignificance, but technically the patients where masks were worn had a slightly higher rate of infection than when no mask was worn.
Part of the reason for that was that a hospital mask, you shouldn't be wearing it for any more than 20 minutes, and you should dispose of it after you've worn it for 20 minutes, because once the inside of the mask gets wet, as you breathe, it no longer is effective.
To get a man or a woman to cover their face is the ultimate subliminal form of submission. It's a BDSM tactic.
Eat with your mouth closed.
Just about, yeah. making you comply. Nothing
I'm gonna put
more.
myself on mute till I finish eating this chicken breast. I don't mean to.
Poor chicken.
Here, for fuck's sakes, look.
So I finished looking into the claim about Trump making it easier for mental patients to get guns. There was there was a rule, a regulation, not a law, proposed by the Social Security Administration when Obama was in office that required the Social Security Administration to report to the Attorney General anybody who received Social Security benefits as a result of qualifying under Section 12 of Social Security disability limitations. And those are broadly defined as mental disorders. They include things like depression, eating disorders, anxiety disorders. So not just, violent people or schizophrenic people or people who are dangerous. And it also did nothing to preclude them from having a firearm, encourage or discourage them from having a firearm. It just
We're losing you again.
It just made it a rule that the Social Security Administration had to report that to the Attorney General. The Congress at the time, the 2017-2018 Congress, so not President Trump because he cannot write laws, which was my point when I responded to the gentleman earlier, passed a law rescinding that rule. And of course, Trump, as president, had to sign that law in order for it to become law. So the law was passed to rescind the rule that made it a requirement for the Social Security Administration to report Social Security recipients under the Section 12 limitation directly to the Attorney General to be considered in background checks when obtaining a firearm. And that concludes my TED Talk.
Depressed people can go one way or the other because sometimes you don't want a depressed person to be carrying a gun either.
Right, for sure. It can be dangerous, but if a person's depressed, should they be deprived of their right to defend themselves?
I don't know.
And
It's individual.
And what if they have an eating disorder? Because that's included on there too.
Yeah, that doesn't equate.
Did he put an executive order to that? Is that how he did that?
No, it unfortunately, as I'm sure you're aware, much of the legislative process in our country has been delegated from Congress where it belongs to the executive branch, because we have all these huge executive offices that merely create law to fiat by writing regulations, and then everybody has to obey it. So the Social Security Administration made a de facto law by writing a rule requiring disclosure of people who received benefits under the Section 12 limitation to the Attorney General. Congress wrote a law in order to repeal that rule, right? Because that's the only way to grab the power back. Once you delegate the power to the Social Security Administration, they could do whatever the fuck they want to do. So in order to get them to stop, Congress had to assert its legal precedent and pass a law requiring that rule to be rescinded. Congress did so, the rule, and then Trump signed it. So when it became effective in law, that rule was therefore rescinded.
Can I say something for a second? You guys with the gun rights, right? I guarantee you, if every black or every colored person in America tomorrow went out and bought an AR-15, you would be screaming loud, we got to tighten the gun laws.
I wouldn't.
Well, yeah, me neither. I don't care. Who cares?
I don't care at all.
And yeah. I never call people.
I'd be applauding.
Yeah, if anybody needs to fucking arm themselves with AR-15s in this damn country, it's black folks.
I wouldn't say that either.
They need more protection. Trust me.
Palestinians need more protection right now.
They're not here.
They're getting beaten up and killed.
If I lived in the States, I'd buy every single weapon that I was allowed to buy, and I would have a big underground walk-in gun room with every single gun. I'd also have a personal carry, 9mm
Smiler
or something. Yeah.
But what if your gun killed somebody?
Well, my gun wouldn't kill somebody. Me pulling the trigger would kill somebody.
Well, Smiler, you live in a
It's
country
funny
of
how that
66 million people. How many gun deaths are there in your country every year of 66 million people? Very few, huh? You know why? Because nobody has guns.
Yeah, no. If they took away all our guns, there'd be less gun deaths. Congratulations,
including the Bobbies.
Yeah, but how many knife deaths have there been just this month, and how many knife deaths is there annually? So are they going to take all away our knives? So you're not going
eventually in the UK they will.
Are they proposing that?
Yes.
Hey?
Just like in Australia, it's illegal to have a hammer unless you have a license and a work permit.
They've banned all gardening knives. They've banned machetes. They've banned samurai swords. They've banned what's the silly knives that they call in films? I can't think what they call them.
Stilettos?
You know, what the hell is it called? No, not still. No, switchblades.
Jackknives, yeah, switchblades.
No, the ones that have got decorations
Jackknives.
all over them. No. The long knives that have got decoration all over them.
Bayonets?
No, well, bayonets are banned
Swords?
anyway.
Katanas?
No, katanas are banned. All they're banned. No, it's a special name. It's a silly name. I'll have.
You're so fucked if you want to defend yourself.
Woman?
In the UK. Absolutely. Fucked.
My question is, everybody, what happened?
Go on.
Go on. I'm sorry. Go on. I thought you're done.
They're even taking away people's dogs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're eating people.
Here's
What
my
happens
question.
to learning to defend yourself with your hands? If you went up against a Navy SEAL with a knife, he's going to take that knife away from you because he knows how to defend himself with his hands. What happened to that?
Right. So what if a Navy SEAL wants to steal from me or break into my house? I'm supposed to be able to beat him hand to hand?
You're creating a scenario that is extremely unlikely to happen.
Well, then it's extremely unlikely for me to shoot somebody then.
I have one here. If everybody doesn't have any,
Dennison, I know you live in fear, so you have your little gun. I understand.
You don't know anything about me.
But if you don't live in Fear Fitness, then
there's things that I can assert right now that would disprove about 90% of everything that you said, but that I would only reveal things about myself on the internet. I'd rather you just remain ignorant.
It's only illegal to carry a hammer in public with the intention to use it as a weapon, and that's the same here in Canada.
If you get caught with a hammer in your trunk, you can be cited for that. If you're not on your way to work, you have to prove that you were using it as a tool.
No, they have to prove that you had the intention to use it as a weapon.
what about the people
Right,
who are not authorized to even carry a gun, but they do? The crooks. If we obey the laws, they won't.
Dennison, one thing I know for sure, I won't see you in New York City because you can't bring your gun here. You'd be too afraid to come without your gun.
Yeah, again, the things that you know for sure are quite telling.
Nobody wants to address Wright's question?
I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Stepping all over me. I know. That's all right. Go on, guys.
What's the question?
It's all right. No, it's all right. That's all right. Go on. Go on. I'll just leave it be.
He said, what about the people who don't require a license and the crooks and the criminals, and they'll be the only ones armed? What about them?
Well, that's what the police are for.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
The angels of the earth that never
This
do
guy's
anything
fucking
wrong,
around.
that are here to save us all.
This guy's fucking around, bro. He's fucking around. This is the troll.
Let me ask you guys a question. So you need a gun to protect yourself in the event that somebody comes into your home while you're there. Has anybody ever done that to you?
No, you
Not
need a
just
gun.
that.
You need a gun when,
Right.
when the
Do
government
you even know
comes
anybody?
and
Do
tries
you
to
even
take
know
your
anybody
property.
that was in that situation?
When the government comes for you, that's when you need a gun. It's
You're
not.
not
It's not
going
to
to
shoot
fight
your
back
neighbor.
against the government's military with your gun. You're
It's
gonna
been,
die.
it's
Someone's
been
going
done
down with
already
me.
in this country. Not
Yeah,
only has it
someone's
been
going down.
done throughout history repeatedly, but in this country, people have used arms to resist the federal government and won.
And that's why
Recent, in your lifetime, bro. In your lifetime.
That's why it's in the Constitution. It's got to do with the fact that it's got to be a level of power. So you cannot give away your power. So that it's in your Constitution. The Second Amendment is in the Constitution because of that exact reason. Because the government should never have that kind of power over you. So you need to have a gun.
The people who understand that to do that in self-defense are also people who know not to stand alone to do that. We're already prepared and allied. Very well. Let me tell you something.
Fitness, I support gun control, by the way. I'm all for banning guns.
What's the bullshit about not being allowed guns in New York City? Because as long as you've got a license for a personal carry, then you can carry any weapon.
It's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to get that license.
They're insane in New York City. You don't want a bunch of insane people running around.
But the Supreme Court stated that it was the Second Amendment right.
It may change now over time because of recent Supreme Court rulings, but up until very recently, though, that getting a permit to carry a firearm in New York City was nearly impossible.
I'm one of those people, minus the criminal part that Wrights was talking about, that has weapons unlicensed.
I just saying, for the record, I propose the abolition of all firearms. I am in full support of banning firearms completely. We start with the government goes first,
right?
Then the police, then all of the other nations on Earth, then all of my neighbors, then all of my enemies, and then I'll go.
Then your neighbors.
Yes, and then I'll go last. I promise. I pinky swear. Wink, wink, with my hand behind my back and my toes crossed. I swear I'll give up my gun after everybody else does.
And I'll vote you for president. And I'll vote you for president.
People walking around with a gun.
Cross your heart, hope to die.
People walking around with a gun.
What was that? Fitness?
The last thing we need here in New York City is 8.5 million people walking around with a gun.
Maybe you need some more people walking around with guns.
I think that's the first thing you need.
Yeah, watching the shit that you guys do to each other on the news, maybe you need some more guns in that fucking city.
Well, if you haven't got a gun, you just get stabbed by a needle anyway, don't you?
Well, you know what? I have never been mugged in New York City. I've never had a gun pulled on me. I've had a knife pulled on me 2 times, and I disarmed the guy with a knife. What's the problem?
You do realize that you do realize that regulation is not going to deter or prevent criminal-minded individuals from having, possessing, and using weapons, right?
Criminals don't follow laws.
And the people who want to be obedient, all you're doing is you're making them more vulnerable to those people.
Yeah, but there still would be less gun murder. There'd be less gun violence if they completely and utterly abolished guns and made it so that you couldn't transport them, import them, sell them. Then gun crime would go down slightly because it would become a lot more difficult to obtain a firearm.
Yeah,
you know what? In Toronto, they arrested one guy, and all of a sudden, a crap load of the statistics for the gun violence went down significantly from arresting one guy.
What do you mean?
It would be more difficult to legally acquire a gun, not more difficult to acquire a gun.
No, it'd be harder to get a gun.
Look at Chicago.
I mean, even illegal guns are more obtainable now because of legal guns, right?
Oh, man.
America is awash with firearms.
It's, trying to get a gun legally in Canada is kind of ridiculous, and it's not hard to get a gun here. It's not.
20 years ago, I went to visit a friend of mine who lives up in Buffalo. So he's like, hey, you got to go open that closet door. I said, why? He says, just go open the closet door. So I opened the door, and he's got his guns in there, and he's got these metal army ammunition boxes filled with guns. He says, pull them out. So I start pulling them out. I open them up. I said, Nick, how many freaking bullets do you have? He said, I got almost 5,000. I said, why the hell do you have 5,000 bullets? You never know. The Chinese could come walking down the street one day trying to take us over. You know what I did with that friend? I no longer have that friend. He's something else. He's sick in the head.
Because he knows things that you don't.
No, because he lives in fear and I don't.
Really? Are you afraid of Trump?
I was just gonna say.
Does it sound
Are you
like
afraid?
I'm afraid of Trump? Does
Yeah.
it sound like I'm afraid of him?
Yeah.
Are you afraid of people having guns?
I told you several times, I agree with the Second Amendment. I'm all for people having guns. I believe that the gun
Are
restrictions
you afraid of
should be
AR-15s?
tighter.
That didn't answer the question. That was a deflection.
I am for the Second Amendment.
Are you afraid of
he's
people
not gonna
having
answer it.
guns?
He just said he's not.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't say that. He
If I'm
deflected.
for the
Saying
Second
he's for
Amendment,
the
if
Second
I'm
Amendment
for
is not the
Second
same thing as saying he's
obviously I'm
not afraid of people
He
having
said
guns.
he's all
Yeah,
for people
it's a
having
yes or
guns.
no
If
question.
he
I'm
was afraid,
for
he
the
would he
Second
wouldn't be
Amendment,
for it.
obviously I'm not afraid of people having
Not
guns.
obviously.
Yeah, it's not obvious to me either.
It
He
doesn't.
wouldn't
I'm
be
cover
afraid that's not
everything.
how English or
He
logic
wouldn't
work.
be for people having guns if he was afraid of them. If he was afraid of them, he would want people to not have guns.
He does
That's
want
fine.
people to
does.
not have
He
guns.
does.
He's been
for
talking
tighter
about it
gun
for
control.
45 minutes now.
I
Yeah,
thought his problem was AR-15s.
Right,
that was
in
one
New
part
York
of it.
City, 18 victims per 100,000. Residents, by contrast, the national rate was 48 victims per 100,000.
Well, there you go, because we don't have as many guns here as the rest of the country.
Let's try another angle.
Talking
What's the
about
reason?
victims of
what's the
crime in
reason-
general or gun
what's-
crime victims?
What's the reason you want tighter gun control?
Well, like I alluded to earlier, I think just as when you go to get a driver's license, that's a privilege, right? It's not a right. And you have to pass an eye exam. I think everybody that purchases a gun should have to pass an eye exam. Let's start there.
No, that didn't really answer the question.
I don't
Why
think
do you
people who
want
drive should
tighter
have to
gun
pass an eye
gun
exam.
regulation? Why do you want to?
We
make
should
it
go the
for
other
I
way.
also think that people who
Every
are under the care of a
single
psychiatrist
person.
or on psychiatric medicine should not be able to purchase a gun.
Okay, so
Every-
you're afraid of people who have psychological issues having a weapon, having
Because
a gun.
fear kills. Fear kills. You put
Okay,
the
so
guns
you're
in the
But your
hands of
fear
fearful
doesn't
people,
kill.
They will kill.
I'm just
Your
trying to
fear
get to the bottom of
protects.
it. You're afraid of that. You're afraid of people with psychological problems having guns, right?
Well, there's already a rule about that.
I'm concerned that people who have psychological problems, who are on psych medicines, I'm
That's a
concerned. I don't think
semantical.
they should be walking around
That's
with
a
a gun.
semantical deflection. In other words, concerned is a synonym for
Look,
afraid.
Should a guy
in this
be able
context.
to go? Should a guy be able to go into a bar, get drunk with a gun? Does that make sense?
Sure.
No, I think there's laws against that, though.
Cops do it all the time.
Cops do it all the time. That is so fucking true. Oh
And
my
they also-
god.
And they also drive around drunk all the time with weaponized too. Every
I've
day.
never heard of that.
Oh, man,
They
I
don't.
got
How do you
lots-
think they get home? You think they call an Uber? They just get right back in the fucking squad car.
and not just drunk, but loaded on crack and coke. I got lots of documentation.
I don't think they
on
walk
that
into
shit.
bars to drink with a gun on them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
they do.
armed
I've
all the
seen it.
time. You get to carry your service revolver with you.
Even when you're not on duty.
Yep.
You don't have
I've
to.
seen
They're
it.
not- they're not. No, off-duty officers are not forced to carry their weapons. with
Nobody
them.
said they were
can if
forced.
want.
I didn't even know they were allowed to.
They're not. They're
Yeah.
not forced.
They're
to carry
allowed
their
to.
guns when they're off duty. That's not.
Nobody
the law.
said they're
Being
forced.
wasn't in the question.
That's what they do. They don't disarm themselves when they're not on duty. In England, maybe.
And rightly so.
In
Canada,
England, the
they don't
bobbies.
either. They don't
In
carry
England, the bobbies, the police don't carry guns.
No,
Some
they
of them
now.
do.
Have guns.
They do. No, they changed that law years ago now.
Some of them do. You need
Okay,
a
but-
special license and special training, and you have to check out the weapon.
It used to be that none of them carried guns, but now they are allowed to carry guns. But in Canada, a cop does not wear their service revolver unless they have some kind of permit to carry as a human being, not as a cop. But they're not supposed to be carrying their guns into a bar to go drinking. Like that's not.
They do over here in the US.
And then in many states, let's say you're a New York City police officer. In some states, you're not allowed to carry your gun into their state, even though you are a New York City police officer. It
Yeah.
varies from state to state. Same
We
thing
lived
with
in an
corrections
RV.
officers. Same
We
thing with
lived-
corrections officers.
We lived in an RV and we traveled from state to state to state to state to state, and it was probably pretty illegal. But we had many guns in the RV.
And that shouldn't be illegal.
Well, no, he was a CO, right? So he was.
It shouldn't be illegal for you or me though either.
I'll just say Carl Rittenhouse.
Well,
I thought of that earlier, but I didn't know where that would,
Wasn't he an
crying
example
out
of
loud,
a
if you
crazy
walk
person?
the
though?
Appalachian Trail,
Well, it was the Black Lives Matter riots, and he was attacked and he shot them.
But wasn't he a bit
if
crazy?
you walk the Appalachian Trail, which extends from Maine to Georgia, there are some states that you're not allowed to walk through that trail with a gun legally.
I would say what was crazy about
and you're in the woods.
I would say what was crazy about Kyle Rittenhouse is that he believed America was worth saving and defending with a gun. He should have just stayed home and mind his own fucking business.
And
So
when
he
you
didn't
speak
have
of Black
psychological
Lives
problems?
Matter protests, I went to 7 Black Lives Matter protests. I didn't see one iota of violence at all whatsoever. So I don't know what you're seeing, but that's not what I saw, and I was there.
Well, the whole thing's on videotape.
The whole lot's on video. The looting, the burning, the police stations, the defunding the police.
The black bloc, not the black bloc. What do you call them?
Antifa, Black Bloc.
Antifa. Yeah, those are the ones that start all that violence. It's not the people.
Probably a lot of it, sure.
Yeah.
I have a
If
question.
you go on Google,
go ahead, right?
Go on. No, go on.
After you. Oh, you're gonna forget. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll go after.
If you write on Google, and I just tried to, or on YouTube, who funds Antifa or the Black Lives Matter? Nothing said. It just, if you write down who funds Black Lives Matter or Antifa, who funds them?
Alexa.
Nothing said. Nothing said at all.
It was Alexa.
It's a CIA.
Yeah.
The Democrats funded them, and the public funded them, and then they took all the money, they ran away, they bought fucking great mansions with helipads and God knows what else, and they never gave a single penny to a single coloured victim of anything.
Don't save colors.
Good for them. Good for them. That's how capitalism works.
There's no need to pay BLM money. What did BLM need money for?
Well, no, BLM was supposed to raise the money
shoes
to stop police from killing black people or some shit.
Probably to buy some rifles, some jewelry.
Actually, it was to buy houses. That's what she used it for.
Buy
The leader of the
houses.
Black Lives Matter, she bought like $3 million houses.
Why is anyone donating to BLM? All they need is a bunch of people who have some time off and they make a few phone calls and say, let's have a protest. Why does that need money?
Because you got to stop the cops from killing all the black kids.
Well, Kamala Camel
because it's profitable. Protesting is profitable.
Kamala Camel Toe bailed them all out and Nick and paid all their bail for them.
She did start a bail fund for
Yeah, she
people
did.
who were arrested at the BLM protest, arrested
Yeah.
for not being violent or doing anything wrong.
No, it wasn't violent.
The
at all.
mostly peaceful. It was
Yeah.
mostly peaceful but fiery.
No, I mean, there's lots of money to be. Look at Oprah Winfrey. She pledged $8 billion to help the people of Maui, but the pledge needed to come from donations from the people.
Real quick before I forget, though, Rosenbaum, who was the guy who chased after Kyle and tried to kill him, he was at a Black Lives Matter protest, but I don't think he gave shit about Black Lives Matter. He had just recently been released from the hospital for mental conditions and then kicked out of his house by his girlfriend. And he was down there looking to cause trouble, and he was not right in the head. And he tried to set a gas station on fire, and Kyle put it out with the extinguisher, which set him off. And then he shot Rosenbaum, and the other people who saw him do that started chasing him down the street, threatening him. So he shot 2 of them as well.
Yep.
Because he was afraid for his life.
Oh, yeah, with good reason.
So did he get off or did he go to jail?
He was acquitted. He should never have been tried, but he was
First
acquitted.
off, that wasn't a Black Lives Matter protest he was at. That was at a protest that people were protesting a black man or a black teenager that was shot. An unarmed black teenager that was shot by the cops. It was not a Black Lives Matter protest.
He wasn't unarmed, and yeah, that's what the Black Lives Matter protests are. When they go out and they start causing a ruckus and setting shit on fire and breaking ATM machines every time a cop shoots a black person.
But wait a second.
That's what BLM is.
But maybe it wasn't officially BLM. Maybe it was just a bunch of people in the area.
It wasn't exactly. It wasn't a Black Lives Matter protest, like I just said.
Right.
There were a group of people protesting that an unarmed black teenager was shot once again by a cop.
Right.
Yeah. Then there are no official BLM protests. Then.
No, because they got signs and everything. They go marching when nothing
BLM
happens.
protests are designed around trying to eradicate racial injustice.
Right. But that's what your protest was for too. But the point is that they didn't sign up with the BLM to have the protest. It was just local people who saw an injustice and went, and it just happened that the guy was black, right? It wasn't about BLM. Is what you're. I mean, I don't know, but I see the difference in what I always forget your name. What Fitness is saying. That it wasn't. They probably picked it up though. The reason why Dennison might think that is because it probably said in the newspapers that it was a BLM thing.
It was Fox News that pushed that line. It was Fox
No, I'm using the term colloquially to describe all the rioting that occurred after George Floyd got asphyxiated or died of an overdose, really.
No,
and then we had a year of riots.
He was murdered.
Every single time a black person was shot by a police officer. And
George Floyd was murdered.
I mean, the word murder doesn't mean anything.
George Floyd deserved to be murdered.
Wait till Dan's.
The police are to arrest criminals and not to render justice.
Yield to the host, please. Yield to the host. Yield to the host, please.
We are.
A judge renders justice, not the police. That day, the police rendered their own justice by murdering.
Yield to the host, please.
George Floyd died of an overdose.
Everyone.
Yeah, Denson was talking.
Died of asphyxiation.
No, Denson.
What are you talking about?
Denson, go on, Denson.
You talk.
No, I wanted to know. You guys are. I wanted Denson was still talking, and
he wanted to bring it back to one at a time.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to imply that anybody, who's an official member of BLM organized the protest in Kenosha that day. The riots were over the shoot.
If George Floyd died of an overdose, why is the cop that choked him to death with his knee serving 25 years?
He didn't choke him to death with his knee.
Well, then why is that cop serving 25 years?
The reason why why he's serving 25 years is because the public all got involved and the public wanted to see him go down. So the judge gave him 25 years.
Did you watch the trial?
Stop. He was murdered.
Did you watch the trial?
Murdered.
Yeah.
Me?
Did you watch the trial?
Yes, I did.
Not you. I'm talking to the guy who says he was murdered.
Fitness.
No, I watched the video when the
right. You didn't watch the trial.
For 9 minutes though.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, his knee was never on his neck. There's several other angles of that video that shows that his knee was. See, this is you. This is the world you live in, right? You don't know what you're talking about, and then when anybody tells you the objective reality from another perspective, you go, "Oh, stop!"
It's another perspective, but it's not reality. It's another perspective, but not reality.
Well,
well, your perspective is though.
Look at it. It's to make a determination like that. That's not open-mindedness.
I'm not going to go back and forth with you because you're not capable of being open-minded about this. I'm just going to assert some things very quickly. Okay, I watched the trial. I read the autopsy report. I reviewed the forensic evidence. I'm not convinced he was murdered. I'm convinced that he died of an overdose.
Well, then you stand outside the jail as that cop is in lobbying for his freedom.
No, because I don't give a fuck about that pig, and he's not the first one to be.
We established that before. He's consciousness.
Right, you're the only one with a conscience, right? Even though you're perfectly fine with a man going to jail for a murder he didn't commit, and you're not even interested in reviewing the evidence. But you're gonna pontificate to me about how
went to jail. The other cops that were on that scene that
you're going to pontificate to me about how morally superior you are, though.
What'd you say, Fitness? What'd you say, Fitness?
He's not the only cop that went to jail for that. The others went to jail as well. They didn't get as long a sentence, but they also went to jail. 3 or 4 others.
Everybody should have gone to jail, just not for murder. It wasn't murder, too.
I think public opinion drives that shit.
Of course it did. And the juries were biased, which came out in the voir de dire, the voir dire that they did on the jury when they were picking the jurors. Most of them essentially admitted that they were biased. But the rules for picking juries are so obtuse.
I thought that was the main rule, was that if you're biased, you can't be on the jury.
Now the judge asks, "Can you put that aside?" And then if the person says yes, then they have to take their word for it.
Yeah,
and then the only way you can only eliminate somebody by using one of your limited amounts of nullifications.
Right.
And so the defense and the prosecution, to be fair, but the defense has to strategically use those nullifications in order to pick off the most biased, worst members of the jury.
Right. And they were left with the best of the worst.
The prosecution didn't even have a cohesive theory of the crime. Their own witnesses didn't even agree with each other on how George Floyd died, what the cause of death was.
And didn't they know each other beforehand? Didn't they have a problem?
There were some rumors that they worked together.
No, that was a fact. That wasn't a rumor.
How was it a rumor that went to court?
What happened was that cop used to work as a bouncer in a club somewhere.
So
he had an altercation prior to that with George Floyd.
No, I thought they both worked as bouncers.
Yeah, that's how they had the altercation. That's how they met each other.
They were both fighting as bouncers? I've never seen two bouncers from the same
No,
club.
it wasn't. No, George Floyd was at the club. The cop was off duty, and he was working as a bouncer or security, however you want to put it.
So George Floyd wasn't the bouncer.
There's the autopsy report, and it doesn't say died of asphyxiation.
No, of course not. There was no evidence of asphyxiation.
No.
It specifically states in the autopsy report that there was no evidence of asphyxiation.
What did he die of?
And that autopsy report was changed. It was even less. It was even more objectively against Chauvin being the cause of death until they were pressured by the media. And then the state pressured the examiner's office and they released a second autopsy report, which is what we're looking at now. And even the second autopsy report, after being pressured into making it look worse against Chauvin, still does not declare that he died from asphyxia. And like I said, the witnesses who got up and testified to the cause of death didn't agree with each other. The state just threw a shotgun at the defense, and the jury was so eager to punish a cop for the death of George Floyd that they convicted him regardless of the fact that their case was shit.
What did he die of? What sports trauma?
Cardiac arrest.
Cardiac arrest. So what, because he was scared?
No,
because of
he's all drugged up.
Well, then the contributing factor, according to the prosecution, to be fair, would be that his breathing was restricted.
Well, then, Jesus. So that still would be the same thing. It just wasn't asphyxiation, but it was still that his breathing was restricted.
Yeah, but there's just no evidence of that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's like arguing, just like talking to a wall.
From the guy who did not watch the trial.
And
has not read the
I watched
autopsy
the fucking
report.
video. I watched the cop kneel in this guy's carotid artery for fucking 9 minutes.
And then that's exactly why you don't know what you're talking about, because
You
that
keep
did
moving
not
it.
happen.
Oh,
I can't
sorry.
read it if you...
Right, I'll move it back to the top. There you go.
No, move it down to the bottom so we get to the conclusion.
Well, this is all part of the conclusion.
Comments.
A man who worked at the same club with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, because they both worked together, and previously told CBS News the two had bumped heads, changed his story Wednesday, saying he had mistaken Floyd for another unnamed African-American employee.
Oh,
so as I said, they did work together at the same club. They were both bouncers, and the guy who said that they met each other reneged and changed his story afterward. So that rumor, which may be true, is not confirmed. As I said.
Sickle cell trait. Was he? Oh, right. He was black. No. Do you die from sickle cell?
No, it's a notable thing in an autopsy because you got to think about it. The medical examiner, he's not a prosecutor.
Right.
He's not there to like say, "Oh yeah,
Right.
Chauvin killed the guy." He's just going to write down everything he possibly can about what could have contributed to his death and what he found post-mortem.
But there was a second, but he changed it.
You did. The language was changed. There was an original autopsy report released. Then there was a media uproar, and a second autopsy was released.
Because they didn't like the language?
Yeah. There was a lot of pressure to convict Chauvin because, like Fitness says, everybody saw him choking him to death on a cell phone video from a single angle that,
Well, he was
from the
restricting
sidewalk.
He was restricting his breathing, though, correct?
I think that if you ever put anybody face down and handcuff their hands behind their back, you're restricting their breathing.
But
And that
prior
cop,
to that,
they should have put him in the recovery position regardless. And the
Prior-
fact that he was all cracked out on fentanyl, because he swallowed a whole bag of fentanyl and meth pills in order to hide them from the police. That was found. Undigested meth and fentanyl was found in his mouth, and the pills, dissolved pills, were found in the back of the car.
Excuse me.
Was he a dealer?
And
Excuse me.
has you handcuffed, it's going to be hard to
Excuse me, everybody. Chad, do you want to come up? If so, just put down a link and we'll get you up here. Go on.
Oh, he's
everybody.
listening
Sorry.
to the.
Was he a dealer?
He's listening to the Trudeau talk from before.
Oh,
He's not going to hear you for like 2 hours.
right. So was he a dealer?
Wow.
Was George a dealer?
There had been he has had a criminal past involving narcotics, but that's not necessarily what he was doing when
Chauvin
he
also
had.
had disciplinary actions on him in the past.
Chauvin's a Chauvin's a scumbag, and he should have gone to jail for assault.
Right.
And maybe even murder in the third degree, but not murder too, and not premeditated
now
murder.
you're admitting that he murdered him because that's what
No.
he did. He murdered him.
No,
Yes, he
that's
did.
not what I said.
He said
He
maybe
murdered
murder.
him.
He said maybe third degree
No,
murder.
yeah, third degree would be manslaughter, not murder.
You said third degree murder. That's what you
Yes,
just
which
said.
in the state of Minnesota does not require intent or premeditation.
Oh. He
And there's a
murdered him.
difference. He did not
He
murder
murdered
him. He did not murder him. In fact,
Well, he's doing
Well,
a jail
technically
sentence
he
for
did.
murder, so you can
yeah,
argue
there's
all
lots
you
of
want.
people
He's in
doing
jail
time for shit they didn't do. Perhaps
he's-
you've heard
he's
of
in jail. He's in jail, so
the
you
Innocence
can argue all you
Project.
want.
Well, it's still technically murder. If he caused the death, it's technically murder. Third degree means it wasn't on purpose, but it's still murder.
I mean, that's not what murder is.
Murder is being responsible for somebody else's demise.
When you intentionally
No.
hold the subject down, face in the prone position, with your neck, with your knee on his carotid artery for 9 minutes, that is murder.
His knee never touched his carotid artery. That's just something you made up in your fantasies.
Yeah, and if he had intentionally held him down, doesn't mean he intentionally wanted to end his life, right?
Yeah, I think he bears responsibility for his death because he OD'd, and they should have called an ambulance, and they should have put him in the prone position, and they shouldn't have unnecessarily escalated the situation either, right? The guy obviously was having an episode, and he was high on something. And what did they do? They agitated him and they got physical and they tried to force him in the car. They caused all of those events to occur and they're absolutely responsible for it, but that's not homicide.
Hold on a second. If he was, I'm trying to
not
figure out.
pre-
If he
it's
was,
not
If he was a
premeditated, no.
drug addict,
It's not
or if he-
premeditated.
wait, fitness. I'm trying to figure out if he was a drug addict or if he was a dealer, because a dealer doesn't usually do their own drugs. Sometimes they do, but they don't usually. So for him to put all of that in his mouth, fentanyl is dangerous if it's even more than a tiny little bit, and he put a
Yeah.
shitload in his mouth.
Yeah,
He was-
the pills weren't fentanyl pills, right? But they were cut with fentanyl likely, which is why so much was found in his system.
And what was in his trunk?
Not his trunk. When they pushed him into the back of the police car after he died, they searched the police car. They found dissolved pills in the floorboard of the back of the police car and some in his mouth. So he tried to take them and put them in his mouth, and one of them that was already partially dissolved fell out of his mouth into the floor of the car.
At the point when they put him in the police car, he was already dead. Why did they do that? They should have put him in an ambulance, not in the back of a police car.
I agree that they should have put him in an ambulance, but they did put him in the car when he was alive, and he pushed himself. He pushed himself out of the car and onto the street. He was on the street.
Right. And at that point, they shouldn't even have been thinking about putting him in the police car.
I don't even think they should have put him in the police car before that, bro.
When he has no pulse, he should have went directly into an ambulance.
He was not motionless without a pulse at that point. He was actively resisting the police.
Was anything covered up?
As far as what?
Like anything that the cops did that day, when it went to court, did they find out that the cops, like for instance, putting him in the police car instead of putting him in an ambulance could be a cover-up, right?
Not that I could tell. If they did a really good job of covering up, I wouldn't know. But it looked like they ray-rolled Derek Chauvin. Like they pulled no punches. Everything they could possibly release and make it look bad, they did. So he was a sacrificial lamb.
Nothing came out in court that he was covering, that they were covering anything up. They didn't try to rewrite a report, or there was no conversation between cops going, okay, don't say this, or there was no video that was missing.
No. His body camera was on. He was required to do use of force, which in Minnesota is not just a report, but he had to call his supervisor, and that whole conversation and everything was admitted at trial.
Okay,
it appeared to be very open.
Because if they tried to cover anything up, I would say, I don't give a fuck if he got 20 years or 25 years.
Well, see, my problem is that he wasn't punished for what he did wrong. This is why I'm most upset about the Chauvin verdict, is because these cops get away with this shit all the time. And he still technically got away with what he did wrong. He was convicted of a murder he didn't commit, and they completely overlooked the fact that Floyd found himself in that position because of Chauvin and those other fucking pigs that were there too.
But he didn't get away with it because when he gets out of jail, he'll never be a cop again. He lost his job because of that. So he was disciplined.
There was no punishment of his actual crime.
He was disciplined. He lost his job,
nobody will talk about the fact.
Wasn't he from the police department?
Who gives a fuck? Nobody talks about.
Disciplined.
Oh, Jesus Christ, buddy!
Then.
You go away. You have the conversation with yourself.
No, Denizen, what is it he guilty of? Chauvin.
Unnecessary escalating the situation, using force when it wasn't appropriate, throwing George Floyd to the ground, restraining him after he had already been handcuffed, not calling the EMT sooner. He should have called the EMT before he even tried to arrest the guy. He was cracked out of his mind. And then when it was apparent that he wasn't even fucking breathing anymore, he sat there like a fucking dumbass. Instead of doing something, he should have uncuffed him, turned him on his back, gave him CPR. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't save his life. The fact that he didn't try is a problem. And
I agree with you, Dennis, 100%. Is when you said when they arrived on the scene, they say he's cracked up or he's really, really high. The first order of business should have been put the cuffs on him and put him in an ambulance.
This is why I'm upset, bro.
Check his system to give him a blood test, see what he's got in him.
This is why I'm upset, bro.
He gets arrested.
Because no one's going to address that procedure.
Right.
That's still fucking acceptable. Right. Instead, they made up a murder that didn't happen. He was dead before he ever got out of the back of the car because he swallowed a bag of fucking fentanyl.
No, he was alive on the ground. He was alive. He was
ODing.
I can't breathe. He kept repeating it over and over again. He was not unconscious when they took him out of the back of the car.
Not unconscious. He was dead because the pills were already in his system and no one was doing anything.
Man saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, no, address that, Denizen.
One at a time, guys. Thank you.
Address that, Denizen.
Because he already swallowed the pills and no one was doing anything to help him.
Why doesn't somebody put up a 9-minute video?
If they didn't, do you want me to answer the question or not? If they had done nothing, if they had unhandcuffed him and let him get in his car and drive away, he would have wrecked and died because he already swallowed a bag of fentanyl before he ended up on the ground. That's my point.
Okay, first off, that bag of fentanyl, if it was wrapped in plastic, would have came out of his rear end the next time he took a dump. Second of all, more importantly, you said he was dead.
He was a dead man. Yes, he was a dead man because he swallowed the fentanyl already.
Let me finish. Why don't you put up a 9-minute film of when they had him on the ground in the prone position and he kept saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. At that point, you said he was dead, but he was saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Put the video up. It's right there in front of you. You can't deny it.
The video's there. I've already put it in the back room, but I
can't tell if he's being deliberately obtuse or...
How is
am I not being clear enough? Is it me? Nudie, is it me?
If I'm he's dead, how is he saying I can't breathe if he's dead?
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to try again.
I tell you what, right? Any other place, any other copper in uniform would have outright shot him for what he'd done all the way through his arrest, right? And
any other copper.
This is the body cam footage, right?
I'd like to answer that question before we talk about how he should have been shot. I said he was a dead man because he already swallowed the pills.
Okay.
So if they had let him go and done nothing, he still would have OD'd.
You don't know that the bag that those pills were in.
He was being poetic.
The pills were dissolved in his mouth. In his mouth. There were dissolved pills in his mouth. Yes, it is. It's exactly what I said. Listen, I understand that you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Whoa. Come on now. One at a time. One at a time. No, please.
I understand that you're not listening to what I'm saying, but I said that his...
Fitness, please hold on. Go on, Des.
The pills were dissolved in his mouth, and dissolved pills were on the floor of the vehicle. I've said this several times.
Hold on, I can see it nicer. Listen, Fitness, when he said he's a dead man, he was being poetic. He meant basically he only had minutes to live anyway.
Yes.
Right? That's what he meant. But when he said it, Fitness was right. In like, because he didn't understand what you meant, Fitness was right. He couldn't have been dead when he's dead. I can't breathe.
But it's like he only heard the 3 words.
I can't breathe to a cop. They should stop doing what they were doing.
So can I say something now?
There's some gray area there, right?
If you watch the video,
so Dennis is suddenly an expert. He knows exactly what he took and that it would kill him. He's a drug expert. He knows exactly what he took, and he knows that was more than enough to kill him. This is what he said.
It's all there in the autopsy. It's all there in the autopsy.
That's what the coroner said. It's what the defense witness said, the medical examiner.
They've just extracted him from this Mercedes ML, right? They've just
let's watch the picture.
From this Mercedes, right?
And he wasn't kneeling on his neck too, so that matters.
Yeah, let's watch the video.
Let's watch the video. Let's watch the video.
Let me explain a few things first, right?
Okay,
he
go on.
was he's just come out of the driver's seat of this vehicle, yeah? Right? Yeah. Now he's trying to tell the cops who are trying to put him in the police vehicle, no, I'm claustrophobic. Well, how the fucking hell can he be driving in that car if he's claustrophobic? And he argued. He fought. And he said, I can't breathe. I'm claustrophobic. And they hadn't even got him in the vehicle by then, right? So now you watch it, yeah? Any other copper would have just shot him.
He clearly resisted arrest. He clearly resisted arrest. So watch the video. Let's watch the video.
Watch the video.
We are.
Stop moving. Put your head down your back then. I'm not gonna do nothing. Face in the floor. Hey, you come back. Stay in the car. Stop resisting, man. Yes, you are. Stand up. Stand up, Paul. Stand up. Come on, walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with me. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. We're trying to get out of the street here so you don't get hit by a car. Take a seat. Sit down, partner. Thank you, man. Thank you, Mr. Sit down. Thank you, man. God. Sit all the way down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will. Please, man. Please, man. You got an ID on you? I got going on. All right, what's your name? George. George Perry Floyd. I don't know what's going on. Man, spell it for me. G-E-O. Yep. R-T-E. Last name? Floyd. F-L-O-Y-D? Yes. Date of birth? October 14th.
I'd like to point out he's complying at this point. He's complying.
Mind doing me a favor? George Floyd. Thank you. I don't want no problems. I ain't gonna do nothing. Man, you know why we're here? Right. We're here because it sounds like you gave a fake bill to the individuals in there. Yeah. You understand that? Yes. And you know why we pulled you on the car? Because you was not listening to anything we told you. Right. I don't know what was going on. You listen to us and we will tell you what's going on, all right? When you're moving around like that, that makes us think way more is going on than we need to know. Right. And that's all I have. Gotcha, all right. I'm gonna put you in the back of my squad, all right? Okay, we're gonna sort all this out, all right? That's your car key? It's my sister. Key fob right there? Yes, sir. I got one problem. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that for you, all right? Stand up.
He doesn't look like he's ODing on fentanyl.
He hasn't swallowed it yet.
He's also compliant.
He's high, though. He was almost falling over in the store earlier.
There was a shopkeeper that phoned the police on him because he was passing funny money.
And he was stumbling all over the inside of the store, too.
He should die for passing a counterfeit $20 bill? He should die for that?
He died for swallowing all those pills.
We're about to see why he died if they show the full video.
The full video includes the defense video.
I can't stand when a man cries.
The same man
This
that
is
put
coming
a
off
gun.
of Fox News.
He's not crying.
This is Fox News. It's as good as the defense video.
No, it's not.
This is day 3 of the trial.
If you watch
hate against black people.
If you watch the defense video, you might have a different opinion.
Look at the top. Look up the top. Yeah, there. Axe on body 3, and that's the camera that's filming it.
He was handcuffs. How did he swallow pills?
Please, man. Don't leave me by myself, man. Please. I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
You can see the powder on his jogging bottoms up.
Anything sharp on you? I won't even know that. You have anything sharp on you? Now you want to get home enough?
Dude's high as a kite right now, Kat. He's so high he could barely stand in the store. He was asleep in the car when the cops got there. Right before this video started, the cops were banging on the window trying to wake him up because he was passed out.
Please, man. I just want my hand, please. I don't do nothing, y'all, man. Nothing. And I understand. Hey, I'm listening. And I understand that people do stuff. And y'all don't know me. Take a seat. Okay. Why are you having trouble watching out? Because of my hands. We will please, man. Please don't do that. Take a seat. I'm going in. No, you're not. I gotta go in. Take a seat. Because I don't believe you. Take a seat. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man. Take a seat. I'm a guy. Take a seat, man. You need to take a seat right now. I just had COVID, man. I want to go into that. Take a seat. No. Hey, listen.
Now he's not compliant. Complying, I should say.
I'll roll the windows down.
This is shitty police work, in my opinion.
Man. I don't want to win.
They should have hogtied him.
Well, they tried to hogtie him.
No, then they're not good cops because they should have been able to. We don't need these kind of cops on our streets.
He was kicking like a mule.
Yeah, I don't think they should have escalated to force so quickly, period. This man's clearly not right in his head.
He's frightened.
He's not kicking at them. He's not spitting at them.
I'm not the police, man. Working with me. Get him, cut the police right in the car. Get in the car. In the front. No, you're not getting in the front. I got the police. I was in the car. Okay, man. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. In the car. I'm not a bad guy.
Before you said he was cracked up. But
he's cracked up.
He was
Yeah.
sleeping in the car. How could he be cracked up if he was sleeping?
That's not true, Rhonda. How can I be high on crack and asleep in the car at the same time?
You don't like black people, do you?
That's what happens when you're cracked out, buddy.
Are you a racist?
Yeah, that's everybody who disagrees with you about this case is a racist.
Hold on, I thought it was fentanyl.
Everybody who disagrees with you about this case is a racist.
When's the last
You
time a
don't
black
fall
person
asleep
was
on
in your
crack.
house for dinner? When was the last time you
You don't
invited a
fall
black
asleep on
person into
crack
your home for
cocaine.
dinner?
I might live with a black
Fall asleep
person
on
and you'd
fentanyl.
never know.
You're making every excuse for the cops as possible.
I've made no excuses for the cops whatsoever. I think they all belong in jail. You weren't listening.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are arguing on the same side.
We're arguing because he doesn't listen and because Chauvin did not murder George Floyd.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He did in the third degree.
I could see a case being brought in the third degree, but I would vote guilty if I were.
He was convicted of second degree
Mike's
murder.
dropped out.
Negligence is still murder.
I would vote not guilty on third degree.
Kicking like a mule.
Yeah, I knew it wouldn't show the whole video. I knew it. It's Fox News.
This isn't Fox News, you idiot.
This
This
is
is the
the
trial.
They're not gonna show the part. They're not going to show the part when he said, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe." A moment.
This
or
is
so
the
before he died.
trial.
This is the trial video.
Christ
Trial
almighty.
video. This was what was played
Yeah, but
in
Fox
the
News.
trial.
Yeah, Fox News doesn't pick what videos are played in the trial.
Hey,
Hold on
Smiler.
a
Hey,
second.
Smiler. Hey, Smiler.
Why-
What do you think of black people? You have any black people where you live, Smiler?
Why are they? Wait a second. Why are they showing?
What do I
Fox
think
News-
of black people?
Why are they showing Fox News video instead of showing the actual?
This isn't Fox News video, Cat.
Yes,
It
it's
is. I
not.
can see it.
It's not.
Fox News.
Fox
No, it's not.
News were the ones that were in court covering the whole court case.
This is what's showing on the screen inside the trial room. That's what we're looking at. It's body
Oh,
cam
you know what I find-
footage.
You know what I find
Act
interesting between
on
both Dennison?
43.
You know what I
You
find
don't
interesting?
know anything about me. What you find interesting are your bullshit assertions because
What I
you
find interesting
because
is
your
both
bias
Dennison and
leads you to
Smiler-
believe that no one can disagree with you about a murder trial unless they comport to your preconceived notions about tribalism and politics that I
Okay,
don't subscribe to.
Instead of the
What I
insults,
find
let's-
interesting. What I
Instead
find
of the
interesting about
insults, let's just talk about the actual.
No,
truth.
go ahead. Let him insult. I want him to say it out
It's
loud
not
on the
an
internet
insult,
to
but
prove
you
to the world
What
how
I
idiot
find
he is.
interesting is that both Dennison and Smiler, whenever it comes to anything about a black person, Black Lives Matter, this guy George Floyd, the kid that with the AR-15, they're always on the side of the white people, never on the side of the black guy. That's what I want. That's an observation
Kyle
I just wanted
Rittenhouse
to make.
shot 3 white people.
No, and listen,
And
fitness. I know.
one riot
both
and
of them.
one murder
I'll tell
trial
you
are not
what. I'll
all.
tell you what. If
One
I
hold on.
riot and one murder trial are not
Tell you
everything
what,
that has to
if
do
I-
with black
when-
people.
When I was in the army, and if we was putting somebody in the back of the Land Rover and they were acting like that, they would have been folded up with punches to the stomach, and they would have been bailed into the back of the fucking Land
Especially
Rover.
if they were black, right? But if they were white, you would have
Right.
treated them a little bit different,
Oh,
right?
I'm
Let-
racist.
let-
I'm racist. Am I racist?
No,
You fucking
Smile-
idiot.
smile
Let
and
Kate
go.
talk now.
Am I
Intellectually bankrupt.
racist?
Let Kate.
Are you-
Let Kate from it.
Are you
Kate, what are you
calling
going
me
to say, girl?
racist?
Kate,
What?
what were you going to say?
I never said you were racist.
Hail
What
to
I
take
said is I
turns,
find
please.
it
Hold on.
interesting.
Hold on, fitness.
He says he didn't call him racist. This guy's fucking trolling.
Hold on. Go ahead, Kat.
Kate wants. Yeah, go on, Kat.
I was just saying, I've had many talks with Smiler, and I would, of the things that we've talked about, I would detect racism from him, and I don't. I can't really stick up for Dennison because before tonight, I would never said that he was racist, but tonight he wasn't racist. He was just insensitive
pro-white.
about life.
Okay.
Pro-white. The cop was white, so he was pro-white.
Okay. I'm pro-white, am I? Am I really pro-white, am I?
No,
you idiot.
no.
Right? My granddad, my mum's father, yeah, was the Windrush generation, yeah, from Africa, yeah? Black as the ace of spades.
Your mom's black?
No, my mum's half caste, right?
He's what?
Right, so he
She's
came
half
over
black.
the
Her
Windrush.
father was African.
He then got a job with the Navy, and he became a chef on the Ark Royal. Yeah, I'm proud of my granddad.
I just find it interesting that whenever it comes to
when my granddad passed away, yeah, I was in the army. Yeah, and when my granddad passed away, my mum took part of his ashes with my cousin out to Africa to the rest of his family and met the family that she never met all her life. Yeah.
Okay,
so don't
listen.
call me a racist.
I just find it interesting that whenever I was talking about black people, you're always against them. Let me give you another situation that happened here in New York City.
Always against them.
Let me give you another situation. Let's see what you think about this one. You remember the guy that the United States Marine, former United States Marine, technically once a Marine, always a Marine, but they were on a subway train and he choked to death a 135-pound black guy. The Marine must have been 6'2", 210 pounds. He held him for 15 minutes in a chokehold. You remember that one? Whose side you're on that one? The white guy again, right?
I haven't got a clue. I don't know the circumstances of the story that you're telling me.
Yeah, me neither.
So
what about you, Dennison? Whose side are you on in that one?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm not on Derek Chauvin's side. You don't listen.
He just the difference is you're both against Derek Chauvin. It's just that Dennison doesn't think that the actual thing that he went to jail for was the correct thing that he should have gone to jail for.
You're defending
and that's important.
You're defending a man that held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach, yeah, and said, if you don't hand over all your money, I'll shoot you and your baby.
He did not have a gun. What are you talking about?
Yes, he did.
Not this time. He was convicted of it. He was convicted.
So, but Dennison just said he did have a gun. He did not have a gun on that
He had a gun and he held it to a pregnant woman's stomach.
He is well known to the police because of his violent burglaries and his violent crimes and his drug dealing. Well known.
How did I know once again you would be against the black guy? How did I know that? How did I know that?
The day he died, did he have a gun
I'm against anybody hitting a woman. I'm against anybody hitting a woman.
On the day he was murdered, he was choked.
No, Cat was getting in.
He wasn't choked.
He did not have a gun. He did not.
One at a time, please. Please, one at a time.
Go ahead, Cat.
Thank you. The day that he died, did he have a gun? Because I think the misunderstanding here is if Floyd didn't have a gun on the day that he died, like at the time that he died, then you're both like he did have a gun when he did that to the pregnant woman, but he didn't have the gun on the day that he died, and that may be why Fitness is arguing that. So did he have a gun when he died?
No. He did not have a gun on the train that day.
So
he was yelling and screaming at people. He was yelling and screaming at people.
It's like this guy can't hear. Like he only hears 2 out of every 15 words, and then he just starts talking.
Since you're not familiar with the case, let me clue you in.
Right, I know. I'm not familiar with the case. That's clearly what's happened here.
He was on the train. He was yelling and screaming, definitely harassing people. And the Marine took it upon himself to come up behind him, put him in a chokehold, bring him down to the floor, and held him like that for 15 minutes till he was dead.
Okay, but that's a different case.
He's not even talking about that case. He's talking about George Floyd.
When as a citizen, you are
and he's explaining to you why he's against him. He's telling you that it has nothing to do with the color of his skin, but because he's an armed robber.
He didn't have a gun on him. He was just yelling
for
at
fuck's
people.
Sake.
He didn't even have a knife on him.
You see what I'm saying? It's not just me.
So the Marine.
This is not me. He does not. He is incapable. Wait, hold on. Let me back up. Let me back up and slow down a second.
Prior
is my microphone fucked up? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it is
Am I
fucked
cutting
up.
it? Okay.
It was okay up until that 1 second that you said that.
So
Actually,
the Marine knew that this guy had a prior arrest for having a gun. The Marine knew this. Come on, stop.
Fitness. Listen, okay. You guys are you have a different perspective than what Denizen does. So Denizen is talking about the guy that like Floyd who died, that at some point before he died, he held a gun to a pregnant woman. However, you're talking about when he died, he didn't have a gun at that moment.
No, I was talking about the guy on the train that the Marine killed.
Well, the guy on the train is not really relevant to this, right? You just brought him up because you're trying to test to see if they were racist. But
Right.
really,
So the day that they arrested George Floyd and then subsequently murdered him, Chauvin, he did not have a gun on him, no.
okay. But at some point is what Denizen is saying. At some point before that, he had a gun and held it to a pregnant woman and threatened her. And so they're saying, I don't know why they're arguing with you because you're both on the same side, but he didn't have a gun when he died, but there was a time when he did. So he wasn't a very nice man. Floyd wasn't.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's all they were saying. He's not a very nice man.
And it has nothing to do with his skin color.
I wouldn't even go to say that. I would be willing to bet that when he held the gun to the pregnant woman's stomach, which is obviously clearly wrong, he was probably under the influence of drugs. Very likely, in fact. Doesn't excuse his behavior. Okay.
Right.
And it does in a cop's mind when they call in his name, which he gave his real name, and that comes back on their radios or the computer, whatever it was.
Uh-huh.
You do want to handle the subject a little bit more, a little differently, a little more rigidly.
Right.
Okay, you want to make sure he doesn't have a gun, which they did, right? And they tried to put him in the car incorrectly. When he refused to get in, they should have just laid him out, hog-tied him, and actually just carried him into the car. Literally picked him up and put him in the back seat. They didn't do that. They pulled him out of the car. They threw him down on the ground in the prone position, and they kept him there for 9 minutes. And you can say that Chauvin didn't have his head on his neck, his knee on his neck all you want. Show that video and show me his knee is not on his neck.
Yeah, because I didn't see that in the video.
It's not.
Well, why don't we show the video? So and if I'm wrong, I will apologize. But if you're wrong, I expect the same.
Okay, so their position was, I'm going to say with Smiler, because Smiler seems to be with Denizen on this.
I do not agree with Smiler about this case.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'll just say Denizen then. Denizen is...
case?
Sorry? Denizen
yes, which case?
The Floyd case.
Only the Floyd case. We don't
case.
know that other case. So on the Floyd case, I remember that there was a girl who took the video, not the body cam. She had
A teenager. Yeah.
Okay, so from her perspective, it was that he was choking him or whatever it was that made it so he couldn't breathe, which I think he just was having an anxiety attack, and that's probably why he couldn't breathe. So, and if he had stuck fentanyl, and there's a big difference between crack and fentanyl. Fentanyl makes you go to sleep. If he was on crack, he wouldn't be falling asleep in the store.
That's right.
So, but if he did have fentanyl in him, he would be falling asleep. When I just saw him now, the most thing he could be on is pot. I don't see anything.
And if the fentanyl was affecting him, it would have relieved his feelings of anxiety. It would have completely relieved it. He wouldn't have been. He would have been anxious at all. He would have been falling asleep.
Meth and
he would have been nodding out.
He was nodding out. And
was there video of him
and
nodding out?
fentanyl? Yes.
Was there video in the store of him nodding out?
Yes, there's video of him in the store stumbling because he's almost passing out while he's standing.
Yeah.
He almost falls over because he's almost falling asleep while he's standing.
Well, he wasn't nodding out. He wasn't nodding out when he was interacting with the cops. He wasn't nodding out.
Yes, he was. Just stop while I'm talking so that you can learn something. For fuck's sake.
Right, go ahead, Dennison.
He was asleep in the car. He was asleep in the car.
Okay.
He was asleep in the car when the cops showed up. They had to bang on the window to wake him up.
Is that a crime?
And no, his knee was never on his neck. They showed the video from different angles, and he was holding his back down with his knee on his shoulder blade. It was never on his carotid artery.
Okay. Is it a crime to be sleeping in your car?
No, but they don't.
No,
think
nobody
that,
said it was a crime.
Denizen doesn't agree with that. Denizen doesn't think that they should have been interfering with him.
Right.
Well,
They should have
initially-
gone to jail too. It just was
initially-
not murder.
Initially, what Dennison said was that George Floyd was on crack.
No, I
That's
said he was
initially-
crack.
Oh, yes,
I
you
said he
did.
was
Play the
crack.
video
No,
back. That's what you
no.
said.
You
20
go
minutes
play it
ago,
back.
That's what you said. 20 minutes ago.
You
that's
go
what
back.
You said.
You go back. You go back and play it.
I have a very.
I
good
said he
number.
was. I said
I'm
he was
sharp as
found
a
with
tack, my
fentanyl
man.
and meth in his system.
I'm sharp
Cracked
as a
out is a
tack and a bullet
colloquial
on.
term because he was high on fentanyl and meth.
Okay, so
sharp as a
Denizen is
tack
being
and a bullet
poetic
on.
again. But no, if you
It's
say
not.
cracked
It's not
out,
poetic.
well, okay, but
It's
if you
just.
say crack-
It's just
if
a
you say
colloquial
cracked out,
term.
If you say it's not colloquial to say that.
Yes, it
somebody-
is. Absolutely is.
Then you could just say he's drunk. Then he's not got any alcohol in him. But
Well,
he's
no,
drunk.
because
You
no,
can't say
because there's a
someone's cracked
because
out
there's
if
a
they're not on
definite
crack.
difference between the way you behave when you're on high on shit ton of meth that you just swallowed
You don't
and
say
drinking too
cracked
much
out.
alcohol.
You don't say cracked out for something that's not
So
crack.
if he was on meth, he wouldn't have been sleeping. He would have been wide awake.
Except at the end of crack, you do fall asleep.
Yes, and with
But
meth,
he didn't even
and
mean
when it's
crack.
cut with fentanyl.
He
I
used
mean,
his
you're just discerning a lot of
colloquialism
things
wrong.
because you don't know what you're talking about.
He used his colloquialism wrong, and he said cracked out, but he didn't.
Cracked out can have different meanings depending on the context.
I
According to
don't-
Macmillan Dictionary, it can mean becoming mentally ill, suddenly laughing a lot at something, or something is not as good as people say. On the other hand, Urban Dictionary defines it as a phrase used to describe a person or situation that is seemingly insane, which can occur from the use of drugs,
What's
or
important
can
is that-
semi or permanently disconnect a person's reality from those of others. That's what
Remind
cracked
us-
out means according to the internet. So I'm sorry that you two think it means just doing crack, but that's not what it means.
I remind once again that it's a matter of what the intention and the context of the person who's saying for the purposes of getting the understanding across. All definitions are subjective. That's not the.
That's a never-ending battle.
That's
I
right.
think.
So
And
it's about.
yeah.
It's arguing over semantics is never really fruitful, right? So
There's also a difference between being defensive and obtuse and then whatever this is, where this guy literally, he's objectively just not hearing half of some of the things that I'm saying.
The insults Denizen.
That wasn't an insult. That's a statement of fact.
Oh.
He
He's
does
only
not
obtuse.
he does not
Oh.
hear things that I say.
Just funny how every time there's a situation where the cop kills a black guy, you're always you're
I know,
against the
every
black
time.
guy. You're against
This
the
one
black guy.
time.
Every single time.
This one time that happened. I'm not against George Floyd. When did I
What
say
about
ever
the-
say
what
I
about
was
the-
against
what
George
about the
Floyd?
black guy that was killed in Staten Island about, 10 years ago?
I have no idea. I
You-
don't
you
keep
don't know.
track of
Yeah,
every
I know.
black guy that
But
was
if they-
killed.
but when a black-
But I'm
when a
definitely
white guy
against
is
the
shot-
black guy, like you
Well,
said,
when-
even though
but
I've
when
never heard
when
of
a
it.
white guy is killed by a cop, you know about those for sure, don't you?
Which white guy are we talking about?
I think you're attributing things to Denizen that aren't true.
You think?
At the moment,
I
fitness
don't.
you're at the moment fitness you're reaching. You know.
Well, I don't. I know what I'm talking to. I know what he's about. I know what he's about.
Doesn't
when it
know
comes to that.
anything. You don't know anything about me.
No, I noticed. Made an observation that whenever it
Yes,
comes to a cop
but your
killing a black
observations
guy,
are delusional.
You're always against.
You're
the side of
making
the black
them
guy.
up.
I think that you're lumping him
We've
in with
discussed one
I think you're
case.
lumping him in with a lot of people that you do know fitness.
What
You
about
probably
what about the Brown murder in what was it, Missouri? That was
Fitness,
15
fitness,
years ago. Do you remember that one? Or you don't remember
Fitness.
that? You don't remember that one
Fitness.
either?
You talking about Mike Brown?
Yeah.
Fitness.
The guy who reached into the cop car and tried to grab the cop's weapon?
Right, see, once again, you're against the black guy. I knew it.
I'm
I knew
against
Is that
him?
okay?
I'm against him?
Wait. Fitness. Him asking to clarify if that's what you're talking about is not referencing
Was he
he's for
murdered
or
by the
against
cop
black
that day?
people.
Okay, let me clarify. Did the cop murder Michael Brown that day or not?
No, he did not murder
Well,
him.
there you go. You're against the black guy once again. So
I'm
just-
against
I
the
said
black
it.
guy. See
I
how that
said it.
works?
You confirmed it. Not you. You said it. You
Yes, I just
confirmed it.
confirmed I'm against the black guy.
Okay,
You always
fitness.
are.
Fitness. If a white
Cat.
guy reached in and tried to grab the gun, what do you think should have been done? What, if
What
he was
always
white?
happens when the police show up on the scene and a white guy just committed a freaking mass
No,
That
shooting?
wasn't a question. The
Amazingly,
question
they don't
wasn't.
shoot him. They don't
He's
shoot
trolling.
him.
What
They
do
don't
you
question-
think?
This guy's
What do you
trolling.
think should be done, fitness?
Fitness. Yeah, the
They should-
question wasn't.
They shouldn't have shot him.
Again,
tried to
answer the
grab a
question.
gun.
though. What? Yeah, answer
So
the question. though.
you mace him. You Billy Club him and you put the freaking the handcuffs on.
Normally, I agree with you, except when it comes to guns. If somebody grabs a gun, you have to assume that they mean to shoot you. In which case, buy a condios, because now you're fucking with. Like, I'm not going to grab a gun unless I intend to shoot it.
Michael Brown's blood was on the inside of the squad car because he broke his way through the window and reached in and grabbed for, I forget his name. He grabbed for his gun belt and tried to grab his firearm.
There isn't a situation with a black guy getting killed by an unarmed black man getting killed by a
Yes,
cop.
every time someone's black, it's racist to defend yourself. Every time.
You said the word
as
racist.
soon as a black guy. Right, no, I'm not racist. I'm just against black people, like you said.
I'm making an observation. You said the word racist.
Yeah.
Yes, but your observation, Fitness, isn't based on the facts of Ed Dennison. I think what you're doing is you're lumping him in with all the people that you do know that are racist, and you heard something he said, and it reminded
because they all speak the same language, miss.
Right,
they
it
all speak the
reminded
same
you-
language.
It
They all
reminded
speak the
you
same
of
language.
the It
they
reminded
disagree
you
with
of
you.
the racist people that you know, so you thought that you heard that from Dennison. So
Yeah, I'm going to side a little bit on. That's a little bit on a kind of hypocrisy projecting there.
I don't know, but I'm not calling him names. I'm not trying to insult him.
Not
I'm
you,
trying to
Cat.
understand him.
Fitness.
That's a good
speak
point.
the same language. They speak the same language.
You speak the same language too. I think you're against white people. I think you're racist against white people.
You're stereotyping Fitness.
Can you more white people are killed by cops every year? Can you name a single one of them?
Well, that's because it's black people only represent 13% of the population.
Can you name a single white person that's been killed by a cop?
No. Let's make a point of that. Black people only represent 13% of the population in America.
Can you name a single white person that's been killed by a cop?
Yeah, that's a point.
Go ahead, Google it.
What was that? What was that? Say that again. I missed it.
Yeah.
Can you name
Here,
a
I'll
white
say it
person-
slow enough so that you can type it into
No,
Google.
I'm going to say
Can
it
you
nicer. Can you name a white person?
person that was murdered by a police officer?
White
Fuck
people are
murdered,
murdered-
even shot.
White people are shot by police officers on a daily basis.
name one.
The answer
you
is yes or
name
no. Can you name one? Yes or no? And if you can, name one.
What, like a recent one or
Anyone.
Anyone.
Any white guy who's been shot by a cop, can you name them?
no?
Right. So the point is that you are hyper focused on
You-
black people getting shot when white people get shot even more.
You
And
know
you
why?
don't
all their
because,
names.
Because when you look at the media, whether it's online or on the television, that's what they show you: the black people getting shot.
I agree.
Okay, so
That's
yeah,
true what you just said.
That's because they're part
That
of
is
the
exactly
division.
why you're hyper focused on it.
Right. So
I'm not
really-
hyper focused on it, but I'm fully
Okay.
aware that here in America, the racial justice system is not for black people or people of color. Period.
It's not for any
It's
of us.
not for any of
especially-
it's not for
and it's
any of us,
especially
buddy. It
not
doesn't
for
matter
poor
on your skin
people.
color.
But
It's poor people.
they
It's
get even
poor
a
people they come after, not just black people. It's
Right,
poor
right,
people.
true,
It's people
true.
who can't defend themselves.
You buy your level of justice in this country. True. But the
Right.
fact of the matter is that the black people get the shorter end of the stick when it comes to the justice.
All right, I want
They
to
certainly do.
challenge that one. I want to challenge that one. All right, you're right. Black people are so damn poor. They're in basketball, they're in government, they're in the military, they're in radio, they're in basketball,
Not all black
baseball.
people are poor. Not all black people are poor.
And are they helping their people out? No. Are they the government people, the black people in the government helping them
I'll
out?
tell you what,
No.
I could take you to
I
a
don't
neighborhood
agree
in
with
New
you,
York
Ray.
City. Listen, I could take you to a neighborhood in New York City with all big, beautiful private houses, well manicured lawns, flowers in front, and they're 99% of that neighborhood. It used to be Italian. It's now upwardly mobile black people. It's upper middle class. And there's not a freaking piece of litter on the floor, on the ground.
That
It's
wasn't the
beautiful
point I
there.
was making
Absolutely
about poor
beautiful.
people. That wasn't
Well, I
the
just-
point. What I'm telling you is I hang out with white people, and a lot of them are poor, and we get harassed by cops. I'm saying to you, it doesn't matter what color you are. It just happens to be that there's a lot of poor black people too. Not that every black person's poor. It's just that there's a lot of poor black people.
Poor- there's a lot of
because
poor
they've
people,
been held
period, yes.
down. They've been held down by a societal prejudice, all right? Systemic prejudice. I agree with you. However, when cops are going after people, I think the common denominator is not the color; it's the money status. It's people who can't fight. It's people who, if I say that a cop came after me, they're not going to believe me because I'm some poor person. Whereas if I had a business and I had some standing in society of some kind of hierarchy, and I said a cop came after me, then people are going to listen to me. So the cop will go after the person who people aren't going to listen to. And a lot of times that ends up being Black people.
Okay, let me just say something now. Give me the floor for a few minutes here, please. So back when Rudy Giuliani was the mayor here, he enacted something called stop and frisk, and it was dismantled because what it ended up doing was 88% of the people that were being stopped and frisked were of color. 88%. And now I'd like to also when you mentioned the poor, right? Yes, there are poor in all denominations. In fact, in America, the majority of the poor people, the people that collect welfare and food stamps, are not Black, they're white. Once again, Black people only represent 13% of the population in America. And not all Black people are poor. Not all white people are poor. But as the time is going along, the middle class is basically gone now, right? Everybody being squeezed. And there are many more poor people now than there were 10, 15, 20 years ago. And that's only going to get worse. Whether they're Black, white, Puerto Rican, doesn't matter. Their skin color.
And I believe because of 1A is the only thing that's been our saving grace. Because if there weren't people that were challenging the cops on film so that people could see it, I think the cops would be trying to get away with a lot more than what they are.
That's the thing, is that prior to, say, the year 2004, I believe the first iPhone came out. So prior to that, there were police were murdering people constantly, but the people weren't walking around with a high definition camera to record it. Now they get captured. Now they have, some of them wear body cameras, right? I think the body cameras are a smart idea. They don't like it. Why
but
don't
there
they
are
like
different.
it?
But there are different places
problem?
in the States. There are different places in the States where there will be a grouping of prejudiced people, right?
Okay, and one more thing I wanted to say. I'm sorry. I wanted to say, I'm not smiling, okay? I live in New York City. I'm not going to profess I know what's going on in England, because I don't. Like, people try to tell me what's going on in New York City. You don't live here, you don't know. What you're reading isn't true. The city hasn't burned down. The crime rate, the murder rate in New York City is actually far down from what it was in 1991 when the mafia was freaking killing everybody. You don't know what you're talking about. I live here, you don't.
What did I say that you took?
But you walk around with tunnel vision, don't you?
No, I walk around without fear in my heart and in my body. I walk around with confidence.
That's good. That's good. But I don't know if you thought that I was saying something that I wasn't. I'm from Toronto, and Toronto's like a little New York. It's like a baby New York. So it's very similar in Toronto as it is in New York. So I haven't lived in.
What's the population of Toronto? Curious, like 7 million?
3.5 million. Officially, 3.5 million. We probably have more like 5 or 6 million from all the people that live there and work there. Like they don't live there. Like they can be Americans or people from other places in the world, so they don't get counted on the census. So there's about 5 million people walking and driving around on the streets, and it's getting really dangerous now. It's way more dangerous than when I lived there. I lived there for the first 42 years of my life, so I know Toronto like the back of my hand.
Well, the thing about New York City is, and I'll be the first one to admit it, we have 8.5 million people here. It's very competitive, and New Yorkers can at times become somewhat volatile.
Man.
You have, this is a place where either you're tough or you don't make it here. There's a reason why it's Frank Sinatra's song, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. It's true. That is true. Yeah. It's very, for me, it's not. As a personal trainer, I make a good occupation. I have my own business. I'm one of the lucky ones. But I see it around me all the time.
8.5 million people living on top of each other, because you guys have the same population in New York State as we have in our whole country. And land-wise, we are the second biggest country in the world, only after Russia. But you guys have the whole population of Canada in New York State. So
that's I think it's 19.5 million people in all of New York State, if I remember correctly.
No, it was 30-something million.
Maybe I'm wrong. That's the last figure I saw.
When you have that many people living on top of each other, you get on each other's nerves. Look how a panel of 6 can create quite a volatile panel, right?
Yeah.
So when you have people living on top of each other, even when you guys talk, it's like hey, yo, hey, oh, like it's not like, hi.
New York City is a very
Nice to
competitive
see
place
you.
to live. New York City is a very competitive place to live. And New York City is the kind of place that you don't want to survive here. If you can't thrive here, you get out. You'll get eaten up alive.
Okay, so now there are parts of the United States, I wasn't saying New York specifically, there are parts in the United States where you're going to have some backwoods bigoted people who are actually racist, right? But I don't think that that's the status of the country. I think most people are not bigoted.
Okay, Miss, something you need to understand about me is that when I was 12 and 13, I lived on a dairy farm. Nude Guru knows this. So for 2 years, I lived on a dairy farm just south of the border of Canada in New York State, on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, and I worked my living ass off. So I didn't know at the time when I was 12 and 13, I didn't know the difference between a Republican, a conservative, a liberal. I had no idea. It turns out I was living with conservative Republicans. And I went to school with 99% conservative Republicans. So I'm a New Yorker who comes from a unique perspective because I also lived in a rural environment. Now, it was only 2 years. Technically, it was 2 years and it was 4 summers before that. But let's just look at the 2 years because the 4 summers before that, I didn't go to school. I know what that mentality is about. I know what I hear. When I hear them talk, I know who they are. I know who they are.
I understand what you're saying. I do, but I think you're wrong in this case. In this case, I think you made a wrong estimate.
You know what happened to me,
Which
Miss?
means he objectively doesn't know who they are.
Let me just say this, Miss. So when I went to school there, right, there wasn't a single black kid in the school. Everybody had, most people, blonde hair and blue eyes. And they hated me because I had brown hair and brown eyes. And I'm Italian. And I'm from New York City, Brooklyn, no less. So what ended up happening was there was one Spanish girl in the whole school. From kindergarten to 12th grade, it's in one building because it's rural America. There's like maybe 700 students total in the whole town. So this one girl, she was a foster child. She was from somewhere in South America, Spanish girl. And they used to call her the N-word. And I put my foot down. You know what ended up happening? I ended up beating the crap out of every single kid, one at a time in that class, till it got to the point where they didn't respect me. They feared me. I didn't want that. I was just a kid. Okay?
Stupid.
But that's what happened. They have a mentality where anybody that's different than them, they didn't like me because I was different.
Yes.
They're afraid of things that are different than them. They're afraid of it.
That's why I was abused for years in school.
So
you wanted to say something?
That mentality right now.
What ended up happening was, I lived outside of town. I just had to get bussed in. Right, it was over the mountain. I was in the valley. The girl lived in town, but I felt so bad for her that she was like my girlfriend. We never even made out or anything, but she was my girlfriend in the 6th grade. And one day I went to school, and the teacher said her name was Christine. She's just suddenly disappeared. She went to another foster home. But while that girl was there, I protected her and I made her feel like she was somebody, even though she was.
Right now, you're virtue signaling. The point is, you know that there are black people that are racist too, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
And there are Arabic people are racist, and Jewish people are racist, and all kinds of people are racist. It's sort
Chinese that are racist, and everybody who identifies with race at all is racist.
Let me say this too. I got to mention this. I got to mention this while I'm at it. So about 25 years ago.
Sorry, Fitness. I got to yield you here. We got to share the stage. Smiler wanted to say something. Go ahead, Smiler.
Right, who's Eric Adams?
He's the mayor of New York City.
And what's his policy on stop and frisk then?
I really, honestly, I had not been following the local politics. I've been following the nation's politics. Like what's more important to me right now is the fact that the Republican Party has still not named in 16 or 17 days a House Speaker, and we got a war going on in Ukraine, and we got a war going on in Israel, and it's the Congress that funds these wars. What's going to happen?
But there wasn't those wars going on in 2022, was there? Right. There was a special military operation going on in Ukraine.
Well,
right?
Ukraine was.
Eric Adams, yeah, has given under his ruling, yeah, under his say so,
Well, don't talk about New York City. You live in England. Stop talking about New York City. You live in England.
What's the matter? I'm looking at NYPD annual report, right? Yeah, in 15 years, in 2022, under Eric Adams, there has been the most amount of stop and frisks in New York City in 15 years under Eric Adams in 2022.
Okay, and that matters to you how?
He looks up everything.
Would you like to explain, Smiler, contextually why that might be significant given the current conversation? Is there anything about Eric Adams that might make this contextually significant?
I don't know who Eric Adams is. That's why I asked who Eric Adams was. Right?
Oh, he's the mayor of New York City, and he's black.
Right. So under Michael Bloomberg, he's black, is he?
Yeah, he's black. Okay. Yeah. How about that?
Right. Okay.
Yes, he's racist.
The reason why Smiler brought it up was because Spitler said about another mayor that had said about
Trump's lawyer.
Bloomberg also had that policy for 12 years.
Yeah, but there was only 52% stop and frisks, and then after that it was Bill de Blasio. Yeah, 2014 to 2021, that was 69%. Yeah. And under Eric Adams, it was 75%. The highest number of stop and frisks in 15 years.
Okay, the fact of the matter remains.
You said,
the fact of the matter remains.
You stated Trump's lawyer, whatever he was called, I can't remember his name.
Michael Cohen.
What's it? No, the one that represented him, who was mayor in New York. Giuliani, yeah.
The one who was disbarred here in New York and DC, right?
Yeah. Right, you said that Giuliani had the most stop and frisks, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's Eric Adams.
Okay, fine. So the fact of the matter is that the black people in America.
1 year.
The fact of the matter is, as I stated earlier, as far as the justice system in America, the black people get the short end of the stick.
Poor people get the short end of the stick.
Yes, poor people.
You're focused on skin color, and they want you to be because it keeps the poor people from overthrowing the rich fucks who run everything.
I stand for what's right. I stand up for what's right.
You've got a black mayor. You've got a black mayor. 9,750 arrests. Yeah.
I think you made your point.
65% were summons. 8,863 of them were black.
25 years ago, I was in a situation where it wasn't a great situation, so I went as a roommate. You know where I lived? Harlem. In the dead center in the middle of Harlem. Never had a problem for 9 months. Never had a problem.
Okay,
I've never had a problem with a black person in my life
Denison,
either.
I bet you wouldn't step foot in Harlem even if
you don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Yeah, but
you don't know what you're talking
unless you're running for office,
you don't even know that I'm not black.
We understand that you stand up. You stand up for the little guy. You stand up for the black guy. We understand that.
I'm probably black.
But white you don't need to say it over and over. We believe
the ex-Marine that did the chokehold. Yeah, how many people subdued that black guy? How many people pinned that guy to the ground?
How many? No, the important question is, who was the person that choked him to death for 15 minutes? That was the Marine. And that was the one who was charged.
Was there more than one person?
I've just watched the video.
There was somebody holding the guy's legs down. Part of that time, there was another guy holding the guy's legs down. But it's not the guy holding the legs down that's murdering him, that's choking him to death. It's the guy
who was on his back. The
Marine was on his back.
No, one guy
he was in a mixed martial arts.
And the other guy was pinning his chest.
He had him in a mixed martial arts hold, and he put the chokehold on him and he held him there for 15 minutes. The Marine's on his back. The black guy's on his stomach.
Well, he ain't very good at a chokehold, is he? Because I would have just put him straight in a sleeper, yeah, and put him out cold.
Well, the point is that he murdered him. There's another situation where an unarmed black man was murdered.
Okay, what about the black police officer that shot the two women?
Oh, you're talking about
what color?
The one I'm familiar with is the white police officer that went into an apartment. There was a girl sleeping, a black lady, a black girl. I can't remember her name now. And her boyfriend was in the apartment, and I believe he had a history of being a drug dealer. And the girl sleeping in the bed ended up with a bullet in her head and dead. The cop shot that bullet.
Breonna Taylor?
Breonna Taylor, that's the one. That's
It ended up being she wasn't asleep.
Why are you not
It doesn't matter. She was shot and killed by a cop in her apartment, was she not? Did she have a gun? No. She was
We're
unarmed.
talking about power here. We're talking about power, people abusing their power. Now, you're not bringing up, even though we know that lots of white people get killed by cops, you're not bringing up any cases where white people are getting killed. And lots of the people, like, is there any evidence that that Marine was prejudiced before he killed that guy?
I didn't say the Marine was prejudiced. I said the Marine killed that guy by choking him for 15 minutes.
Then why'd you mention he was black?
Nothing to do with him being black.
Why would you bring it up?
I brought it up because I wanted to give another scenario where a white person kills a black person.
That's just a
and you defend the white person, no matter what.
But who's you?
So you're putting prejudice on the narrative then.
Right.
Even though skin color has nothing to do with it, you're deliberately making it about skin color. And we both know the you in that scenario was me, even though I didn't even know what you were talking about and defended no one.
That's definitely a product of
if it was me on the train that
media. That's definitely a product of media infiltrated mind.
Let me tell you something. If it was me on the train that day, I would have done the same thing the Marine did initially. I would have came up behind him, put him in a chokehold. I would have brought him down to the freaking floor of the subway train. I wouldn't have went down to the floor with him. At that point, I would have let him go, and I would have put my foot on his chest, and I would have said, "Somebody call 911." With my foot on his chest, he's not going anywhere. He's actually, he was a 125-pound guy. He was a little tiny, little skinny guy.
Are you suggesting that he didn't do that and he did what he did because of prejudice?
You're not going to keep me down.
I
with the foot
don't
on my
know.
chest.
I have
You're
no
going to
idea.
the
I have
ground
no
with the
idea
foot
if there was
on
any
You're
prejudice
talking
involved.
you're talking about a Marine that
I'm just
served
asking if
every
you're
colour
suggesting
and
that.
creed.
I didn't say the Marine was prejudiced. I said the Marine killed that guy.
No, you just
Okay,
implied
but
it.
what you did say was that all these black people are getting killed. But what you have to go at with is the intent. Was the intent to kill a black person, or was the intent to just abuse his power? Because he had and by the way, if you use a martial arts
Abuse his
tool,
power,
that's illegal.
miscalculate his power, go overboard in an adrenaline rush,
Right.
or he just does
But
that
it's
to
about
anybody
power.
he
It's not about
can.
prejudice. Unless you can
Yeah.
prove that he had some kind of history of being prejudiced, it
The
had nothing
fact
to
that
do
the
with
guy
fact
was
he's
black is all it takes. This
Yeah.
is what he's saying.
I'm
I
telling
know,
you
and
what
that's
I
what I'm
what I
saying.
would have done. I would have went up behind him like he did, and I would have put him in a chokehold.
Change the subject.
I would have dropped him down to the floor, and I would have put my foot in
Yeah.
his chest until the police came. I would not have freaking
Deflection.
choked him to death.
Yeah.
Complete deflection.
You just lifted
but
up the
it's not like-
goalpost
it's
and you're
not-
running across the soccer field with it.
Okay, so really, I think fitness, because the media keeps on trying to divide people and make us think that we're prejudiced against each other. And there are lots
Bingo.
of prejudiced people. Yeah, the media is trying to divide us in any way they can. And that's one of the ways is with bigotry.
That's the
And it
biggest way.
works.
That's the biggest way.
Yeah,
It
so when
works.
you're
This
getting
conversation
because you
is
can
a
see someone's
showcase that
skin
it
color
works.
right away.
You see, racism is taught, right? You're not born racist. So I grew
It's
up in a mafia.
injected. It's
Can I finish?
injected into the mind.
Right. So I grew up in a mafia neighborhood in the 70s, a real big time mafia. It's not anymore. The mafia was brought to its knees by the FBI, but that's
They're
another
prejudiced.
story. I was brought up to be racist. In my neighborhood, they didn't like black people.
Yeah.
When I left the neighborhood and I became a young man and I was around black people and all different types of people, I learned to recognize that I was an idiot to think that way. And I do not judge people by their skin color, the way they dress, how they talk. I judge them by the content of their
Well,
character. I don't care what color they are.
You
That's
do
good,
judge
though.
them by the way they talk, admittedly.
Oh, I do not judge people by the way they talk.
Well, you did because you judged Jennison wrong and you judged
20 minutes
Sarah
ago,
wrong.
you said you know exactly what racist people sound like.
Yeah.
And here's
Yes,
one
I know
of
the
them.
language. I know the language.
Yeah, you know the language.
I know what comes out of their mouth.
You
So you're
propagate
judging people on how they
prejudice like crazy.
But half my
Fitness.
family is black.
So I'm Sicilian. The Moors invaded Sicily in the
I went to a
13th century.
private
I'm black
school.
too.
Yeah.
I
I'm
went
black
to a
too.
private school. I went to a private school that I had Thai, I had Arabs, I had Chinese. Yeah, I
When's-
had every creed and color living in the boarding house with me.
When's the
But
last time you invited a
every-
black person to your house for dinner?
Yeah, but that
My
doesn't
best
count.
mate, my best mate is black.
I never
Well,
slept with a black guy. I never slept with
you-
a black guy, but doesn't mean that I'm prejudiced.
Why don't you sometime bring him up on panel? I'd love to talk to him.
When was the last time you invited a black guy to dinner to your house for dinner?
Last weekend? My
What, did you
girlfriend
get-
is black.
did you
How
invite
about
him 'cause
that?
he was black?
You got a problem with that? My girlfriend
did
is
you
black.
invite him
Yeah, I
because
got a
he was
problem with it.
black?
I'm against black people.
Let's
invite him
tape
because
down.
All right, hold on. Yeah.
I'm
Fitness,
wondering.
did you invite him because he was black?
That was good, Cat. Sorry. Sorry. That was a good one.
I'd like to know the
That was
foundation for
fucking
the.
dope.
I want to know the foundation.
Like
for
he
the
had to get
question,
his
too.
quota out of the way or something, right? I'm not racist. Hold on, let me call up my black friend. Hey, buddy, come on over
Right,
for hot
'cause I'm
dogs.
not gonna speak to the black guy just to prove I'm not prejudiced.
Fitness.
Right?
What was the foundation for the question that you asked, Smiler?
What was the question again?
If he's had a black person.
Yeah.
Because what I hear from white people that don't like black people, I have black friends. Oh, okay, if you have black
Why
friends,
do you? Why do you?
I'm curious.
where-
When was the last time you had a black person over for dinner in your house?
Why am I
Why
going to
did
be
you ask me when the last
racist, you
time I had a white
Dinlo,
person
if
over for
half
dinner?
my family are black?
It's only a quarter, Smiler. Only a quarter of your family's black.
Where are you
Well,
coming
that-
up to the
well, I got news for
conclusion,
you.
though, Fitness, that
Just
Smiler
like there's-
doesn't like black
there's-
people? Where did you get that from?
Light-skinned black people that are prejudiced
Because
against dark-skinned
he
black
doesn't
people.
like
There are white
George
people that are
Floyd.
prejudiced against white people. Just because you have black people in your family lineage
does
doesn't
Just
mean
because
you're
you
not
invite a
prejudiced
black
against them.
person over
I'm
for
still
dinner
gonna
doesn't
ask
mean
it
you're not
directly to
racist too.
Fitness.
Then
What
Fitness,
color? What color did I spend 4 hours or more speaking to earlier on, Nude? And I think she's absolutely amazing. And we laughed and we giggled.
Fitness, why do you conclude somehow that Smiler doesn't like black people? What makes you think that?
Because every scenario that we brought up, starting off with George Floyd, where the cop killed an unarmed black man, he's always against the black guy.
That was
always.
the only one.
I'm against your.
That
I'm
was the
against
only
your
one he
pred-
commented
I'm
on. though.
against your. I'm against.
You said
your
every
prejudice.
scenario. That's literally
Your
the only
prejudice.
one.
Well, hold on.
I brought up other scenarios.
Let's
Not that he
Smiler talk.
commented on that involved a cop killing a black person.
Yeah,
there
you
was just
brought
the
up
one.
other one that we didn't
You
know
brought up
about.
Rittenhouse, in which a white kid shot 3 other white kids.
All right. Can Smiler talk for it? Come on, Smiler.
Yeah, it depends how much he's going to offer. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Smiler.
I don't need anything.
Because I'm arguing because you are prejudiced towards
Yeah.
any white person. You are black, yeah? And I'm pointing out that it ain't all black, yeah? Right? Now, my family's black. My relations are black.
Yeah, but that's like
Seems more
saying
like a
I'm not
compensation
prejudiced
and then a projection on the end of that compensation. That's what it comes across.
I spent 4 hours earlier on this video, on this live, having great fun with Sly, who happens to be coloured, who happens to be black.
Absolutely.
Don't say
Oh, yeah.
colored.
Right.
That's a racist term. Don't say colored.
So wow,
You-
so you talk to a
Why
black
is
guy on
color
a
I
panel,
also,
so what?
I
So you
also,
talk to a black guy on
I-
panel, so what?
no, and I also have great fun with Joe Cool. What colour's Joe Cool?
So wait, so you talk to
I
a
mean,
black guy on
technically,
panel,
Joe's
so what?
whiter than I am.
No, Joe is the token black friend. Everybody has.
I'm blacker
Joe.
than everybody
has
here.
a token black friend.
So I spoke to a
There you go, Dennis,
61-year-old
you just
61-year-old
revealed your
woman
racism right
earlier
there.
on.
Where is
Wait a
he
minute.
really when you need him?
Wait a minute. Joe's black?
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
the blackest. I'm the blackest, and I'm sticking
You know who
to it.
Smiler is?
Well, I'm
Smiler
sorry.
is
You're not allowed here.
Your avatar is definitely the blackest.
Smiler
To
and Dennis
me-
are like the people that live in the neighborhood over here, right? They'll see a white guy with a white
don't know
t-shirt,
anything
white shorts,
about me.
jogging down the block, and they're sitting on the porch, nice summer day, and they go, "Oh, that's just a white guy running down the block. He's jogging." And then they'll see a
Denizen
black guy
is
5 minutes
nothing
later,
like anybody
wearing the
that you
same
know, bro.
clothing, wearing the same clothing, and he's jogging down the block. And what do they say? What did he just steal? Call the police. 911. Get your gun.
Are
Nobody
you
on
talking
this
Is
about
that supposed to hurt
yourself?
my feelings?
Are you
Nobody
talking
on
about
this panel-
yourself? Because it just sounds like you're projecting your own theory.
Yeah,
That, no,
Nobody
that's
on
that's
this-
exactly what I
nobody on
think
this
he's
panel
doing.
is
I
like
think
that.
there was an
Goodness.
overcompensation for
Goodness.
the fact that he was
Yeah.
brought up to be a racist. And then he's projecting those feelings of compensation onto the other people in the panel.
I think it's
Yeah,
more
you gotta be
complicated than
careful
that.
about that projection and presumptions, right? Like,
You're absolutely unbelievable, right?
Honest
Because
question, serious question.
My best mate in the army. My best mate in the army. Black. My boxing trainer in the army.
You're starting
black.
to sound now. You're starting to sound prejudiced, Smiler.
No. These are my friends. These are friends that I still speak to.
That's racist if you say you have black friends. That's how it works for people who
Yeah,
choose everybody.
it must be. It must be. Yeah.
That's how it works. Fitness, genuine question. I pray that you answer it. What were you intending to accomplish with the comment that you just made about how I'm one of the people in your neighborhood?
You're one of the people, I bet, that if you see a white guy jogging down the block with a white t-shirt and white shorts, you say, oh, that's a white guy jogging. He's out for a run. But 5 minutes later, a black guy wearing the same clothing is jogging down your block. You're looking at him like, what did he just steal? Should I call 911? Should I go get my gun? Is he coming towards me? Oh, my God. Is he coming towards me?
No, I wouldn't be asking.
I know what you do. I know what you do. Okay?
You'd lose that bet, but that wasn't my question. My question.
I bet you can't. I bet you're not even capable of running down a freaking block. I bet
He
you
can't listen to
shape,
it.
it's ridiculous.
He can't listen.
That's why you rely on a gun.
Because
fitness, self-restraint, please.
I'd be asking.
The question was,
is he
Smiler, if you don't mind.
How much does he want?
Smiler, if you don't mind. The question wasn't what I would do. The question was, what was the point of you making that comment? What did you gain from it? What was your intention? Why say it out loud at all?
Satisfaction.
That's what I thought. I'm good. Thank you for answering. I did not expect you to answer.
Honest
so
answer.
You're satisfied with yourself, huh?
And you said you thought I'd make you say a prayer. I didn't ask you to say 10 Hail Marys, did I?
No, I didn't say you'd make me say a prayer. I said I was praying that you'd answer.
Too
now
much
I'm
ego.
starting to
Pray.
question my opinion about religion. Maybe there is a God.
You don't
Too
have
much ego and the energy going on.
Okay, I think
And rights, I'm staying just for the record because I'm a bigger tyrant than you are.
that's for sure.
That is facts.
And a bigger panel Nazi host.
Damn.
But you're
I
a
lost my
fair
rights.
Nazi. You're a fair Nazi, though.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
As long
I
as you're
try.
equally involved.
There goes my job. There goes my job.
No.
Shit.
You're the king. He's just your knight.
Oh.
You know
Your
what I
knights
know?
are right prick.
You know what I know? If you look at a fifth level,
That means I'm supposed to get paid.
if you look
no.
a fifth level Wing Chun practitioner, they don't walk around with guns. They're able to defend themselves with their hands. People who
That's
walk around with
retarded.
guns are not able to defend themselves with their hands. Plain and simple. They're not.
Right,
All right,
so
I'm
they
gonna
should
switch
just be
up.
defenseless, according to
I'm
you.
going to switch up the focus and topic. I had a question earlier, and I let rights. I yield it to him, so I'm going to take my turn now. It was about
Oh,
guns.
Jesus, here we go.
I gotta go.
This may or may not be a hypothetical question. I have a rifle in case here, and I possess it illegally. Should I be in a cage?
No.
What kind of rifle do you have? A 30-06?
Any rifle. I'm not going to go further than that, but I possess it. Again, it may or may not be a hypothetical question. That's not the point. It's irrelevant. I possess that illegally, and I have it in a case here in my possession. Should I be in a cage?
No.
Would the type of rifle make a difference in your answer, Fitness?
Oh yeah, if it was an
But-
assault rifle, it's definitely not.
What is an assault rifle?
All right, let's say
A
high-end
rifle
assault
that's
rifle.
issued to the military, like an AK-47, Russian rifle, or an M16, things like that. You know.
So what makes it?
military issue weapons should not be in the
So
hands
all
of
weapons.
not an
Hold on a
AR-15
second.
then.
Please allow me to continue, Smiler, please. So all weapons that are issued to civilians are issued as well to the military. What distinction are you making that makes it a military weapon? Is it its fully automatic capability?
No, it's a weapon of war. It's designed to kill human beings, like an AK-47, a semi-automatic weapon that you can put a banana clip in, 100 freaking rounds or whatever the hell it is, That's designed for the battlefield. That's not for the civilian world. You don't hunt with a gun like that. You don't walk around in the street with a gun like that. You don't need a gun
All
like that.
weapons
So
are
in your
designed
view-
to be used in war and to kill people. That's what I'm saying.
So in
So
your
do you
view,
make
it's like-
any
So you're
distinction?
going to go against the Russian forces with their AK-47s and your little 9mm? Come on, stop.
9 millimeters are
your
issued
view-
to Russian
Power,
soldiers
it's a
in the
power.
military.
It's a power.
If you-
It's
if
the
you
level
knew
of power
about-
that the gun has. Is that
If
what
In
you
your
knew
view,
about
if I possess
weapons-
that right now and without a license illegally, the question was, should I be in a cage?
Whatever the laws, what are the laws in Canada? Whatever the laws are in Canada, if the law says
Oh,
you're not supposed to
Jesus.
have it, yes, you should be in a cage.
What
So
do
it's
you
based
think?
on
I was
whatever,
not expecting that
whatever,
answer.
whatever
You
the
are-
hierarchy decides.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah,
when
but
you're describing,
no. The question is, what do you think, Fitness? Not what the law is.
I think he answered that though. That's the point.
No, all
He's
his
saying
answer was
that's
what
how
the
he
law-
thinks.
No, if I was going to say what I think you should have the guns. You live off grid, right? You're going to use the guns to hunt. You're going to use the guns to protect yourself from other human beings.
I don't hunt.
Even if it's
and
an
I live-
AK-47?
I
No,
live off
you don't.
grid
You hunt with an
wherever I go.
AK-47.
Shoot seeds.
You only hunt human beings with AK-47s, not animals. If you miss the first shot,
So
if
I'm
you
trying
miss
to
the first
ask you
shot,
to tell
you
me
shoot at a
what
deer.
guns
If
you
miss
think
the
are
first shot, you
acceptable,
miss the
Fitness.
deer.
That's the point.
Listen,
I'm trying to get you to describe it to me. I'm trying to get
He
your
has.
opinion.
He
Okay.
has.
He has not.
Let me say
It's the
something.
power level of the gun is the difference that he's making.
Okay, but a 30-06, which 30-06 was a single shot bolt action rifle, is more powerful than an AR-15.
Right, but it's not a semi-automatic, isn't it? It doesn't hold 100 bullets or rounds in a clip.
Right, neither does an AR-15 hold 100 rounds in a
Oh,
clip.
if I had a piece of wood right here, right
And
now,
a 9 millimeter
and I
is a
told you it was
semi-automatic.
twig, you tell me it was a
So I'm
stick,
trying
no
to.
matter
I'm
what.
tr-
You just-
no, no,
you
no.
just
I'm trying to
wanna
get
argue.
you to distinguish the difference between what you think is acceptable and what you don't. So far, you've said issue to the military. We determined that was not what you meant. Then you said semi-automatic. I think we're going to determine that's not what you meant as well, because a 9 millimeter handgun is semi-automatic. So what is it that you mean?
So I am for the Second Amendment. You know, go back to when I lived on a farm. I shot guns at the farm. How do you think I know what a 30-06 is, and a 12-gauge shotgun, and a 20-gauge shotgun, and a 223, and whatever else I shot up there?
So do you know what a 308 LaPower is?
So the thing is that when you go hunting, right? We used to hunt every year. We used to take down 2 doe. Well, if you miss that first shot with that 30-06, you ain't getting another shot. That deer is gone. So why do you need an AK-47 to go out
Are
there
you
deer
for
hunting? You're gonna riddle it with
self-defense?
bullets and
So
you're gonna take the
semi-automatic
bullets out of the meat.
weapons.
You're going to destroy the meat. What are you going to hit?
Are
it with
you
20
for
rounds?
So you're against semi-automatic weapons then?
Yes.
Are you
Okay,
for
so
self-defense?
handguns are included then.
No.
Afangul.
Semi-automatic assault rifles.
Yeah, but I am asking you what an assault rifle is, and you cannot describe it to me.
I just told you what an assault rifle is. An AK-47
You said it's some-
or an M16.
Okay,
Those
so
are two
anything
assault
besides
rifles.
those two are good, right?
And technically, an AR-15 is also an assault rifle.
Right. So anything besides those two, and we're good, right?
Besides those 3, no, because then you have Uzis, you've got Tech 9s, you got there's a whole list of freaking killing guns that just need. not
All
be on the
guns are
streets.
killing guns. Fitness.
Yeah, you get caught up in a semantic. You know, assault is an action, right? So let me ask you: are you for self-defense?
I'll tell you what, I teach self-defense. And
That's
you
a
know
yes
what?
or
I'm
no
very
question.
confident.
Are you
I
for
don't
it,
need
yes
to
or no?
walk around with a gun
I'm
like
asking
you
you
guys.
a yes
I
or
don't
no
need it.
question.
I don't need it. Have your guns. Enjoy.
I'm asking you: are you
enjoy.
for
You're
self-defense?
just assuming that people walk around with guns here. Do you walk around with a gun, Cat?
No.
How about you, Smiler? Do you walk around with a gun?
No, I used to.
But I also don't like trapping people, and that's what you're doing right now.
This isn't a trap. The point is that he's making assumptions about the people he's talking to. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
You know he does that, and now you're trying to highlight that.
No, yes, I am trying to highlight it. It's the point. It is the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but Nudie asked him a question.
He's triggered
This
now.
all got
He's
started.
triggered.
Nudie asked him, "Are you like basically are you against me if I have a gun and it's not registered?"
And his response to that was, "It depends on what kind of rifle it is."
Right.
But then,
Right.
but then now you're trying to trap him into, you realize.
Now I'm
how
trying to
much-
get him to describe what the difference is between an allowable rifle and a rifle that he thinks a person should not be able to
Bolt-action
have.
rifle is fine. Is perfectly fine. A bolt-action rifle, perfectly fine.
But not a semi-automatic one.
No, what do you need a semi-automatic rifle for?
So semi-automatic rifles are illegal, but semi-automatic pistols are fine.
Rifles are primarily for hunting. Okay, once again, if you're hunting deer or whatever animal you're hunting, you fire off a shot and you miss, you're not going to get a second shot. You're not going to get a second clean shot for sure. So the
That's the
animal's
problem
gone.
is
So why do you need a
rifles-
semi-automatic rifle? To go
rifles are
hunting?
very
You don't.
Those,
Can I ask
those
a
are
genuine-
those are very limiting for self-defense. You see, especially when you're coming up attack against tyrant humans. You know.
If
You
you're
know-
hunting,
Can I ask a genuine
if you're hunting
question?
human beings, you need a semi-automatic rifle. Yeah, if you're hunting human beings, like on a battle.
No. Defending
What if you're
against
defending
human
yourself
beings.
from human beings?
Oh Jesus! So
Okay,
you
so
got groups of,
basically the
you got
answer
groups
that
of
he's
people coming
giving is-
after you, so you need a semi-automatic rifle. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm trying to figure out what you think so I can relate to it. I'm asking you a simple question. What you consider to be acceptable. And I think that you're unable to do it because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You can't
Okay,
relate
so
to
now it's
anything
going
I'm
to get
saying.
into this insult.
I know,
Let me
because you
finish.
don't know what you're
The
talking
answer-
about.
The answer he gave you was sometimes yes and sometimes no. That was
What the fuck did that happen?
That's
I
basically
didn't
the
hear a
answer.
straight. I didn't hear a
Sometimes-
straight
Oh, that's
answer.
basically his answer. Thank
This-
you, Kat.
Can I
This
ask a
lady's-
genuine question a minute?
Yes,
This-
you can.
excuse me.
I don't think I'm going to get an answer anyway. Go ahead, Wrights, and then Smiler.
I was gonna say this lady here, witchy bitchy. She's good.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to marry
I'm
her.
not paying attention to what you bitchy, so I don't
Look,
care.
look, I mean, seriously, look what she's writing. This is some good stuff here, really.
Yeah,
You can
no.
highlight it. You know, we can focus on it.
I
There
have.
you go.
I've been. You
Nikki-
guys have been so busy.
Nikki knows what she's talking about.
What round? What round? What gun or what round did you say you shoot deer with when you used to shoot deer?
Who are you asking?
Fitness.
Fitness.
Well, listen. I didn't hear the question because I stepped out of the room. I wanted to come back real quick and tell you I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. And if you would,
All
It's
right.
just
only a
hold
quick
that thought and I'll
answer.
answer your
It's
question.
only a quick answer.
I'll answer any and all questions. Just let me make my cup of coffee, please. Thank you.
Dum 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 dum.
I believe he did say it was a 30-06.
Dum 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 dum.
Wrights, don't tempt me.
You understand what's going on here with your panel?
What's that?
What's going on here is that fitness has a certain way of thinking, right? He's
Right. I understand
influenced-
that.
He's
Mhm.
influenced by the media. So now we already know this from the argument about the black thing, right? So
Right.
I don't think that it's terribly kind behavior to be trying to highlight this same point over and over again, including the shit that's coming from the chat is just backing up more of this unkind behavior.
What are you talking about? You got me lost now.
The way
You talking about?
the way
Go on.
that Denizen is arguing with fitness is
Right.
it's almost like shooting fish in the barrel.
Yeah.
I don't think that the comments from the peanut gallery are helping because all it does is back up the unkind behavior.
Right.
Well, people
Calling
have a
me
right.
race- Go ahead.
Okay, people have a right. I mean, witchy bitchy. I mean, she's not saying nothing bad. She's just
No, but you're
agreeing.
saying what she's saying is so fantastic. What she's saying is backing up unkind behavior.
She's saying something about the rifles, the 30-06. Did you read her comments?
She was
She didn't
also
say anything
saying
about.
about the social media and the media that influences him.
And that's true. I've seen this. Every time you're on TV, what's the
We
first thing you
all
hear?
know this. We can all
Yeah.
know that.
Well, I mean, let her speak her. This is the whole idea of having this StreamYard. Let her. If she says something wrong, I'll kick her out like anybody else.
I'm not
But
saying
she's
she
not
needs
doing
to be
anything
kicked
wrong. She's
out.
just
I'm not
she's
saying she
expressing
needs to
her
be-
opinion.
I'm not saying
She
needs
has
to
the
be
right to do
kicked
that.
out. I'm not saying she needs to be kicked out. What I'm saying is by highlight, you said we should be focusing on her comments. I'm saying that it's just focusing on more unkind behavior.
Well, again, she's got the right to do it. I have the right to say it. You know, just don't read it. That's all. Just keep talking the way you guys are talking. That's all. I'm just making my comments. That's all. If you guys don't want to hear it, that's fine. And dating with me, you know, that's your right to do. You know, just keep talking.
Your comments were not unkind, though. At least I didn't.
Well, that's me. That's me. You know, it's the way I am.
That's just like, yeah, you know, like your opinion, man.
Cat, I've just gone through the chat and I can't see anything that's nothing that
anything that Nikki says is going to be interpreted as unkind. It's similar to how she treats everything I say. But the guy calls me a racist in public on the internet, and that's perfectly acceptable. That's not unkind at all.
You are, I'm not going to say he's a child, but you are dealing with somebody who is not aware of how he's being manipulated. So it would be better if you could more be a teacher rather than a brute.
Define brute, Cat.
You are putting him in a corner, and you're making him fight his way out, and he's not going to win. And you know it.
I'm making him fight?
I'm
putting him in a corner?
A little better at, you know, he's making temper reminders, because that's really the whole basis for it, you know. I mean, cordial conversation needs that tempering, and maybe I've been too loose a little bit there.
You get what you give with me. I'm a mirror.
I'm just fact checking what he's saying, and I'm going back and I'm just fact checking the information that he's passing out, and I'm just fact checking it, and I'm just, you know, doing what I normally do.
I wasn't talking about you, Smiler.
Right. The only question.
Nothing you say would ever be unkind, Smiler. It's only me.
The only question I've got for Witch.
You'll find that's how that works here.
You know, that's not fair. I want to be more unkind.
It couldn't be based on your behavior, right? Couldn't be based on your behavior.
How
it is
come
based
I
on my
can't be the
behavior,
asshole?
but my behavior isn't unkind.
I think you need to go check that mirror.
I gave him what he gave me.
Yeah, but you didn't need to.
Of course I don't need to. What does that even mean? He doesn't need to either.
You're using an automatic rifle when it's not necessary.
But I'm not using an automatic rifle. You're injecting violence and brutality into my behavior where it doesn't exist. I told him that I'm not a racist and he doesn't know what he's talking about, and I demonstrated it logically.
Yeah, but then we got then we got to the rifle thing, which wasn't about racism.
But
I demonstrated he doesn't know what he's talking about with logic.
You feel like a big boy now? Are you a big man?
I always feel like a big boy and a big man, Cat. Are you trying to deliberately emasculate me and belittle me right now?
You managed to push him in the mud, so now you.
Where's the mud, Cat? Where's the mud?
At the moment, you're not projecting kindness here.
I am trying to make my point that he's not being kind.
It's okay for you to not be kind when you're making a point.
I'm not calling him names. I'm pointing out his behavior, and
you are being
you were being deliberately emasculating and infantilizing, as you often are, and then you expect me not to respond to it because I'm not superior to you, right? I'm not a big boy, but I'm supposed to be held to a higher standard than you, and a higher standard than Fitness, and a higher standard than Smiler. But I'm not better than you, though. I'm just supposed to act better and be better all the time.
If you want to take people apart,
I should just let you talk to me any kind of way you want and never defend myself. I should talk like that and do that. There you go. There's the adult kind way to talk to someone, Kat. You're embodying it right now.
You bash it right through the wall. You already made your point. You're not a racist. I stuck up for you that you're not a racist.
And I'm also not a brute, Kat.
He's a member of the NAACP. That's what he is.
You are emotionally.
No.
He's a member of the NAACP.
I'm not.
So there was a question Smiler wanted to ask me. Is he still there?
Somebody else answered it. It was I asked you what you used to shoot deer with, and it was a 30-yard 6, was it?
They would either use a 30-06 if it was long range, or was it a 222?
Oh, I heard somebody.
I can't remember, to be honest. I was only 12, 13, so I wasn't allowed to hunt. So they used me as a deer dog, basically. They would drop me off on the other side of the mountain, have me walk through the woods, make as much noise as I could. And when the deer came down into the valley, they would shoot them. And of course, I'd be dressed from head to toe in red.
My audio working? Testing real quick.
And the fluorescent orange jacket.
Yep.
No, I was just asking because I was wondering what weight or what size that was. Because in the UK, the smallest you can shoot deer in the UK is 236.
I don't know, like I said, but what was I going to say? In that area in specific, totally makes sense for people to have guns. 1,000%. 1,000%. You have you could have rabid animals, even if it's just a raccoon. You could have a bear come into the area, or it rarely happens. I never saw, in the 2 years I lived there, I never saw a cop car go down the road. But if there was some extremely unlikely incident where somebody broke into your home and you're in the middle of nowhere in rural America, you need guns to protect yourself because you're not going to be able to get the cops there in time. Absolutely.
They're not coming in
100%.
time in the city.
But a
either,
place
buddy.
like New York City with 8.5 million people, the last thing we need is for people to be able to very easily go out and get a gun permit and carry a gun. It would be a freaking shooting gallery over here.
Why do you say it would be a shooting gallery?
Because New York City is a city of 8.5 million people. It encompasses 5 boroughs. I don't know what the exact square mileage is, but most of New York City is stacked up. People are stacked on top of each other in buildings, right? It's too volatile of a situation. I see, like, I rarely get on the trains, but when I do during the rush hour, it's not often that I don't see at least a shouting match, if not a fight. People are pushing and shoving. There's no room. It's just it's a very fast paced. Let me finish. It's a very fast place to live. When I go in, like you go into a store in New York City and they move fast. You don't notice it until you leave the city and you go to like rural America. They move like they're snails, and it's annoying. But New York City is a very fast place, competitive place to live. Mm-hmm. And like I said earlier, at this point in time, if you're poor, you want to get out of New York City. It's not a place where you want to try to survive. You must thrive here. You must leave.
Yeah.
What's happening now in New York City, and it's been happening for years, it's happening more and more every year, is black neighborhoods are being gentrified.
Back to the gun thing.
Well, let me finish. So black neighborhoods in New York City are being gentrified, right? So they're raising the rents on them, so they can't afford it. They push them out. They either knock the building down and build a new one, or they renovate completely inside of the existing building, and then upwardly mobile white people move into the neighborhood. There are parts of Harlem now that are white, believe it or not, but you wouldn't know that because you don't live here, Smiler.
What does this have to do with the gun thing? You totally derailed from the topic here.
Okay, so back to the topic, the guns.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think you're missing a very important logic that when you restrain guns, people with criminal minds don't give a shit about regulations. You're just giving them more of an open free range.
I wouldn't say you're giving them more of an open free range, but they definitely don't care about the gun laws.
The statistics even back that up. Just look at the areas that don't allow it, and you're going to see the crime higher.
Let me ask you a question. In the neighborhood that you grew up, how many of your friends, your personal friends that you played ball with, died before they were 18? By guns. You know how many it was for me? You know how many it was for me? 13 people died. 13 of my friends were shot by mob guys with guns.
Okay. And you think that regulating guns is going to change that?
Making gun laws.
You're missing the logic. Those people aren't going to listen to the regulation. That's what you don't get. You're giving more open range for those people, those mob people that don't give a flying fuck about that regulation.
The fact of the matter is, the mob is 10% of what it used to be. If I go to my old neighborhood, there's very few Italians left in there and extremely low level of mafia activity. It's not like it was when I grew up there in the 70s. Everything.
So do you think the mob applied for a gun license?
Of course not.
Do you think they ever?
But the point is that no matter where you're talking about, whatever country in the world it is, whatever state in America it is, the more people that have guns per capita in that state or country, the more people are dying by the hands of by a bullet.
Wrong
More people are dying
statistics.
by a bullet.
No, that is not correct. That is not correct at all. It's statistically correct that the more people have guns, the less violence there is.
Exactly.
I also wonder that thing that you said about the amount of people that died by the hand of the gun in your state. Is your state not already regulated?
It certainly is. I mean, you're not allowed to walk. You know, it's extremely
There you
difficult
go.
to get a
Point in case.
Okay,
To get a personal carry, you've got to do a minimum of 16 hours training. You've got to jump through loads and loads and loads of different hoops just to get a
seven
personal carry.
7 out of the 10 states in America that have the highest number of gun shootings and killings per capita are all southern states, and they're all Republican governors. And those states all have one thing in common, the 10 of them, the 7, especially the 7 top. Their gun laws are very, very loose. Pretty much anybody can get a gun. Legally.
Excuse me. We're reaching that time again. Do you want to start another stream up, or
Another hour and a half? I still have another hour. It's only 10. I just looked at it. I was like, holy shit, it's 10 and a half hours already.
Crazy, isn't it?
Still got an hour and a half.
no? Not in my stream area. I don't.
Yeah, it's he's got to make room in his StreamYard again. So feel
Okay,
free.
this doesn't make any sense because it adds it all up. So did you delete something before when you started the new one?
Yeah, I did. I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so you don't want to delete anything more?
No, he does, but he's running out of room right now. Again, he only deleted enough for up to this point.
So you can't delete it right now? The other stuff?
No, not without deleting you guys. No, I got to get out of here, start the other one, and come back here, delete this, then we can go run again.
Okay, you pay for it, right? So you don't have to get a new email.
No, he doesn't. You're right.
Well, okay,
That's
so
correct.
okay, so that means how much is it that you've got in your coffers right now? You must have 40 or something, right? Near 40.
No, I got like about 49 right now.
Okay, so if you open up
Hours.
another StreamYard window, you can still work with StreamYard without closing this. So you can still work in StreamYard in another window, in like a not in. You don't enter into this room. You go into the main part of StreamYard, and you start deleting things while we're sitting here. You can do that.
He's still got to start a new one though, because this one is
In an hour
counting
and a half.
towards those hours.
I deleted every one of them except for this one. Everyone's deleted.
Well, then we're nowhere near 50 hours.
Beg your pardon?
If you deleted everything else, then we're only at 10 and a half hours, nowhere near 50.
No. It, for some reason, it's not working that way. And Guru's seen it already. Yeah.
Did you try hitting refresh?
Yeah, I did.
Try it again. Maybe just are you on your phone right now or on a computer?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now. Yeah.
Okay, maybe can you switch?
I can go on my computer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Let's see
You
what
do it,
happens.
Nudu. You do.
Yeah, well,
you do it.
I can't. I don't. It's not set up for me. I only have the admin stuff. Yeah.
Oh, admin doesn't give you that right.
That's the other option. Admin is just for the panel. I don't know if it's admin or it's the opposite one to the one that you gave me.
Is this the one? All right. Are you able to start and stop the stream?
No.
Nudu? Okay, so you've got co-host. You haven't got admin then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't do that stuff. I can
All
only
right.
be a panel.
And Rights
I can
doesn't
only
have
be a Nazi.
What?
I can only be a panel Nazi host. That's all.
All right. Okay. So Rights doesn't have a computer.
Yeah, he does. He's going to switch to that. And thank you for everybody for giving me the opportunity to practice being a panel Nazi host. I really appreciate that.
We don't like you no more.
Now he doesn't get that chance. You co-host on mine. You were even on admin on mine the last time.
Yeah,
But there's no need to be a Nazi.
Yeah, thank you for not throwing me off panel. And I do apologize if I got a little bit.
Hey, this is the whole idea. It's called freedom of speech here.
Well, heated is one thing, but that's different than, as long as there's a cooperation with reminders and cordialness, that's different than, I don't want to bring up what happened earlier, but that's a different thing, right? So, but I would appreciate a little bit more self-restraint so that, it's not really fun for me.
Well, yeah, I calmed myself down when I was in the kitchen making coffee. I got a piece of drywall and I put my hand through it twice. So I got my, you know what I mean?
I hate to break your bubble, but
I have a loose piece of drywall and I put my hand through it twice.
I hate to break your bubble, but he's not talking about you. He's talking about me. I got to leave.
What?
Wow. Wow. No, I just
get off the stage.
Were you saying Smiler?
I'm saying wow. I'm just reading the statistics for gun deaths in US, yeah, and in 2021, 26,328 were all suicides.
Yeah, that's another.
And that accounted for the most deaths by a gun.
I think, quite honestly, as far as somebody owning a gun, if they want to kill themselves with a gun, hey, so be it. It's your life. It's your gun. If that's what you want to do, I'm all for it.
2/3 of all gun deaths are suicides. More people die from hands and feet than die from AR-15s. Handguns kill more people than rifles, and there's more murders per capita in countries with far less guns per capita than the United States.
What? I don't think that works. Is that true in Canada?
54% for suicide, 43% for murder, and then 3% for other.
Wait a second. What you just said, Denizen, does that work in Canada?
No, Central America.
Let me get that one started.
You could look up the stats for Canada on that, Kat.
If you're looking at a country in South America like Venezuela, it's a dictatorship.
That didn't seem right, what he just said for Canada.
Central
I didn't say Canada.
He said,
Dennison did.
He said,
I didn't say Canada either.
I'm sorry, Dennison didn't say Canada. No, Dennison said per capita internationally.
Didn't he say places that don't have guns?
Yeah.
No, places that have less guns per capita than the United States.
Right.
So that would be Canada.
No, not necessarily. I didn't say all of them. I said in places where there are less guns per capita than the United States, there are more murders per capita.
If you're talking about a South American country like Venezuela, which is a dictatorship, you have to take that into consideration, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you don't have to take it into consideration when it's the United States. That's my point. When you can't blame the number of guns, you look for all these other reasonable explanations why there's murder. But when there's lots of guns, it's just the guns. Ah!
Well, I know it's a little off the subject. I just want to bring this up real quick. I'm not trying to change the subject, but isn't it funny how the United States of America per capita has more people incarcerated than any country in the world?
I mean, it depends what you mean by funny.
That's a
Funny,
fact.
weird, not funny, ha.
Per capita, we have more people incarcerated than any other country in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a military dictatorship, a police state.
Yeah, and you
I
guys
wouldn't say
give-
we're a
you guys
military
give
dictatorship, but I
ridiculous
definitely agree we're a police state.
There's,
But I
I
wouldn't say
just
we're the
heard that
military.
somebody had 400 years. They got 400 years in jail. Like, how does that work?
I say military dictatorship because the military industrial complex controls our government, writes all our laws, and controls all of our corporations, and because the police are militarized.
Well, that's every
I believe that they have
democracy, isn't it?
they have control. They have a significant amount of control over our government, but they're not the sole controllers of our government.
Yeah, it's getting confused with the color of the costume, and it works.
Yeah. And they're changing the color too, right? They're not even bothering with that anymore. They're just all dressing in fucking black garb now. They're like, fuck it. We might as well just be it.
Yeah, ours are black too. Ours
In
are black
America.
too. Ours
In
are, and
America.
you know what else? I noticed that the Israeli military uniforms were black.
Yeah, death squads.
But they
In
didn't
America,
used to be.
in America, there's no billionaire in this country that isn't part of the system, right? The more money you have, the closer your ties are to the system. And, the families like the Walmart family, they have significant pull in our government. It's not just the military-industrial complex, which they definitely do have some serious control. I agree with that, but they're not the sole controllers.
Rights has a twin.
I wouldn't argue anything is the sole control over anything.
The link.
All right, real quick here. There's the new link. Is all ready for us, right?
I do have 36 hours on here. It didn't move since the last time we did this. Okay, I got 36 hours, but because we only got an hour left, I figure we go to the next stream anyway.
All right.
So wait, can I ask you a question? So you have to pay $49 for 50 hours of StreamYard?
It's more than that.
Really?
It's more than that. Yeah, there's the amount of people that you can have up on panel at once and some other little privilege things.
They don't have like a monthly thing where you can pay by the month and
I pay by the year.
It's just more.
It's more expensive. Yeah, it's cheaper.
Yeah, I pay by the year. I'd say $60.
This is the first time I've been on the panel all day in a long time, and it's because of the subject matter. And I think that it just kind of tickles my pickle that there's never been more than one or two people in the chat at the same time. This is my experience with YouTube. If we were all up here talking about each other's, baby daddies and who's called CPS on who, and
so you come from genres that do that too, huh?
There'd be 300 people in the chat, but because we're talking about issues that matter and complex things about the nature of our existence, nobody's interested except us.
Yeah, Nude Girl was the one that opened my eyes. The genre that I came from before I came here, that's exactly what they do. They call CPS, they call the cops on each other, they threaten to kill each other. They used to threaten to kill me until I opened my channel and they looked up some of my videos and they realized, that's the wrong guy to threaten. So when I go in there now, well, when they after the first couple of weeks I opened my channel, there were several people that apologized to me. I hope you didn't take it wrong what I said. Blah blah blah. Blah, blah. They're fucking nuts. They're crazy.
Yeah, well, it's more evidence to me that these traits that we see in certain parts of society are in us all, because the internet brings them out.
Yes.
Not only does it increase the number of narcissists that you come in contact with, because normally they make 1 out of every 100 people in society, but on the internet they can travel together in packs and they can make up 100% of a panel or a chat room. But also because the disassociative nature of engaging with someone over a digital media brings out those tendencies in people who otherwise would not behave that way face to face or in a social situation offline.
I agree with you 1,000%. And the other thing I'd like to add to that is the sociopaths and the psychopaths that live amongst us. They use social media as a tool to engage, numerous people at once, to scam numerous people at once. There's a guy in this genre, right? He used to literally stand on the corner and sit in the corner, mostly actually, of Park Avenue and 28th Street and ask people for money all day as they went by. And then once he opened his YouTube, I'm not making this up when I tell you, he pulls in $300-400 a day. I'm homeless. I got to pay for my hotel. So he's able to he'll have like 100 or so people in his chat room. And even if there's only 3 or 4 sending him cash apps, he's getting, 50 from this guy, 100 from that guy. So he's making a lot more than if he was when he was standing on the corner or sitting on the corner asking for people for money as they went by. They have more exposure. It's crazy. And I thought that was the genre that I was involved with and still loosely am, was the only one doing that. And Nude Guru opened my eyes to he was telling me that this happens in all of these genres. I had no freaking idea. I'm a 63-year-old guy. I'm only really using social media for the past couple of years.
There's a lot of people that live for that on here.
It's crazy. It's nuts.
It is. It's just the way it is.
Those people that really thrive on the drama, one of the main reasons they do that is they're miserable themselves and they're very highly insecure people. They have major insecurities, major flaws.
Yeah. Excuse me for everybody. If you guys transfer over, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys 6 minutes. I'm going to start my intro. So you guys got to go 10-100, you have a coffee, relax, walk around a little bit as the intro starts. So
are we getting paid by the minute?
While we sit and talk.
Yeah.
You can sit and talk here. Let you do your intro over there.
I'm going to peace out. My intention is to come back. We'll see.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right. The link's right there if you guys want to go over there and get ready, and then I'll I'll shut this thing down, huh?
I'm already in the backyard.
All right, the StreamYard is in the private. That's for anybody in the chat who wants to come on the YouTube side. That's what's in the chat there. So I'm out leaving here, and I'll see you in the new one.
I'm going to go take a quick shower and shave so I'm fresh for the new one, all right?
Okay. So
are you going to suit up and bring some goodies? Go on the whole 9 yards?
What do you mean by goodies?
Oh, I don't know. I'll leave that up to you.
I may actually decide to roll up a joint.
Ah.
Well, why don't we sit here and smoke a joint, and we'll wait for Rights to start his start your other one right now, right? You know you can have two running at the same time too, by the way.
well, yeah, I can, but once okay, I'll start it up.
Go ahead
I'll give
and
you
end
guys
this
both.
one, Rights, and we can still talk back here while that one's getting going
So,
if you
so
want.
Miss,
That-
what kind of weed
All right.
are you smoking? What strain?
It's called what's it called? It's called Fast Lane. It's a sativa.
Yeah, sativa. That's what I smoke. I smoke right now. I got sour diesel. I really usually 99% of the time only smoke before my workouts, and I always smoke sativa.
Do you?
I've never even heard of Fast Lane. How is it? Is it good?
I've been smoking pot for 40 years, and this is the only pot that I've ever smoked that made me want to do my well, not want to do my dishes, but make me want to do things. Like I smoke pot, and I just like to sit back and listen to music or talk or whatever. I don't get shit done whether I smoke a sativa or an indica. But this stuff, actually, I end up getting up and moving around.
Good. So it makes you energetic.
Kinda more like I really like I wouldn't want to work out after I do it, but I never want to do my dishes, and I've been getting up and doing a few dishes every once in a while just because I don't know. It's like I smoke and then I'll sit there and it's just normal, and then all of a sudden I'll get up and start doing something which is not normal, and then but I do end up going to sleep. Like it's got different stages to it, so I end up falling asleep later. Like I'm really, really tired. So
Yeah. Have you ever tried a sativa edible?
edibles don't seem to be, unless I'm just not taking enough. I don't really get. The only time are these cookies that I had that were, I think they were made out of the hippie dust, and it had a lot in there. Like the cookies were practically green, so they're the only ones I ever get a night, and it's a nice high too. But otherwise, all those gummies and stuff, like I don't get high from them.
I do. I have a very fast metabolism. If I take like a 15 milligram sativa gummy, and like let's say I'm on the bicycle, I go to the store, I buy it, and jump right in the bicycle, and half hour later I'll feel it, even if I have a full stomach. And I find actually the edibles to be better for my workouts than actually even smoking it. The smoking, you get the effects quicker.
Right.
But
So
the
you
edibles-
struggling there?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure what's going on here.
Are you
There
in
you go.
this StreamYard? You got to end stream on this one.
I thought I did.
Are you? No, you didn't.
No,
yet. Are you in the
don't.
computer?
No, you don't. You don't have to. You don't have to. I mean,
Yeah,
you
we're
can.
starting up. We're starting up the new one, so we're going to
Yeah,
end
but
this
you don't
one.
have to. Is all I'm telling him. He doesn't have to do that. But it makes more sense to do it because other people are gonna wonder which one to join. But
That's
you
the
don't
plan
have
that
to do
we're.
that. You can be running,
That's the
you
plan
can be
that we're
running
going
two
with.
streams at once. Okay.
Yeah,
I just
that's
want
the plan
Rights
we're
to
going
know
with.
that he can run two streams at once. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this thing going there. I don't know what the hell happened. It says live.
Are you back
I'm going-
on your? Are you still on your computer or back on your phone?
I'm on my computer right now, but it keeps going. I'm going to the one I just made, and it keeps sending me back to you.
Come back to the other tab, the one that we're all in right now for a second.
Okay, this says live here.
Okay, click the no, that's the other one. If you need to go on screen share.
Well, I don't want nobody to see
They're
my
both
face right now. So
live.
hold on. I'll figure. Yeah. Okay. So I'm right here. All right. Hold on. Stay right there. I'll get it this year. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on both sides.
Now. Okay. Got that. So it says part 3 continue. Right. Says enter.
No, that's the other one. You got to come back to part 2 of the last stream one.
And do what?
Okay, this
end stream.
Are you guys back in the other one?
No, we're still live. Yeah, we're in the other one. We're still live in the other one. We've jumped into the new one, but we're on mute.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I thought you guys were still in the other one. Because I'm on. Okay, I'm on the. All right, here we go. Let me end this then.
Okay, so I'm muted on the new one. We're all muted on the new one. Rights isn't even up there.